Get ready for a feast. This breakfast spread is absolutely stacked, looking like a gourmet dream come true. Watching the young master absolutely demolish his meal, the servants are totally shocked. He's eating like a king now, a far cry from his old porridge-only days. His appetite is seriously next level, and everyone's wondering when he'll finally get back from his walk, especially with that loud crash in the background. Elsewhere, a hand is reaching out, fingers spread wide, like it's trying to grab onto something just beyond its grasp. Ji Neon, the young master, is looking sharp, running a hand through his dark hair, his bare chest gleaming. He's either just finished a refreshing bath or just rolled out of bed, ready to take on the day. That physique is absolutely chiseled, with the light perfectly hitting every muscle, making his skin glow. He walks into the room, and a servant immediately asks, "Breakfast already done?" while another servant and an older guy are just chilling, waiting for him. He just gives a little, in response, and one of the female servants immediately drops to her knees, ready to serve. He gives a quick nod, then tells them to show him the goods, his eyes already on the epic meal, with the servants and Gong Myung watching his every move. One of the servants, totally hyped, then introduces the older guy, dropping the name, "Sir, I'm Gong Myung." And just like that, Ji Neon digs in, eyes closed in pure bliss as he devours the meal, steam practically radiating off his bowl. The tension is palpable, a silent beat before the next move. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, asking, "Sir," and the response is swift and clear, "Come in." The guard's face twists in annoyance as they step inside, but the older man with him simply bows, his true feelings hidden. The guard's internal monologue screams, "This is just unbelievably rude." Ji Neon can't help but smirk at the bowing man, as Gong Myung glances up, clearly taken aback. Gong Myung reaches out, his voice practically shouting, "Sir," in a desperate plea. But Ji Neon couldn't care less, his mind already elsewhere, still trying to figure out why this guy keeps groveling. His face hardens, a dangerous glint in his eyes, revealing a hidden agenda. And then, the chilling thought drops, should I try catching this little rat? Cut to a new scene, Ji Neon, cool as ever, asks, "What's up, physician Gongsun?" And the old man is totally blindsided, stammering, "What do you mean, sir?" Gong Myung, now talking to a different old guy, spills the beans, saying he just couldn't handle the loneliness anymore and had to come find him. Ji Neon, ever the provocateur, throws a casual jab, pointing out the man's drastically improved complexion and how it makes all his past efforts feel utterly pointless. That sly smirk on Ji Neon's face. It says everything, his eyes practically sparkling with mischief. Holding up a cup, he drops another bombshell, asking with mock sincerity, if this is some kind of seduction attempt using dragon phoenix soup. Gong Myung's jaw drops, absolutely stunned, his entire body flinching back from the outrageous claim. Panicked, he rushes to correct the record, insisting it's all a huge misunderstanding, because the dragon phoenix soup is just a super healthy tonic. He's practically begging, hands flying as he tries to make Ji Neon understand, his face a picture of desperate sincerity. But Ji Neon just grins, a chilling glint in his eyes, and casually drops the bomb, claiming he thought the soup was poison. Gong Myung's eyes practically pop out of his head, completely floored by Ji Neon's relentless taunting. Trying to pull rank, the physician dramatically announces, he's Gong Myung, Ji Neon's personal physician. Fed up with the disrespect, Gong Myung spins around, ready to storm out, declaring he'll just leave if he's not wanted. But Ji Neon isn't done, his voice cutting through the air as he calls out, "A sharp physician Gongsun." Gong Myung meekly answers, but Ji Neon unleashes a brutal verbal attack, demanding to know how he dares show up uninvited and then threaten to leave without permission. Ji Neon just dropped a verbal bomb, his voice laced with pure disrespect, "Are you the master here, or am I?" Gong Myung's face twisted, barely holding back a full-blown rage explosion. But then, a total 180. Ji Neon just casually laughed it off, a cold, unsettling sound, just kidding. He leaned back, clearly enjoying the show as the old man squirmed. Suddenly, a new demand. He barked, "I need to send a letter. Get me the writing tools from the desk." The old man, still processing the mind games, could only meekly reply, "Yes. I'll do that." And just to twist the knife, Ji Neon laid down the law, "I'll dictate, you write." No room for argument there. Writing tools. Check. Now, Ji Neon just kept chowing down, totally chill, leaving the old man hanging, waiting for the next command. Then came the dictation, a total power move. "Due to Sir Li Ji Neon's severe illness, I must remain in the villa for some time." The old man just kept writing, no reaction. And then, the ultimate jab, a brutal taunt, "Since this life of mine is so stubbornly long, please advise on what I should do next." The old man's face just froze, the insult hitting hard. Ji Neon, seeing the old man hesitate, snapped, "What? Why aren't you writing this down?" The old man, trying to play it cool, plastered on a fake, unsettling grin, but his eyes still burned with a silent challenge as he stared back. But then, pure shock. The old man's smile evaporated, his face twisting in disbelief as he choked out, "Sir, what are you talking about?" But before he could even finish that thought, Jinion's hand was a blur, launching a chopstick like a bullet, and it absolutely exploded against the wall right next to the old man, sending shrapnel everywhere. The old man instantly recoiled, clutching his neck, eyes bugging out in pure terror as Jinion's voice sliced through the tension, "Hey, old man." His eyes, sharp as blades, locked onto the old man, and Jinion dropped a bombshell, a chilling declaration that echoed through the room. "I'm not the Lee Jinion of the past anymore," he declared, and you could feel the shift in the air, the sheer power behind his words. The old physician was absolutely reeling, barely able to get out, "Sir, what on earth do you mean?" But Jinion just brushed off his panic, coolly pointing to the incredible feast laid out, especially that steaming tonic, first of all, dragon phoenix soup. And then he dropped another truth bomb, his voice chillingly calm, "To healthy people, it may be a tonic. But to someone as ill as me, it's as good as poison." The physician's mind was screaming, realizing Jinion was right, while the young master just casually added, "You, a physician, must know that." Then, with a chilling smirk, Jinion leaned in, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper, "Did you really think I wouldn't notice you checking my pulse secretly when I didn't die?" The physician's hand, still on Jinion's wrist, was shaking uncontrollably, his face a mask of pure terror and shock, as the horrifying truth hit him, Jinion knew everything. Jinion snatched his hand back, his face turning stone cold, and most importantly, he stood up, towering over the terrified physician, and delivered his final, crushing blow, "I don't have any appetite, leave the tonic at the side. Everyone has to get out." And just like that, he turned away, leaving the physician utterly broken, forced to confront his exposed lies, the untouched tonic a bitter symbol of his failure. The old man's face was a picture of pure horror, his mind screaming the truth, "You couldn't even hide your intentions to kill me." He's not letting up, his voice slicing through the air, making it crystal clear that Gong Myung isn't just some lone wolf. No time for games, he's laying down the law, telling the terrified physician to spill the beans and write down the name of whoever gave him those orders in the letter. But Gong Myung, still trying to play the victim, whines about why he's being targeted, acting all innocent and asking how anyone could suspect a kind man like him. He lets out a dramatic sigh, covering his face in a show of fake anguish, but it's all just a cover for what's really brewing inside. But the young master isn't fooled for a second, his eyes burning right through the act as the physician's own eyes start to glow with a terrifying red. Showing his true colors, and Jinion just can't help but taunt him, asking if even a lowlife like him has a shred of conscience left. And just like that, the young master drops the hammer, announcing that Gong Myung's true colors are out, and he regrets ever trying to give him a dignified exit. What a waste of time. Backed into a corner, Gong Myung completely loses it, his face morphing into a terrifying grin as he declares war, swearing he'll kill every single servant to keep his secrets buried. But before the old man can even finish his sick threat, Jinion is already moving, a lightning-fast blur, closing the gap in an instant. His hand shooting out with deadly accuracy, and Gong Myung, completely caught off guard and scared stiff, can only gasp out a desperate, "Hey, sir." The young master's hand clamps down hard on the physician's face, a brutal show of who's really in charge and how little he cares. Gong Myung's face twists into a mask of pure agony and fear, blood exploding from the impact, a brutal, undeniable message from Jinion. Lee Jinion, still reeling from everything, is locked in, telling himself to stay focused and not get sidetracked. He's got to keep his head in the game, especially when he's still interrogating Gong Myung. But man, the pain is real. He's thinking about how weak his body is right now, a total downgrade from his peak power. One thing's for sure, he's got to get his power back, and fast. And once he's back to full power, it's game over for anyone who gets in his way. He's making a promise to himself, it doesn't matter if the whole Yunha merchant group is behind this mess, he's coming for them. When he gets back to the group, Gong Myung is going to get the full investigation treatment. Back with Gong Myung, he's letting out a painful groan, totally wrecked and slumped over a table after that beatdown. Out of nowhere, Jinion grabs his head, hit by a sudden, intense headache, like some crazy vision or memory is blasting into his brain. Then, a voice shouts, "Sir," and his eyes pop open, a shocking realization hitting him hard. The vision snaps into focus, showing Gong Myung, and someone else is calling out to him. Jinion stumbles back, whispering, "No. No," as he stares at the two figures, wondering if this vision is even real. The headache wasn't just a headache, it was a gateway, ripping open the past and unleashing the raw memories of a life he'd forgotten. It was him, a younger Lee Jinion, caught in the web of the colossal Yunha merchant group. The pain was palpable, a younger Jinion's face contorted, his eyes screaming a silent agony. Then, like a lightning bolt, the pieces clicked into place, and he understood, this was all real. The flashback deepened, revealing a sprawling estate, the opulent domain of Lee Jinion, the first son of the mega-rich Yunha merchant group. But even with all that, he was seen as a failure, not even close to the genius of his second brother. And definitely not as strong as his third brother. He was just the weak, eldest son, a total disappointment. His eyes, once full of ambition, now held a chilling emptiness, a silent testament to his crushing reality. Desperate to fill the void, he threw money at his problems, spiraling into a wild, depraved life of pure indulgence. But then, a flicker of hope. He finally saw the error of his ways and tried to turn his life around. But the clock had run out, it was already too late. He'd trashed his health. And was ultimately cast aside, banished to this desolate villa. He's piecing together his past, and the truth hits hard. If these memories are real, his old clan wouldn't care one bit about this backwater exile. Initially, the biggest hurdle was being reborn without this body's memories, but now that they're back, a whole new level of annoyance washes over him. He stares out the window, a soft breeze rustling the leaves, but his mind is miles away, fixated on the sheer waste of potential. Seriously, to think someone could just throw away such an innately gifted body. The sheer waste of talent makes him grimace, a hand instinctively going to his temple in disbelief. But then, a brilliant idea sparks. With his past life's insane knowledge and just a few rare elixirs, he could skyrocket to a high level in no time flat. Then, it hits him like a lightning bolt, making him freeze mid-motion, his hand hovering as the realization sinks in. He scans the lavish room, his eyes locking onto a glittering mountain of gold coins on a table, and suddenly, his current wealth isn't just money, it's power. The thought of elixirs sparks a mischievous grin, as he realizes he's sitting on a mountain of cash, ready to buy anything he needs. He feels unstoppable, absolutely certain that with his money, there's nothing he can't get his hands on. He spins around, only to spot a shriveled figure slumped over a table. It's Gong Myung, and he's definitely dead. A nonchalant "oh" escapes him, quickly followed by the practical thought, guess I should bury him. Sunlight bursts over a breathtaking mountain range, painted with vibrant cherry blossoms, a stunning, peaceful scene that feels worlds away from the grim reality inside. Through the serene beauty of the villa's grounds, cherry blossoms drifting down like snow, he strides away from the building, his long hair flowing, completely ready to forge his own destiny. Cherry blossoms drift down, painting a serene picture around a grand estate. 1 year later, the world has transformed, a wild forest now engulfing the area, a stark contrast to the past. Footsteps pound the pavement, a new figure arriving at the scene, announcing his presence with a bold hello. He looms over a guard and 2 startled attendants, his arrival clearly unexpected. Mok In-seop, a guard from the Yunha merchant group, cut straight to the chase, demanding to know where he can find young Master Lee Ji-neon, a crucial letter in hand. This is Mok In-seop, a formidable guard from the Yunha merchant group, his hand ready on his blade. Without missing a beat, an attendant points the way, revealing Ji-neon's whereabouts. The others watch him go, as Mok In-seop heads off to find his target. Mok In-seop's jaw drops, his eyes locking onto a figure meditating far off, utterly stunned by the sight. He can barely believe his eyes, whispering, wondering if this incredible presence is actually young Master Lee Ji-neon. Ji-neon, now a chiseled powerhouse, is shirtless, his long hair flowing, every muscle defined, drenched in sweat from his relentless training. Every inch of his back and shoulders screams raw power, a testament to the brutal training he's endured. A few seasons just flew by. And with them, a whole lot of time had gone by. And in that time, he was all about leveling up. His energy core manifested, a sick blue aura just blasting around him as he meditated. He engraved all the martial arts needed for survival right onto his body, making them a part of his very soul. He mastered the enlightened mobility art, making him super fast and agile, plus the enlightened body art, turning him into a tank. He also perfected the rapid stride, his eyes literally glowing with electric blue power as lightning exploded around him. And an art that let him control lightning, the White Lightning 10-phase art, was seriously leveling up, with a sphere of crackling blue energy just blasting from his hands. To put it simply, he had reached the 4th phase. Everything had gone smoothly, his training was paying off big time. But he unleashes a devastating, swirling energy burst, the sheer power ripping through the very air around him. His body contorts and twists mid-air from the insane pressure, hair flying wildly as he absolutely obliterates his limits. A hand reaches out, absolutely engulfed in a vibrant green, swirling energy aura, glowing particles exploding outwards from his fingertips. He recoils from the sheer, raw power, his back to the viewer, as a single leaf gets absolutely blasted by the residual energy. Finally collapsing to the ground, absolutely spent, the leaf gently settles beside him, signaling the end of his brutal practice session. He stares down at his hand, a deep, thoughtful expression on his face, deciding that even after all that, it's still not enough power. A voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts, interrupting his contemplation, calling out, "Young Master Ji-neon." It's Mok In-seop, a guard squad member, who greets him, saying, "It's been a long time." The guard then drops the bomb, he's brought a letter from the main clan, and Ji-neon just casually says, "Okay." With a calm, almost bored demeanor, Ji-neon instructs him, "Let me see it." He extends his hand, ready to snatch that letter, his expression totally unreadable. But before Mok In-seop can even blink, Ji-neon vanishes in an instant, leaving the guard absolutely bewildered and screaming, "Where did that frail ass go?" Back at the merchant group, Ji-neon is instantly hit with a complaint from a guard, who's totally over it. "Dude, my arm is literally about to fall off." But the real shocker drops next. The guard reveals Ji-neon's father has totally collapsed and is now stuck in bed, throwing the entire merchant group into chaos. A formal letter seals the deal, confirming the merchant group leader's sudden illness and Ji-neon's new role, but the big question remains, why did he fall ill in the first place? Ji-neon's mind races, trying to piece together the puzzle, his expression a mix of worry and determination. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them, as he grapples with the weight of this unexpected burden. Elsewhere, the whispers begin, a shadowy figure points the finger directly at the Ouyang clan, implying they're the masterminds behind this whole mess. Lee Ja-eun, the third son, lays out the brutal truth, reminding Ji-neon about the insane protection fees they've been shelling out, with golden coins literally raining down to emphasize the cost. His fists clench, a vein throbbing in his neck, as he explodes, declaring those protection fees have become absolutely unbearable. Ji-neon, ever the sharp one, cuts through the noise, demanding to know, but seriously, has the Ouyang clan done anything to actually earn these ridiculous fees? The guard, absolutely fuming, shouts back, "Nothing at all. Those dogs." Leaving Ji-neon stunned by the raw fury and the insult. Ahem. The guard, joined by Han Yip and another subordinate, elaborates, pointing out that even when the little deity sect tried to slap them with insane trade taxes, the Ouyang clan was nowhere to be found. And the Ouyang clan's epic response to all this? Pure arrogance. They basically said, "We only deal with the main clan if it's a serious issue," totally blowing off the Yunha merchant group's desperate situation. The Yunha merchant group's own guards were completely paralyzed, unable to lift a finger against the overwhelming might of the Ouyang clan. Han Yip drops the bombshell, even their top guard couldn't stand up to them, because the man they were up against was none other than Ouyang Hu. Ji-neon lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the name hitting him hard. Ji-neon confirms the legend, having heard of Ouyang Hu's fearsome reputation, a name that echoes through the Jianghu, powerful enough to demand respect even from him. The truth hits Ji-neon like a lightning bolt. Ouyang Hu sees them as nothing more than ants, a fact he grasps with chilling clarity. A dangerous smirk crosses his face as he ponders the ultimate solution, thinking, if I just take care of the Ouyang clan, will all our problems vanish? Han Yip is stunned by the audacity, but quickly pivots, revealing there's an even deeper, more critical reason for his father's sudden collapse. The shocking truth unfolds, a brutal sword fight erupted right there, a furious clash between the second and third young masters. And the tragic consequence? His father, forced to watch the brutal display, collapsed right after, overwhelmed by the chaos. The flashback reveals his father's enraged face, roaring at the little rascals, and Ji-neon's stunned question, from anger, is met with Han Yip's grim confirmation, exactly. Of all the times, they chose then. Han Yip is still reeling, shaking his head in utter disbelief. How could they have dared to draw swords and fight right in front of the merchant group leader? The memory shows his father, utterly distraught at his desk, desperately trying to calm someone down, vowing, "Don't worry, no harm will come to you because of this. Once this matter is resolved." A burning fire ignites in Ji-neon's eyes, his resolve now unbreakable, as he declares, "No. I can't just sit back and watch this happen anymore." Mok In-seop, clearly on edge, tried to hand over a letter, but Ji-neon, with an almost dismissive air, simply told him to keep it. Then, with a dramatic turn, Ji-neon's face transformed, revealing a steely determination that promised action. His hair whipped around him, a visual testament to the powerful shift within him. With eyes burning with resolve, he proclaimed, he'd handle it personally. But elsewhere, Mok In-seop was still processing what he'd just witnessed, exclaiming in shock, that the young master was totally different. He slammed his hand down, trying to convey the sheer magnitude of the transformation to his fellow guards, insisting, he become a total martial arts master, with an absolutely insane physique. But one of the guards, Char unnamed guard A, just let out a loud, dismissive snort, clearly not buying it. Then he just absolutely lost it, erupting into booming laughter, while Mok In-seop just stood there, completely unimpressed. He kept on laughing, practically spitting out his words as he scoffed, the infamous young master Ji-neon. A martial artist? That good for nothing? He doubled down on the insults, sarcastically wondering if Ji-neon was now a master of bedroom techniques, and if that loser was a martial artist, then he must be a... He concluded his outrageous claim with a dramatic flourish, a legendary martial master. This guard is straight up scoffing, totally writing off Ji-neon's recovery as a joke, demanding more effort if they're gonna try to be funny. But Mok In-seop's got this sly, knowing smile, thinking it's more believable the vice captain has a secret lover than Ji-neon actually being healthy again. But deep down, behind that calm facade, a shadowy, super powerful vision of Jineon flashes in his head, revealing he knows there's way more to the young master than meets the eye. Totally missing Mok In-seop's deep thoughts, the other guard just keeps the convo going, bluntly asking if young master Jineon is actually healthy again. Then, a.m. Han Yeep, the vice captain of the Yunha Merchant Group guard squad, just steps in with this intense look, taking charge. He doesn't even say anything, just whacks the disrespectful guard right on the head, making his point loud and clear. Han Yeep then drops a truth bomb, reminding them Jineon was always ripped, even as a kid, a flashback hitting him of a young Jineon crushing his training, with an older mentor beaming with pride. Later, Mok In-seop, looking super thoughtful, asks the other guard if he knows when young master Jineon is finally coming back, his mind clearly still on the young master's mysterious power. The guard's like, I don't know the exact time, but Jineon's coming himself, and then it hits him, that means he's here, right now. Han Yeep, hearing everything, barks at them to go greet young master Jineon, but the unnamed guard totally whines, asking if they really have to bow down to that good-for-nothing. Han Yeep's had enough, he snaps, reminding them who's buttering their bread, and orders them to cut the whining and move it. As the guards grudgingly get ready, the epic Yunha Merchant Group headquarters looms large, all set for the young master's grand entrance. He finally rolls up to the massive Yunha Merchant Group headquarters, a seriously epic building decked out with their official banners. His robe's insane patterns are practically glowing, catching every bit of that morning light. But hold up, someone else is watching this whole scene unfold from afar, totally blown away by the sheer size of this merchant empire, a sprawling fortress of ancient buildings and tranquil pools. Yang-hu, with those intense glowing eyes, is absolutely stunned by the legendary Yunha Merchant Group, a force he thought was just a myth, now staring him down with its insane scale, and he can't help but think about how Jineon was literally born with a silver spoon. Totally oblivious to the lurking eyes, Jineon tells his two attendants to chill out and rest up because he's heading straight to his dad. One of the attendants gives a deep bow, replying with a super polite, understood, young master, as if he's royalty. He strides off, his footsteps clacking on the pavement, and then, a sudden thought hits him. He scans the totally deserted courtyard, thinking, seriously, where is everyone? Why am I getting no welcome party? Then his eyes drop, and he sees a whole squad of guards, kneeling, hands on their sword hilts, ready for action. He looks up, and suddenly, all the kneeling guards shout out a massive, synchronized welcome, congratulations on your safe return, young master Jineon. Talk about a grand entrance. His fancy robe and belt are totally on display, just screaming important person as these guards bow down. And leading this whole kneeling crew is the vice captain of the guard squad, who steps up and introduces himself, with a powerful declaration, I am the guard squad's vice captain Han Yeep. He brings his hands together, a smirk gracing his face, as the vice captain can't help but notice just how much he's changed. The vice captain is just relieved to see him alive and well, but Mok In-seop, ever the pragmatist, can't believe the vice captain is bowing so low. But Yang-hu, watching from the shadows, can't help but remember a time when Jineon was just a young master getting pushed around, a past that makes his current status all the more shocking. Yang-hu's mind races, remembering how Jineon was always seen as weak, convinced he'd just be a target for ridicule once more. But Jineon, rocking that confident smirk, is totally owning this moment, his whole vibe screaming that he's got this under control. He mirrors their respect, his hands coming together in a perfect, powerful gesture. With that signature smirk, he totally plays it cool, dubbing this epic welcome quite enthusiastic for a troublemaker. And with a quick, respectful bow, he drops a casual, thanks, everyone, like it's no big deal. Vice Captain Han Yeep, still on his knees, steps up to lead him to his father, with Mok In-seop and Lee Jaeun watching the whole thing unfold. The rest of the guards are absolutely floored by this unexpected display of manners, their jaws practically on the floor as they try to process what just happened. Lee Jaeun, trying to make sense of it all, remembers someone telling him, I told you he changed a lot. And boy, were they right. Yang-hu, heading out, can't shake the feeling that this isn't the same Jineon he knew, muttering that he feels like he's in a stranger's house. The journey pressed on, and Han Yeep couldn't help but steal a look back at Jineon, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. A ghost of a smile played on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of something profound. This guy. Not an enemy, but a full-blown ally, Han Yeep thought, as they strode towards a dazzling, almost ethereal gate, its light practically screaming, major destination ahead. Every stride Jineon took cast a massive shadow, a powerful visual as they stepped into the unknown. Suddenly, everything was bathed in an intense, almost blinding light, a pure, radiant energy washing over them. And just like that, they were at the entrance to a grand, intricately designed door, ready to step into the heart of the estate. A young woman met them inside, casually dropping that she'd already given his father the heads up about his arrival, and Jineon, ever the cool one, just gave a quick, thanks. Just as he looked down, a voice, dripping with disdain, sliced through the quiet, declaring, would you look at this? They spun around, Jineon and Han Yeep locking eyes with a small, sneering group, led by a guy in purple robes radiating pure animosity. Jineon's eyes held firm, not even flinching at the palpable tension. Then, Lee Jae-un, the Yunhee merchant group's third son, stepped forward, his voice dripping with pure venom as he spat, well, if it isn't the perverted Jineon himself. The air crackles with anticipation as Lee Jae-un makes his grand entrance. Stepping right up to Jineon, Jae-un throws shade, declaring that his face looks totally unrecognizable. And just like that, he's all over Jineon, grabbing his shoulder, a move that screams, trouble. Meanwhile, a guard named Mok In-seop is totally freaking out, mentally screaming that this is a disaster and his brother is about to get wrecked again, just after coming back. Then, with a smile that's anything but friendly, Jae-un grabs Jineon's hand, announcing to everyone that these brothers are finally back together and totally thrilled about it. But Jineon is not having it, glaring down at the hand with pure rage, and snapping, "What do you think you're doing, putting your hands on me without asking?" In a flash, he yanks his arm away, shattering the forced embrace. Jae-un's face instantly burns red with fury and embarrassment, his fake smile completely gone. With a venomous snarl, he pivots his rage onto Han Yeep, accusing the vice captain of disrespect, like he doesn't have enough problems already. Suddenly, Jineon steps up, his eyes blazing with a fierce blue glow, and challenges Jae-un, "Should I teach you a lesson you'll never forget?" But before Jineon can even move, Jae-un strikes, his hand shooting out, uttering his name with a sinister smirk. Then, with a twisted grin, Jae-un clamps his hand onto Jineon's face, silencing him with a shocking, brutal move. The tension exploded. A lightning-fast knee strike absolutely rocked Jae-un's midsection. And before he could even react, a brutal punch cracked him across the face, sending a shockwave of pure power through the air. His face twisted into a mask of agony, blood exploding from the impact. Meanwhile, Han Yeep could only stare, his jaw practically on the floor as the fight went from 0 to 100 in an instant. Jae-un hit the deck with a sickening thud, barely managing a stunned, what the hell. But Jae-un wasn't out of the fight yet. From the ground, his hand snatched Jineon's robe, a furious Jae-un, tearing from his throat. He clamped down hard, his fingers digging into Jineon's face as he spat, "I was so excited on my way here." But as Jae-un's rage flared, Jineon's eyes ignited with a terrifying, electric blue glow, a silent, deadly promise in their depths. Jae-un refused to let go, his iron grip holding Jineon tight as the protagonist grunted and strained against him. He leaned in close, roaring, "You fucking insane bastard," right into Jineon's face. The words hit hard, and in Jineon's mind, a chilling question formed, "Insane bastard?" Then, a slow, dangerous smirk crept onto his face, his electric blue eyes burning with a promise of absolute, terrifying payback. Inside the epic, ancient halls of a Yunhee merchant group, something big is about to go down. Suddenly, a squad of guards, including Mok In-seop and Han Yeep, are totally caught off guard, their faces screaming what just happened, as chaos erupts. But then, Lee Hwa-yeon, the second son and overseer, steps up, and his eyes widen as he pinpoints the source of the noise, it's coming straight from his father's room. He spins to Mok In-seop, practically yelling, "What in the world is all this noise about?" Han Yeep, the vice captain, jumps in, spilling the tea to the overseer, it's a full-blown brawl between the first and third young masters. And there they are, the first young master, Lee Jineon, looking intense, and the third young master, Lee Jae-un, with a smirk that just screams trouble. Lee Hwa-yeon is losing it, his face contorted in frustration, screaming at the guards, "Why aren't you stopping my older brother?" But before he can even finish, Lee Jae-un explodes through the door with a massive KLLGGH, totally blindsiding Lee Hwa-yeon. In a flash, Lee Jae-un clamps his hand over Hwa-yeon's face, shutting him up instantly, and drops the chilling line, "Quiet. We're literally right outside Dad's room." Still gripping him tight, Lee Jae-un leans in, a sly question escaping his lips, "Is that really you, Hwa-yeon?" Lee Hwa-yeon's jaw drops, his eyes practically popping out of his head behind those glasses. What just happened? Back in the main chamber, things are seriously heating up. The three brothers are locked in a silent standoff, with Jineon towering over a kneeling Jae-un, and Hwa-yeon just watching it all unfold. Hwa-yeon, ever the diplomat, tries to ease the tension, welcoming Jineon back to the estate. He even throws in a comment about Jineon looking healthy, all while Jineon is still gripping Jae-un's arm like a vice. Jineon, cool as a cucumber, just brushes it off, saying he's perfectly fine now. But then his eyes lock onto a bandaged arm, and his whole vibe changes. He demands to know if Jae-un was the one who did that. Hwa-yeon tries to jump in, probably to smooth things over, but it's too late. Before Hwa-yeon can even finish his sentence, BAM. A brutal slap rocks Jae-un's face, sending him reeling. Jineon's hand, crackling with purple energy, slams into Jae-un's face, delivering a chilling warning about daring to draw a blade on his older brother. With Jae-un completely broken and cowering, Jineon lays down the law, forcing him to understand who's boss, and Jae-un can only stammer out a terrified "I understand." That brutal hit still reverberated through him, a searing pain across his face. Tears streamed down his face, a bloody lip betraying his pain, as pure humiliation and shock contorted his battered expression. No way, this couldn't be happening. Lee Jian actually beat him up. His mind raced, flashing back to a time when his brother was nothing but a pushover, a stark, unbelievable contrast to the power he just felt. He remembered a younger Jian, a smug grin on his face, mocking him, "Does that feel good, Jian? Keep going if you want to avoid getting beaten up, heh." Yan, ever the observer, couldn't help but comment, Jian absolutely crushed Jaun. Jaun was still in shock, muttering, "No way. I can't believe it. The best he could do back in the day was avoid a beating from me." Later, Yan pressed Jian, though, "Did something happen at the safe house? You seem like a completely different person." Jian simply replied, "Is that so? You've got a good eye." Jian's eyes held a calm, unwavering intensity, a silent testament to his newfound power. Yan pointed to a stack of scrolls, and Jian simply hummed, "Mm." Yan clarified, "Ah, that's the list of employees I need to take to the conference tomorrow." The scroll unrolled, displaying a list of employees, with names like Gong Myung clearly visible, ready for the conference. He wanted answers, to know who vouched for Gong Myung. But then it hit him, he didn't need to know anymore. The mastermind behind all these recommendations, from the vice guard squad leader to the very front gate guards, was staring him in the face. The name echoed in his mind, Ouyang Hu. A chilling revelation washed over him, the shadowy figure of Ouyang Hu now a terrifying reality in his thoughts. A single, chilling thought solidified, it's him. Without hesitation, he confronted his brothers, Yan, Jaun. His eyes burning with intensity as he dropped a bombshell, "If any of you are working with the Ouyang clan, you better tell me right now." The bombshell landed, and the reactions were immediate. Yan reeled back in shock, while Jaun erupted in furious indignation. With an unyielding gaze, he pushed further, "Do." Jaun, absolutely livid, slammed his fist down, shouting, "Why yeah. That's absolutely ridiculous." His voice rising, he swore, "I'd rather die than let any other clan member take over our business. Sir. The Yunha Merchant Group is a precious legacy father built with his own hands. Sir." A knowing smirk touched Jian's face as he delivered his verdict, "I'm glad to hear that." After that intense showdown, Jian is already plotting his next move, a sly grin hinting at his cunning strategy. Back with Yan, he's still processing everything, but he's already asking about the big conference tomorrow. And just like that, with a confident look, Jian announces he's crashing the conference too. Yan is totally caught off guard, demanding to know where he's going, and Jaun is just as shocked. But Jian just keeps moving, dropping the bombshell that he's off to see their father. A quick, sharp sound, and he's gone in a flash. Meanwhile, Yan is totally regretting not going to Jihua Mountain, and Jaun is practically begging to tag along. The frustration boils over, as Jaun lets out a massive yell. Meanwhile, a guard makes a big announcement, the merchant group leader's eldest son is here. And from inside, the command rings out, "Let him in." Jian walks right up to those fancy doors, about to make his grand entrance. And who's inside? None other than the Yunha Merchant Group's leader, Lee Xiangmin, looking tired but ready for his son's arrival. Jian finally reaches his father's bedside, but the elder Lee Xiangmin, looking frail, immediately demands to know about the ruckus outside, only for Jian to brush it off like it's nothing. Taking a seat right next to him, Jian cuts straight to the chase, revealing he knows his father's been struggling with stress. And with a weary nod, Xiangmin drops the bombshell, he's always been stressed, but now his old body is just giving out. Suddenly, a vivid memory hits Jian, a powerful figure with glowing eyes and purple hair, who once told him, "You've transformed, for the better. Your whole look is different." But just as quickly, Xiangmin's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his voice as he asks, "Are you really Jian?" Then, a tender moment as Xiangmin's hand reaches out, gently grasping Jian's, his face softening with genuine relief, "I'm just glad to see you're doing well." Jian simply replies, "Yes," but a strange, almost melancholic feeling washes over him, a stark reminder that he grew up without parents, never truly knowing what it felt like to have a father. Then, a heartbreaking memory unfolds, a young Jian, in a striking red outfit, stands alone, watching a man and a child disappear into the rainy night, their forms swallowed by the city lights. His young eyes, glowing with a faint blue energy, well up with tears, a raw, emotional echo of his solitary past. But here's the twist, in Jian's deepest memories, his true father isn't that distant figure, but the formidable man with dark purple hair and those intense, glowing eyes, a figure of immense power and influence. The memory fades, showing the man and child walking away, their forms silhouetted against a blinding, almost divine light, leaving young Jian in their shimmering wake. His grip tightens on the elder's bandaged wrist, a stark reminder of the once towering figure who now seems so vulnerable, a truly great and powerful person in his past. With their hands still locked, the tension in the air is palpable, a silent testament to their complex bond and the weight of their past. The raw power in his hand against the elder's fragile, bandaged wrist creates a striking image, foreshadowing the dramatic shifts yet to come. He watches over the weakened Lee Seongmin, a chilling realization dawning on him. When did he get this small, the once mighty leader now a shadow of his former self? His gaze drops, a subtle shift in his demeanor as he vows, "Father, don't worry." A promise, or a threat? A chilling, subtle smile plays on his face as he reveals his true objective: "We just need to eliminate the cause of your stress." A declaration that sends shivers down the spine. His hand, a symbol of his unwavering resolve, covers Seongmin's, the chilling promise echoing, "I'll handle that, so don't worry." A statement of absolute control. Seongmin's eyes snap open, a jolt of fear running through him as he whispers, Eliminate." The chilling implication of the word hits him hard. His smile twists into something truly sinister, brushing off Seongmin's fear with a chillingly calm, "It's nothing. Don't worry." A promise that feels more like a threat. A shiver runs down Seongmin's spine, his inner voice screaming, "Why is he smiling like that?" The unsettling grin promises dark things. Fast forward to the next day, and we're greeted by the majestic Yunha Merchant Group headquarters, a sprawling fortress of power and influence. And within those hallowed halls, the Merchant Group conference is in full swing, with power players like Lee Jae-un, Lee Hwa-yeon, Ma In-seop, and Han Yip assembled, their faces etched with the weight of their decisions. The stage is set. The Yunha headquarters, gleaming and ready, as the Merchant Group conference kicks off. But hold up. A new player enters the game. It's Yang-hu, the guard squad leader and martial master, flashing a smirk that screams trouble. And everyone's already buzzing about him. Meanwhile, the big question on everyone's mind, isn't that the eldest son? Ji-neon's just chilling, but everyone's wondering, what's his game? Yang-hu, however, just sneers, locking eyes with Ji-neon. And then drops a bombshell: he's probably just worried about his spot. Lee Hwa-yeon tries to steer the ship, asking if anyone has a different take before moving on. But Yang-hu just cuts him off, hands shooting up, IDO. And then he drops the mic, the first young master still guardless. "I've got just the guy." That smug look on Yang-hu's face. He's loving every second of this power play. And Lee Jae-un is not having it, clicking his tongue in pure frustration, while another attendee shouts, "Seriously, when will he quit?" Yang-hu's words hit like a punch, and Lee Ji-neon's face just snaps with pure, unadulterated rage. And just like that, his hand explodes with power, crushing the teacup into dust. Talk about a power move. The noise makes Gong Myung jump, dropping his cup like it's hot. The tension is real. But Yang-hu? He just grins like the villain he is, dropping a fake "my bad" while clearly loving every second of the chaos. Then he throws down the gauntlet, daring anyone to challenge him, while Lee Jae-un and Lee Hwa-yeon are just like, "Ugh, this guy." Yang-hu thinks he's won, smirking that no one will dare speak up, but then a single, epic word shatters his confidence: "Me." Suddenly, all eyes are on Ji-neon, as he slowly, dramatically, rises from his chair, ready to drop some truth bombs. He takes a powerful step forward, and drops the mic with, "I have complaints." His eyes are locked on his target, hand up, signaling that he's not just talking, he's taking charge. He's not just complaining, he's got a plan, announcing he's got a suggestion of his own. And his suggestion is a total mic drop: fire Yang-hu, the guard squad leader. And with a final, epic flourish, Ji-neon points down, revealing Yang-hu completely wiped out on the floor. What a power move. The air crackled with anticipation, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the next move. The crowd was stunned, with Gong Myung's jaw practically on the floor and Lee Jae-un barely able to get out the words, "Seriously, your joke is just." But Lee Hwa-yeon wasn't having it, cutting in with a sharp, "Are you serious?" The guard squad leader lives and breathes for the merchant group's security. Yang-hu just couldn't help himself, erupting into a loud, mocking laugh, "Bwahahaha." But Ji-neon wasn't fazed, just a cool, collected gesture, his eyes locked on his opponent. Yang-hu, still riding high on his arrogance, leaned in, a mocking tone in his voice, "You think you can fire me?" That smirk turned into a full-blown sneer as he twisted the knife, "Guess you forgot how things work after being out of commission for so long, huh?" But Ji-neon wasn't playing games, his eyes flashing as he shot back, "Actually, that's exactly what I have a say over. Or do I not?" Before Yang-hu could even blink, Ji-neon unleashed a lightning-fast, blue energy-charged punch, a pure force of nature exploding forward. The punch connected with a sickening crunch, wiping the smug look right off Yang-hu's face, as he was engulfed in a wave of raw power. Yang-hu was launched like a ragdoll, a massive explosion of blue energy and debris tearing through the air, the sheer force of the blow undeniable. And just like that, it was over. A massive crater marked the spot where Ouyang Hu had stood, the guard squad leader utterly defeated, lying broken amidst the rubble. He stands tall amidst the dust and debris, his back to the onlookers, as the full weight of his power settles over the scene, a true display of absolute dominance. The very ground beneath him groans and cracks, absolutely unable to withstand the sheer residual force of his devastating strike. Meanwhile, Ouyang Hu's face contorts in a grimace of agony and disbelief, the sheer, brutal impact of that blow still reverberating through his very being. Looking down at his utterly defeated opponent, Li Jinian's expression is one of calm, unwavering confidence, as he boldly declares that the Yunhe merchant group now belongs to him. His fist clenches, a silent testament to the raw power behind his words, leaving absolutely no doubt about the new order he's just established. Hold up, someone's asking the big questions. Is dismissing guard captain Ouyang Hu the real reason for this general assembly? Li Huaiyan is practically sprinting, and Jinian can't help but notice how fast he's moving. Huaiyan is seriously worried, declaring their merchant group is way out of their depth to mess with this kind of power play, and Jinian just coolly calls his name. Jinian spins around, dropping a loaded question, does he even know what happens when a Jianghu martial artist gets underestimated? Talk about a mic drop moment. That signature smirk flashes across Jinian's face, he's clearly got something up his sleeve. Huaiyan tries to argue, but Jinian shuts it down, declaring anyone who underestimates them will be devoured. Then Huaiyan counters, pointing out the Yunhe merchant group's current shaky situation, and it's clear he's worried. With a look of pure worry, Huaiyan challenges Jinian, doesn't he see they're already being eaten alive? The tension is palpable. Down below, a whole squad of guards, including Han Yip and Ma Qinseop, are just chilling, totally oblivious to the high-stakes drama unfolding right above their heads. Huaiyan's eyes widen in shock, admitting Jinian's right, then he's like, wait, when did the Ouyang clan get this big? It's a sudden, terrifying realization. But Jinian, ever the calm one, just tells him to chill, a confident hand gesture sealing the deal. And with one last, epic smirk, Jinian lays it down, don't sweat it, little bro, I got this. He's ready to take on the world. Huaiyan, totally stunned, can only stare, his mind racing, how am I supposed to handle this? But Jinian, with that signature intensity, is already sizing up the opposition, a silent, cutting question forming in his mind, is that how you're doing it? Then, bam. Ma Qinseop unleashes a devastating blow, cracking the very ground beneath them, as he charges straight at Jinian, dust exploding from the impact. From somewhere, a shocked voice screams, brother. The drama intensifies as a voice drops a bombshell, Fist King is firing you, and the crowd erupts in disbelief, young Master Jinoen. And just like that, Jinian is down, sprawled on the broken earth, surrounded by a hostile force, as someone shouts, what is the meaning of this madness? Han Yip and the mustachioed guard leader can only watch, their expressions a mix of shock and frustration, as the leader exclaims, that troublemaker. What on earth is he thinking? The unspoken question echoes through the crowd, a chilling thought for everyone present, has he finally gone mad? The mustachioed guard leader, absolutely fuming, roars, insolent. How dare you draw your sword against young Master Jinian? Even Ma Qinseop, the one who struck him down, demands, young Master Jinian. Please step back. And just like that, the trap is sprung. Jinian is completely surrounded, a terrifying circle of drawn blades glinting all around him. Ma Qinseop's eye narrows, a silent admission of truth. Jinian, visibly shaken, can only seethe at the sheer audacity of the act. The surrounding guards are aghast, demanding to know how anyone dared draw a blade on their employer. But Jinian, even on the ground, snarls back, daring them to push him further, his eyes burning with a dangerous question. Ma Qinseop, with chilling nonchalance, brushes off his assault on the captain, calling it mere compensation. The mustachioed guard, Han Yip, can only stare, utterly baffled by the claim of feeling bad. Jinian, with a smirk, reveals the true compensation was for shattering the guard captain's future, leaving Huaiyan speechless. Flashback. Li Xiangmin, from his sickbed, drops a bombshell. He was betrayed, nearly assassinated by physician Gong Myung, and his own sons were pitted against each other. Huaiyan, with a chillingly calm demeanor, reveals the dark truth, sibling rivalry is the ultimate tool for easy manipulation. The ailing Li Xiangmin, frail in his bed, reveals the devastating consequence, his own father's collapse, all thanks to the schemes. In a dark alley, Ouyang Hu, with Li Jiaun at his side, laments a strategic misstep, realizing they only needed to turn one of the sons. Ouyang Hu's face contorts into a terrifying grin, revealing his ultimate plan, to seize the entire Yunhe merchant group without lifting a single finger. The puppet master's strings are pulled taut, a tiny figure forced to dance to an unseen, sinister will. Ouyang Hu's chilling laughter rings out, utterly dismissing young Master Jinian's claims as nothing but pure delusion. And then, the shocking truth drops, Gong Myung, the one who was supposed to end him, actually died by his own hand. With a smug, condescending smirk, Yang Hu rubs it in, telling him he should have tried harder to take over the merchant group, and even threatening to sue him for damages. A chilling realization dawns in Jinyan's eyes, the exact moment his entire fate began to shift. He confronts Yang Hu, needing to know if Gong Myung really fell by his hand. But Yang Hu just shrugs it off, coolly admitting he took out the physician in one hit, telling him not to get too emotional. Jinyan is left speechless, a silent, burning rage igniting deep within his soul. That's it. Unable to take the disrespect, Yang Hu explodes forward, his fist blazing with raw purple energy, screaming a furious challenge. But in a flash, before the attack can even connect, Jinyan's hand snaps out, perfectly intercepting the blow with an iron grip on Yang Hu's wrist. But Yang Hu isn't backing down. He unleashes another furious burst of purple power, challenging if his opponent actually wants to die. The air practically explodes as Jinyan meets the assault head-on, a massive impact rippling through the area as he deflects the deadly strike. He unleashes an absolutely explosive punch, a torrent of brilliant blue energy blasting from his fist. This insane power smashes into Yang Hu's purple energy, completely obliterating it into a million pieces. The sheer force sends Yang Hu absolutely flying backward, a chaotic explosion of energy and debris in his wake. Han Yip lets out a guttural cry of pain, caught in the devastating shockwave. Yang Hu's eyes blaze with a chilling white light, a look of pure, unadulterated shock plastered across his face as he finally grasps the lightning energy and the martial arts Jinyan is unleashing. Han Yip hits the ground hard, completely taken out by that unexpected counter. From a distance, Mok In-seop and another guard are absolutely floored, questioning if their young master actually knows martial arts. Still reeling, Han Yip can't believe his strike was blocked and he was sent soaring like that. Jinyan then turns to Yang Hu, his voice dripping with challenge, demanding if it's really okay to attack him right after he just recovered. Yang Hu just grins, a confident smirk playing on his lips, declaring it's totally fine since this is now an official duel. Han Yip is absolutely livid, calling Yang Hu an arrogant bastard, mocking his cockiness for someone who just picked up these skills. But Yang Hu doesn't even flinch, loudly proclaiming the guard squad and his own clan as witnesses, locking in this epic confrontation. Yang Hu, with an intense stare, laid down the gauntlet, declaring that with Jinyan's agreement, an official duel was on. A taunting smirk spread across his face as he pushed, "Is that good enough for you?" Jinyan's fists tightened, a silent declaration of war, his answer a defiant, "No." He dropped into a battle-ready stance, every muscle coiled, bracing for the storm about to break. The air crackled with the weight of his words, a chilling declaration, a life or death duel. He sized up his foe, a hint of respect in his voice as he conceded, "Honestly, your skill has gotten pretty good in such a short time." But Yang Hu wasn't backing down, his voice dripping with disdain as he shot back, "You're still lacking in experience, and I'm about to teach you a harsh lesson." Then, in a flash, Yang Hu exploded into action, his blade a crimson blur, cutting through the air with deadly intent. The strike landed with a brutal force, red energy exploding on impact, but Jinyan stood his ground, a wall against the onslaught. Then, with a deafening crack, he deflected the sword with his bare forearm, a brilliant blue shockwave erupting from the block. Yang Hu sneered, experience, as Jinyan, caught off guard, could only manage a stunned, "What?" But that shock quickly morphed into pure fury, as Jinyan retaliated with a devastating lightning strike, his voice a thunderous roar, "You dare speak of experience to me?" That lightning-infused strike just absolutely detonated, sending a blinding blue shockwave through the air and leaving his opponent completely rocked. And as the smoke clears, Jinyan Lee drops the ultimate mic drop line, a chilling declaration of pure power, "You're 100 years too early for that, punk." But he's not done yet. Jinyan Lee instantly blurs into action, closing the gap on a stunned Yang Hu, who's barely holding on. And just like that, he casually bats away the incoming sword, his hand deflecting the lethal steel with an almost arrogant ease. Yang Hu's face is a mask of pure agony and shock, blood already dripping from his mouth as he realizes he's completely outmatched. Jinyan Lee just smirks, his eyes glowing with power, and delivers another brutal verbal jab, telling Yang Hu, "Let me show you what true difference in experience looks like." Then, with a burst of raw power, he unleashes his secret weapon, the enlightened mobility art exploding around him in a dazzling display of blue energy. He's a blue streak across the arena, moving so fast he's practically invisible, winding up for what's sure to be a game-ending blow. Yang Hu's jaw drops, his eyes bugging out, he can't even comprehend the sheer speed Jinyan Lee is moving at. Too slow. A thunderous punch lands right on target, rocking Yang Hu to his core and forcing a guttural cry of pain. He's sent flying, his feet desperately trying to find purchase, but the momentum is too much, dragging him across the ground. But there's no time to breathe. Jinyan Lee is already there, delivering a brutal, non-stop combo of lightning-fast attacks, each one hitting like a truck. The relentless assault was absolutely non-stop, Jinyan moving so fast he was just a blur, pushing Yang Hu back with every single hit. Then, a sharp impact rocked Ouyang-hu, and he knew instantly that something was seriously off about this whole situation. And as Ji Neon's glowing fist wound up for another hit, Ouyang-hu was absolutely floored, realizing this wasn't some beginner, but a true martial arts legend. His entire body was practically vibrating with pure, crackling blue energy, a total game-changer from his enlightened mobility art that turned him into a lightning-fast blur. Every single move was absolutely perfect, every hit packed with insane power, as he danced through the air with this incredible, glowing blue aura. Ouyang-hu was getting absolutely wrecked, but even as he realized he was fighting a total legend, a fire lit up in his eyes. Then, bam! Another brutal hit sent a shockwave of purple energy right through him, leaving him totally speechless and in disbelief. Meanwhile, the three guys watching from afar were absolutely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor as they saw this fight go completely off the rails. But Ouyang-hu was not giving up, letting out a furious roar and unleashing his three-form sword art as his blade glowed with dark purple power. His sword slammed into something invisible, his rage absolutely exploding at the idea of getting beaten by some punk kid. His face twisted into this insane mask of pure, raw fury, his eyes practically glowing with desperate determination. Then, with a primal scream, he unleashed a lightning-fast, furious barrage of sword strikes, absolutely determined to take down his enemy. Ji Neon Lee just strides forward, closing the distance in an instant, moving with absolutely insane speed. His enemy is absolutely floored, thinking, wait, when did he even get there? But before Ouyang-hu can even blink, Ji Neon Lee unleashes a devastating, glowing blue punch, and it's coming in hot. With a cold farewell, the punch lands, and Ouyang-hu's face just contorts in pure agony. The punch lands with an explosive force, sending out a blinding blue shockwave that just rips through everything. Ouyang-hu gets absolutely launched into the sky, he's just a ragdoll against that power. And then he just drops back down, the blue energy still crackling around him as he falls. Meanwhile, Li Huaiyan, Han Yip, and a young woman are just staring up, their jaws on the floor, completely stunned by what they just witnessed. Across town, Li Jaun is chilling with a guard, looking pretty pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Gong Myung and Li Xiangmin are just chilling by the window, looking out at the city, which seems a little smoky. Gong Myung turns to the merchant group leader, clearly confused, asking what in the world is going on. Li Xiangmin, clutching his hands, just drops a bombshell, it's all about his son. An elderly master, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, can tell that someone has just leveled up their martial arts game, big time. And just like that, Ji Neon is a whirlwind of motion, his martial arts mastery on full display, leaving everyone stunned. Ouyang-hu gets absolutely rocked, his body spinning out of control from the sheer impact. Ji Neon just stares him down, totally unfazed by the chaos he just unleashed. And there he is, Ouyang-hu, completely wiped out, sprawled on the ground, bloodied and beaten. Then, a frantic shout rips through the silence, as his crew finally grasps just how bad things have gotten. His guards charge in, panic written all over their faces, screaming for their captain who just got wrecked. Han Yip scoops up the battered Ouyang-hu, absolutely fuming as he snarls at Ji Neon, calling him a brat, but Ji Neon just fires back, what now? You wanna die too? Even though he's seething, Han Yip has to admit it, declaring that Ji Neon's duel was totally legit, and he'd back that up. Ji Neon's face turns stone cold, his eyes practically burning with a fierce, unyielding resolve. He holds up a hand, his voice cutting through the tension as he lays down the law. From this moment on, if the Ouyang clan keeps pushing for revenge duels, the Yunhee merchant group won't back down from a single one. Li Huaiyan, Han Yip, Mok In Sip, and the rest of the Yunhee merchant group are all ears, their faces a blend of shock and realization as they process the full impact of Ji Neon's bold challenge. Standing firm, the young master's hand clenched, his determination absolutely unshakable. The defeated Ouyang clan members were absolutely fuming, one of them spitting out, fine. I never hoped to be free from grudges anyway. But Ji Neon was totally unfazed, dropping a chilling declaration, if there is kindness shown, I will repay it. If there is a grudge, I will also pay it back. His eyes blazing, he doubled down, if anyone takes issue with that, the responsibility will be mine alone, not the Yunhee merchant groups. A steely resolve etched onto his face, he was ready for whatever came next. Meanwhile, Li Huaiyan was freaking out, his face a mask of pure panic as he yelled, brother, that's too dangerous. But Ji Neon just stared ahead, his back to the world, his mind already on the deep roots of his power, the legacy he was about to unleash. He flashed back to his father, a titan of strength and wisdom, realizing this wasn't just his fight, but also, it is also my father's. His mind raced, remembering the hardcore loyalty of everyone who stuck by him, who welcomed him back when he was a nobody, it belongs to the guard squad who welcomed back a discarded young master early in the morning. And even the pure, unadulterated joy of the stable hands, and it belongs to the stable hands who feel joy just watching me eat. All of this ignited his resolve as he stared down his enemies, roaring that the Yunhee merchant group was not to be messed with. His eyes practically spitting fire, he dropped the ultimate mic drop, has no intention of being toyed with by scum like you. He's not backing down, locking eyes with his opponents and laying down the law, get lost if you know what's good for you. And just like that, with zero hesitation, he drops the hammer, you're all fired. The entire crew, from Han Yip to Lee Waiyan, is absolutely floored, their jaws practically on the ground after that bombshell announcement. Ji Neon Lee just walks away like a boss, leaving Ouyang Hu to sneer from afar, tossing out a good luck that sounds more like a threat. Every single step Ji Neon Lee takes literally shatters the ground, showing off the insane power he's packing after that epic declaration. He's standing tall on that broken platform, a total powerhouse, staring down his entire crew, and you can practically feel the raw authority radiating off him. One of the guards can barely hold it together, practically shouting about young Master Ji Neon's win, and everyone else is just losing their minds over the sheer power on display. But Ouyang Hu is not having it, ripping into his own guards for just standing there, telling them there's nothing to celebrate when they did absolutely nothing. Han Yip and the other guard are totally shaken, barely able to get out of, but still. As they try to process everything, their faces screaming pure terror and a little bit of, whoa. Ji Neon Lee then turns to Lee Waiyan, the main man in charge, who snaps to attention with a nervous but respectful, why yes, sir. And just like that, Ji Neon Lee points a finger and drops his next order, telling him to go get an elixir. Lee Waiyan and Lee Jaun totally get it, nodding along, as he lays it out, I took responsibility, so you better back me up, right? Lee Waiyan, all smiles, is totally on board, promising to whip up the absolute best tonic for his master. But Ji Neon Lee isn't done yet, dropping the bombshell that with all the elixir buying and guard hiring, Waiyan's schedule is about to get absolutely slammed. Then, with a sharp look, Ji Neon Lee drops another point, bringing up the whole guard situation again. Switching scenes, Ouyang Hu is chilling with a bald monk, casually mentioning that he's already got some serious talent lined up. The monk, clearly not buying it, shoots back, you sure about that? Ouyang Hu, clutching a mysterious golden trinket, then leans in, his eyes practically glowing with menace, and asks, so, it was that Lee Ji Neon, huh? Rewind a few days. We're back to the very first day of Lee Ji Neon's entry into the Yunha merchant group. And he's just strolling through these epic courtyards, taking it all in. His eyes are laser-focused, soaking up every single detail, you can feel the subtle intensity radiating from him. Meanwhile, Mok In-seop casually asks the vice-captain, Han Yip, hey, vice-captain, have you even eaten yet? Han Yip, totally caught off guard, points to himself and says, me? Nah, I've been grinding since sunrise. Mok In-seop just gives a knowing nod, a simple, oh, acknowledging the grind. Up above, Ji Neon is watching this whole thing unfold, a subtle, almost mischievous smile creeping onto his face. He catches Han Yip's next line, as the vice-captain just keeps going, oh really? Han Yip's voice gets super serious, echoing across the whole courtyard, complaining about how some people are busting their butts and can't even eat, while others are just chilling and slacking off. He wraps it up by saying those people have it way too easy, living off everyone else's hard work, and then drops the bomb, we gotta root them all out. Ji Neon, meanwhile, is just watching, his face giving absolutely nothing away. He clenches his fist, a silent declaration of intent, as the name Young Master Ji Neon rings in his head, a challenge he's ready to face. But the real problem, he quickly understands, is way bigger than just finding a stand-in. With a decisive hand gesture, he makes it clear, he needs someone to step up and fill the void. He takes a beat, a silent oh escaping him, before turning away, his face giving nothing away. Across town, the magnificent Yunha Merchant Group headquarters glows under the moon, as someone declares, there they are. The scene shifts to a raucous gambling hall, filled with the bhha of boisterous laughter and the clatter of games, a vibrant, chaotic energy filling the space. At one table, a man with auburn hair, his gaze sharp, watches the mahjong tiles, a knowing smirk hinting at his confidence. Overhearing the commotion, two men, one puffing on a cigar, exchange glances, one asking, hold up, isn't that the legendary pushover? As the auburn-haired figure stands, turning his back to the room, a hushed voice confirms, no doubt about it. That's the Yunha Merchant Group's young master. With his hands casually clasped behind his back, a picture of calm assurance, he makes his exit. His face, now in full view, reveals a sharp, calculating gaze, a subtle intensity that belies his pushover reputation. The two men, still in disbelief, confirm their sighting, one exclaiming, it's really him. I seriously thought he was gone for good, we haven't seen him in ages. Someone's already calculating the losses, wondering just how much cash is about to get blown, all while a mysterious red curtain, emblazoned with a warning, blocks the path. But behind that curtain, a massive guard, trident in hand, is posted up, blocking some seriously fancy double doors. And his eyes snap up as Lee Ji Neon, looking totally chill, just strolls right up. The guard's face goes from shock to a full-on smirk, dropping a sarcastic, oh, wow, young master, it's been a minute, before asking if he's back to being a total sucker and ready to drop another generous donation. But Ji Neon isn't having it, firing back with a savage warning, "Don't touch me, or else I'll get pig grease on myself." The guards just left there, totally baffled, like, "Pig what?" Ji Neon just brushes off the guard's confusion, cutting straight to the chase with a cold, hard command, "Open the door." The guard is absolutely stunned by the sheer nerve, stumbling back a step and spitting out a furious, "How dare you?" But even with the guard's outrage, those massive doors just start to creak open anyway. And inside, it's a whole new level of luxury, with two figures already on their knees, bowing down as Ji Neon makes his grand entrance. Ji Neon stares down at the kneeling figures, his eyes burning with a quiet power, as one of them just calmly says, "You're here." It's Chul Myung-go, and he's totally shocked, looking up and exclaiming, "Whoa, you actually look better. Guessing that recuperation worked out great for you?" The poisonous fox, Chul Myung-go then gives a chill welcome, casually adding, "It's been a while." Meet Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo, two absolute units standing guard, their faces telling a story of unwavering resolve. But hold up. Chul Myung-go is not having it with these two dudes, calling them out for being heartless punks. His friend just got over a serious illness, and they can't even bother to ask how he's doing. The punks quickly backtrack, muttering apologies and pretending they didn't know, while Myung-go gives a respectful bow to Ji Neon. But Ji Neon isn't letting them off the hook that easily, backing up Myung-go and demanding they show some actual concern for his buddy. "A friend, huh?" Flashback time. Turns out, Lee Ji Neon and Chul Myung-go have been tight since they were kids. Their younger selves are mirrored in the water, but don't let that fool you about their friendship. Even back then, Myung-go was getting roughed up, clinging to some kind of necklace while a masked figure loomed over him. Yeah, that friendship was actually just a brutal cycle of violence and straight-up financial exploitation. Back in the present, Ji Neon is totally over it, thinking how messed up the definition of friend has become for these younger generations. With a smirk, he lays it on thick, telling Myung-go that after all that time recovering, he must be itching for some real action now that he's back. A bag of coins, practically bursting at the seams, pops up, hinting at the real reason for Myung-go's recuperation. Ji Neon's face gets serious as he thinks to himself, confessing that he was the one itching for action, because unlike some people, he didn't have a pushover to leech money from. Ji Neon's hand tightens, a silent power move as he processes the announcement. A massive celebration for the return of the Yunha Merchant Group's young master is about to go down. But Chul Myung-go, clearly fed up with the quiet, just explodes, calling him out for being silent and admitting he's totally pissed off. Myung-go's leaning in, totally frustrated, while Ji Neon just chills, watching him, a fat bag of gold just sitting there between them. Ji Neon, with a casual head tilt, just drops that he was thinking, which, of course, makes Myung-go demand to know what about. A chilling, calculating glint flashes in Ji Neon's eyes, his face a total poker face. He was thinking, he casually drops in his head, about whether to just off Myung-go or not, but then he's like, "Nah, what I really need isn't Chul Myung-go, it's those twin brothers who are basically doing all his dirty work." Myung-go's still clueless, just frowning a bit, while Ji Neon's inner monologue is all, "Yeah, those twins. Total thugs working for him." One of Myung-go's crew, Mok In-seop, is looking seriously messed up, face all bruised and bloody, while the two bald dudes just stand there, watching the chaos unfold. A wicked grin spreads across Ji Neon's face as he eyes the injured guard, mentally declaring that these guys are way too valuable to be stuck under Chul Myung-go. Myung-go, still trying to get a rise out of him, asks if he's even listening, and Ji Neon, with a chillingly calm voice, just says, "I've decided," then confirms, "I did." With a smug grin, Ji Neon extends his hand, straight up demanding the vault key. Myung-go and his crew, including the battered Mok In-seop, are just frozen in shock, as Ji Neon's audacious demand just hangs there, thick in the air. Myung-go is absolutely floored by the vault key demand, trying to wrap his head around it. Is this guy just after cash, or what? Ji Neon, with that signature smirk, just casually drops the bomb, he'll take the cash, for now. And then he goes full accountant mode, listing out every single penny, the thousands of niang he was forced to invest in a gambling den, the interest, the extorted cash, and even his medical bills from getting roughed up by Myung-go's crew. Ji Neon's bald attendants watch the drama unfold from behind Myung-go, as a measly bag of coins sits on the table, a pathetic offering. Ji Neon's face is pure ice, his finger pointing, like he's just dropped the mic on his insane financial breakdown. Ji Neon watches Myung-go's face, a chilling thought flashing through his mind, did I just go too easy on him? Myung-go's hand flies to his mouth, a choked sound barely escaping his lips. Suddenly, Myung-go just explodes with laughter, his face twisted into this wild, almost unhinged grin. Myung-go is still cackling, with Mok In-seop joining in, mocking Ji Neon about how he must have been hitting the books on arithmetic during his recovery. He slams his hand down on the table, shouting, "Haha, Hugh, you crazy bastard." Ji Neon, holding up the tiny bag of cash, deadpans that it's only 100,000 niang, but hey, it's got jewelry, gold, and silver too. Then, a sudden, intense shift in his stance is shown, and he drops the chilling word, but. Myungo's finger practically stabs the air, pointing right at Jineon, his face screaming, "I'm done with this." With a condescending smirk, he's like, "Money? Sure, I'll spot you. But seriously, what's with this vault key obsession?" Jineon just pauses, hand to his chin, then drops the mic with a simple, "And why?" Myungo's smile turns sinister, his eyes burning as he snarls, "Have you been completely blowing me off this whole time?" He keeps laying into Jineon, mocking him for playing the fragile patient card, only to now be all scowls, demanding keys, and straight up ignoring him. Myungo completely loses it, roaring, "Get a grip, you bastard," with pure rage. Flashing a truly disturbing grin, he screams his name, "Do you even know who I am? I'm Chol Myungo." Then, bam. A brutal hit sends Jineon's head reeling, a single tear or sweat drop streaking down his face. Myungo's voice slices through the tension, mocking, "Yo, Lee Jineon, what's your deal?" Then, he violently grabs Jineon's face, yanking him in close, his eyes burning as he snarls, "You got a death wish?" Myungo's voice drips with pure venom, demanding to know if Jineon's speechless, then barking orders to pin this bastard to the ground. Maybe a beating will straighten him out. Myungo, now seated, glares with pure fury, while a bald guard stands poised behind him, ready to unleash hell at a moment's notice. The bald guard clamped down, locking Jineon's arm, but our hero stayed down, seemingly subdued. The grip was iron-tight, twisting his wrist in a painful lock. But Jineon just stared, completely unfazed, making the bald guard sweat. Was this guy for real? Myungo wasn't playing games, his smirk growing as he grabbed Jineon's face, practically sneering about his kindness. Then, in a shocking display of raw power, Myungo absolutely slammed Jineon's face into the unforgiving floor. Towering over his downed opponent, Myungo raised his hand, poised for the finishing blow or to unleash his goons. But just as Myungo was about to strike, Jineon exploded into action, a lightning-fast blur as he absolutely rocked the bald guard. The impact sent Jinbo flying, coins exploding from his robes as he sailed through the air, leaving the other guards absolutely speechless. Suddenly, Jineon was on his feet, back to the stunned guards, his explosive counterattack leaving them all in utter disbelief. Jinbo, spitting blood and gasping, was a wreck, a brutal testament to Jineon's devastating power. No time to waste, Jineon unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sending another guard flying. Then, with a brutal follow-up, he sent another guard crashing down. In a blur of motion, he crushes the guard's arm, a bone-shattering twist that sends shockwaves through the air. And before they can even scream, a lightning-fast kick launches them into the air like a ragdoll. But the onslaught doesn't stop there. A blinding, electric blue punch erupts, sending another guard reeling from the sheer, crackling force. And just to make sure they stay down, he delivers a crushing stomp, leaving no doubt about their defeat. Meanwhile, Yuk Jinbo screams in pure agony, his face a mask of shock and pain as he realizes the true power he's up against. And just like that, he's sent flying, a broken mess crashing through the room. But the real shocker is Chol Myungo, who's watching this whole thing unfold with a look that screams, "What just happened?" He can't believe his eyes, muttering to himself, "This is surprising," as his plans crumble. Another guard lies broken, their hand twitching on the floor, a chilling reminder of Jineon's unstoppable force. He's thinking, think they'd stand back up. As his elite guards are utterly decimated. And there's Yuk Jinbo, totally out cold, a crumpled heap of defeat. The brutal truth is revealed, both of them had their wrists and ankles shattered, leaving them absolutely done for. Even after witnessing such raw power, these guards were still standing tall, their eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. But as he watched their unwavering resolve, a smirk played on his lips as he declared, "There." A confident, almost arrogant grin spreading across his face as he finished his thought, "The real deal." But before the words even left his mouth, a guard was already getting absolutely rocked, his arm bending in a way it definitely shouldn't, letting out a guttural scream. He was a blur, a ghost among men, effortlessly slicing through the remaining guards, leaving them stunned and collapsing around him. Then, with a lightning-fast pivot, he unleashed another devastating blow, his fist glowing with a fierce blue energy as he coolly stated, "Now, then." The sheer force of his attack sent two more guards absolutely flying, their bodies slamming into the ground with a sickening crunch. The surviving guards were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces dripping with sweat as one of them yelled, "Where'd he go?" But he was already gone, reappearing in a blinding flash of blue energy, moving so fast it was like he teleported. Another poor guard got absolutely blasted by a supercharged kick, the blue energy exploding on impact. And before that guy even hit the ground, he had already snatched another guard by the head, his grip like a vice. Then, with a chillingly calm voice, he declared, "Expected. You two are." His power, he thinks, is just too valuable to let it all go to waste. And with a burst of crimson energy flaring around his hands, he unleashes another absolutely devastating strike. The impact sends a guard flying, his face absolutely contorting from the sheer, brutal force. As the remaining opponents freeze in terror, he drops a chilling warning that he won't say it twice, and Chol Myung-go can only manage a terrified "fuck." In response, taking in the scene of his absolute domination, he coolly notes that all that's left now is the total aftermath. And sure enough, multiple guards are just sprawled out, unconscious on the ground, their bodies scattered like ragdolls. Chol Myung-go, his face absolutely drenched in sweat, is barely holding it together, completely overwhelmed by the sheer power he just saw. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-neon just flashes a casual smile, looking utterly calm and confident in the middle of the absolute chaos he just unleashed. Before a grand, circular doorway, Ji-neon stands, a silent testament to the chaos he's unleashed, knowing full well that all that's left now is to face the music. And behind him, two figures are absolutely wiped out on the polished wooden floor, their bodies just done for. A quick zoom-in shows the plain, brown fabric of one of their robes, a total mismatch for this fancy place. Mok In-seop sees the whole thing go down and all he can manage is a shocked, "Whoa. Fuck." But Ji-neon? He's just chilling, flashing a calm, almost mischievous smile, like he didn't just take out two guys. Ji-neon just strolls off, leaving Mok In-seop totally fuming, who yells, "Argh. Hey. You seriously should have mentioned you were secretly a martial arts master instead of just doing math during your recovery." But then, his whole vibe changes, his expression turning super serious, his eyes locked on something unseen. Out of nowhere, Chol Myung-go pops up, a knife flashing in his grip, demanding, "Myung-go, you're usually on top of things, so what's the deal now?" Chol Myung-go hesitates, taking a step back, as Ji-neon lays down the law, "Hey, don't you dare come any closer." Trying to play it cool, Chol Myung-go tries to negotiate, "Can't we just talk this out?" "Yeah," but Ji-neon is just done, letting out a massive sigh. "Fuck this. Seriously." He extends a reassuring hand, his voice a calm anchor in the storm, promising there's absolutely no need to be afraid. But before the words can even register, Chol Myung-go goes absolutely ballistic, a red-tinged blur as he lunges with his knife, screaming that the first strike is the only one that matters. A split second of pure shock flashes across Ji-neon's face, a brief "huh," as he processes the lightning-fast assault. The knife slams home with a brutal crack, sending a shower of sparks flying as it hits something solid. And he doesn't stop there. Chol Myung-go immediately unleashes a devastating kick, sending his target flying back in a burst of dust and raw power. His fist, crackling with a menacing blue energy, is already winding up for the next brutal blow. The punch lands with a sickening thud, sending Ji-neon flying back as blue energy explodes around him. Debris explodes everywhere, proof of the sheer, overwhelming force of Chol Myung-go's attack. But even as he's being pummeled, Ji-neon's eyes are still burning, his voice a chilling declaration, "The counterstrike wins." Chol Myung-go, absolutely smug after his relentless assault, just smirks and calls him an asshole, thinking he's already won. But just like that, the entire fight flips. Ji-neon unleashes a mind-blowing torrent of crackling blue lightning, completely engulfing Chol Myung-go in a blinding, electric storm. A primal, agonizing scream rips from Chol Myung-go's lungs, his entire body convulsing as the raw electrical power courses through him. A guard on duty can't help but groan, realizing the chaos is spiraling out of control and someone's definitely going down today. But the fight isn't over for Chol Myung-go, who lets out a raw, agonizing scream, his face a mask of pure pain as the power courses through him. Above the fallen warrior, Ji-neon stands tall and collected, his gaze sharp as he takes in the aftermath of his devastating counterattack. Chol Myung-go's head is still down, his dark locks a messy heap on the ground, utterly defeated. And just like that, Ji-neon is the last one standing, a total boss surveying the battlefield as his enemies are laid out cold around him. But wait, Chol Myung-go isn't completely out. He lets out a weak, defiant kook, still trying to fight back even after that insane lightning blast. He's still got some fight left, his body spasming from the shock, but he flinches, a clear sign he's not out of the woods yet. But then, he starts to laugh, a broken, defiant cackle, proving he's still got that warrior spirit even when he's down. With a burning gaze, he looks up and shouts, "I'm here." What is it? Still ready to throw down even after getting wrecked. But Ji-neon's mind is already racing, a flash of Ouyang whose intense gaze burning in his thoughts, as he can't help but wonder what insane power-up that guy got during his recovery. Did Ouyang who just ditch actual recovery for some secret, hardcore training? Ji-neon's putting the pieces together, and it's looking like a major power play. A smirk crosses Ji-neon's face as he connects the dots, thinking, was this all just a setup for revenge? I didn't even go that hard on him. Ji-neon's voice explodes, a raw accusation, as he looms over the utterly defeated Mok In-seop, demanding to know if this whole time, he was plotting revenge. Mok In-seop, still reeling from the brutal beatdown, glares back, his face a canvas of pain and defiance, his body battered but his spirit refusing to shatter. But then, Jian pulls a complete 180, offering an unexpected olive branch, asking if there's anything else he wants, practically begging him to just spill it. He keeps pushing, admitting he might have been a little rough, but then immediately pulls the childhood friends card, trying to remind Mok In-seop of their unbreakable bond since they were kids. Jian boldly declares their bond, insisting they're tight and, like it or not, they're friends. Mok In-seop's face is a battleground of emotions, a silent scream of internal conflict as he processes Jian's audacious claims. Jian doubles down, hammering home his point, declaring this is the very essence of friendship and the only right decision. Then, in a move that screams forced reconciliation, he pulls Mok In-seop into a crushing embrace, apologizing for upsetting him and swearing off all future beatdowns and bullying. Mok In-seop, utterly disgusted, tries to shove him off, finding the whole friendship act sickening, then calls out the blatant insincerity of their supposed bond. Completely ignoring the protests, Jian's grin widens, forcefully declaring them to be brothers. With Lee Hwa-yeon, Han Yeep, Gong Myung, Yuk Jinbo, and Yuk Myungbo of the Yunha merchant group all watching, Jian commands them to bow down to their new big brother and celebrate his incredible transformation. Mok In-seop, still clearly not thrilled, grudgingly accepts the congratulations, acknowledging his new power as this bizarre, forced brotherhood solidifies around him. Mok In-seop's mind is reeling, friends. Brothers, he fumes, recalling a time when Jian was nothing more than a groveling sycophant, hanging on his every command. With a burning intensity in his gaze, he silently swears to break free and snatch the twins the moment he gets the chance. Because with those two at his back, there's no obstacle he can't smash through, no new problem he can't conquer. But Jian, ever the puppet master, shifts his focus, calling out to the bald duo, Myungbo and Jinbo. Then, with a smirk that promises trouble, he locks eyes with Mok In-seop, dropping the bombshell, sworn brothers for life. You sure you're ready for this commitment? Mok In-seop, still sprawled out, can only manage a choked mutter of hesitation, as Jinbo and Myungbo kneel beside him, their faces a picture of awkward resignation. Jian's voice booms, what's with the stares? We're sworn brothers now, forcing Jinbo and Myungbo to meekly declare, yes, we'll serve you as our big brother from now on. Their expressions, a mix of defeat and forced compliance, tell the whole story of their unwilling submission. Jian flashes a triumphant grin, uttering a smug, yeah, that's the spirit as Mok In-seop seethes silently beside him. With a definitive tone, he announces, we're all good now, leaving everyone wondering what fresh hell he's about to unleash. Then, with a devilish glint in his eye and a smirk that could curdle milk, Jian drops the ultimate power play, if we're brothers, we need to decide who's the biggest brother. He then coolly waves off the two bewildered guards, telling them to step outside, before delivering the final blow, we'll decide between ourselves and let you know, leaving Mok In-seop utterly flabbergasted. Mok In-seop's eyes snap open, a chilling realization hitting him like a truck as Jian's true intentions begin to sink in. The bald twins, Jinbo and Myungbo, are already making their exit, and Jian just watches them walk away, a silent, calculating stare following their every step. Their footsteps fade into the silence, and just like that, it's only Jian and Mok In-seop left in the room. An overhead shot reveals the two figures, Jian and Mok In-seop, standing on that wild leopard rug, the air practically crackling with unspoken words and raw tension. His mind is a whirlwind, one question screaming louder than the rest, what twisted game is Jian playing now? Jian flashes that infuriating smirk, holding up some shiny trinket, and just casually drops the bomb that he calls the shots now. Then, with a dismissive wave, he calls out Myungbo, one of the twins, for fleecing gullible guys, and then has the audacity to lecture him on proper conduct. That unsettling grin stretches even wider as he promises Mok In-seop he'll raise them right, basically saying he's going to completely brainwash the twins into his loyal followers. Mok In-seop's hand tightens into a white-knuckled fist, pure frustration radiating off him, but all he can do is let out a defeated sigh. Then, as if to add insult to injury, Jian shoves a bag of money at him, telling him to just take the cash and shut up. Mok In-seop clutches his head, absolutely reeling from the audacity. How could Jian beat him down and then just take his twin brothers too? His face twists into a silent, furious roar, because this isn't just about the twins, it's Jian telling him to go die in a ditch. Crushed by the sheer weight of his defeat and utter humiliation, he could only scream out, just kill me already. But the response was chillingly calm, a rhetorical question hanging in the air, kill you? No time to even think, a devastating punch exploded across his face, sending crimson droplets flying. And the merciless assault didn't stop there, a lightning-fast kick immediately followed the first impact. His face twisted into a mask of pure agony, blood streaming from his nose and mouth as the world spun around him. A chilling, mocking smirk spread across his face as he delivered the ultimate taunt, you've worked hard, friend. Another sickening impact reverberated through the air, the brutal beatdown showing no signs of stopping. He was sent flying, skidding across the floor, as another bone-jarring kick slammed into his ribs. Barely clinging to consciousness, a single, desperate thought pierced through the blinding pain, wait. Another crushing blow landed, and the horrifying truth finally dawned on him, this is. Then, his tormentor's eyes ignited with a sinister blue glow, crackling with raw power, and the horrifying truth slammed into him, he's actually gonna kill me. His face a bloody mess, the ultimate, terrifying thought screamed through his mind, I'm really going to die. Choked and desperate, Mok In-seop gasps for air, his pleas for mercy barely audible as he's held captive by a ruthless grip. But Ji Neon just grins, a chilling smirk spreading across his face as he mocks the desperate man, pretending he can't hear a single word, even as Mok In-seop tries to scream out his offer of the key for his very survival. Then, with a sickening grin, Ji Neon twists the knife, mocking his victim, demanding if that's really how a person begs for their life, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated malice. Mok In-seop can only manage a choked curse, as Ji Neon twists the knife even further, sarcastically suggesting they should be friends and speak respectfully. The psychological torture is almost worse than the physical, leaving Mok In-seop reeling, his face a mask of pure shock and agony, as the relentless torment pushes him to his breaking point. But just as all hope seems lost, a flash of speed erupts. Chul Myung-go bursts onto the scene with a devastating kick, slamming into Ji Neon's side with explosive force and sending him flying. The kick connects with a thunderous explosion, a blinding flash of fiery energy and debris erupting as Ji Neon takes the full brunt of the surprise assault. Chul Myung-go stands his ground, a defiant shout of "Big Bro Myung-go" echoing through the hall, as Ji Neon, enraged by the interruption, seethes with fury, wondering who dares to mock him with laughter. Battered and broken on the cold floor, Mok In-seop can only process one thought, the sheer insanity of the man who just dared to challenge Ji Neon. Despite the brutal beating, a spark ignites in his eyes, a flicker of consciousness returning, as he watches the chaos, a faint flush of something akin to hope or shock coloring his bruised face. And as the drama unfolds, two mysterious bald figures emerge from the shadows, watching from above, one of them already speaking, their sudden appearance adding a whole new level of intrigue to this explosive situation. Utterly crushed, Mok In-seop's inner voice screams his defeat, forced to accept Ji Neon as his new big bro and pledge his service. From a bird's eye view, the brutal aftermath is clear. Ji Neon and Mok In-seop are both down for the count, with Chul Myung-go looming victorious, his presence absolutely dominating the space, all under the watchful eyes of two bald observers. Bruised and battered, Mok In-seop's face contorts in agony, the sheer humiliation of his defeat hitting him so hard he feels like he could just break down and cry. From the sidelines, one of the bald observers coolly suggests the loser should just bounce to a better spot, like the Yunha merchant group, ditching this trashy gambling den for good, with his bald companion nodding along. Mok In-seop, utterly broken, clings to the memory of his supposed bond with his crew, who just give him a hollow "yes, we understand," as he whispers a defeated "thanks for everything," his spirit visibly crushed. Still down and out, a picture of utter defeat, the ominous sound of approaching footsteps fills the air. A heavy boot slams into frame, its silent arrival screaming power. One of the bald observers, absolutely fuming, lets loose a furious "fuck them. Those ungrateful bald bastards," in a burst of rage. And just like that, Ji Neon, now rocking a dark red robe, is out, stomping down the stairs and spitting mad that the old folks were right all along, warning him never to trust creatures with black hair. The irony, given his own flowing black locks, is palpable. Another heavy boot, clearly Chul Myung-go's, steps into the frame, and one of the bald observers gasps, "Isn't that walking corpse Chul Myungho?" His companion instantly confirms, "You're right. It is Chul Myungho," before frantically asking, "Where are the twin brothers who always followed him?" A cunning glint flashes in the bald observer's eye as he realizes the game-changing truth: if Chul Myung-go's backup is gone, they might actually have a shot at taking him down. Chul Myung-go took in the chaos, a flash of pure annoyance hitting him hard. He let out a quiet sigh, knowing exactly what was coming next. His eyes narrowed, as more and more figures swarmed out, making him quip about all these bastards crawling out of the woodwork. Then, with a powerful shout, he threw down the gauntlet, screaming that he was the poisonous fox and they were punks. Purple power flared around him, as he dared them to stop messing around and face him if they had any guts at all. But his defiance just made them angrier, one thug sneering that a dead man walking still had the nerve to act so arrogant. Screaming, "Kill him," the thugs charged, but Chul Myung-go was already a purple-streaked blur, meeting their attack with explosive force. Even with his insane power, the sheer numbers were crushing him, a chain wrapping around his hand as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, this is actually going to kill me." Knuckles raw and bleeding, he balled his fist, a furious thought flashing through his mind, "Ji Neon, you should have gone easy on me, you bastard." But then, with a sudden, furious burst, he unleashed a devastating, purple-charged strike, sending weapons and bodies flying in a chaotic explosion. The explosion was massive, a blinding, concussive wave of power that obliterated everything in its path. Bruised but unyielding, he stared down his remaining foes, a bitter thought burning in his mind: these guys couldn't even look him in the eye before, but now they're swarming him because they think he's weak. Chul Myung-go is not backing down. He's standing his ground against a horde of thugs, throwing down the gauntlet. You want to take him out? Come at him when he's not half dead. And he's not done yet. He's straight up calling them out, yelling, you bunch of classless bastards. But the thugs aren't even listening. One of them just points to the loot, barking orders, get everything useful over there. Myung-go just watches them, totally annoyed, thinking, ugh, asshole. Acting all cool and crap. He's clearly not impressed. He stares out at the bleak world, a heavy thought weighing on him, what a messed up world. Elsewhere, the sun dips below the horizon, painting a stunning traditional building in golden hues, its architecture standing out against the fading light. Inside a different building, two bald guys are hauling wooden boxes, and Ji Neon is watching them, just asking, what? One of the guys, looking a little beat up, thanks Ji Neon, saying, thank you for helping Myung-go. Ji Neon just watches them go, and the guy thanks him again, thank you for helping Myung-go. He keeps an eye on the two guys, who are now carefully setting down those wooden boxes. The men are hauling even more boxes out of the building, and it's obvious to anyone who has been to this gambling den, that it's being completely cleared out. He'd always wondered the same thing, like, why did those twin brothers even follow Chul Myung-go? Some said they were literally sold into slavery, but others just thought they were terrified of the guy. Even he. Watching the two bald guys in a flashback. Knew they weren't sold as slaves, and they definitely weren't following him out of fear. A thoughtful look crosses his face. Because even in his second life, understanding people's true intentions was still incredibly hard, a heavy truth he carried as he strolled through the busy market. He glances down, a quiet sigh escaping him. As he watches the twin brothers diligently doing their work, which makes some unseen person gasp, no way. His expression stays thoughtful. As the observer asks, is that really Ji Neon? New blood just dropped into the Yunha merchant group, and Ji Neon is front and center, checking out the absolute units that are Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo. He can't help but think, they're huge. The Galaxy Merchant Guild is buzzing, but one guy is not happy, letting out a frustrated, ugh, seriously. And the reason for his bad mood? He's thinking, ever since Ji Neon came back, it's been pure chaos. But Ji Neon? He's just casually strolling through town, radiating pure confidence. And Lee Ja-eun can't help but remember how just the other day, he pulled in a massive haul of cash from nowhere, and now he's rolling with two new bodyguards, which, let's be real, he's not a fan of. He's absolutely fuming, yelling, him, period, but then something catches his eye, and he's left utterly bewildered, asking, what the heck? His jaw drops, eyes wide, as he shouts, what is that? Elsewhere, Mok In-seop is expertly maneuvering a horse-drawn cart, its cargo still under wraps. The horses' hooves thundering as they pull the precious cargo right into the heart of the market, where a dazzling display of goods is already sparkling. Lee Hwa-yeon, always on top of things, is giving orders, leave the cart over there, and be careful. We've got some seriously important goods inside. But then Lee Ja-eun storms over, demanding, second son, no, brother Hwa-yeon, what in the world is going on here? They both gape in utter shock at the mountain of rare elixirs, and Lee Ja-eun can only stammer, Woa. Are these seriously the rare elixirs people literally line up at dawn for? Then, with a casual, almost smug grin, Lee Ja-eun drops the bomb, that's. I ordered them. Two guards are absolutely stunned, one shouting, father, as if they can't believe their eyes. And there he is, Ji Neon, striding forward with his crew, looking totally in charge and ready for anything. But Hwa-yeon is not having it, telling him he's pushing it too hard and needs to chill. Ji Neon, ever the cool one, just brushes off her concerns, confidently stating he's feeling way better now. Back with Ja-eun, he's holding an elixir and looking totally bewildered at Gong Myung, demanding to know what his father is planning with all these crazy elixirs. Then, a mischievous grin spreads across his face, thinking, Ji Neon only asked for one, but father bought this much. Surely some of it's for me, right? His dreams are crushed in an instant, as the elder drops the bomb, they're all for your brother. Ja-eun's jaw hits the floor in pure shock, screaming, for big brother. All of this. It's a total meltdown. He stares at the mountain of elixirs, grumbling, right, like one elixir is gonna fix everything. These elixirs are a fortune, but Ji Neon just shrugs it off, saying it's nothing compared to what they've blown on other groups. Ji Neon then lays out his master plan to his guards, telling them he's sent out letters to everyone, branch leaders, old buddies, and all the big-shot merchants. The message is clear, they're buying these elixirs to save the company, and if the company goes down, everyone goes down with it, so they better take this seriously. Gong Myung is stewing, realizing he messed up big time by letting Gu Yanghu lead the escort, and now he's gotta clean up that mess. But elsewhere, his loyal guards are hyping up Ji Neon Lee, one exclaiming, that's a genius move. Our young master is destined for greatness. Another guard chimes in, totally. Big brother was off the charts amazing. But Lee Jae-un is looking totally wrecked, while Gong Myung is all business, telling him, "Thanks, Vice Leader, I'm counting on you." The Vice Leader confidently declares, "You got it. I'll handle it." But Lee Jae-un is still reeling, while Gong Myung is secretly thinking, "Nah, but seriously. This is huge. A golden opportunity." Ji-neon Lee, with his crew by his side, is absolutely beaming, thinking, "Time to unleash all the cash I've hoarded my entire life." His pristine white robes, detailed with killer designs, just scream, "I'm here, and I'm fabulous." Then, Lee Jae-un lets out a bewildered, drawn-out, his mind totally blown by what he just heard from Ji-neon Lee. That confusion explodes into pure, unadulterated rage, as Lee Jae-un unleashes a primal, ear-splitting scream, his face a mask of fury. He storms up to Ji-neon Lee and Lee Hwa-eon, practically yelling, "Hold up. What about me, father? What about MY Elixir?" Gong Myung just smirks, totally unfazed by the raging young master, then hits him with the ultimate question, "You need one, bro?" That question just hangs there, a total mic drop, and you can practically feel the young master's blood pressure skyrocketing. And he just absolutely loses it, screaming, "Seriously, everywhere I go, it's always Ji-neon, Ji-neon. Why does he get an elixir and I don't?" He's practically tearing his hair out, eyes bugging, yelling, "Are you seriously discriminating against me, you absolute jerks?" He's left gasping for air, one burning question consuming him, seriously, what kind of insane power-up did that dude even get? His face is a total mess of confusion and annoyance as he mutters, "What in the world is this guy even talking about?" Then, out of nowhere, a masked figure with blazing red eyes just explodes forward, a fist crackling with blue energy aimed right at him. And the young master has to react in a split second, his arm a blur as he tries to deflect the insane hit. But it's no good. The masked trainer's punch lands hard, sending him flying back with a scream of pure agony. Later, he just brushes past some bald dude in robes, totally blowing him off with a curt, "I'm out for a walk. Move it." And his walk is actually a brutal training session, as he's literally dragging a giant boulder through the water, kicking up huge splashes. Leaving the bald guy totally baffled, thinking, a walk? Seriously? While dragging a giant boulder? He's still going at it, pushing past every limit, every single strike fueled by an inferno of ambition, the sheer force of his movements ripping through the silence. With his brow absolutely crushed in focus, he's powering through the agony, eyes locked onto a target only he can see. But wait, a mysterious new figure is watching his grind, dropping a casual, "Yo, that Yunbal guy is seriously putting in the work." The training session just keeps on going, a whirlwind of pure grit and focus, as he pushes his body past every breaking point. Then, bam. He's launched backward, hitting the ground with a sickening thud, his practice blade skittering across the floor. The wooden blade that just sent him flying glints menacingly in the sun, still clutched tight in his sparring partner's hand. It's none other than Gu Yanghu, his face dead serious, effortlessly swinging that training weapon like it's an extension of his soul. The sun's dipping, painting the sky in fiery hues, and just as it does, Gu Yanghu unleashes a lightning-fast lunge with his blade. He screams a battle cry, his deadly intent crystal clear as that wooden sword whips through the air. But Lee Jae-un, already reading the play, closes the gap in a flash, delivering a devastating, picture-perfect shot right to Gu Yanghu's jaw. And then, still pushing his body to the absolute breaking point, Lee Jae-un is grinding against a colossal wooden training dummy, every muscle screaming with the effort. Gu Yanghu, now radiating with a subtle, powerful aura, gives him a final farewell, while Lee Jae-un stares back, his face a mask of pure, unyielding determination. A devastating technique explodes, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that shatters the earth itself. With the practitioner unleashing an insane burst of white light skyward, the sheer power of the move distorting reality around them. The raw energy then fades, leaving behind a ghostly afterglow, but the sheer impact of that display is burned into the mind. Just then, Lee Jae-un lets out a frustrated sigh, his face a mix of annoyance and disbelief, demanding to know what's going on. Gu Yanghu, absolutely spooked by the sudden arrival, screams in shock, furious at his brother's unexpected presence and wondering why he's not on his walk. Dropping to his knees in utter exasperation, Gu Yanghu throws in a towel, snapping that if his brother's going to critique, he better do it right, then daring him to try replicating the move with his own blade. Lee Jae-un, casually wielding a wooden sword, coolly observes that Gu Yanghu actually nailed his final move pretty well. A furious blush ignites Gu Yanghu's cheeks as the crushing realization hits him, his brother had been secretly watching his every move, again. Shaking off the embarrassment, Gu Yanghu dives back into his training, unleashing a lightning-fast, dynamic sword strike with his wooden weapon. He drives through with another explosive motion, the sheer force of his practice strike practically ripping through the air. The raw momentum of his swing absolutely rips through the air, ending in a razor-sharp, decisive finish. With a smirk of pure satisfaction, Lee Jae-un delivers his final verdict on the previous move, bluntly stating that Gu Yanghu's stab was totally sloppy. Gu Yanghu's face twists into a furious snarl, pure shock plastered across his features as the assault kicks off. But before he can even blink, Jinion's lightning-fast fist smashes into his cheek. A raw, guttural scream tears from Gu Yanghu's throat. Jinion's eyes, cold and piercing, lock onto his reeling foe. Then, a blur of motion. With impossible speed. Gu Yanghu, still dazed, can only flail wildly in defense. Completely outmatched, Gu Yanghu screams in pure desperation. No mercy, no pause. Jinion's foot crashes down onto Gu Yanghu's sword. A final, agonizing scream rips from Gu Yanghu. He thrashes like a wild animal, desperate to reclaim his blade. His eyes, blown wide with pure terror and utter defeat. Just like that, the brutal showdown is over. Gu Yanghu's eyes are wide with disbelief, his mind racing as Jinian Li just vanishes into thin air. Did he seriously just disappear? But before he can even blink, Jinian Li is already a lightning-fast blur, closing the distance with an intense, focused stare. He's moving with pure, calculated ferocity, knowing full well that when people lose control and get backed into a corner, they're about to unleash everything they've got. Gu Yanghu's face is a mask of pure desperation, his sword up, but his eyes are screaming panic as he tries to keep up. Jinian Li is winding up a glowing, power-packed punch, thinking that this is exactly when people pull out their ultimate trump card. The sun is setting over the epic training grounds, painting the whole scene in dramatic, golden light. Dust is swirling in the fading light, showing off the empty arena where a weapon now just lies there, totally discarded. Then, bam. Gu Yanghu's whole body is shaking violently, his jaw clenched in pure agony as he gets rocked by a devastating hit. Jinian Li's fist just absolutely connects with Gu Yanghu's face, sending him flying back with a brutal, bone-jarring impact. He hits the ground hard, screaming in pain, while Jinian Li just stands there, radiating pure, calm dominance. Gu Yanghu's mind is reeling, realizing he almost just died, and that stabbing, even with all its power, just has a lower hit rate than slashing. Jinian Li, looking down at his defeated foe, totally gets that Gu Yanghu's threefold transformation sword was a one-strike kill technique, and he absolutely had to be super cautious with his own thrust. He's already calculating his next move, realizing that if he can just shave off that split second, victory is guaranteed. But deep down, he can't shake the feeling that something's off, remembering his past life where he wouldn't have even let a guy like Gu Yanghu get a single move in. His current body, though, is still holding him back. Even as the legendary Fist King, he's nowhere near his former glory, not even half the power he once wielded. Gu Yanghu is down, a clear win, but for him, it's just not enough. Even the legendary Fist King himself had rivals he couldn't conquer. The sting of those who outmatched him, even at his peak, still burns, driving him forward. His fist tightens, a silent, burning promise. This isn't good enough, this weakness has to go. He's got to get stronger, beyond anything he's ever been, a force of nature, unmatched. Just as his resolve hardens, a voice cuts through the silence, announcing a visitor. He confirms he'll be right there, leaving the servant to wonder why he's suddenly so intense, even a little creepy. Wham! A brutal hit sends a guy flying, and he can't help but scream out. He clutches his head, totally shocked, realizing who just hit him and calling them out for being a total jerk. High above, the city wakes up, with sunlight hitting all the cool old buildings, totally unaware of the drama unfolding below. Alright, back to the action. Someone's telling another person to cut the crap, saying their words are just dumb noise. They keep going, like, seriously, Jinian. Martial arts, scoffing at the thought, because everyone knows he was only ever into chasing girls, not throwing punches. But then Gu Wong, looking totally shocked and serious, shouts that he saw it all go down with his own two eyes. He spills the tea, talking about how he was super drunk one night, just chilling by Chio Myongo's gambling spot, and then, something wild happened. He's still enjoying his booze, though. Gu Yanghu, totally focused on business, asks if everything's ready, then orders someone to hit up the Galaxy Merchant Guild, but suddenly, a voice catches him off guard. His face totally changes, like he just got caught, as he figures out exactly who's talking. He whips his head around, asking if that's really Jinian, sounding totally shocked. But Gu Wong just shrugs it off with a "so what," and keeps telling his story, saying Jinian just disappeared after he puked. Zhu Jiaoyang, who's been listening the whole time, just drops the truth bomb, "Dude, that's exactly why nobody believes your crazy stories." The squad's guide, Sama Guk, is all business, telling them to cut the drama because they're here to see the young master, so let's go. Their mission is simple, face-to-face with the young master. Stepping into the lavish hall, Gu Yanghu takes it all in, muttering that the young master is still the same as ever, but is he really? But the same is a massive understatement, because Jinian's body is now a chiseled monument of pure, raw power. With his long, dark hair flowing and eyes burning with an ethereal glow, he's not just a young master anymore, he's a force of nature. Everyone, even the usually stoic Yuck brothers, is absolutely floored, as the new, upgraded Lee Ji-neon makes his grand entrance. The silence is deafening, broken only by the unspoken question in everyone's minds: what in the world happened to him? Chaos. The guards are losing it, shouting, "Is that really our young master, and did the Lord adopt some new guy?" While others are just confused about the bald dudes, but one loyal soul screams, "He's definitely our young master." Gu Woong is having an existential crisis, muttering, "Did I drink too much? Am I seeing things?" Before the shocking truth hits him, I really did see him. In a mental rewind, Gu Yanghu stares at the new Ji-neon, thinking, "Whoa, that was way too much," and remembering how indifferent he used to be. Gu Yanghu's brain is short-circuiting, trying to compute, is that really Lee Ji-neon, the legendary Four Pillars guy? Even the tough guys, Chol Myung-go and Mok In-seop, are completely stunned, their jaws on the floor as they let out a unified, ear-splitting "Kyaah." Still absolutely radiating raw power, Ji-neon points to the two bald attendants, telling Myohyun to get the twins to the dining hall and make sure they get huge dishes. And as the servant escorts the bald duo away, everyone else just watches them go, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. Gu Woong then shoots a look at another servant, his face serious, and she totally recoils, absolutely terrified by everything going down. Ji-neon, with his eyes practically burning with power, turns to the rest of the crew, his voice booming as he asks what they're waiting for. His absolutely shredded physique is on full display under his robes, a shocking transformation that screams pure power. The entire squad, Gu Woong, Gu Yanghu, Ju Jaryang, Mok In-seop, and Chol Myung-go, are absolutely frozen stiff, their faces screaming pure terror and disbelief as they gaze at their young master's insane new form. From behind, his long, dark hair flows down his back, and a chilling cry of "Someone save us" rips through the air. Get ready for the legendary four heavenly kings of wine and women, a crew famous for living life to the absolute fullest, indulging in all the pleasures. First up, we've got Sima Guk, a rising star from the Muram Alliance, and then there's Ju Jaryang, who's got some serious gut issues and can't seem to pass a single test. And don't forget Gu Woong, the youngest heir to the West Wind escort establishment, rounding out this wild crew. And the last piece of this puzzle, the infamous heir of the Yunha merchant group, Lee Ji-neon, these are the guys who make up this legendary squad. They all showed up, buzzing with excitement after hearing the wild rumor that their old pushover buddy was back in town. Sama Guk got all up close, spoon-feeding Ju Jaryang, who just gobbled it right up. Then Gu Woong jumped in, feeding Ju Jaryang like it was totally normal, and Ju Jaryang just soaked up all the pampering. Lee Ji-neon's face just totally dropped, muttering to himself, "Ugh, not these so-called friends again." Sama Guk, completely missing the vibe, just playfully pointed, laughing, "Chill out, we're buddies, remember?" Ha ha ha. Lee Ji-neon flashed back to seeing these dudes all the time, always just chilling, gossiping about booze and ladies. They literally called themselves something like the four unruly drunken idiots, or maybe even the four total wrecks, he thought with a massive eye roll. The tension is palpable as one of the guys, clearly worried, leans in, demanding to know if he's okay after all the rumors of his comeback. But Ji-neon? He's just chilling, eating his food like it's no big deal, while Sama Guk and Ju Jaryang are practically staring daggers at him. Sama Guk can't help but notice the sheer intensity radiating from him, muttering that he looks more than just fine, he looks absolutely fierce. Ju Jaryang, mind blown, can barely believe his eyes, admitting he still can't wrap his head around the fact that the absolute beast he saw that day was actually Ji-neon. Sama Guk, desperate for answers, grabs his arm, practically demanding to know if he'd been secretly grinding in some hidden training montage. But the truth hits hard, this kind of power. You can't just train your way to it. The whole crew, Gu Woong, Ju Jaryang, and Sama Guk, are practically glued to Ji-neon, their faces screaming, "What happened?" with one of them just telling everyone to just look at him eat. Ju Jaryang's jaw drops, his eyes practically popping out as he stares at Ji-neon, a single, stunned, "This is." Barely making it out. Then, a tight shot on Ji-neon's face, his eyes practically burning with a faint blue glow, and it hits them like a truck, martial arts, they scream in their heads. The blue energy around him just keeps getting stronger, a silent, undeniable flex of his insane new power. He just keeps pouring his drink, but the questions keep coming, especially after they heard the insane rumor about him beating Ouyang-hu, and they're all like, "Who taught you? There's no way you pulled that off by yourself." He just sips his drink, cool as ice, and drops the most casual, infuriating answer, "I got lucky." Ju Jaryang, absolutely stunned by Ji-neon's glow-up, can't help but blurt out how much he's changed, confessing she didn't even recognize the guy. And Gu Woong, just staring at the new and improved Ji-neon, can only whisper his name, totally floored by the sheer power radiating from him. Then Sama Guk just casually drops the bomb, Ouyang-hu is dead. The others are absolutely speechless, their minds blown by the sheer audacity of it all. Ju Jaryang, shaking off the shock, immediately demands to know what his next big plan is, because clearly, this guy is on a whole new level. Ji Neon, cool as ever, lays out his current situation. He's got some serious sect debts to clear, but he's totally down to help the merchant group while he gets ready for that showdown. But check out those eyes. They're practically burning with electric blue energy, revealing his true, unshakable drive. This guy is all about that power-up. Seriously, he's not interested in anything else, just getting stronger, stronger, stronger. Later, at a feast, the Heavenly Kings are all ears, but their faces are screaming what is happening, as Ji Neon's intense focus on power leaves them totally bewildered. Zhu Jiaoyang is totally losing it, asking if they've somehow walked into the wrong house, like, what is wrong with this guy, and Gu Wong is quick to shout, it wasn't me, damn it. Sama Guk, though, just keeps his cool, watching the chaos with a seriously intense stare. The crew is totally freaking out about Ji Neon heading off to recuperate somewhere else, because let's be real, that's basically exile. Up on a balcony, Gu Wong is just shaking his head, convinced that their father is going to be super disappointed by all this drama. He's all ears as Zhu Jiaoyang, his buddy, totally gives his stamp of approval, saying this whole thing is actually a good move. Telling him to seize this moment to recover, study, and totally transform. Ji Neon, with that sly grin, just takes it all in, thinking about this changed thing. Then, a look of pure resolve crosses his face, and he's all in, declaring that that'd be great. Fast forward to a chill scene, Zhu Jiaoyang is still by Ji Neon's side, who's now kicked back, but you can feel the lingering intensity from their talk. A beat of silence hangs in the air. Then a hand swoops in, pouring a celebratory drink, and the toast is short and sweet, congrats, Ji Neon. Ji Neon, cup in hand, flashes a knowing smirk, totally owning the fact that he's really changed. Over on the side, Li Jaun, another one of Ji Neon's crew, is deep in thought, his eyes lost in the distance, clearly processing what this change really means. Across the room, Li Huaiyan and Gu Wong are huddled up, their expressions a whole mood of worry and, it is what it is. Zhu Jiaoyang, now chilling with them at a low table, lifts his cup high, and with a knowing smirk, he's like, yeah, this is totally something to celebrate. Then he leans in, a little annoyed, grumbling, I totally saw this coming, and then, seriously, I told you guys we should have just snatched this dude before he got shipped off, right? But Gu Wong is quick with the comeback, snapping back that Zhu Jiaoyang was too wasted to even show up when it mattered. He's totally playing it cool, smirking like he's offended, but you know he's just baiting them, demanding to know what they're really getting at. A subtle shift in his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips, and he's thinking, wow, even I, Ji Neon, actually made some real friends. Talk about a glow-up. Back with the crew, Li Huaiyan is pouring out the drinks, and Li Jaun is all smiles, while someone's just like, dude, who even knows what's going on anymore? But Ji Neon's still in his head, deep in thought about his whole journey, and he's totally owning it, admitting, yeah, I've changed. Then, out of nowhere, he throws it back at them, shifting the spotlight, demanding, so, what about you guys? Gu Wong, Li Jaun, and Li Huaiyan all look at each other, a little bit like, oh, he's got a point, and you can practically feel the awkward silence hang in the air. Gu Wong, ever the realist, fires back with a classic, what do you mean, us, and then drops the mic, saying, if we changed easily, we wouldn't be us, would we? Boom. Zhu Jiaoyang, the ultimate vibe checker, swoops in with a stack of drinks, and he's like, alright, let's just drop this topic already. Clink. He just bursts out laughing, totally breaking the tension with pure joy. Zhu Jiaoyang, with that sly grin, is totally about to drop some truth, teasing, we all thought. Like he's got the inside scoop. He's making his point, gesturing with his drink, the liquid swirling like the deep thoughts he's about to drop. And then he drops the bombshell, with a laugh, we thought we were big shots, just frogs in a well, but turns out, leaving everyone hanging on his next words. They were all just frogs in a well, trapped in their tiny world, as three figures huddled at the bottom of a deep, circular shaft, their entire reality just a reflection of the sky above. But even in that tiny world, they found joy, all four companions bursting into laughter, their faces absolutely beaming with pure, unadulterated happiness. Their world was small, their worries simple, and the young master looked absolutely stressed out over a pile of coins, his friends watching, probably thinking about their tiny, petty ambitions. But then, the truth hit them, one of them had already broken free from that tiny, suffocating well. And that was Ji Neon, now looking ahead with a whole new vision, because he had finally seen the real world, far beyond their old, cramped lives. Beneath the epic glow of the full moon, he thought back on everything, realizing he'd actually had a blast. From the majestic, ancient city, a powerful voice of loyalty rang out, swearing that if they, the Rex, could ever help, he just needed to call. His crew, all hyped up around him, teased him about staying out of trouble, then gave him massive props for his incredible transformation, Ji Neon. And with one last, epic wave, the young master turned his back on the massive, studded wall, ready to absolutely crush his new journey. His loyal crew waved back, their faces a mix of pure pride and a hint of bittersweet sadness, as they watched their leader step into his destiny. Under the soft, glowing lanterns, he and two of his companions strode off into the night, their silhouettes fading as they charged headfirst into an epic, unknown future. Out of everyone, the biggest screw-up was the one who came back totally changed, a whole new person. Staring into the darkness, he felt that bittersweet moment when youth just ends. Suddenly, one of his buddies, feeling super lonely, was like, "Let's go. Maybe to a brothel." But then, another friend instantly shut him down, yelling, "Go home, idiot. Study. You flunked out, remember?" He shot back, "It's not that I'm bad at studying, I just suck at exams." Then, he tried to rally them for one more round at the sweet scent house, asking, "You guys in?" And there it was, their next stop, the sweet scent house, glowing under the moonlight. But elsewhere, in a seriously fancy room, a bunch of intense guys were gathered, with Chol Myung-go on his knees, bracing for whatever was coming. Suddenly, Samaguk absolutely raged, smashing a bowl with his fist, and yelled, "What?" Gu Yanghu's face was pure shock, as he gasped, "Oh Yang-hu is dead." Word spread fast, even reaching the little deity sect, where their leader, Yom Jisang, was all ears. The guys kept talking, asking, "Is the Yunha merchant group heir really that strong?" And someone confirmed, "Yeah, he totally crushed our captain in under 30 moves. It was a total wipeout." And there he was, the crushed captain, Chol Myung-go, lying defeated and bloody, a brutal display of the heir's strength. The battle's brutal aftermath hits hard as guards sprint towards their downed captain, Chol Myung-go, his body tragically still on the cold ground. A first young master desperately cradles the fallen captain, his face a mask of raw, profound concern. But far away, a piercing eye narrows with pure rage, burning with an undeniable fury. This powerful, robed figure glares down, radiating authority and barely contained fury, the crushing news of defeat clearly fueling his rage. His fist clenches, a raw, visceral reaction, a silent explosion of the fury boiling beneath his calm exterior. A subordinate, face grim, reports the enemy's unbelievable skills, a chilling testament to their power. Yom Jisang, the leader, leans in, demanding to know what weapon could possibly achieve such an impressive, devastating feat. The subordinate drops a bombshell. The victor fought with nothing but his bare fists, a revelation that visibly stuns his leader. Jisang explodes in disbelief and utter disgust. How could a master swordsman fall to a mere fistfighter? What an absolute disgrace. A subordinate, clearly nervous, dares to whisper the forbidden word, revenge, his eyes darting with uncertainty. But Jisang shuts it down instantly. How can they possibly seek revenge for a duel that was fair and square? His hands slam down, clenching on the table, a powerful declaration, "We are not thugs." Yom Jisang, locked in a tense standoff, unleashes a lightning-fast strike, his form a blur of pure power. The impact is undeniable, a hand clenching in a desperate, futile struggle. With a fierce snarl, he roars, "There's honor between us, you know." But his words are just a prelude to pure devastation, as another glowing, bone-shattering strike lands. He's launched like a ragdoll, a crimson streak across the room, the fight brutally decided. A chilling scream rips through the air, as a terrified woman watches the carnage unfold. With a blood-soaked hand, the victor scoffs, utterly dismissing any pretense of connection. Who the hell befriends? Staring at the lifeless form, he coldly acknowledges the grim reality, a corpse. Without a second thought, he barks at a nearby attendant, "Get that out of here," and the subordinate snaps, "Yes, sir." But his gaze then falls upon the terrified Saran, who stands there, a silent, blood-splattered witness to the horror. In a shocking shift of tone, he approaches her, offering a bizarre apology, "Oh my Saran, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there." Glancing at the blood-soaked floor, he dramatically declares, "Sheesh. The drink tastes awful now. Let's go back," and his subordinate instantly complies, "Yes, sir." Yom Jisang is deep in thought, realizing the Yunha merchant group just upped the ante by refusing taxes and taking out Ouyang-hu. With a serious look, he's asking the big question, how do they even deal with this level of disrespect? He lets out a frustrated, "TSK, just as he expected, things are getting messy." He turns to his guy, straight up asking if they should just go in and kill them all. But Han Yi pushes back, pleading that they can't just go around killing people like common thugs. Jisang fires back, demanding to know if Han Yi is just going to let them walk away after all this. His eyes narrow, the pressure of leadership clearly weighing on him. Elsewhere, Ju Jaryang is totally bummed out, complaining that even after their friend changed, they're still stuck in the same hopeless rut. Han Yi, seemingly giving in, reveals that Jisang's only demand is a single drink from the Yunha merchant group. Just one drink. Gu Yanghu sees this as a huge win, a massive step forward, even if it's just a tiny bit of progress. Jisang and Han Yip stand back to back, their intentions a mystery, leaving everyone wondering what this one drink will actually lead to. But hold up. In another location, Ji Neon is making his own power play, straight up saying he wants the Yunha Merchant Group's money for himself. He's caught. Held by the collar, a serious stare locks onto him. Mok In-seop drops a bombshell, asking about the Yunha Merchant Group and their legendary negotiator, Lee Seongmin, who's rumored to be sitting on a fortune beyond imagination. He keeps going, practically shouting, just how much cash could the heir of a mega-rich merchant group be sitting on? A sly smirk creeps onto Ji Neon's face, his mind already racing with possibilities. Then, bam. His eyes snap open, a shocking thought hitting him like a truck. His jaw clenches, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. Across town, Lee Jaeun just stares, a single word hanging in the air, so. And Lee Hye-yeon, with a sneer, delivers the ultimate burn, you actually came crawling back to me? Meanwhile, Ju Jaryong and Gu Yanghu are absolutely gassed outside a building, both gasping for air, with Gu Yanghu barely managing to wheeze out, huff. Yeah. Gu Yanghu, wiping a fake tear, dramatically declares, oh, it's so touching you finally showed up, then deadpants, I'm seriously tearing up. He then drops the bomb, they looked like they were about to jump you, but Ju Jaryong snaps back, dude, not the time for jokes. Gu Yanghu throws his hands up in exasperation, yelling, oh Yanghu's gone, and now we're totally exposed. What do we do? Should we beg Guong for help? Ju Jaryong ponders the desperate plea, his mind clearly working overtime. Mok In-seop is on the scene, immediately clocking the little deity sect's presence. He remembers Mok In-seop's intel, these were the backstabbers, the ones who tried to double-cross them with Oh Yang-hu. Ji Neon then turns to Gu Yanghu, demanding to know where those scoundrels are hiding, and Gu Yanghu figures they're holed up at their base. But Ji Neon isn't waiting around. He just starts walking off into the night, leaving a bewildered Gu Yanghu yelling after him, where are you going? Instead of answering, he just shoves a dark, hooded cloak at Gu Yanghu, telling him to put that on. Gu Yanghu is totally lost, asking, what even is this? And where are we? But Ji Neon just coolly replies, it's the guard squad's warehouse. Then Ji Neon drops the bomb, you know the way to the little deity sect's base, right? And tells him to get ready fast because they need to be back for breakfast. Gu Yanghu's jaw drops, their base. He can barely get the words out, completely stunned by the audacity. Gu Yanghu is practically panicking, trying to hold back the now masked Ji Neon, shouting that it's just them two against the entire little deity sect, and they have no idea what they're walking into. But Ji Neon's masked gaze is ice cold, stating flatly, it doesn't matter. That's exactly why we're moving first. Ji Neon pulls out a wicked-looking knife, and all Gu Yanghu can manage is a weak butt. His face a picture of pure dread. With one last, chilling look over his shoulder, the masked Ji Neon calls out to Gu Yanghu, a taunting, hey, Miram Alliance hopeful, before he vanishes into the night. Masked and ready, Ji Neon drops the command, his eyes locked on the mission ahead. But behind him, Gu Yanghu is practically radiating anxiety, his face a picture of pure worry. The mission's weight is crushing him, as he grapples with the sheer scale of the threat. But check out these cherry blossoms, a beautiful, yet eerie, backdrop to the impending chaos. And there it is, the little deity sect's base, a massive fortress hidden among the blossoms, just waiting to be infiltrated. Ji Neon, a shadow in the night, scopes out the base, his mind already 5 steps ahead. But inside, it's a full-on guard party, yellow robes everywhere, showing just how tight security is. And this guard? He's on high alert, scanning every inch, making sure no one gets in. Gu Yanghu, still freaking out, is like, dude, are you serious? I'm useless here. But Ji Neon just shuts him down, saying his job's done, leaving Gu Yanghu totally baffled and asking, did you just bring me here for a ride? And Ji Neon's like, what else did you expect, leaving Gu Yanghu absolutely fuming and totally out of options. But as Ji Neon gets ready to roll, Gu Yanghu drops one last bomb, the place is crawling with guards. Got some genius plan to get us in? Masked and ready, Ji Neon's gaze cuts through the darkness, a silent declaration echoing in his mind, for today, No time for hesitation. He explodes into action, unleashing a devastating mid-air kick that absolutely rocks a guard, sending them flying. He's a blur of motion, a whirlwind of destruction, and another guard gets absolutely launched by a lightning-fast kick, clearing the path. Dust and petals swirl around him, but he stands unmoving, his veiled gaze piercing, eyes blazing with raw power, a true force of nature. His eyes burn brighter, a fierce resolve hardening his expression as he proclaims, time to unleash the full power, just like in my past life. Dan Wuzhen. Oh, he's never backed down from a fight, not since he was a kid. Even when he was just a young orphan, he was already throwing down against impossible odds. And definitely not when he was out there, wandering the Jianghu, facing down threats like it was just another Tuesday. Even when he was totally beat up, bloodied and bruised, those eyes still glowed with pure, unadulterated defiance. And even after he clawed his way to the top, becoming the legendary Fist King through sheer, brutal power, that core fighting spirit? Still burning bright. Then, in a blinding flash of speed, he exploded into action, a wicked blue aura igniting around his leg. That devastating kick landed with a bone-shattering crack, sending his poor opponent flying. Then, cool as you like, he just walked right through that door, and every single person there instantly knew who was boss. No matter where he ended up, those glowing eyes were always scanning, always ready for the next epic showdown. Because at the end of the day, Dan Wuzhen was just a guy who absolutely loved to fight. Suddenly, a masked figure in dark robes bursts into the courtyard, a whirlwind of motion, shattering the night's peace with an explosive entrance. He immediately confronts a guard, his voice booming with an urgent demand, "Where is your sect leader?" Mok In-seop, the guard, is absolutely stunned, barely able to process the sheer nerve of this masked maniac, calling him a crazy bastard for his outrageous demands. But before Mok In-seop can even react, Dan Wuzhen unleashes a brutal, bone-shattering punch, knocking a guard clean off his feet with explosive power. The remaining guards can only watch in stunned silence, their ranks crumbling under the sheer, unstoppable force of the masked warrior. He doesn't let up, delivering a devastating kick that sends another guard flying, while a furious voice screams, "You son of a! Do you even know where you are throwing a?" Meanwhile, inside the opulent building, the escalating chaos finally catches the attention of the higher-ups, and Jian Li's voice booms, demanding, "What's with all the noise?" Jian Li, along with Yuk Jinbo and Gu Wong, quickly moves to the balcony, their faces a blend of shock and intrigue as they witness the mayhem firsthand. Yeom Ji-sung, with Saran by his side, steps up, his eyes locked on the masked figure as he coolly demands, "Who are you, young man?" Without missing a beat, Dan Wuzhen boldly declares, "I'm an assassin," then flips the script, demanding, "Are you the sect leader of the little deity sect?" Jian Li's eyes flash with defiance, firing back, "So what if I am?" He's utterly baffled, thinking, "I've never seen an assassin walk in through the front door before. Who the hell is this guy?" Yeom Ji-sung's eyes lock onto the intruder's hands, a sudden realization hitting him like a truck as he whispers about those legendary hands. But back inside, Jian Li, Mok In-seop, and Saran are totally freaking out, with Mok In-seop demanding to know what kind of weapon this guy is even wielding. Jian Li, cool as a cucumber, drops the bombshell, he uses his fists. Then, out of nowhere, a voice from outside cuts in, asking if he's the young master of the Yunhe merchant group. Dan Wuzhen, the masked menace, spins around to face his challenger, a smirk practically visible under his mask as he thinks about hiding his face for nothing, then boldly retorts, "So what if I am?" Meanwhile, back in the building, Yeom Ji-sung, with that all-knowing smirk, can't believe someone of the young master's caliber would make such a dramatic entrance. And just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, Yang, whose eyes start glowing with a terrifying purple energy, a pure aura of menace exploding from him as he gets ready to throw down. Outside, Dan Wuzhen isn't playing around, he absolutely shatters a glowing purple barrier with one insane hit, announcing he's going all out and holding nothing back. He glances skyward, a fleeting thought flashing through his mind, wondering if this epic showdown could actually be his final battle. A guard captain, seeing the barrier get absolutely wrecked, screams at his squad, "Seize him." But Dan Wuzhen is a one-man army, diving straight into the chaos, his devastating kick sending a guard flying in a massive explosion of dust and pure power. As he's tearing through the guards, a thought pops into his head, man, it's been forever since he had to fight this many people at once. He stares up into the pouring rain, a flashback hitting him as he questions if that was really the last time he had to go all out like this. Dan Wuzhen's hand, absolutely crackling with purple energy, clamps down on the shimmering barrier. And with an explosive surge, he rockets into the fray, purple energy streaking behind him as he absolutely decimates the first opponent. The barrier, utterly overwhelmed by his raw power, explodes into countless fragments. His eyes blaze with an intense blue light, as he mentally notes that even this insane power isn't quite at his past life's peak. Then, a blinding, devastating burst of purple energy just explodes from him, radiating outwards with raw power. Sending multiple guards absolutely flying from the sheer, unadulterated force of his sweeping attack. He keeps up the relentless assault, a literal whirlwind of motion and power, sending even more guards soaring through the air. A fierce grunt escapes his lips, his face now streaked with blood, but those glowing eyes. They show zero signs of slowing down. Bloodied hands still clenched, he actually smiles, relishing the rare thrill of a truly challenging fight. Before unleashing a brutal kick that sends another guard absolutely launching, blood exploding from the impact point. He's moving with impossible speed, hitting multiple targets at once, each strike absolutely charged with potent purple energy. Leaving a literal carnage of defeated, bleeding guards scattered across the ground in his wake. The guards are absolutely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor, watching this guy fight with nothing but his bare hands. And it hits them like a truck, just what kind of absolute monster they're up against. The battlefield is a mess, bodies everywhere, and Dan Wuzhen is still going, absolutely tearing through everyone. But a new player enters the scene, Jian Li, his blue eyes burning, taking in every brutal detail. He's not just watching anymore. With a flash, his sword is out, glowing with intense blue power. No smiles here, just pure focus, as he gets ready to jump into this insane battle. He tightens his grip, thinking, is this guy just flexing on us right now? But wait, Lee Ja-eun is about to drop some serious cash, pulling out a super expensive weapon just for this special opponent. He's got a smirk on his face as he lines up the shot, his crossbow glinting, ready to unleash some serious firepower. Ji-neon Lee's eyes snap open in shock, seeing another guard down, realizing this fight just got way more serious. He barks out an order, telling his guys to hold the line and keep that monster in check. With a look of pure dread, he realizes this fight is so intense, he might actually die. Dan Wuzheng's eyes blaze with an intense, fiery challenge, practically daring his opponent to even try to match his skill. But across the battlefield, Lee Ja-eun, crossbow drawn and archers ready, smirks, throwing down a taunt that promises a storm of projectiles. Then, with a chilling command, he unleashes hell. And just like that, a deadly, glowing purple storm erupts, raining down from the heavens with terrifying speed. The glowing projectiles slam into the ground around the mysterious hooded figure, creating a chaotic explosion of light and debris. But even as the storm rages, a single hand emerges, ready to defy the impossible. Watching the brutal, indiscriminate assault, Ji-neon Lee is absolutely horrified, realizing the enemy is so twisted they'd sacrifice their own people, a move so dark, even the underworld would call it foul. His eyes flash with pure alarm as he screams out a name, a desperate warning echoing through the chaos. But the hooded figure is no ordinary target, he moves with blinding speed, deflecting the deadly projectiles in a whirlwind of purple energy and pure power. After shrugging off that insane barrage, Dan Wuzheng stands unbroken, his eyes now burning with an otherworldly white glow, signaling the true storm is about to begin. A massive surge of power courses through him, his fist clenching, ready to deliver an earth-shattering counterblow. And in a single, explosive motion, he unleashes a devastating, sweeping wave of pure purple energy, a counterattack that rips through everything in its path. With his eyes blazing with raw power, Dan Wuzheng was absolutely ready to unleash the full, devastating force of his counterattack. Lee Ja-eun could only gasp in utter disbelief, completely stunned that all those steel spikes were deflected by just a dagger. Dan Wuzheng stood tall over the defeated, and Ji-neon Lee could only watch, a massive question mark hanging over the entire situation. A look of pure concern, maybe even disgust, etched itself onto Ji-neon Lee's face as he took in the brutal scene. But Lee Ja-eun, his face hidden behind a mask, just gave a confident thumbs up, totally unfazed by the chaos. Then, with a lightning-fast, practiced move, Dan Wuzheng spun his dagger, a wicked purple aura already forming around the blade. He exploded forward, a massive wave of blue energy blasting out from him, wiping out multiple subordinates in one single, devastating strike. A guard was sent flying backward, his body violently recoiling from the sheer, explosive force. Another screamed in agony, as a blade of pure energy ripped right through his guard. A third guard grabbed his neck, blood already soaking his robes, the lightning-fast strike leaving him completely out of the fight. Extending his hand, Dan Wuzheng spoke with a chilling calm, confessing he doesn't usually even use a sword. But with his eyes burning with intense power, he made it clear, for this opponent, he was making an exception. The merchant leader's face twisted in pure rage and disbelief, a single thought screaming through his mind, that crazy bastard, as the situation spiraled out of control. His voice then exploding into a furious roar, demanding to know why his men were just standing there, screaming, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and shoot, you bastards!" But Dan Wuzheng, the very source of their terror, didn't even flinch, the frantic cries of, "Kill him already," just fueling his resolve as he geared up for the next strike. One of the merchant's goons was already face down, a boot grinding into his spine, a chilling testament to the protagonist's ruthless power. And just like that, a razor-sharp, purple energy blade, humming with raw power, sliced through the air. Dan Wuzheng was a blur of motion, his arms shooting out, leaving dazzling streaks of purple energy in its path. Then, a fist, crackling with raw purple power, exploded into view, sending a wave of pure shock through anyone watching. And then, with a chilling calm, he declared, "I specialize in using my fists." His eyes blazed with an otherworldly blue, as raw power coursed through his veins, ready to unleash absolute devastation. The merchant leader, now desperately shielding a terrified young woman, could only let out a pathetic, choked scream, his face frozen in absolute terror as Dan Wuzheng's power reached critical mass. Then, in a blinding, explosive surge, Dan Wuzheng unleashed a devastating torrent of crackling blue energy, his eyes burning with an inferno of resolve. The attack slammed down with earth-shattering force, obliterating the ground and sending a massive blue explosion ripping through the air. The sheer force of the attack leaves the air buzzing, debris flying everywhere from the epic impact. In the middle of all that madness, a teal-haired woman is absolutely stunned and terrified, her mind struggling to process the sheer scale of the devastation. Lee Ja-eun, acting as her shield, can only gape in utter disbelief, the horrifying truth of what just happened hitting him hard. And just look at this. One of their guys, a blonde-haired warrior, is down and bleeding, a stark reminder of the insane power that just hit them. Jaun quickly pulls the woman to safety, his voice sharp and commanding, telling her to move back. Everyone's minds are racing, a single, desperate question burning through their thoughts: who is this guy? The blonde-haired guy, totally wrecked and in agony, tries to look up, his eyes screaming pure, unadulterated fear. Jaun glances at his fallen comrade, then back at the terrifying presence of Dan Wuzhen, a desperate plea tearing from his throat. Who the hell is he? Dan Wuzhen, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly blue, catches the question, a chilling thought echoing in his head: this guy's supposed to be the young master of the Yunha merchant group. He's just a kid. But the way he fights, the raw power and deadly precision, it's like watching a battle-hardened legend. Dan Wuzhen just keeps walking through the destruction, his body glowing with an intense blue aura, a living, breathing force of pure power. He locks eyes with Jaun, his voice dripping with menace as he snarls: what are you looking at, you dumb bastard? Ji Nian, absolutely stone-faced, stares down at his target, a single, loaded question hanging heavy in the air. Yom Jisang, battered and bleeding, is practically groveling, desperately trying to buy his way out of this nightmare, promising a fortune. He's practically throwing money at him, anything to escape this terrifying fate. He swears he won't hold back a single coin, but his desperate plea is violently silenced by a crushing blow. A lightning-fast kick from Ji Nian slams into Yom Jisang's chest, sending him flying across the ground in a brutal display of power. Even after that devastating blow, the sect leader manages to look up, his face a mask of agony as he challenges the very notion of valuing life over money. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Nian lands another brutal hit, his fist smashing into Yom Jisang's face, sending blood flying. Completely unfazed by the desperate pleas or the promise of riches, Ji Nian delivers a chilling rejection, telling him to keep his worthless money. The brutal beatdown doesn't stop, coins literally exploding from Yom Jisang's clothes as he's pummeled. The very air vibrates with raw power, a clear sign of the devastating force unleashed. Meanwhile, Saran can only watch in horror as the violence escalates, her face a picture of pure terror. And right next to her, Mok In-seop, his masked face hiding his shock, can only gasp in utter amazement at the sheer, overwhelming power on display. The brutal interrogation just keeps going, leaving a nasty gash on the victim's chest, blood absolutely everywhere. And someone's just watching, letting out a shocked, wow. At the sheer savagery. But hold up, who's this watching the carnage? It's Ouyang Hu, and he's just letting out a cold, dismissive TSK, clearly unimpressed by the whole brutal display. He stares down at the absolutely wrecked Yom Jisang, his eyes burning with pure contempt, spitting out, disgusting, as subtle, glowing energy crackles around him. This guy means business. The city's ancient rooftops shimmered under a blazing sun, setting the scene for what's to come. A mysterious trio glided through the city, a vibrant woman flanked by two masked protectors, their journey just beginning. Every step was precise, a silent march through the ancient city. A quick exchange confirmed the path, and Ji Nian stepped up, ready to escort the woman. The handoff was smooth, Ji Nian now solely responsible for the woman's journey. Their walk resumed, but the woman had something on her mind, calling out to him. A sudden question, "Are you Sima Guk?" caught him completely off guard, eliciting a shocked response. He pressed for answers, and Sima Guk revealed her secret: she'd seen him at the Sweet Scent House, and his connection to Ji Nian made it clear. Sima Guk bowed, thanking him for his past silence, and offered a rare Dukan wine as a future reward. He brushed off her gratitude, insisting it was nothing, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. Then, a bombshell, he declared his brothel visiting days were over, leaving Sima Guk stunned by his transformation. Sima Guk flashes a knowing smile, totally picking up on Mok In-seop's massive transformation. He's deep in thought, Mok In-seop totally processing her words, his past decisions hitting him hard. And Ji Nian, watching it all go down, gets hit with the realization, he's gotta change too. He gazes down at Sima Guk, a tiny speck in the stunning spring scenery, his determination absolutely rock solid. Sima Guk, still on her knees, is totally blown away by how much Mok In-seop's change has affected her own views. A sly, knowing smirk crosses Ji Nian's face, like he's totally in on the secret thoughts they're all sharing. Morning hits, and bam. A massive, mouth-watering feast is laid out, ready for the crew to dig in. Two bald, buff dudes, probably guards, are absolutely bug-eyed at the mountain of food, their hunger practically screaming as they wonder if this is all for them. Ji Nian and Mok In-seop are chilling at the table with the two guards, Sima Guk serving like a pro, and one of the guards is all, yes, boss, ready to chow down. These guards are absolutely going for it, told to eat as much as they want, totally blown away by the merchant group's generosity, even joking about eating 7 meals. He's asked a question, but his mind is clearly elsewhere, giving a casual, sure, to the bald guy next to him. But his mind is already replaying a recent ambush, a surprise attack that totally rocked him. He remembers that feeling of being exposed, a weakness he never had in his past life. Even if it came out of nowhere, he should have been ready for it. To think he got rocked by a surprise attack like that, it was a harsh wake-up call about his current power level. No way that would have gone down in his old life. He's decided, to protect the merchant group and face down demonic threats, he's gotta level up big time, because basic training just ain't gonna cut it. A gentle knock snaps him out of his thoughts, as a servant pops in to say a delivery just arrived for the young master. He spins around, totally caught off guard, wondering if it's actually for him. It's a perfectly wrapped gift, tied with a bow and shimmering with glowing particles. He's not expecting anything, though, as he starts to carefully unwrap the mysterious package. Then a super cheerful voice chimes in, "Hey, Genian. It's me, Guang," totally revealing who sent the surprise package. Flashback. A woman's voice echoes, casually dropping that after a wild night, she only hit up one tavern and had a single drink, practically bragging about her huge improvement. But hold up, the real mission. Delivering something for his dad. Instead, she totally got sidetracked and just bailed. Back to reality, Genian's hands are on a mysterious, glowing box, his thoughts racing at the mention of his father, and what could have been left undelivered. The flashback keeps going, with a voice promising to drop off the goods later, and a stern reminder to power up and protect their escort business. Then, a simple goodbye. The box finally opens, and inside. Glowing, ancient roots. Genian instantly knows these are priceless century-old tuber fleece flowers. Clutching a root, he's already calculating the gains, realizing this could boost his White Lightning 10 phase art all the way to the 5th phase. A wave of gratitude washes over him, as he understands the true meaning of having loyal friends. A genuine smile spreads across his face, his eyes closing in pure satisfaction. But wait, there's more. He spots a letter hidden in the box, curious about what secrets it holds. The letter, addressed to a Li Xiangman, is a shout-out for incredible trust and friendship, a massive gift from the legendary Taeho Merchant Group. Genian instantly remembers the Taeho Merchant Group is one of the wealthiest in the entire Central Plains, and it hits him, his father must have pulled some strings with them too. Clutching the letter and the box, he's left pondering the sheer, unexpected level of his father's concern, a side of him he never saw coming. His eyes just absolutely pop, realizing something huge. And there it is, a tiny vial of shimmering liquid on a fancy stand, so mind-blowingly rare that he can only gasp, this is Azurite Essence. This isn't just any potion, the Azurite Essence, radiating pure golden power, is the legendary elixir, the ultimate dream for every single martial artist out there. We're talking about items so rare, only a handful of natural wonders, like the wineberry, moonflower, and 10,000-year snow ginseng, can even come close to its insane power. Every single one of these is super rare, which just proves the Azurite Essence is absolutely a top-tier elixir. He takes a deep sniff, confirming it's the real deal, and he's totally blown away because even in his past life, he only ever saw a few drops. Now he's scratching his head, like, how did a merchant group even get their hands on something this insane, when even the big shots in the Jianghu can't? He then turns to his crew, getting straight to business. Myungbo, Jinbo, he says, no messing around. He hands them each a piece of the good stuff, grab one, he orders. He's at the table, laying out the game plan. I'm about to start my energy circulation, so keep watch outside my room and then you guys can feast after I'm done. Jinbo, holding a glowing plant, totally gets it, this stuff is amazing for you. It's super valuable, so don't even think about losing it, he warns. He's still trying to wrap his head around how insane these gifts are, so he asks, is it really that valuable? Jinbo then points to a massive, sparkling pile of loot, dropping the bombshell that the merchant group leader has prepared a whole stash of similar items just for you. The sheer opulence of the Taeho merchant group spread was blinding, practically glowing with untold riches. Genian couldn't help but crack a smirk, realizing just how insane the power of money truly was. Fast forward 2 hours, and the serene facade of the building gave no clue to the raw power being unleashed inside. Now, fully immersed in meditation, his body was practically radiating with a fierce, crackling blue aura as the Azurite Essence went to work. That raw, potent energy was absolutely surging through him, glowing with an intense blue light around his feet. The Azurite Essence container was completely drained, its power fully absorbed, leaving behind only faint, shimmering remnants. Talk about a plot twist. This insane essence was bitter and had no smell, a total mind-bender considering the power it packed, as he cradled the glowing energy core. And that's the kicker. Its raw, untamed nature was exactly why it was so perfect for martial arts, pushing him to his absolute limits. This wasn't just tough, it was a brutal, flavorless grind, pushing him to his breaking point as his inner power started to absolutely boil. His body was practically a supernova, radiating with the sheer power he was now wielding, a power that would have melted his old body into a puddle. He gripped that raw, pulsating energy, a silent nod to his insane training that had built a body tough enough to handle this kind of power. Then, a raw, primal roar tore from his throat as the last wave of energy hit, his eyes practically bulging from the sheer intensity of the transformation. He's getting absolutely wrecked by a burning pain, the azurite essence going wild inside him. And trying to hold back that wild energy just makes it explode even harder, pushing him to his absolute limit. But then, with a look of pure grit, he locks his hands together, eyes blazing with fierce concentration. "I'll beat it down," he screams in his head, absolutely refusing to give up. Suddenly, the blue energy just explodes around him, swirling like a hurricane as he powers through the cultivation. Raw power surges, crackling and expanding like crazy, just filling everything with its wild, untamed energy. The intense aura just keeps radiating, showing everyone how hard he's fighting. Then, a huge sigh of relief escapes him, a massive phew, as the energy storm finally starts to calm down. That wild energy finally calms down, condensing into a stable, glowing blue sphere, its core pulsing with steady power. He glances down at his hand, a faint blue glow already radiating from his fingertips. And when he tests his new power, tiny arcs of lightning just explode between his fingers, showing off his insane new control. This is it, the epic payoff for all his struggle, the fifth phase. He'd hit the fifth phase, but the real challenge was just beginning. Focusing inward, he couldn't believe it, how much booze did this body chug to make even its waste reek of it? But that wasn't the real issue, the actual problem was something far more critical. Grabbing a small, glowing bottle, he braced himself for the next level of intense power-up. Downing the potent liquid, he was now fully integrating the azurite essence into his core. It was like trying to sculpt a clay cup from wet sand, super fragile and ready to crumble at any moment. And then, that super delicate cup was thrown straight into a blazing furnace. This vessel, he knew, was probably going to explode from the sheer pressure. But somehow, against all odds, the cup held strong, a testament to his insane willpower. His eyes clenched shut, a silent promise burning within, if he could just survive this, he'd be unstoppable. Then, his eyes burst open, blazing with electric blue as raw power erupted, swirling crimson energy around him. He stood there, a lone warrior engulfed in a maelstrom of crimson and white energy, the epicenter of his own explosive, evolving power. The azurite essence's spirit energy kept slamming into him, pushing him to his absolute breaking point and making him wonder, was all this power worth the greed he unleashed? The azurite essence surged, and Jinion's hand exploded with crackling blue lightning, showcasing the sheer, untamed power he was wrestling with. But then, a sinister, jagged red energy began to swirl and converge around him, a terrifying counterpoint to the blue power he was barely holding on to. He was a blur of motion, his body a battleground of clashing energies, blue and red fighting for supremacy as his power reached a fever pitch. A confident, almost maniacal smirk spread across his face, his eyes blazing with electric blue power, as he embraced the agony, knowing this crucible would make him unstoppable. If I overcome this, he thought, I'll grow even stronger. And then, 7 days later, the world outside was still clueless about the epic power-up happening within those walls. Outside the chamber, an attendant stood sentinel, the air thick with anticipation, or maybe just boredom, as the days dragged on. It had been a full week since Jinion started his energy circulation, and the radio silence was starting to make everyone seriously nervous. Li Yian, the ever-composed overseer, was practically vibrating with anxiety, admitting that the lack of updates was seriously starting to get to her. Just then, an attendant gave a quick greeting to the chief administrator, and Li Jaun, looking impatient, immediately cut in to ask if his brother had finally shown up. Li Yian, with a frustrated sigh, informed him that Jinion was still in there, and had given strict orders for No1 to approach, forcing her to grudgingly back off. Then, without warning, a colossal burst of blue energy absolutely erupted from the building, shattering everything in its path with a concussive force that sent shockwaves tearing through the air. The two attendants, Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo, were thrown back in utter shock, their jaws on the floor as they stared, dumbfounded, at the raw, unbridled power that had just been unleashed. Out of the chamber, a figure bursts forth, his long, dark hair whipping around him like a storm. Suddenly, an invisible force blasts the onlookers, sending them flying back with a shocked, "URGH," as one of them screams, "WH what the?" Through the thick, swirling smoke, a dark figure emerges in the doorway, and a voice whispers, "Jin-on." His face is intense, but it's his eyes that steal the show, burning with an unnatural, vibrant purple glow, a terrifying transformation. The chamber is a mess of debris, and the attendants, along with Li Yian, can only stare, asking, "Why is he looking like that?" But it's not just his appearance, a foul stench hits Li Yian, making him gag and cover his nose. Could this be the infamous energy deviation, he thinks, as a massive, unseen force continues to pound them, shaking the very foundations of the building. But then, the sheer power becomes too much, and Jinion goes, out of it, collapsing as his allies rush to him, screaming, "Jin-on." Li Yian, still shaken, reaches out, his voice trembling as he asks, "Are you alright?" His face is a mask of fear and apprehension, struggling to process the terrifying transformation of his young master. The question echoes, "Jinion," as the raw, pulsing energy around them screams of his new, terrifying power. Even knocked out, Jinion's face is a mask of pure agony, his eyes still burning with that terrifying purple glow, a chilling sign of the battle raging inside him. Jinion is in serious pain, letting out a deep, guttural sound as his body shakes from some intense internal struggle. And his attendant, Li Huaiyan, is right there, kneeling and asking, "Boss, are you okay?" The young master is still on the ground, completely surrounded by his worried crew, their faces showing nothing but confusion and fear. His normally chill dark blue eyes are now practically glowing with this crazy, feverish intensity, showing just how much he's suffering inside. Then, out of nowhere, he pushes himself up, still looking super uncomfortable, and his attendants just stare, totally clueless about what to do. Li Huaiyan, still on his knees, shouts out to him, his voice full of panic, like, "Boss, where are you even going?" But Jinion just brushes them off, saying he's way too hot and needs to chill out, then straight up tells them not to follow him. Then, with an insane leap, he just launches himself onto the rooftop, vanishing in a flash. Back inside, the two bald attendants, Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo, just look at each other, totally baffled, like, seriously, how is it this hot on a perfectly clear day? The massive traditional buildings just sit there, silent under the clear sky, a total opposite of the chaos that just went down inside. His whole body is practically on fire, radiating raw, untamed power, and Jinion blasts off the rooftop with an insane amount of force, absolutely demolishing the ground beneath him. He's like a human rocket, tearing through the sky, leaving the city in a flash as he tries to outrun the insane power raging inside him. His body, totally unprepared for this level of power, is screaming as it boils over, feeling like it's about to explode. His hair is flying everywhere, eyes glowing with pure, untamed power, and he's fighting a losing battle to control the sheer chaos erupting inside him. He glances down at the burning street and it hits him, if this power keeps going off near the Yunha merchant group, it's going to be a total disaster. No way, he realizes, the whole street could be wiped out because of him, so he pushes even harder, trying to get his out-of-control body away from everyone. His wild flight suddenly becomes a terrifying freefall, and he's tearing through the forest canopy, trees just a green blur as he plummets. He just keeps falling, one thought screaming in his head, he has to get as far away as humanly possible, no matter what. The world below shifts into a harsh, rocky mountain range, a total opposite of the city he just fled from. Then, with a thunderous crash and a blinding blue flash, he smashes into the solid rock, sending razor-sharp stone shards absolutely everywhere. The sheer force of the impact just keeps digging him deeper, his body becoming a living wrecking ball, tearing through the mountain itself. He finally slams to a stop, lying broken at the bottom of a massive, jagged crater, the mountain literally ripped apart around him. The very earth, already shattered from his crash, starts to buckle and tear apart, a prelude to the chaos brewing within him. His hair flies wildly as he fights an internal war, a primal roar tearing from his throat, the sheer, untamed energy threatening to obliterate him from the core. A desperate, agonizing cry tears from him as electric blue lightning erupts from his very being, the raw power surging, uncontrollable, through his veins. His gaze burns with an otherworldly blue, a silent scream tearing from his soul, as he knows, with chilling certainty, that the dam is about to break. A phantom echo of a past battle, a moment of brutal choice, flickers behind his burning eyes, as the chilling realization hits him, if I cannot embrace it. With a final, earth-shattering surge of will, he thrusts his hand forward, the raw, untamed energy now a roaring tempest around him. Every fiber of his being screams in protest, yet the choice is made, he has to unleash this cataclysm, consequences be damned. A guttural, soul-shattering roar rips from his very core, his eyes blazing with cosmic blue energy, as the full, unbridled fury of his power explodes outwards in a cataclysmic torrent of lightning. Then, from the very depths of the earth, a monstrous column of electric blue lightning detonates skyward, a world-shattering display of raw power that rips the landscape apart and paints the heavens in a terrifying, brilliant light. But far from the epicenter, two stunned observers witness the impossible spectacle, one of them gasping, "Oh! I've never seen lightning erupt from the ground before." The storm howls, rain lashing down on the fresh, smoking crater, where Jinion lies utterly spent, a tiny, broken silhouette against the backdrop of his own destructive power. After unleashing that insane lightning strike, his bare feet were planted on the shattered ground, the rain doing little to wash away the sheer devastation. But wait, the power wasn't gone. Blue lightning was still crackling from his hand, a wild, untamed energy. He stared at his own hands, the electricity practically dancing, and you could practically see the gears turning in his head. No way, he thought, a shockwave of realization hitting him, if I can actually discharge this much power. Then it means he's hit the 8th phase. His entire body was now a beacon of electric blue, absolutely radiating power. The energy just kept exploding, a pure, unadulterated burst of raw force. Meanwhile, in a completely different vibe, a nearby town was just chilling, getting soaked by the rain, totally unaware of the chaos. But not everyone was unaware. Mok In-seop, looking super intense, was watching from afar, muttering, "Whoa, impressive." And Sima Guk was also there, silently taking it all in. Back in the town, Ji Neon was just strolling through, half-naked and totally ripped, causing everyone to freak out. "Who is that half-naked guy?" they whispered. The townsfolk were losing their minds, gasping, "Oh my gosh," as this absolute unit just walked right past them. Ji Neon, finally snapping back to reality, realized, okay, maybe I should, get some clothes first. Out with the old, in with the new. Ji Neon is looking sharp in his brand new, deep blue robe, a total upgrade from his previous rags, his sleek hair pulled back in style. He spots the perfect fit, and when he asks the merchant for the price, the guy just grins and tells him it's on the house. Ji Neon's a bit thrown off, but the merchant quickly clarifies, thanks to him taking down the Ouyang clan and those little deity sect punks, the town is safer than ever. With his family by his side, the merchant beams, saying he can finally bring his kids to the shop in peace, all thanks to Ji Neon. Ji Neon tries to pay, but the merchant firmly states this is his personal thank you. And because it's still pouring, the merchant's adorable daughter, with a super cool red umbrella, insists he takes it too. A small smile plays on his lips, and he graciously accepts their gifts. Outside, the rain just keeps coming down, a peaceful rhythm on the now empty street. Rocking his new threads and that awesome red umbrella, Ji Neon strolls away from the shop, the rain barely touching him as other people navigate the wet streets. Looking down from above, he's just another figure in the crowd, his steps a soft beat on the wet pavement as he blends into the rainy market scene. Meanwhile, under an awning, a few townspeople are chilling, one saying how much calmer everything feels, and another admitting they used to just ignore the post-fight mess. Ji Neon keeps moving, and the merchant, back at his shop, watches him disappear with a happy, satisfied grin. He's soaking it all in, as the merchant practically bows, gushing about how taking down those Ouyang clan and little deity sect goons has made the streets safe again for everyone. And check it out, a kid's even holding his hand, a pure, happy moment thanks to his power. Strolling through the rain-drenched city, umbrella in hand. He's literally walking through the peace he created, the whole town feeling the vibe. That feeling? Yeah, he's definitely digging it. Not bad at all. But hold up. A sudden, urgent shout rips through the air, out of the way. Chaos erupts. Someone's getting chased through the rainy market, and he's right there, witnessing the whole thing. Then, bam. A new face, Chol Myung-go, pops up, looking totally shocked by the scene. He turns to Ji Neon, a familiar face, and casually drops, "Long time no see, huh? This rain is wild." Under the shelter of a red umbrella, the two of them stand side by side, taking in the unfolding drama. Chol Myung-go just shakes his head, "You never change, do you?" The rain keeps pouring, setting the stage for this unexpected reunion amidst the street-level mayhem. Shifting gears from the street chaos, we're plunged into a world of high stakes and constant demands, as someone observes, it's always a busy life out here. But hold up, because at that exact moment, the scene cuts to a breathtaking, tranquil landscape, a stark contrast to the brewing storm. This is the Moyong clan's domain, a place of serene beauty, but don't let the calm fool you. And now, we're inside the Emperor's Assembly, where the real power players gather, and things are about to get intense. Gong Myung, the Gong clan's patriarch, is feeling good about this reunion, shouting out Moyong Bin for pulling off such a massive assembly after all this time. Moyong Bin, the Moyong clan's patriarch, plays it cool, brushing off the compliment and saying he just set things up. But the pleasantries quickly fade as Moyong Bin pivots to Ouyang Seng, dropping a bombshell about some unfortunate incident he's heard whispers of. The shocking truth drops, Ouyang Hu, a member of Ouyang Seng's clan, challenged a merchant group member to a duel, and in a brutal turn of events, he lost his life. Ouyang Seng, the Ouyang clan's patriarch, is clearly stunned, his face a mask of disbelief as he demands to know if this devastating news is actually true. Moyong Bin presses on, highlighting the sheer shock of it all. Ouyang Hu wasn't just anyone, he was one of the Ouyang clan's most seasoned martial masters, so how could he have possibly lost? And it gets worse, Ouyang Hu wasn't just defeated, he stirred up major trouble with the merchant group, made a huge scene, and then got absolutely crushed. Gong Myung can't hold back his laughter, finding the whole thing hilarious, mocking the idea that Ouyang Hu, a martial master, got taken down by a mere merchant. The Emperor's Assembly was in full swing, and suddenly, a massive laugh ripped through the air. It was none other than Nam Gongwoo, the absolute powerhouse leading the Emperor's Assembly and patriarch of the Namgong clan, the legendary Blade Emperor himself. He was absolutely loving the chaos, mocking the situation as a total joke, even better than a jester's act, and he wanted everyone to agree. Meanwhile, Ji Neon and his right-hand man were just soaking it all in. But then, Ouyang Seng, the Ouyang clan's patriarch, dropped a bombshell, spilling the tea that Ouyang Hu was basically already kicked out of their clan. Even with that public statement, the Ouyang patriarch was clearly cooking up something big in his mind. Nam Gongwoo was still grinning, loving every second of the drama, as Ji Neon and his loyal guard kept their eyes peeled, soaking up all the intense vibes. With a fierce glint in his gaze, Ouyang Seng laid down the law, it was payback time, and they were about to unleash the full power of the Ouyang clan on that merchant punk. A frantic command rips through the rain-soaked streets, screaming for pursuit. And Jian Li, a blur of motion, absolutely rocks an assailant with a devastating kick, as Chul Myung-go gets swept up in the insane, rain-drenched chase. But wait, Jian spots a familiar face in the deluge. Could it be Chul Myung-go? And Myung-go, cool as ice, just laughs about the pouring rain, telling him to stay out of trouble. The rain just keeps coming down, but Jian and his buddy Myung-go are chilling under a red umbrella, watching the chaos unfold. Then, a jarring impact rips through the air, and the street fight just keeps getting wilder. Jian can't help but think about his own crazy life, realizing he's always caught up in some kind of action. But Chul Myung-go, with his crew backing him up, just shrugs off the whole brawl, doubling down on his warning to steer clear of pointless fights. Jian, totally confused, turns to Myung-go and demands to know who these thugs even are, needing the full scoop on the street drama. Myung-go spills the tea. These guys are the absolute worst underworld punks, a terrifying crew featuring Dako Myung, Moyong Bin, and Ouyang Seng, who are basically running wild. He drops the name, the Crimson Reaper Alliance, and apparently, they've been on a rampage, trying to seize control of the entire downtown district. Myung-go then drops a bombshell, revealing he used to be in the auction business, but these same punks straight up stole his books after he'd put in all the work. Myung-go is absolutely fuming, clutching his busted hands and cursing the thieving scumbags who did this to him. And then, under a relentless downpour, Jian casually asks if Myung-go's hands are back in action. But Myung-go just laughs it off, saying they're, thankfully, still good to go. But their conversation is cut short as a crew of dark-robed, red bandana-wearing thugs rolls up, one of them sneering that these guys clearly aren't from around here and offering to explain things with a few choice words. Jian, completely unfazed, just tells them to buzz off and come back when Myung-go's hands are healed, effectively telling them to get lost. The thugs burst into a chorus of mocking laughter, totally bewildered by his nerve, asking if he's been living under a rock to talk to them like that. They're ready to fire back, but something in the atmosphere makes them pause. One of the goons grips his sword hilt, a clear sign that things are about to get real, and fast. Jian just stands there, back to the pouring rain, but his sheer presence is enough to silence the crowd. A seriously heavy, oppressive vibe rolls off him, making even these tough guys sweat. His eyes, sharp and intense under his umbrella, lock onto theirs, a silent dare that screams danger. This pushes one of the masked rookies over the edge, screaming insults and asking if Jian has a death wish, but his buddy quickly pulls him back, trying to calm the hothead down. He's not backing down. The Crimson Reaper Alliance is getting bold, with one of them practically screaming, "Who do you think you are, telling us what to do?" But this guy? He's not listening. The red-hatted thug charges in, ready to throw down. Too slow. A lightning-fast counterattack lands with brutal force, and blood explodes from his face. Then, a devastating kick connects, sending him reeling. One more perfectly aimed punch, and he's completely out of it. Then, with a burst of raw power, his aura explodes, sending every single thug flying back in a massive shockwave. The thugs are absolutely terrified. One of them, face pale with fear, can barely get out a desperate "guys" to his crew. Their tough guy act is completely gone. The whole Crimson Reaper Alliance is backing off, totally shaken by the raw power they just saw, their intimidation factor at zero. Jian, with a chillingly calm voice, points directly at them and lays down the law, "I'm really hungry right now, so if we fight, I think I'll kill you all." He then tells them to get lost while he's being nice, promising to find them again if they don't, or if they mess with Myung-go. And just like that, his words hit harder than any punch. The Crimson Reaper Alliance members scatter, disappearing into the rainy streets like ghosts. With the street clear, he and Myung-go simply turn and walk away, leaving the defeated thugs and the rain behind them like it was just another Tuesday. Rain or shine, Jian Li's priorities are clear. He's already demanding food from Myung-go, claiming he's starving and that noodles are totally fine. Myung-go is not having it, blaming his near-death experience on Jian Li, who just shrugs it off, saying he was just hungry. Talk about a power move. And Jian Li just keeps going, dropping some deep thoughts about food being everything in the Central Plains, which just makes Myung-go think he's totally lost it. Myung-go can only shake his head, thinking Jian Li's just now getting it, but Jian Li is already on a mission, dragging him off to Jinpyong noodles for the ultimate feast. Just like that, a bowl is gone, emptied in a flash. A huge grin spreads across his face, as Jian Li declares he finally feels alive. Myung-go can't believe his eyes, joking about a beggar sect in Jian Li's stomach and pointing out how much he's changed from his old, picky self. Myung-go keeps lecturing, insisting people shouldn't change so fast and should stick to the natural order, while Jian Li just keeps chugging noodles. But Jian Li isn't listening, he's already yelling for 2 more bowls, then UPS it to 4, leaving Myung-go absolutely speechless. Inside the cozy noodle shop, the rain outside sets a chill vibe as the two continue their meal. Then, out of nowhere, Myungo drops a new question: how are the twins doing? Myungo takes in the vibe, feeling good, then immediately wants to know what's going down over there. He gets hit with a casual, training response, but then his eyes lock onto these two bald dudes, one of them already chowing down but still demanding more food. Myungo's mind is blown. He's totally baffled by their bottomless pits, half joking they're not even human, just gluttonous spirits, then flexes hard, reminding everyone he's loaded. Ji-Neon Lee, bowl in hand, gives a quick nod to Myungo, like, oh yeah, you were there too, right? Suddenly, out of nowhere, Myungo drops a bombshell: how do you even learn real martial arts? Ji-Neon Lee, still focused on his food, raises an eyebrow, wondering why Myungo's suddenly so curious. Myungo's face gets intense as he lays out his true motive, revealing he wants to know if martial arts could give him the power to challenge the legendary Crimson Reaper. The name, Crimson Reaper, hits Ji-Neon Lee like a shockwave, and suddenly, a terrifying vision of the masked, red-haired menace explodes into his thoughts. Myungo keeps going, dropping the bomb that the Crimson Reaper is the boss of those goons they fought, a dude who rolls deep with an army of followers. He rants about the never-ending horde of minions, who attack like a bee swarm but bail out faster than anyone when things get tough. Ji-Neon Lee is all ears, his face a mask of contemplation as Myungo's intel sinks in. Then, Myungo drops the ultimate question, straight up asking Ji-Neon Lee if he wants a masterclass in martial arts. Ji-Neon Lee takes a moment, processing the massive offer, then drops a polite, yeah, I'd be super grateful. But Chul Myungo isn't just handing out freebies, he gets right to the point, demanding to know if Ji-Neon Lee would follow his every command. Ji-Neon Lee doesn't even flinch, immediately agreeing, which makes Myungo puff out his chest and proudly announce, of course. Don't you know me? I'm the poisonous fox, Chul Myungo. He punctuates his statement with a dramatic hand gesture, his whole vibe screaming, you're lucky to be in my presence. But Ji-Neon Lee isn't having it, pointing right back at him, and dropping a truth bomb that instantly deflates the mood. That comeback hits Myungo like a truck, wiping that smug grin right off his face and leaving him looking totally flustered. A frustrated, ah, escapes him, before he doubles down, practically yelling, you bastard, that's embarrassing. Do you seriously not know who I am? I'm the poisonous fox, Chul Myungo. Ji-Neon Lee just stares, completely unfazed, as Myungo dramatically turns away, clearly still stewing. Ji-Neon Lee's hand tightens on the table, the tension building as he prepares his next move. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning within them, as he locks onto his goal. He leans in, his voice low and intense, making a shocking declaration, seriously, if you don't teach me. And then, with a dramatic slam of his hand on the table, he drops the ultimate, most outrageous threat: I'll take a dump in front of the Yunha Merchant Group's gates. Talk about commitment. Chul Myungo unleashes a lightning-fast move with his umbrella, the sheer power warping the very air around it, and Ji-Neon Lee is locked onto every single detail. He breaks down the exact strike point, pointing with the umbrella, right here. Like this. This guy's serious. Ji-Neon Lee's face is a mask of pure concentration, his mind racing to grasp the technique he just witnessed. But then, the silence shatters, as he drops the bombshell question, is that seriously it? You can feel the skepticism. His patience snaps, exploding, what else? You're seriously messing with me. I even bowed down to you. And then, the ultimate power play, I'll go straight to your merchant group now. This guy means business. But Chul Myungo just shrugs off the threat, retorting with a smirk, nah, maybe I'll just throw some serious moves. Right here, at you. He's about to drop another lesson. In a blur of speed, he unleashes another devastating umbrella strike, proving his mastery with every single move. Chul Myungo throws his hands up in exasperation, clutching his head like he's about to explode, but Ji-Neon Lee just keeps pushing. Whipping out a wicked little knife, Ji-Neon Lee lays down the law, and this is a gift, so there's no way I'm giving it up. Chul Myungo finally drops the challenge, alright, borrow it and swing it exactly like I just did. Do it 100,000 times, then bring it back. The ultimate training gauntlet has been thrown. And then, the final, brutal truth, get it done ASAP. If you're not up for it, then just quit martial arts altogether. No compromises, no excuses. The sheer magnitude of the challenge settles in, that insane 100,000 times ringing out, setting the stage for Ji-Neon Lee's ultimate test. He's absolutely floored, the number hitting him like a truck. 100,000. Not just 1,000, not even 10,000, but a mind-blowing 100,000. But the poisonous fox, Myungo, just grins, calling him out for all his chatter, then dropping the ultimate mic drop: if he can't handle it, he should just quit and get lost. He's completely stunned, his hand flying out as he desperately asks if this is for real. His gaze ignites with a fierce blue glow, a silent promise of defiance burning bright against the overwhelming challenge. A jarring act rips through the air, as if a brutal truth or a powerful memory just slammed into him. His face twists in utter bewilderment, a single, confused what, escaping him as his mind races to catch up. Myungo's voice slices through the air, laying down the harsh truth, demanding if he seriously thinks some kitty moves will make him a killer, then showing him a vision of absolute dominance, standing tall over a mountain of defeated enemies. The vision becomes crystal clear, Myungo standing triumphant over a literal battlefield of bodies, a blazing crimson aura erupting from him, screaming the raw power forged through endless, brutal training. Myungo drives the point home, declaring that with that kind of commitment, he could have wiped out half those guys with just a wooden stick. But then Myungo hits him with the ultimate question, what did he actually do back then, as a brutal flashback shows him and his crew scrambling away from a horde of attackers. His face twists in pure humiliation as Myungo's words land like a punch, calling him out for running away like a pathetic, drenched rat. His eyes blaze with a powerful, purple glow, and he finally locks onto Myungo, his voice now crackling with raw, undeniable intensity. The brutal truth hits hard, a chilling ultimatum from Myungo, if you're going to live so pitifully, just die instead. But deep down, a flicker of stubbornness ignited, a defiant whisper in his mind, I don't want to die though. Myungo just smirks, a knowing glint in his eyes, already seeing the fire ignite within his student. Coolly pouring tea, he doubles down on the pressure, telling him, don't just flap your mouth around. But instead of breaking, Jinyeon's eyes ignite, his resolve hardening into an unbreakable will. Myungo then makes his exit, stepping out into a sudden, heavy rain, leaving Jinyeon and his companion to ponder his words. The heavens open up, the rain pouring down, a relentless cascade against the world outside. Raindrops explode on lush leaves, a symphony of nature's fury. With a determined look, Jinyeon turns to his friend, declaring, let me borrow the umbrella. His loyal companion, umbrella ready, steps out into the deluge, leaving Jinyeon to his thoughts. Back inside, Jinyeon handles the tab with the attendant, who slyly adds, sir, please pay for your friend too. Watching Mok In-seop brave the storm, the attendant can't help but wonder, let's see whether that punk gets his act together now. Jinyeon Lee was deep in thought, seriously questioning if he could even take on the legendary Crimson Reaper if he just learned some martial arts. He was thinking about the leader of those guys from before, the ones he now knew were part of the Crimson Reaper Alliance. The Crimson Reaper Alliance, he thought, a promise he'd already made, and he was going to keep it. With a determined look, he gave the order, go find them. A promise must be kept, no matter what. From his throne, Jinyeon Lee oversaw his kneeling subordinates, ready for whatever he commanded next. But far away, the Crimson Reaper was on their knees, covered in blood, their mission a total bust. Sprawled out in a pool of their own blood, the Reaper could only let out a single, agonizing gasp. Then, a furious voice boomed from above, demanding to know, why was Chul Myungo allowed to get away? A hulking, blood-soaked figure, with eyes burning red, was absolutely seething with rage, staring down at the failure. His crimson eyes flared even brighter, a clear sign of his absolute fury. The report ends, leaving Dako Myung in stunned silence, his mind reeling from the shocking news. Dako Myung can't believe it, his voice sharp as he demands answers, how could they have failed to capture everyone, stopped by a mere friend of the poisonous fox? But the shocker doesn't stop there, he's told a merchant's son single-handedly took on his forces, the subordinate desperately insisting it's true, the kid's martial arts skills are off the charts. His subordinates are practically shaking, confirming the whispers, Jinyeon is already being called the strongest in the entire Yonghua region. Across the land, the Crimson Reaper's eyes blaze with an infernal red, his face a picture of pure, unadulterated menace. Dako Myung's voice turns ice-cold, a chilling command echoing through the room, he wants both the poisonous fox's friend and the merchant's son found, no excuses. With a terrifying finality, his decree is absolute, they both have to go down. Meanwhile, Jinyeon, hands wrapped and ready for action, here's a chilling question, are his enemies really getting ripped apart? The answer is brutal. The Crimson Reaper's temper is legendary, and he literally rips his enemies apart with his bare hands, his eyes burning with savage power. And it's not just rumors, the Crimson Reaper has taken down major players, wiping out the leaders of the Jangsan, Nopio, Horn Dragon, and Hongrak factions. This bald informant reveals the Reaper's terrifying reach, he's absorbed countless factions in the Yukwan region, making his group massive, and now everyone in Yukwan pays him tribute. The Crimson Reaper's reign was total, with no one spared from his iron grip, not even the most powerful merchant groups or the most secluded pleasure houses. This guy was so ruthless, he even shook down Chul Myungo for tribute money, and Dan Wuzing was taking it all in, his expression growing serious. And get this, just yesterday, the Crimson Reaper had completely taken over an entire auction house, proving once again that he was an absolute menace. Dan Wuzing's face darkened, the sheer scale of the Reaper's power clearly weighing on him. This was seriously bad news, he thought, realizing that if his identity got out, his merchant group would be in a world of trouble. His eyes narrowed with resolve, he knew he had to go there himself and sort this mess out. Switching gears, we find ourselves under a massive moon, gazing upon the Yukwan shopping district, a place that's about to get a whole lot more interesting. And right there, a massive pleasure house, lit up like a beacon, beckoned with its warm, inviting glow. And who do we find inside this lavish place? None other than Lee Jian, chilling with a woman, taking in all the action. Just a few feet away, a woman with some seriously fancy hair was telling her assistant to go check if those VIPs in that room had finally bounced. But before she could finish, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, followed by a frantic, "What just happened?" The party was officially over. Absolute pandemonium erupts as a woman in a pink robe stumbles, pure terror plastered across her face, barely caught by another attendant. Meanwhile, a frantic group of attendants huddles, one spilling the beans that Seolii actually went into the Crimson Reaper's room, and now they're totally freaking out about what to do next. Bloody footprints lead away from the chaos, and Jonghwa, the manager, is clearly not happy about what she's hearing. Just when things couldn't get crazier, another attendant rushes up to Jonghwa, dropping the bombshell that a new guest just arrived on the first floor. The attendant quickly escorts the terrified woman away, telling her to chill out, and then drops the ultimate warning, "Don't you dare disturb the Crimson Reaper." Then, footsteps hit the floor, and bam. Lee Jian strides in, looking absolutely focused. Jonghwa tries to give her whole manager spiel, but Jian isn't having it, immediately demanding to know if the Crimson Reaper is here. Her eyes practically pop out, totally caught off guard by his blunt question. But wait, there's more. Another figure, Dan Wuzhen, storms into the hallway, his dark robes a stark contrast, and he's also here for the Crimson Reaper. Jonghwa, now caught between two powerhouses, tries to play it cool, asking if he means the association leader, and if he even bothered to make an appointment. Dan Wuzhen completely ignores her, cutting straight to the chase, "Just tell me if he's upstairs." Jianghua's mind races, but she finally gives in, confirming, he is. Amidst the chaos, Lee Jian, cool as ice, locked eyes with the manager, demanding her name, Jonghwa, and ordering her to clear the premises while he headed straight for the action upstairs. But Jianghua's face crumpled in panic, her voice cracking as she cried out that Seolii was still trapped inside. Jian's gaze hardened, fully aware that the path ahead would be anything but simple. Jonghwa, still sweating bullets, tried to warn him about the association leader's legendary bad temper, but it was clear Jian was beyond caring. But Jian wasn't listening, his gaze fixed on the upper floors, a silent promise of confrontation in his eyes. Then, without another word, he stormed up the massive staircase, leaving a terrified Jonghwa behind, her fate now in his hands. But his path was immediately blocked by two burly guards, one of them barking out a challenge, demanding his identity and making it clear he wasn't welcome. Jian just stared, completely unfazed, his silence a clear challenge to the enraged guard. Furious at the silent defiance, the guard roared, charging forward with a wild swing of his weapon, demanding a response. The guard's weapon whistled through the air, his face a mask of pure fury as he went for the kill. But in a flash, Jian was already moving, a lightning-fast kick blurring into existence, ready to shut down the guard's attack. The kick landed with a sickening crack, sending the guard spiraling backward, his attack utterly nullified. He moves with blinding speed, a powerful kick arcing through the air. The force of his strike leaving a red blur in its wake, as his foot connects with an unseen target. A guard is sent hurtling backward with a cry of pain, the impact radiating outward in a burst of white energy. The remaining guards stare in disbelief at their fallen comrade, one of them shouting, "Hell! You bastard, do you even know where you are?" Lee Jian stands calmly at the top of the grand staircase, his presence commanding as he surveys the growing crowd of guards below. A faint purple aura emanates from him as he asks, "What floor is that bastard Crimson Reaper on?" His question is met with outrage, one guard exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The call to arms echoes through the hall, as another guard bellows, "Kill him." A guard charges up the stairs, weapon drawn, but Jian simply responds, "Well." Crackling blue energy begins to gather around his hand, as he declares, "I'll find him once I kill all of you anyway." Another guard, his face contorted in fury, screams, "Die, you bastard." But before the guard can even reach him, Jian unleashes a devastating blow, his fist glowing with intense blue lightning as it connects. The fight is on. Lee Jian wastes no time, effortlessly disarming a guard, his blue energy already surging through the stolen chain weapon. No hesitation. He transforms into a blur of power, the stolen chain weapon becoming an extension of his will, tearing through the enemy ranks with explosive blue energy. A guard screams in agony, catapulted across the room as Jian's attack connects with brutal efficiency. The guards are overwhelmed, one of them flinching back, utterly stunned by the sudden, overwhelming assault. The relentless barrage continues, another guard collapsing under the sheer power of his strikes. And just like that, he's got another weapon. Jian effortlessly snatches a second chain, doubling his destructive potential. Double the weapons, double the trouble. He's a whirlwind of blue energy, tearing through the last of the guards with unmatched speed and power. Another guard is absolutely obliterated, slammed into the ground with a force that shakes the very foundations of the building. The last one falls. A final, brutal strike sends the remaining guard flying, leaving Jineon victorious. He stands amidst the wreckage, completely unfazed, a slight frown on his face as he realizes, this isn't the right room. Talk about efficiency. Leaving a trail of defeated enemies in his wake, he strides forward, completely unfazed and ready for the next challenge. His power flares once more, and with a hint of exasperation, he asks, do I need to smash in every room? The hunt for the Crimson Reaper continues. He's still going. Another guard gets absolutely wrecked by a devastating blow, sent flying into a shower of splintering wood and debris. The sheer power of his attack just rips through the entire room, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. And another guard screams as he gets absolutely blasted by the relentless assault, sent flying by an invisible force. The building itself can't handle it, as more of the structure collapses, raining down debris everywhere. He takes in the absolute destruction he's caused, his face giving nothing away as he calmly walks through the doorway into the next room. A subtle frown crosses his face when he realizes his target isn't here, instantly figuring they must be on the next floor up. But hold up, in a super fancy room, a guy with wild, reddish-brown hair is just chilling on a bed, totally oblivious to the mayhem happening right beneath him. But those sharp, calculating eyes of his totally give away that he's fully aware of the danger closing in. Then, out of nowhere, the room explodes as Jineon smashes his way in, landing a brutal strike that sends the guy flying with a scream. Jineon grabs him by the collar, lifting him clean off the ground, and the now terrified man screams out, identifying his attacker as the association leader, and the merchant. And without even a second thought, Jineon lands another absolutely brutal hit, the impact shaking the entire shattered room. After tearing through countless obstacles, Lee Jineon bursts into the opulent chamber, his eyes locked onto his ultimate target. But the association leader, cool as ice, just smirks, casually wondering what all the ruckus was about. With a chillingly casual air, he then asks if Jineon is here to settle Myungo's debt for him. Jineon, unfazed, simply confirms his arrival, a chilling acknowledgement that he's made it to the 5th floor. He then casually dismisses the chaos he caused, declaring the resistance he faced was just unnecessarily high. But the leader just keeps pushing, mocking Jineon about the welcome party and if his climb wasn't tough enough. Jineon, completely unfazed, fires back, declaring that stomping his way up is his absolute specialty. The air crackles with unspoken power as these two titans stare each other down, a silent promise of the chaos to come. A sinister grin stretches across the leader's face, his eyes practically glowing with dark intent. He practically snarls, leaning in close, proclaiming that his specialty is looking down from above. Then, with a maniacal laugh, a terrifying dark purple aura explodes around the association leader, his true power finally unleashed. But Jineon isn't backing down, a matching purple aura ignites around his hand, as he coolly declares, this is why I like underworld folks. He's absolutely loving this, a smug grin plastered across his face as the defeated goons around him can't help but agree. Even a thug, holding a hilarious sign, admits they're bad guys, but our protagonist's face just screams pure, unadulterated victory. But then his eyes dart up, a hint of intrigue on his face, as a grimy foot appears, signaling a new challenger. Suddenly, he's got Gong Myung by the throat, hoisting him up like he weighs nothing. Gong Myung, even while choking, brushes off the attack, saying it's just a little strength issue before telling someone to get a woman out of there. Our protagonist's eyes turn to slits, and he coldly states that this guy is totally irredeemable. A truly terrifying thought hangs in the air, as he literally wonders how he should finish this guy off. His eyes are absolutely blazing with electric blue power, as he crushes his grip, a dark, menacing aura and fiery red particles erupting around the helpless Gong Myung. But Gong Myung's smirk doesn't falter, a defiant challenge burning in his gaze. He's still talking big, bragging about his own power, how he's ripped people apart with his bare hands. Outside the fancy building, total chaos breaks out, with people screaming and running for their lives. A confused guard asks what the heck is going on, and gets the shocking news that some crazy dude is literally wrecking the whole pleasure house. The fight rages on. A masked assailant strikes at Lee Jineon, blade blazing, but he's not backing down, telling his foe to get out of his way. But elsewhere, Mok In-seop is just chilling, tallying up the bodies, hitting a staggering 2,874. Jineon's face is pure intensity, locked in on the fight, not giving an inch. The masked attacker's blade slams into him with a massive blue energy burst, but Jineon takes it head-on. Mok In-seop, ever the calm observer, gazes down at the massive destruction, a huge, dark shape sprawled below. Then, he slowly raises his head, his eyes scanning the full scope of the chaos with an unreadable look. A spiky-haired warrior lets out a quick phew, then immediately switches to battle mode, vowing to crush every single opponent. Fists clenched tight, he punctuates his threat with a raw, aggressive curse. Over in the training grounds, Myungo is grinding, swinging his giant weapon and musing about hitting 100,000 reps, as his current count ticks past 2,875 and 76. His epic swing lands with a massive explosion, absolutely obliterating the target and sending shrapnel everywhere. The spiky-haired guy keeps his intense monologue going, his face a mask of fierce determination. Suddenly, Cho Myung-go stops his training cold, his eyes wide with shock at something off-screen. Then, a jolt of pure shock hits Dan Woozung, his eyes practically popping out as he gasps out a single, stunned word. Mok In-seop's jaw drops as a massive orange explosion rips through the night, showering the sky with glowing debris, and he can only stammer out, 2,877. As a stunned voice echoes, what was that? Mok In-seop doesn't waste a second, snapping into a battle-ready stance, his umbrella now a weapon, his face a mask of intense focus as he braces for the unknown. Across the city, Ji-neon Lee's eyes practically pop out of his head, a jolt of pure shock hitting him, his entire being screaming with sudden realization. And then, a voice filled with dread gasps, that's. The sheer force of the blast sends Dako Myung flying, slamming him into the ground, a guttural, kugh, tearing from his throat as he's engulfed in the chaos. But Ji-neon Lee's focus is absolute, his eye burning with an unyielding determination, ready to face whatever monstrous threat has just arrived. And as the chapter title declares, the Fist King scolds, Dan Woozung's bandaged fists ignite with a fierce blue energy, his entire being coiled and ready to unleash absolute devastation. The impact was brutal, sending Dako Myung flying, a whirlwind of shattered stone and raw power. He slammed into the earth, carving out a colossal crater, as a blinding projectile shot off into the distance. Ji-neon Lee, cloaked in white, witnessed the chaos from afar, the sheer power of the blast making his robes dance in the wind. His sharp gaze narrowed, a single, stunned syllable escaping him, as he grappled with the sheer magnitude of the force unleashed. The Fist King, Dan Woozung, had just delivered a crushing blow, his iron grip still clamped onto Dako Myung's hand, the air crackling with residual power. But just like that, Dako Myung was back on his feet, a fallen foe beneath him, a chilling smirk on his face as he found the whole spectacle quite entertaining. The entire courtyard held its breath, as the white-robed figure and a sea of onlookers watched the red-haired powerhouse. His power surged, an invisible force radiating outwards, cracking the very earth beneath his feet. Mok In-seop could only nod in grim understanding, as the formidable warrior casually toyed with a sharp object in his hand. His eyes blazing with intensity, Dako Myung roared, that this level of power was merely expected from someone like him. Grounded and unyielding, his bare foot pressed into the fractured ground, a silent declaration of his absolute dominance. But his moment of triumph was cut short as Ji-neon Lee exploded into action, a lightning-fast aerial assault rocketing straight for the formidable warrior. He struck like lightning, his blade a silver blur tearing through the very fabric of the air. But Dako Myung was ready, his sword flashing out to parry the strike with an explosive clang, a wild, confident grin already plastered on his face. But Ji-neon Lee wasn't done. He pivoted, launching a brutal flail attack that screamed through the air, going for the knockout. Dako Myung took the hit, sent flying backward, his body a ragdoll in the air, before slamming into the unforgiving ground. That flail wasn't just a one-hit wonder, it recoiled with insane speed, a spiked deathball ready for round 2. But then, in a move that defied all logic, Dako Myung snatched the flail out of the air with his bare hand, stopping it dead in its tracks. His eyes widened for a split second, then narrowed with pure, unadulterated resolve, as he locked down that weapon. Dust settled, revealing Dako Myung standing firm, staring down Ji-neon Lee, a single, chilling thought burning in his mind, was this guy actually as strong as him? His hand, still clamped on the flail, began to pulse with dark power as he made his decision. If Ji-neon Lee was that strong, he'd just hit him back even harder with rebound force. Then, in a flash, Dako Myung exploded forward, his fist a cannonball of pure destruction aimed straight at Ji-neon Lee. The sheer power of his punch ripped through the very air, creating a sonic boom, and leaving a devastating wake of dark energy. With a terrifying, bloodthirsty grin, Dako Myung roared at Ji-neon Lee, "Try taking this next." After surviving the last brutal clash, Ji-neon Lee's gaze locks onto a fresh, terrifying challenger, whose every move screams absolute mastery, a true fist strike prodigy. But then, those electric blue eyes flash with an unspoken challenge, a single, chilling, but echoing the raw power about to be unleashed. Before Ji-neon Lee can even blink, Dan Woozung explodes into action, a lightning-fast fist blurring through the air and slamming into his target. With eyes blazing with pure, unadulterated power, he roars, "Your opponent is me," setting the stage for an epic showdown. Energy practically explodes from his tightly clenched fist, a raw, untamed force ready to obliterate anything in its path. This is it, the legendary might of the Fist King, a force of nature about to unleash pure, unadulterated destruction. Then, a whirlwind of fists erupts, a relentless, bone-shattering barrage that sends Ji-neon Lee reeling. A crushing blow lands directly on his arm, the sheer force tearing through his defenses, even with the wraps. A primal scream rips from his throat, his face a mask of agony and defiance as he refuses to break. The brutal onslaught finally drives him to one knee, his body pushed to its absolute limit against the Fist King's overwhelming might. Gazing down at his battered foe, Dan Wuzong lets out a chilling cuckoo, a cold recognition in his voice. So, you've trained in the fist too. But then, Jian Li's eyes ignite with a furious crimson glow, a monstrous red aura exploding around him, as he roars, "Fine, then I shall properly face you. The real fight is just beginning." Jian Li just got rocked. He's reeling from a brutal hit, red energy exploding around him as he curses the sheer power of his opponent. Boom! Another hit lands, and the sheer force of it rips through the air. Dan Wuzong, the Fist King, is just too fast. He's right there, delivering a brutal, red-hot punch straight to Jian Li's face. Dan Wuzong's eyes are practically burning, as he absolutely dominates Jian Li, who's left staring up in pure shock. That hit sends him flying, a chaotic blur of motion and destruction. He's airborne, completely out of control, just a ragdoll against the Fist King's insane strength. Then he slams into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending shockwaves everywhere. He lets out a guttural cry of pain, his body completely wrecked from the assault. He gave it everything he had, but he's still getting absolutely crushed. The realization hits him hard. He lets out another desperate gasp, his body screaming in protest. Then, from above, the Fist King's voice slices through the air, a chilling taunt. "How does it feel to look up at me?" Dan Wuzong is standing there, absolutely victorious, glowing with intense blue power as he stares down at his broken opponent. Still reeling from that brutal hit, Jian Li is fighting to stay upright, a raw gasp tearing from him as electric blue energy sparks around the very hand that just wrecked him. But Dan Wuzong's face is a mask of pure, chilling rage, his voice slicing through the tension, spitting out that if his foe had just shown a tiny bit of humanity to anyone, this level of fury would never have boiled up inside him, his eyes locked onto the defeated warrior. A chilling laugh rips from him as he mocks Jian Li, daring him to experience what real snow feels like, just for a moment. Then, with a chillingly calm demeanor, Dan Wuzong drops the bomb, declaring it's time to kick off the second phase. But Jian Li isn't breaking, he's roaring, his body exploding into a brutal, agonizing transformation, muscles ripping and tearing as pure, untamed blue energy blasts out from him. The power surge goes absolutely wild, his entire form blazing with electric blue lightning, his clothes getting shredded to bits by the sheer, unstoppable force of his awakening. He's fighting through pure agony, hitting the third phase of his transformation, then, with a gut-wrenching scream, he smashes into the fourth phase. The very ground beneath him is cracking and exploding as his power skyrockets, his foot blazing with raw blue energy as he slams into the fifth phase. From a distance, two stunned onlookers are absolutely freaking out, one of them frantically asking if they shouldn't jump in and stop this madness. The second observer, hand pressed to his head, can only manage a bewildered, confused Even Dan Wuzong, who was just oozing confidence, is now staring up with wide, shocked eyes, utterly bewildered and asking himself, what in the world is that? The transformation wasn't just a power-up, it was a full-blown spectacle. The white lightning 10-phase art erupts, engulfing Jian Li in an insane, crackling blue energy field. Then, a thunderous lightning roar rips through the heavens, sending shockwaves everywhere and making the very ground tremble. You can barely see him through the chaos, but a quick flash shows his eye, now burning with an insane, electric blue glow. This isn't just a light show, the sheer power is literally tearing the place apart, with blue lightning exploding from the ground up. Massive blue energy rings blast out, making a grinding noise, and the ground just shatters and cracks like glass from the sheer force. Dan Wuzong, who was just trash-talking, is now totally reeling in shock, his jaw practically on the floor as Mok In-si upstairs, absolutely stunned. Everyone else, from Chol Myung-go to the other guards, is completely freaking out, their faces screaming pure terror and utter amazement at the sheer force on display. Dan Wuzong is so blown away, he can only manage one shocked exclamation, totally unable to process the insane power-up he's witnessing. The area around Jian Li is absolutely wrecked, a dark, broken wasteland where solid ground used to be. The level of destruction is insane, making it clear that this power is on a whole other level, totally beyond anything normal. When the smoke clears, there's Jian Li, chilling in the middle of a giant crater, the whole epic scene dubbed a cleansing of the underworld, with the full moon watching over. Mok In-si and Dan Wuzong are just standing there, staring into the massive hole, their faces a mix of pure shock and deep thought as they take in the new, transformed Jian Li. Emerging from the epicenter of destruction, a commanding voice cuts through the silence, dropping a casual, yet utterly dominant, "Hey." His sheer aura freezes everyone in their tracks, and he lays down the ultimate challenge, demanding, "Who are you to be collecting tributes?" Standing amidst the colossal crater he just created, the sheer scale of his power is undeniable as he challenges, "What gives you the right?" Even Dan Wuzong, usually unflappable, stammers in disbelief, his eyes wide at the sheer power radiating from the young man, as a desperate plea echoes from the terrified crowd, "Why are you squeezing the blood of the weak here?" His piercing gaze brooks no argument, and the young master's voice cuts through the tension, a chilling, answer me. But one foolish thug, fueled by bravado and a thirst for battle, steps up, a crimson aura of aggression around him, daring, if you just want to flaunt your strength, then come to me first. Dan Wuzhen, seething at the thug's audacity, tightens his fist, blue lightning already sparking, his mind screaming, this bastard. The thugs waver for a split second, but their leader's roar ignites their bloodlust, don't falter. He's just one man. Kill him. But before they can even take a step, an invisible, devastating force slams into them, leaving a stunned witness to utter, my God. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, Chol Myungo, Mok In Seop, and the villagers witness the aftermath, one of them whispering in disbelief, the Crimson Reaper is dead. Chol Myungo, utterly bewildered, tries to make sense of the situation, wondering aloud, who in the world is that young man? The implications hit him like a lightning bolt as he asks, does this mean, we no longer have to pay tributes? Mok In Seop, a sly grin forming, seals the deal, with the Crimson Reaper gone and those guys soon to be dealt with, who would we even pay tributes to? The villagers were still buzzing, one of them wondering if this new powerhouse would just become another tyrant, demanding tribute like the last one. But a mysterious hooded figure shut that down fast, declaring there was no way he was that kind of guy. Someone else pointed out the obvious, if it was just about cash, he was already loaded, so chill out. But two other guys, watching the whole thing unfold, were totally baffled, asking themselves, what is he even doing? Is he insane? Then, a brutal "puk" ripped through the silence, followed by an earth-shattering "gwah." The hooded figure, clearly remembering the sheer power behind those sounds, could only manage a quiet "ah." Because let's be real, the guy fights like an absolute beast, a whirlwind of power leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Then, a profound truth hit, everyone's got that inner fire, that burning ember in their heart. But what about all that talk from before? Ji Neon Lee, leaving the crowd behind, couldn't shake a past insult, the memory of someone spitting that he'd been running like a drenched rat. Dan Wuzhen, with that intense look of his, was clearly deep in thought about it all. The inner voice kept pushing, it's all about feeding that fire, nurturing that flame. And as he stood there, gazing up at the endless night sky, the ultimate truth hit him, that inner fire. It's your responsibility to keep it burning. He stands there, weapon ready, in a desolate wasteland, a burning question echoing in his mind, does he truly crave strength? And the answer? It's a chilling declaration, he wants to become so strong, it borders on madness. His eyes narrow, a cold truth on his lips, it doesn't matter if you're a rat or a poisonous fox, you better know your place and stay in it. Then, in a flash, he's already in motion, his weapon a blur as it deflects an incoming strike with a deafening crack. The weapon's tip drips, a silent promise of pain, and his opponent can only gasp out a terrified, "NNO." His foe's eye, now burning a furious red, betrays the sheer terror of being utterly outmatched. And just like that, with a series of dull thuds, another one bites the dust, their weapon rendered useless. He stands victorious, towering over the fallen, a chilling whisper escaping his lips, I'm the poisonous fox. Under a vast, clear sky, the world unfolds, leading to the grand complex of the Yunha Merchant Group. Within its walls, a voice echoes with concern, wondering aloud about a brother's whereabouts. Seated at a table, Ji Neon, his expression etched with worry, inquires, where have you been? A moment later, Dan Wuzhen, his clothes stained with blood, casually replies, just out for a drink. What brings you to my room, Wai Yan? His brother, seeing the crimson evidence, can only ask, I came to ask you something, but why do you have blood on you? Dan Wuzhen dismisses the concern, stating, it isn't mine, a claim his brother acknowledges with a simple, yes, I can see that. Ji Neon then muses on the effectiveness of certain elixirs, considering a thank you gift for those who sent the medicine to the Yunha Merchant Group. He continues, I've been thinking hard about what we should offer in return to Merchant Taeho of the Taeho Merchant Group, adding that even their father has been curious about how precious the medicine truly was. The thought of the Taeho Merchant Group brings to mind an elderly, wise-looking man, whose influence seems to permeate the discussion. It is revealed that they were the ones who provided the azurite essence, a glowing vial of liquid that holds immense power. Ji Neon, contemplating its profound nature, admits that even he cannot easily measure its true worth. Ji Neon's mind races, grappling with the sheer, mind-blowing value of the azurite essence, wondering what on earth they could possibly offer in return for something so utterly priceless. But Dan Wuzhen, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the noise, stating plainly that repaying with mere money or goods is totally out of the question, because what they were given was absolutely priceless. Ji Neon, clearly stumped, turns to his brother, asking, so, what's the move? What do we do now? Across town, the enigmatic association leader, with a glint in his eye, drops a bombshell, let's form a merchant's alliance. Back with the Yunha Merchant Group, Ji Neon's jaw drops, his voice echoing with disbelief, what? A merchant's alliance? The stakes are high, as the elixirs came from powerful players like the Taeho Merchant Group, but also from smaller, more vulnerable outfits like the West Wind Escort establishment, who are totally lacking their own defense force. The association leader, with a strategic gleam, lays out his vision: if they forge an alliance and guarantee protection to everyone, that alone will be more than enough repayment. Later, in a more private setting, Ji-neon, still reeling, turns to his brother with a worried frown. "Brother, isn't that plan a little too big?" Dan Woozing, ever the strategist, calms his brother, explaining there's no need to go all out just yet, and for now, they'll just bring in the Taeho Merchant Group and the West Wind Escort establishment. He drives his point home, reminding Ji-neon that they've been given something money simply can't repay. So they absolutely have to repay it in a different way. The tension builds as someone asks the million-dollar question: what about the rules or membership fees for this epic alliance? But Dan Woozing, ever the pragmatist, shuts it down fast, declaring they'll keep the rules ancient and simple, and for now, absolutely no fees. Ji-neon, with a serious expression, cuts to the chase, asking the crucial question: what's the real goal of this whole alliance? The suspense builds as the purpose is about to be unveiled, leaving everyone on the edge of their seats. Dan Woozing drops a truth bomb, reminding them how he single-handedly put the Ouyang clan and Little Deity sect in their place, which totally cleaned up the streets. A flashback reveals a younger Dan Woozing, who was given a mission: once he powered up, he had to protect their escort establishment too. He makes it crystal clear: the ultimate, undeniable purpose of this alliance is to safeguard the very lives of all merchants. Ji-neon takes it all in, his face a mask of intense thought. He then points out another key benefit: a lightning-fast communication system, to keep everything running smoothly. With this, any problem could be tackled instantly, stopping it dead in its tracks. But then the association leader throws a wrench in the works, asking the chilling question: what if even the Taeho Merchant Group's elite warriors can't handle it? Because if a major group like Taeho gets hit, it's martial arts groups causing the chaos. He stresses the extreme danger of such a situation, especially when the big martial arts players get involved. The association leader is deep in thought, grappling with the sheer terror of the Jianhu underworld, understanding that if they ever truly unleashed their power, it would be catastrophic. But then, with a fierce determination, he drops a bombshell: then I will go myself. Ji-neon Lee, ever the strategist, locks eyes with the leader, processing this bold declaration. He can't believe it, exclaiming, "You, personally," and then reminds him, "Look, I told you, that medicine they sent me. It's absolutely priceless." He flashes back to the moment, a blinding white energy exploding around him, confirming that medicine wasn't just good, it was a game-changer, giving him absolutely tremendous strength. The leader's eyes widen, a hint of disbelief in his voice as he presses, "Wait, so it actually made you stronger?" And with a confident nod, he simply states, "Yes." With a powerful slam of his hands, the leader makes his decision, shouting, "All right then." Later, with his loyal guards Mok In-seop and Chul Myung-go standing by, the association leader turns to Ji-neon Lee, asking, "So, what are we calling this epic merchants alliance?" He even throws out a suggestion: how about the Great Merchants Alliance? But Ji-neon Lee, clearly remembering the terrifying Crimson Reaper Alliance, quickly shoots back, "Nah, let's just call it the Great Merchants Association." He clarifies, "Honestly, the word alliance just gives me bad vibes." The leader, taking it all in stride, agrees, "Very well, I'll get everything ready." Then, almost as an afterthought, he adds, "Oh, right." He shoots a quick, knowing glance back at Ji-neon Lee, a silent acknowledgement passing between them as the future of their new association officially kicks off. He's just chilling, listening to his chief administrator totally vent, "Dude, ever since you got back, my workload's exploded. I'm drowning in tasks," which gets a quick, "my bad," from him. But the administrator's like, "Nah, it's cool, bro," totally brushing off his own complaint. Ji-neon Lee just grins, dropping some wisdom, "Look, for us merchants, the more chaos, the more cash." That confident smirk. Yeah, he's got big plans, and he's not afraid to show it. But then, the chief administrator's eyes pop open, totally freaking out, shouting, "Young Master Ji-neon. Chief Administrator." Meanwhile, Chul Myung-go's face is pure panic, fist balled up, screaming, "We're done." He's not just saying it, he's screaming it, the sheer terror in his voice is palpable. Totally wiped out, he just collapses against a door, heaving, the pressure of whatever just happened absolutely crushing him. Cut back to the room, Ji-neon Lee and the chief administrator whip their heads around to the open doors, their eyes locked on the dude who just showed up. Chul Myung-go's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror, and he's yelling, "We are so screwed." Then he drops the bomb, screaming, "Lord Ouyang is here with his whole crew," and the chief administrator just gasps, "What?" The weight of the news just slams into Ji-neon Lee, his face turning stone cold as he instantly calculates the massive threat this unexpected visit brings. We're now at the Yunha Merchant Group main hall, a seriously important place. And who's here? None other than the Ouyang clan patriarch, Ouyang Seng, making a grand entrance, and you can just feel the power radiating off him. Just look at that intense stare. Ouyang Seng is clearly seething, and you know he's plotting something big. Someone's hand is clenching so hard their knuckles are white, showing just how much rage is boiling over. A subordinate is still fuming about the ruler's meeting, saying their blood boils just thinking about it, and the fact that an Ouyang died in a duel against some merchant's son. That's just adding insult to injury. Ouyang Seng, sitting there like a boss, drops a bombshell. Alright, you three, each of you is going to fight Genion of Yunhe Trading. One of the guys at the table isn't satisfied, saying, just one win. That won't fix our pride. Ouyang Seng's face gets super serious, his eyes burning with determination, and he just stares them down, asking, do you understand? The three subordinates don't even flinch, immediately replying, yes, sir. Ouyang Seng asks if they'll be using weapons, and one of them immediately says he's going in bare-handed. And that's Shin Sobik, an Ouyang clan in-law, ready to throw down, his yellow eyes practically screaming, bring it on. The Ouyang clan's second son, the swordsman Ouyang Myung, is hyped for this fight, straight up saying he'd rather throw hands because it just feels better. But hold up, the clan's third son, the bladesman Ouyang Woon, is feeling a little less confident, confessing he'll just stick to his blade because he's not feeling it. Myung isn't having any of that, straight up asking if he's really that scared of some merchant's kid. But Woon fires back, pointing out that this merchant's son actually took down Ouyang Hu, a legit Jianghu veteran, even if he was just a distant relative. Myung just shrugs it off, coldly declaring that Hu only lost because he was trash. Cutting off the chatter, he snaps, demanding they get Genion out here, like, now. Suddenly, two massive, bald dudes, clearly servants, step up, and one of them nervously mumbles a response. You can practically feel Myung's frustration, his hand clenching, ready to explode if Genion doesn't show. The servant drops the bomb. The young master invited them to the annex, but he'll only meet them after he's done eating. This news, plus the sheer size of these guys, totally throws Myung off, making him blurt out, wait, why are his servants so huge? Message delivered, mission accomplished. Myung and the two giant servants just turn and stride off, their heavy steps thudding away. And just like that, they're gone, leaving us all hanging as the Ouyang clan's big challenge now has to wait for the young master's dinner plans. The moment of truth arrives as a servant dramatically pulls back the curtain, signaling the entrance of the highly anticipated guests. The air crackles with anticipation as the servant declares, young master Genion, we've brought the guests, and a powerful silhouette steps into view. With every step, he exudes an undeniable presence, his dark attire a stark contrast against the ancient stone. With a cool, confident gaze, Genion finally addresses his visitors, welcome. You've come a long way, his words carrying an unspoken challenge. The Ouyang brothers make their presence known, declaring, I am Ouyang Myung, and I am Ouyang Woon, their expressions sharp and ready. Then, with a powerful stance, Shin Sobik announces himself, I'm Shin Sobik, his presence radiating martial prowess. Even Genion can't hide his slight astonishment, noting, I'm surprised Patriarch Ouyang himself came, recognizing the weight of such a visit. Patriarch Ouyang, with a sly grin, reveals his true motive, but I wanted to personally witness your strength, setting the stage for a confrontation. From his elevated position, Genion coolly accepts, proclaiming, very well. You may choose the duel's format, a bold move that puts the ball in their court. The challenge is clear, to learn from you through this duel. Will you permit it? The stakes are set. Genion wastes no time, outlining the brutal terms, the rules are simple. Leave the ring, fall unconscious, or become unable to move, and that will, no room for error. He finishes, a stark demonstration already unfolding as a servant lies defeated, count as defeat. The message is clear, Genion means business. Genion is totally chill, flashing a slight smile as he hears the duel's rules, thinking they're perfectly clear and simple. Then, with zero hesitation, he spins around, ready to throw down, giving the signal for the epic battle to start. Meanwhile, Shin Sobik is already making his move, stepping up with total swagger, while Ouyang Myung and Ouyang Woon are locked in, watching his every step. Up above, Ouyang Seng is totally hyped, a wicked grin spreading across his face, already picturing Genion groveling for mercy. Shin Sobik's gaze locks on, pure intensity in his eyes, ready to unleash his power and dominate the fight. But then, out of nowhere, his confident expression totally shatters, replaced by a look of pure bewilderment as something unexpected happens. He's completely thrown off, thinking to himself, this guy is definitely not just some rich kid. Suddenly, he's blasted backward, flying through the air, realizing he's up against a true Jianghu warrior, not some pampered noble. He quickly gets back on his feet, but a chilling thought hits him, was Genion's win against Ouyang Hu actually legit, not just some lucky shot? Genion, cool as ever, watches Shin Sobik trying to recover, then casually asks him, so, you gonna draw your sword or what? Shin Sobik, still reeling but refusing to back down, snarls, I'll do whatever I want, you hear me? But before he can even finish his trash talk, a blinding blue energy blasts him, sending him flying with a scream of pure agony. The sheer power of the strike sends Shin Sobik's head snapping back, a crimson spray exploding from his lips. Launched like a ragdoll, he's sent soaring through the air, completely out of control. But Ji Neon isn't done yet, he's already on the move, a lightning-fast streak closing in for the finish. Ouyang Seng can only watch, his face a picture of pure rage, as his ally gets absolutely dismantled. Then, with a sickening crunch, Shin Sobik smashes into a stone wall, shattering it on impact. He crumples to the ground, a broken mess, as Ji Neon stands tall, the picture of effortless victory. Even Ouyang Myung and Ouyang Woon are speechless, their faces etched with pure shock at the sheer dominance they just witnessed. But Ouyang Seng? He's absolutely livid, crushing a cup in his bare hand as his eyes blaze with furious, golden energy. Shin Sobik's hand twitches, a pathetic attempt to fight back, but it's clear he's completely out of options. Any last shred of defiance is instantly snuffed out, as Ji Neon casually steps on his sword, denying him even the chance to draw steel. With a cold, almost bored expression, Ji Neon delivers the ultimate taunt, "You should have drawn your sword." Next. And just like that, with leaves gently falling around him, Ji Neon stands victorious, utterly unfazed, a true force of nature. But hold up, while all that chaos was going down, Myo Hyang is over here, absolutely vibing while doing laundry, secretly thrilled those jerks got what was coming to them, especially the Crimson Reaper Alliance. She's actually kinda mad she didn't get to smash that Reaper's head herself, watching the shadowy figure just stroll away, totally baffled by the sheer lunacy of it all. The arena floor was absolutely trashed, with the Crimson Reaper lying defeated amidst the rubble, clearly taken down by Ouyang Woon. Ouyang Woon stood over his downed foe, throwing shade with a casual, "Seriously? You should have drawn your sword." But Ji Neon Lee wasn't impressed, his eyes narrowing as he coolly demanded, "Next." Suddenly, Ouyang Myung stepped up, ready to throw down, telling Shin Sobik, "I'll go up. Young Master Shin, please take care of my older brother." Ouyang Woon gave a quick nod, a silent understood before the next fight began. Ouyang Myung stepped into position, his hand already moving to his blade, and announced, "Judging by your skill, there's no need to hold back with the techniques." Ji Neon Lee just smirked, clearly hyped, saying, "I look forward to a good match." And with that, Ji Neon Lee gave the ultimate green light, "Let us begin." Ouyang Myung wasted no time, his hand flashing to his sword as a powerful, crimson aura exploded around him, he was going all out from the start. Ouyang Myung's eyes blaze with an infernal crimson, locked and loaded, ready to unleash pure devastation. Then, with a chilling declaration, he exploded into action, his sword a crimson streak, tearing through the air with devastating force. The very air screamed as his crimson-charged blade carved a deadly arc, a whirlwind of destructive power unleashed. But as the devastating blow descended, Ji Neon Lee remained unyielding, the sheer pressure of the attack warping the very space around him. Yet, in the face of such raw power, he was utterly unfazed, a cool, almost arrogant smirk playing on his lips as he simply uttered, "Bold." Then, in a flash of blue energy, he casually parried the strike, his movements so fluid, so precise, that he couldn't help but think, he is a man who suits the sword. But that was just the warm-up, because in the next instant, his arm ignited with a blinding blue energy, ready to unleash pure retribution. He moved like a phantom, his legs a mere streak as he vanished and reappeared, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Ouyang Myung's jaw dropped, a stunned gasp escaping him as the counterattack connected with impossible speed and accuracy. A brutal impact slammed into his hand, the force of the blow making him scream, "What is this?" in utter shock. The blue energy pulsed with raw power, shattering his defenses and sending agonizing shockwaves ripping through his entire arm. And with his eyes burning with absolute clarity, Ji Neon Lee dropped the bombshell. He wasn't just fighting, he was reading the entire flow of his opponent's sword movement. He's still blocking the insane assault, deflecting the blade with just his bare hand, pure blue energy absolutely exploding around him. Then, with an insane power surge, that blue energy just goes wild, swirling around his hand as he gets ready to unleash something big. He's totally channeling his inner beast, locking onto the fifth phase of his ultimate technique. Ouyang Myung is going all out, but Ji Neon Lee just casually blocks that sword with a glowing blue deflection, sending shockwaves everywhere. His hand, now a literal weapon of pure energy, slams into his opponent with insane precision, that blue light just exploding on contact. Ouyang Myung screams, getting absolutely rocked by the hit as blue energy just explodes around him. The whole place is buzzing with raw power, as a blinding, insane torrent of blue lightning just explodes from Ji Neon Lee. His eyes are burning with pure determination, as he gets ready to drop the white lightning 10-phase art. With a deafening roar, a massive, glowing orb of pure lightning explodes, completely swallowing his enemy in its destructive power. The impact literally shatters the ground, sending chunks of earth flying as the sheer power of that attack rips through everything. A final, earth-shattering crash rings out, signaling the brutal end of that epic fight. As the dust finally settles, Ouyang Myung is completely defeated, just lying there on the shattered ground. After unleashing that absolute powerhouse technique, he just stands there, the air practically vibrating with the sheer force he just dropped. Ouyang Woon can barely believe his eyes, watching Ouyang Myung, the third young master, completely wrecked on the ground, wondering how he got pushed back so effortlessly. Ouyang Seng, the patriarch, is right there with Ouyang Woon, his face a mask of concern, realizing that if all three of them get taken down, it's going to be an absolute disaster for their reputation. Ouyang Myung is still down for the count, totally wrecked and barely able to move after that hit. Our hero just towers over the defeated Ouyang Myung, a living monument to his insane strength, the sheer force of the blows still ringing out. His dark hair flows down his back, looking completely unbothered despite the absolute beatdown he just delivered. Ouyang Seng, still watching everything unfold, admits the eldest young master is a beast, but he's already plotting his next move. His hand tightens into a fist, a fierce determination burning in his eyes, because as a palm strike master, he's not about to let this chance slip away. Then, out of nowhere, Shin Sobik steps up with a cocky grin, straight up asking for a spar with the guy who just wiped the floor with Ouyang Myung. Ji Neon Lee just stares back, his face giving absolutely nothing away. Those tightly wrapped hands of the challenger, they're practically screaming for a fight. A sly smirk creeps onto Ji Neon Lee's face, a silent nod that he sees the skill and he's totally down for this challenge. Fist clenched, bandages taut, Ji Neon Lee's eyes narrow as he accepts the challenge, ready to unleash his power. Boom! The spar explodes into action as Shin Sobik unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of blue-infused strikes, but Ji Neon Lee is already there, blocking the first blow. No hesitation. Shin Sobik keeps the pressure on, a whirlwind of pure power. Then comes the kick. Shin Sobik's leg whips out with incredible force, but Ji Neon Lee's defense is impenetrable, absorbing the blow. But Ji Neon Lee isn't just blocking, with a lightning-fast counter, he redirects the attack, sending a shockwave through the arena. And just like that, Shin Sobik is sent flying backward, his aggressive charge completely nullified. But Shin Sobik isn't giving up. He pulls out a blade, striking with deadly intent, only for Ji Neon Lee to parry it like it's nothing. The blade grinds against his arm, but Ji Neon Lee's defense holds strong. And just like that, Shin Sobik is pushed back once more, his red robes a streak against the blue. Ji Neon Lee just stands there, cool as ice, practically asking, "Is that all you've got?" Shin Sobik's face twists in annoyance, yelling, "What's this? Are you only going to block?" He's not backing down. Shin Sobik charges again, blade glowing with power, screaming, "Then, block this as well." He unleashes a devastating, sweeping motion, conjuring a swirling vortex of raw power. And the whirling will-crushing palm strike explodes into existence, a colossal, light blue vortex of destruction. Shin Sobik, eyes blazing, channels every ounce of his power into the strike. The vortex growing, consuming everything in its path. Trapped in the eye of the storm, Ji Neon Lee narrowly dodges the full force of the blow. The sheer power of the vortex sending him reeling, struggling to maintain his footing. The relentless energy continues its assault. Yet he remains utterly unfazed, a calm assessment forming in his mind, "Your movements aren't terrible." He muses, "But they're too big." Then, in a flash, Ji Neon Lee strikes back, his hand snatching Shin Sobik's wrist mid-attack. And with a primal surge, he unleashes a devastating burst of crimson energy. The raw force of the blow ripping through his opponent. A primal scream rips through the very fabric of reality, a testament to the sheer, unadulterated power of the counterattack absolutely obliterating Shin Sobik. His face twisted into a silent, agonizing roar, the impact reverberating through every single cell of his very existence. But Ji Neon Lee, cool as ice, just gives a subtle smirk, acknowledging the sheer, brutal intensity of the clash, casually remarking, "It was a good duel." The sheer, unbridled power of his finishing move unleashes a devastating wave of energy across the entire arena, absolutely pulverizing the ground and launching massive chunks of rock high into the atmosphere. With a fist blazing with raw power, he absolutely slams his opponent deep into the very core of the earth, the impact carving out a massive crater of pulverized rock and dust. The very ground beneath them absolutely shatters and splinters, a brutal testament to the overwhelming, destructive force unleashed. And just like that, Shin Sobik is left lying prone amidst the settling dust, utterly defeated and completely unmoving. But then, after a beat, he actually stirs, his face a mix of disgruntled pride and pure salt as he mutters, "He lost as well, so what's so good about it?" Ji Neon Lee stands absolutely dominant, his back to the camera, surveying the utterly demolished arena, the lingering echoes of their brutal clash still shimmering in the atmosphere. He watches as Shin Sobik, somehow, regains his footing and stands some distance away, the undeniable, brutal conclusion of their duel now etched into history. Then, with a gaze that could cut steel, Ji Neon Lee declares with absolute finality, "The duel is over." But as he utters those words, his hand subtly, almost imperceptibly, grips his arm, a fleeting, chilling gesture hinting at a deeper, unseen struggle raging beneath that perfectly calm exterior. Ouyang Seng is absolutely fuming, his eyes burning with an intense, palpable displeasure that could curdle milk. He's absolutely seething, ranting about how this merchant group's young master keeps handing them L's, one after another. But Chul Myungo, ever the realist, knows this guy is built different, straight up saying that even with backup from the Ouyang clan, they'd still be outmatched. Shin Sobik is absolutely livid, still smarting from the loss, and he knows if things keep going like this, their whole crew is gonna be a laughingstock. The association leader, looking grim with Ouyang Seng right there, doubles down, declaring that their entire rulers' association is about to get absolutely humiliated. But they're gonna be the laughingstock of the entire world, his face twisted in pure, unadulterated rage and shame. Completely oblivious to the chaos he's unleashed, Jin Li just lets out a chill, phew, like it was nothing. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, asking if he wants to take a stroll. And just like that, they're out on the vibrant, bustling streets, soaking in the city's energy under the glorious sun. Walking through the throngs of people, Jin Li and Mok In-seop are just chilling, a picture of calm amidst the city's hustle. Mok In-seop takes in the vibrant scene, pointing out that this peaceful town is clearly a major supplier for Jin Li's merchant empire. Then, without missing a beat, he cuts straight to the chase, getting right to the point. He then pivots, looking Jin Li dead in the eye, and drops the bombshell, "Will you join the Rulers Association?" Mok In-seop quickly clarifies, "Not your whole group, just you." He then lays out the sweet deal, join as a martial artist, and the Rulers Association will shield the Yunha merchant group, leaving Jin Li to weigh the heavy offer. So, what exactly is this Rulers Association? It's a powerhouse, led by the legendary four great clans, Dako, Shiman, Namgong, and Moyong, but with one glaring omission, the Tang clan is out. These are the big players, the titans who run the show, their combined power making the association an absolute force to be reckoned with. But Jin Li isn't easily swayed, his eyes narrowing as he fires back, "Isn't your association just a bunch of Murim Alliance dropouts, especially since the Murim Alliance is all about the 9 great sects?" Mok In-seop doesn't even flinch, confirming the truth, but quickly spins it, claiming it's just friendly competition with the Murim Alliance. But Jin Li has intel, the Ouyang clan just joined this association, and suddenly, their desperate need to save face makes perfect sense. Mok In-seop then drops a bombshell of his own, Ouyang whose crew has been trashing his name everywhere, and now his reputation is in tatters. He lets out a frustrated sigh, but quickly reassures Jin Li, "I don't blame you for this," his voice laced with a desperate, underlying plea. Then, with a final, earnest look, Mok In-seop makes his ultimate request, "Join me in the Rulers Association, and help me get my honor back." Mok In-seop, with a calculating smirk, kept pushing, making it sound like his demand was practically a no-brainer. Leaning in, he got right into Jin Li's space, making it crystal clear he wanted him to fall in line and know his place. That arrogant grin just grew wider as he threw down the gauntlet, practically daring Jin Li to say no. Jin Li just stared down, a silent storm brewing, thinking, "Why would I ever do that? There's literally nothing in it for me." Seeing the pause, Mok In-seop doubled down, sure that a merchant prince like Jin Li would instantly grasp the benefits of his deal. But Jin Li wasn't having any of it, firing back that he wasn't broke and certainly wasn't settling for some basic martial artist gig. Then, with a dramatic pivot, Mok In-seop shut it down, announcing that if they weren't throwing hands, he was done talking. Jin Li just watched him walk away, a scowl on his face as he grumbled, this whole chat was a total waste of time. Mok In-seop's footsteps faded into the distance, but Jin Li stood his ground, the unspoken challenge still thick in the air. But then, Mok In-seop stopped dead, spinning around to give young Master Li one last, chilling ultimatum. His tone turned ice-cold, dripping with pure menace, as he casually dropped the bomb, "Do you really want to see the entire Yunha merchant group wiped out?" That chilling threat landed like a punch, and Jin Li's entire body went rigid, the casual brutality of the words hitting him hard. Alone, outnumbered, Jin Li faces down the Ouyang clan as they drop a chilling threat, they could brand him a public enemy, sparing only his life. As Ouyang Seng surveys the carnage, bodies strewn across the battlefield, his eyes burn with an intense, dangerous glow. With a chilling smirk, he throws down the gauntlet, daring Jin Li to doubt their power. He extends his hand, a clear challenge, demanding to know if Jin Li even has what it takes to stand in his way. Jin Li's fist tightens, his eyes blazing as he fires back, warning them that even they can't handle making the Rulers Association their enemy, but Ouyang Seng just cuts him off, demanding to know why he's rejecting their goodwill. But before Ouyang Seng can even finish his sentence, Jin Li explodes into action, unleashing a ground-shattering blow that rips through the earth. He's a blur of pure power, moving with impossible speed, his fury fueling every devastating strike. With a furious glare, Jin Li roars, demanding they stop this insane charade. A chilling aura erupts around him as he locks eyes with his foe, offering a brutal alternative. He could just end them all, right here, right now. His face a mask of pure rage, he doubles down on his threat, daring them to push him to wipe out their entire clan. But even after that insane power display, Yang Myung, the eldest son, just glares back, daring Jian Li to test his limits. But Yang Seng. He's completely unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares Jian Li's threat the most unforgettable thing he's ever heard. He's taking in the sheer audacity of his opponent's words, the disrespect, the total lack of chill, but he knows there's more to it than just talk. And just as he's processing that, Yang Myung, radiating a toxic green energy, fires back with a chilling declaration. Telling him to put up or shut up, before dropping the bombshell that this isn't just any attack, it's the Poison Toad Palm Strike, a move designed to take down the big bosses of the 4 great clans. Yang Myung's face twists into a smug grin, his eyes practically glowing with evil satisfaction as that green power just keeps building. And then, boom! The very ground starts to crack and crumble, dissolving under the sheer, toxic force of his poison. But then, bam! Jian Li's face twists in agony, his eyes blazing with a furious yellow light as raw, electric blue lightning explodes from his body. His whole body becoming a shadowy outline of pure power as he fights back against the searing poison, questioning if his own lightning is actually devouring the toxic energy. His hands clench, radiating that same furious blue electricity, a clear sign of the epic internal struggle he's facing. A raw, pained cry rips from him as the blue lightning goes absolutely wild, his face a mask of pure struggle against the venom's power. He lets out another agonizing shout, dropping to one knee as the very ground around him shatters from the sheer power of his internal battle and the explosive blue energy. But then, in a lightning-fast, explosive counterattack, Yang Myung is absolutely launched backward, a blinding white energy trailing right behind him. Leaving him absolutely wrecked on the ground, hacking and coughing like crazy as he tries to pull himself back together. After all that bluster, Jian Li can't help but scoff, realizing his opponent was way weaker than he let on. But then again, his White Lightning 10 phase art just hit its 8th phase, so maybe it's not so surprising after all. But Yang Seng isn't backing down, daring him to end it right here, right now, because even if he falls, his killer will just become public enemy number 1. Then, he pulls out the big guns, dropping the name of the Rulers Association, demanding to know what Jian Li plans to do with them backing him up. But Jian Li just stares him down, asking the ultimate question, who really loses when things get this intense? And then, with a stare that could freeze fire, he drops the mic with one word, you. His eyes are practically on fire, radiating an intensity that screams, I mean business. Yang Seng's face twists into a horrified grimace as his name is called, the realization hitting him like a truck. Then, Jian Li gets up close and personal, grabbing him by the collar, his voice a chilling, deadly whisper, you're gonna regret every single one of those words for the rest of your miserable life. Inside the lavish hall, the tension is palpable, as Yang Seng holds court, his eyes locked onto Jian, who's trapped across the table, surrounded by a ring of silent, imposing guards. But things take a dark turn, and Jian is left absolutely wrecked, his chest wrapped tight in bandages as Myo Hyang and another woman desperately try to patch him up, with Mok In-seop and Chol Myung-go looking completely grim. But there's no time to recover, no mercy shown, as Yang Myung brutally yanks him by the hair, dragging his broken body across the floor like a ragdoll. Someone screams, Patriarch, in a desperate plea, but Yang Myung doesn't even flinch, dragging Jian right past Yang Seng as if he's nothing. Meanwhile, Yang Seng sits amidst total chaos, the table around him obliterated, debris flying everywhere, it's clear a massive fight just went down. But Yang Woon isn't having it, stepping up to his brother, his face a mask of fury as he shouts, what are you doing? Yang Myung just shuts him down cold, with a terrifying threat, silence, or I may make you end up like Yang Seng. And just to drive the point home, he cracks his knuckles, a chilling sound that screams, I'm serious. With Yang Myung looming over him, Jian, battered and broken, can only think one thing, a desperate, burning question, is my father still alive? Barely clinging to life, Jian is still breathing. Yang Myung, ever the pragmatist, barks orders at Mok In-seop to get a carriage ready, and Mok In-seop snaps to attention, ready to obey. But Yang Myung isn't done yet. He stares down at Jian, demanding a valid reason for this whole mess. Jian, despite his pain, isn't backing down. He glares back, a silent challenge in his eyes. And then, the comeback. Jian fires back, a reason. The audacity. No holding back. Jian lays it all out, accusing Yang Myung of trying to pin everything on him. That accusation hits hard. Yang Woon and Shin Sobik are visibly stunned, watching the drama unfold. But Jian isn't just accusing, he's making a move. He declares he's taking this whole mess straight to the Rulers Association. Yang Myung, quick on his feet, immediately orders his guards to follow him, turning them into his own witnesses. But wait, a practical question. Mok In-seop cuts in, asking Ji-neon if he even knows where this rulers association is. Ji-neon clarifies, they don't have a main office. The real deal is, the big shots, the 4 great clan patriarchs, use their own homes as meeting spots. The map even shows us where these power players are located. Putting the pieces together, Mok In-seop figures out the Moyong clan estate is their best bet, and Ji-neon gives the nod of approval. Injured but unyielding, he stands his ground, a chilling warning ringing in his ears, don't you dare try anything stupid. But elsewhere, Yeon is getting his marching orders, a critical mission to compile the day's chaos and deliver it straight to the Muram Alliance, and he's all like, consider it done. The path is set, no turning back now, it's full speed ahead to the Moyong clan. The day winds down, painting the sky in fiery hues as golden light bathes the world. A carriage rolls down a tranquil, tree-lined road, the only sound the whisper of leaves as they pass. The steady rhythm of hooves on the dirt road sets the pace, propelling them further into the fading light. Inside the carriage, Ji-neon chills, his bandaged arm a battle scar, a silent soundtrack playing in his head as he stares out into the twilight. He's still on the mend, taking it easy, with Mok In-seop keeping a watchful eye right next to him. Ji-neon's face is a mask of contemplation, his eyes locked on a distant, unseen point. Mok In-seop can't hold it in any longer, finally asking, yo, young Master Lee, where are we even going? With a weary sigh, Ji-neon drops the bombshell, they're heading straight to the Moyong clan estate. The Ouyang clan patriarch, looking absolutely drained, barely manages to croak out a demand for water, his throat clearly parched. But Mok In-seop, ever the loyal guard, quickly shuts it down, knowing full well that young Master Lee wouldn't let that slide. Ji-neon's face hardens, his eyes burning with an intense focus. Mok In-seop tries to play the diplomacy card, reminding everyone that it's the clan patriarch asking, but Ji-neon isn't having any of it. But Ji-neon isn't here for pleasantries, he cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if these guys are even from the Ouyang clan. Mok In-seop and the patriarch can only look on, their faces a mix of worry and dread as things heat up. Ji-neon's gaze turns ice cold, and he hits them with the ultimate question, demanding to know if they're assassins. But before they can even think of an answer, Ji-neon unleashes a devastating burst of blue lightning, blasting one of the figures with raw power and making them scream in agony. The blue energy just keeps on coming, crackling with raw power, absolutely crushing both figures as they fight a losing battle. Mok In-seop is totally shocked by the sudden power surge, yelling out to Ji-neon, as the two figures get absolutely swallowed by the dark, swirling energy. Ji-neon just brushes it off with a casual wave, telling his companion that it's nothing after unleashing that insane power. Then, he pivots back to the now crushed figures, hitting them with the same question, his intensity absolutely chilling. He's not letting up, pushing the bound assassin for answers, who can only manage a weak, why yes. Then, the ultimate question drops, what's the name of your assassination group? The assassin spills the beans, revealing they're split into gold and silver assassins, and he's a silver. But Ji-neon just laughs, calling out their money-grubbing ways. But hold up. We flash back to Ouyang Seng, who's grilling another assassin about the price tag for these guys, and the assassin's just like, why do you even care? Back to the present, and Ji-neon's not playing games anymore, dropping a chilling reminder about the assassin's intact body parts before casually telling them to stop the carriage. Talk about a power move. The pressure's on, and the assassin finally cracks, revealing the insane price tag, 800 niang per head. Ji-neon double-checks, making sure that 800 niang is the real deal for an assassin of his caliber. Mok In-seop chimes in, thinking it's a hefty sum, but Ji-neon's having none of it, shutting him down instantly. The vision snaps back to Ouyang Seng, who, with a chilling smirk, reveals the true cost, that 800 niang wasn't just for the job, it was for the assassin's life too. Then comes the ultimate betrayal, as Ji-neon drops the bomb, the assassin's own leader sold him out to Ouyang Seng. Flashback again. Ouyang Seng's laying it all out for the other assassin, after they took down the Yunha merchant group, he was going to take them out too. Double Cross City. Ji-neon, seeing the assassin's broken spirit, lays down the ultimate truth bomb, the orthodox faction is all about looking clean on the outside, but they're rotten to the core. He tells the assassin to get it through his head. Ji-neon, with a chilling smirk, drops the bomb, this assassin's life. Worth a measly 800 niang. Talk about cheap. With a cold smirk, he twists the knife, telling the assassin he should have trained harder, because that's why he got sold out for pocket change. And he's not done yet, dropping the ultimate insult, killers who trade lives for cash aren't even human. The assassin, tied up and broken, can only take the verbal beatdown, his face a picture of despair. And just to rub it in, Ji-neon flashes a mocking smile, wishing the assassin a grand life he's apparently lived. The assassin's bound hands clench, his fury boiling over, as he spits out a single, venomous word, bastards. Elsewhere, Yeon peers out a window, giving the grim update, 3 assassins, 1 seriously hurt, and 1 body. What a mess. Leaves float down, serene and calm, but the mood is anything but, as someone sarcastically quips about, a perfect group for a stroll. Suddenly, we're transported to a massive estate, glowing under a stunning sunset, its ancient buildings sprawling across the land. A lone carriage rolls up to the estate, leaves swirling around it like a silent welcome. From above, we get the full picture of the Moyong clan estate, a massive, ancient complex surrounded by nature. Inside the estate, the Ouyang clan patriarch, Ouyang Seng, looks completely wrecked, standing next to Ouyang Myung as unseeing eyes wonder what the heck happened to him and who the other guy even is. Stepping onto the grand staircase of the Moyong clan estate, a commanding voice from above immediately challenges Patriarch Ouyang's presence, demanding answers. At the top, an older, bearded figure and a younger man with sleek dark hair, watch the scene unfold with intense scrutiny. The new Moyong clan patriarch, Moyong Bin, wastes no time, his piercing gaze immediately locking onto a suspicious mark on Ouyang Seng's neck. Turning his attention to Jinian, Moyong Bin declares their unfamiliarity, then boldly introduces himself as the Moyong clan patriarch, demanding to know who stands before him. Jinian, unfazed, coolly reveals his identity as the young master of the Yunha merchant group, then, with a knowing glance, repeats, Moyong Bin. Suddenly, an older, bearded man, Moyong Chu, interjects, clearly bewildered, questioning if the Moyong clan patriarch wasn't him, Moyong Chu, hinting at a shocking power shift. Moyong Bin presses on, his voice dripping with accusation, demanding to know why Patriarch Ouyang is here with the Yunha merchant group's heir, and why he's being dragged in like a common criminal. Ouyang Seng, tied up and clearly in agony, can only offer a pained silence, unable to defend himself. With Ouyang Seng silenced, Jinian takes charge, stepping up to deliver the full, shocking explanation. The full story pours out, revealing the shocking chain of events, all leading back to Ouyang Seng's betrayal. Jinian dramatically gestures towards a group of mercenaries, exposing them as Ouyang Seng's hired muscle, solidifying his guilt. The Moyong clan, including Moyong Chu, stands in stunned silence, absorbing every word of Jinian's damning testimony. Threatening a merchant group? That's a huge deal, and everyone knows it. Moyong Bin is seriously worried, saying if this gets out, the Muram Alliance will clown them. He's thinking they need to keep this under wraps. But Jinian isn't backing down, his eyes piercing as he demands to know what the young master of the Yunha merchant group is really doing here. He keeps pushing, asking if Moyong Bin was just scared of payback and decided to spill the beans. The air is thick with unspoken words, their feet planted, ready for whatever comes next. Jinian gets right to the point, a challenge in his voice as he asks, seriously, Patriarch Moyong, what would you have done if you were me? He presses the question again, holding Moyong Bin's gaze, who just glares back, clearly thinking hard. Moyong Bin doesn't hold back, his voice dropping to a dangerous level as he declares, if anyone dared threaten my clan or try to make me a criminal, there's only one move, take them out. But then, the vibe totally changes, as a dark, creepy energy starts oozing from the guy tied up. A chilling thought hits, what if that someone was Ouyang Seng? Because then, the entire Ouyang clan and all of Muram would be coming for them. Suddenly, red glowing particles are everywhere, making the whole scene feel super dark and dangerous. And then, Ouyang Seng, still tied up, lets out a weak cough, his eyes wide with terror and anger as he tries to get words out. Bound and broken, Ouyang Seng's voice rips through the air, his mind absolutely shattered by the sheer humiliation of his epic failure. His flowing gray hair, a stark visual against his crimson robes, can't hide the raw agony etched onto his face as he fights against the ropes. He's absolutely flabbergasted, screaming about how he lost to a merchant's kid, and then he drops the bombshell, it was all the other clan patriarch's constant trash talk that pushed him to this point. His face is a mask of pure anguish, screaming out his confession, he made a huge mistake. But wait, he's not taking full responsibility. He's saying it was all the mockery that pushed him over the edge, and now, in a shocking twist, he's demanding help, claiming everyone else started this mess. He's practically groveling, pleading with Moyong Bin not to even think twice, offering to do literally anything if he just gets a pass this one time, calling him Patriarch Ouyang in a desperate bid for mercy. But Moyong Bin is not having it, his face a stone-cold mask as he lays down the law, any more screw-ups, and he's the one who'll be shamed. The crushing weight of his inevitable doom hits Ouyang Seng like a truck, his face collapsing into a portrait of utter despair. Meanwhile, Jinian is just soaking it all in, his eyes laser-focused on the whole chaotic scene, processing every desperate plea and every stone-cold rejection. Moyong Bin just stares down, his mind already made up, no turning back now. Then, with a chilling command, he barks orders at his guards, telling them to lock up Ouyang Seng and the other two assassins, but keep them alive for now, and a guard snaps back with a crisp, yes, sir. Finally, Moyong Bin pivots to Jinian, his tough guy act dropping a notch, and he actually apologizes, admitting their hospitality has been a total disaster. Moyong Bin, looking super serious, drops a truth bomb, the Rulers Association is harboring leeches, and Jinian's been through the ringer because of his clan's mess. But then, he smoothly pivots, dropping an unexpected invite, "Hey, if you're not bailing right now, wanna grab some food?" A sly grin spreads across his face as he wraps it up, confidently stating that his whole trip was totally worth it. Suddenly, a deep, booming sound rips through the air. Then another massive boom shakes everything, under the vast, star-dusted canvas of the night sky. Fast forward to a chill dinner scene, Moyongbin and Jinian are kicking back at a table piled with food, the city light sparkling like crazy outside the window. Moyongbin, still munching, can't help but voice his thoughts, totally baffled by how the Yunha merchant group's eldest son managed to take down the Ouyang clan patriarch. The question hangs heavy, a total mystery. Seriously, where did this guy even come from? Jinian locks eyes with him, radiating pure calm, while Moyongbin just gives him this subtle, knowing smirk. Cutting through the quiet, Jinian gets straight to the point, asking if he's figured out how they're gonna deal with this whole Ouyang Seng situation. Moyongbin fires back, admitting he can't personally off Ouyang Seng, but promises to deal with it reasonably, then flips the script and asks Jinian, "So, what's your plan?" Then, Moyongbin drops the bombshell with total conviction. He's handing Ouyang Seng over to the Muram Alliance, a move powerfully emphasized by the alliance's iconic symbol. Moyongbin lays down the law, his voice dripping with finality, making it clear the Ouyang clan would take the fall, absorbing all the heat so his own clan could walk free. He admits the Rulers' Association might take a hit, but screams that honor trumps everything, absolutely certain the other clan leaders would back his play, especially with the Golden Basin handwashing, the ultimate retirement ceremony for martial artists, on the table. A decisive tap on the table seals the deal, and Jinian's mind races, thinking, yeah, this could actually work. But a sudden thought hits him, making him second-guess if his next move is about to blow up in his face. He shoves his doubts aside and goes for it, straight up asking if the legendary Moyong Chu ever went through that Golden Basin handwashing ritual. Moyongbin just stares, his face a total blank as he tries to figure out what just hit him. He raises an eyebrow, a hint of condescension in his tone, pointing out that Jinian is clearly behind on all the latest Jianghu gossip. That jab hits Jinian hard, and the truth spills out, revealing his father has been gone for over a year. The room goes dead silent, charged with unspoken tension, a faint crackle of power in the background, as Jinian's bombshell drops. Moyongbin's jaw drops, his eyes practically popping out, utterly stunned by the news of a disappearance. Jinian nods, his face grim, revealing they threw everything they had into the search, but his father is still gone, vanished without a trace. A wave of crushing guilt hits him, as he whispers the heartbreaking truth, he feels like a total failure of a son. It's been a whole year since he woke up in this body, a total game changer that kicked off his new life. And that chilling thought hit him hard, because it meant not just his own death, but the original guy, Moyong Chu, was gone too. He saw a brutal vision of the patriarch, covered in blood and utterly defeated, a harsh reminder of the chaos that went down before he even got here. He just had to wonder about it all, a soft perhaps slipping out as he thought about how everything was connected. Back in the conversation, Moyongbin hit Jinian with a loaded question, straight up asking if his dad was rumored to have fought the demonic faction. Jinian's face totally changed, the demonic faction, not even the underworld guys, just blew his mind. Moyongbin kept talking, cool as a cucumber, spilling the tea that they'd been totally silent for over 2 decades. He figured if the demonic faction was really back, things wouldn't be this quiet, and it'd be super weird for them to only go after his dad. Jinian made it clear he was out of the loop, saying he had zero contact with those guys either. He then told his own story, about how they just popped up out of nowhere and ambushed him. Moyongbin thought about it, then hit him with a what-if scenario, asking how Jinian's dad would handle getting ambushed by a bunch of swordsmen. Jinian shook his head, looking totally determined, admitting it'd be a brutal fight, but there's no way his dad would lose to just a few swordsmen. He's hit with a chilling thought, what if every single enemy he ever faced had an impenetrable, blade-proof body? A shockwave of realization hits him, leaving him speechless with a silent, terrifying question. His thoughts flash back to his previous existence, to the impossible foes who shrugged off his blows, surviving even after taking direct hits. Not even the raw, destructive power of his 9th phase lightning energy, a force that should have vaporized them, was enough to put them down for good. He vividly recalls the shadowy figures, their faces hidden by the downpour, and the shocking truth that some of them were just unkillable. Even now, in his new body, he understands that the 8th phase lightning energy is a force no mere mortal should ever survive. Thinking about his insane power levels back then, their ability to survive was just plain wrong, defying all logic. He remembers the thrill, a wild grin splitting his face, as he unleashed pure lightning against those impossible, unyielding foes. These guys, at the absolute minimum, had to possess a blade-proof body, and then some. Imagine if those unkillable warriors, the ones who laughed off his lightning, teamed up with dark sorcerers wielding forbidden magic. That's a nightmare scenario. Against that kind of unholy alliance, he thinks, only the absolute strongest, the true legends, would even stand a chance. He pictures a lone figure, radiating dark, swirling power, the kind of warrior who could stare down an army of the unkillable and still win. He's still thinking about the super powerful beings, the ones who are literally beyond the heavens, their true strength and reach totally unknown. Seriously, even if a son was desperately searching for his dad, he wouldn't find a single trace of the demonic faction, he thinks, like, what's up with all the secrecy? He takes a quick sip from his cup, and then it hits him, what are these guys even after? But elsewhere, a totally barren, rocky wasteland is getting lit up by this insane, crackling blue energy, and you just know something huge is about to go down. Deep in a massive, twisting canyon, a single figure is heading straight for a dark cave, and the whole place is sparkling with these mysterious glowing bits. Then, a voice booms out, calling their target the sword demon, and you can practically feel the ground shake from the sheer power. Neon is just chilling on a rock, sword by his side, and he's like, alright, we finally found him. Then, a new character with intense red eyes and a dark fan pops up, and they drop the bomb. The target is, the Sword King. With a sly grin, the Heavenly Demon gives a nod of approval, saying, nice job, Heavenly Demon faction. Neon, with a confident smirk, tells everyone, alright, team, let's get ready to roll. Way up high, tons of shadowy figures are perched on the sharp cliffs, staring down at the empty land, totally geared up to drop in. Facing off against the Heavenly Demon, Neon makes the epic declaration, it's time to hunt the king. Rain is absolutely pouring down on this epic ancient city, with massive mountains looming in the background. The downpour creating shimmering reflections on the water next to some seriously cool wooden architecture. Seriously, even a son on a quest for his dad couldn't track down the demonic faction, making you wonder what kind of super secret stuff they're up to. And that question was clearly bugging Neon as he sipped from his cup, looking totally deep in thought. He just couldn't shake the feeling, wondering what their ultimate goal could be. While across the table, Mach Inseop casually asked for the latest intel on all the other legendary martial masters. Inseop then spilled the tea on recent events, casually dropping that the Blade Emperor was still alive and kicking, looking totally fine. Neon was all ears, soaking up every word Inseop was dishing out. He went on, detailing how Ouyang Sang had totally lost it, yelling about being mocked, but the Real kicker was the Blade Emperor just straight up cackling. Which left everyone else, including Moyeon Bin, just making super awkward faces because the tension was off the charts. He's thinking about the Ouyang clan patriarch, totally getting why he'd be feeling a bit salty. But the Blade Emperor, Ouyang Sang, isn't sweating the small stuff, his loud laugh just screams, I don't care. He just straight up ignores anyone he's not feeling, and get this, the Sword God, a total powerhouse, apparently went into super secret training 6 months back. Then there's Moyeon Bin, the Moyeon clan patriarch, another absolute legend, his vibe is just intense, even when he's all alone. Seriously, what kind of martial arts could a guy who's already basically a god even think about improving? The speaker keeps going, dropping the info that the Sword Emperor, unlike everyone else, is a total nomad, so good luck finding him. He remembers the Sword God's last visit, when they told him about Neon's dad vanishing, but it's been radio silence ever since. And the Sword King? He's basically semi-retired, just chilling and training up new students now. And then, boom, the Fist King, Dan Wuzhen, a total beast of a martial artist, caught here with one of his protégés. The speaker keeps dishing on him, his piercing stare totally matches his legendary status. This guy's got such a wild temper that even Neon's dad had trouble with him, and yeah, no one's heard from him either. He's probably out there either recruiting new students, or just straight up wrecking some shady underworld groups. The Fist King. Oh, he's definitely not the kind of guy you just casually befriend. As Mach Inseop lays it all out for Neon, who's just soaking it all in across the table. Mach Inseop keeps going, really laying out the Fist King's whole deal, and he's like, seriously, what is it about this guy that makes him so impossible to get close to? Then Mach Inseop, with a serious look, just asks, you seriously don't know? He spills the tea, saying the Fist King constantly beats up arrogant junior disciples from the orthodox factions, and Neon's face just screams, whoa, really? Plus, he'll even punish high-ranking members of the demonic faction if they tick him off. And get this, he straight up slaughters every single unorthodox faction member he meets. And if that wasn't enough, even the pampered young heirs of super prestigious clans have gotten their faces slapped by him, multiple times. This whole rundown makes Neon just go, as he tries to wrap his head around this absolute unit of a martial artist. But then, Mach Inseop pivots, his face changing, to drop another bombshell about the Fist King. Neon crosses his arms, totally locked in. And Mach Inseop finally reveals that, for all his wild methods, the Fist King is actually a totally upright and principled dude. He always kept his word, even challenging seniors to duels without hesitation. Giving the impression that, based on what he had heard from his father, the Fist King seemed like someone who lived a rather lonely life. A shadow of a clenched fist fell across the floor, a stark reminder of the martial prowess being discussed. Neon considered this, a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering if perhaps the Fist King was not as lonely as it seemed. As rain began to fall outside, Mok In-seop looked out the window, then turned back to Neon, asking what he had said. Neon, still at the table, casually replied, nothing. I said the food was good. Mok In-seop then inquired, are you returning to the merchant group now, to which Neon simply affirmed, yes. Continuing their conversation, Neon then posed a question to Mok In-seop, if you don't have any duties for a while. He looked intently at his companion, what do you think about visiting the Murim Alliance in person? A question mark hung in the air, reflecting the weight of his proposal, as Neon awaited a response. The next day, the crew rolls up to the massive Moyong clan estate, and things are about to get real. Ancient walls and flowing rivers set the scene, this place is seriously old school and powerful. Getting ready to move out, someone drops a bombshell, if they get direct testimony, they can totally control the situation. Turns out, the Moyong clan delegation is also heading back from a mission, so it's a perfect chance to team up. And just like that, we meet Baek Hankyung from the Murim Alliance. Neon's locked in, taking in every detail with that intense stare. Mok In-seop's right there, looking super serious, totally geared up for the next challenge. Neon lays down the plan, Yang Seng gets an escort, but the other two are free to bounce with their mobility skills, and everyone's like, got it. But wait, there's more. Neon's got another announcement, and you know it's gonna be important. He looks at Mok In-seop, dropping the big ask, take care of the Yunha merchant group while he's away. Talk about trust. And just like that, the Moyong clan's martial artists are already on scene, locked and loaded to escort the merchant group. Baek Hankyung flashes a chill smile, looking totally cool and collected. Neon gives a knowing smirk, taking it all in, totally prepped for whatever comes next on this wild ride. With his hands still bandaged, Neon makes a solemn vow, recognizing the Moyong clan patriarch's incredible goodwill. But then, Baek Hankyung, ever the professional, drops a bombshell, revealing there's one crucial detail left. Baek Hankyung reveals the shocking truth, those earlier assassins were from the notorious Gold-Silver Assassins. He demands the Rulers Association launch a full-scale investigation. With Mok In-seop by his side, Neon doesn't hesitate, declaring that if those assassin headquarters are found, he'll personally unleash his power to help, easy work for him. Baek Hankyung can't help but crack a small smile, clearly impressed by Neon's unwavering determination. Baek Hankyung confesses he was ready for an all-out war with the Moyong clan, bracing for a brutal showdown. But thanks to the clan patriarch's genius assessment, he can finally leave with zero worries. With a genuine look, Baek Hankyung delivers a heartfelt thanks a lot, his gratitude clear. Mission accomplished. Neon and Baek Hankyung blast off into the heavens, leaving the Moyong clan estate in their dust as they vanish into the horizon. Their figures rapidly shrink into specks against the endless sky, a breathtaking display of their power and the epic adventure that awaits. A subtle smirk played across his face as he stared into the heavens, a soft psh hinting at his thoughts. His mind drifted to the sheer nerve of the Yunha merchant group's youngest master, who had faced him solo, prepared for a fight. A spark of curiosity ignited within him, labeling the individual as truly captivating. That piercing stare, laced with a touch of amusement, kept his true intentions hidden. Elsewhere, Baek Hankyung cut through the atmosphere, a determined streak against the vast blue as he pushed forward. The endless blue canvas of the sky dominated the view, a serene backdrop to their journey. Fast forward 4 days, and the scenery had transformed, showcasing majestic mountains and sprawling, ancient architecture hidden among them. The journey brought them to a vibrant town, its thoroughfares teeming with the energy of everyday life. Baek Hankyung cast a glance at his fellow traveler, realizing their shared quiet nature. Truly, after days on the road with Mok In-seop in tow, their dialogue had been sparse, limited to only what was essential. Taking a brief respite on the rocks, Neon cut through the quiet, proposing, time to depart, and Baek Hankyung echoed, let's do it. Moments later, Baek Hankyung put forth another idea, how about a short rest, and Neon, ever concise, simply replied, all right. The squad was just chilling, strolling through the market, when BAM. Neon gets bumped by some random dude. Neon's like, my bad, but Mok In-seop's eyes are already locked on, spotting that telltale scar. It was a silent, knowing glance, and suddenly, the words wicked rogue and Murim's public enemy were screaming in his head. The truth hit him like a ton of bricks. He turned to Neon, dropping the bombshell, dude, I just found a top-tier wanted man from the Murim Alliance. He's mine, dead or alive. Neon, totally caught off guard, was like, wait, is he one of those unorthodox faction guys? Mok In-seop gave a firm nod, but quickly added, yeah, but it's super dangerous. Stay out of this. Neon's jaw dropped, the gravity of the situation hitting him hard. But before they could react, the rogue, knowing he was made, let out a yell and bolted through the crowd, making a chaotic break for it. Mok In-seop just watched him go, a slight frown on his face, clearly annoyed by the loud escape. This whole scene just screamed one thing: the unorthodox faction was seriously fed up with the Murim alliance, and things were getting brutal with members being captured and straight up eliminated. Creepy, shadowy figures with glowing red eyes and reaching hands were everywhere, a single, disembodied eye floating ominously, watching the chaos unfold. Walking right out in the open, no mask, no disguise, this was pure audacity. But just as the rogue took another step, bam! A lightning-fast strike came out of nowhere, hitting hard. The guy with the dark ponytail just smirked, confirming what everyone already knew: it was a trap, plain and simple. 3 armed figures closed in on the downed rogue, their faces showing no mercy, only cold resolve. Just looking at the aftermath, you could tell these guys meant business, especially with all those missing arms. The rogue was down, bathed in a sinister red glow, and a chilling voice confirmed these were the losers who fell to the alliance leader. The ponytail guy wasn't done, mocking the defeated rogue, demanding to know if he was still breathing, yet too pathetic to challenge him again. Suddenly, Mok In-seop, Ji Neon, and Baek Hank-young showed up, and Mok In-seop immediately called them out. Are you seriously using wanted criminals as bait? The headband guy, one of the ambushers, just grinned and spilled the beans, boasting that their hobby was chopping off arms for the alliance leader and sending him the heads of his crew. The ponytail leader just repeated it, a cold, casual tone in his voice: hobby, huh? He just stood there, back to the others, his dark ponytail barely moving. But then, the defeated rogue, still sprawled out, felt something new, his head shot up, yelling, who's there? Under the cloak of darkness, a mysterious figure looms over the landscape, his aura practically screaming raw power. Chul Myung-go, the legendary, poisonous fox, can't help but feel a flicker of shock, muttering to himself about how his rival closed the distance so fast. But that surprise quickly melts into a confident, almost arrogant, smirk, his eyes burning with a dangerous, playful glint. And he drops the ultimate flex, proclaiming his favorite hobby is absolutely crushing his opponents. But hold up, the real bombshell just dropped. Lee Ji Neon is heading to the Murim alliance. What's going on? His path leads to an epic, sprawling complex, a fortress of ancient architecture under a brilliant sky. Inside, the wicked rogue is fighting for his life, thrashing against his restraints, screaming out, demanding to know why the Murim alliance is here, and why now. He's going absolutely wild, yelling for them to let him go, and furiously demanding to know who these bastards even are. Lee Ji Neon and Mok In-seop are watching this whole mess unfold, while Baek Hank-young drops some intel. The Moyong clan patriarch had to bail to testify about the Ouyang clan incident, so he split ASAP. Baek Hank-young steps up, calling out the captors, telling them they're Moyong clan escorts and demanding they release the guy. The wicked rogue is sprawled on the ground, defeated, while Ouyang Woon and Ouyang Myong just stand there, totally ignoring the plea. Lee Ji Neon and Mok In-seop are still observing, and Ji Neon suddenly remembers a brutal training session, where he had to do 100,000 sword swings, a fact he's a little embarrassed to even mention. Chul Myung-go is absolutely fuming, his hand clenching tight as he remembers his epic promise: he'd cause a massive scene at the main gate if he didn't get the next move. He glances down at the figures walking away, muttering under his breath, you definitely didn't hear that. A fleeting thought crosses his mind: if it's that crucial, shouldn't he chase them down and talk it out? But he quickly brushes it off, announcing he's too busy and will just leave. With his back to the scene, the full weight of the situation hits him, and you can practically feel the silent rage radiating off him. He drops to a knee in pure exasperation, cursing under his breath, the realization hitting him that Ji Neon has already made a break for the Murim alliance. Gripping his fan tightly, he can't help but wonder, does he seriously think I'm some kind of fool to be messed with? His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing as he reminds himself, no way am I a fool, I'm the poisonous fox. A fierce resolve hardens his face as the poisonous fox declares, forget it. At this point, I'm just going to storm the Murim alliance myself. Meanwhile, Ji Neon is absolutely tearing across the landscape, his companion shouting after him, yo, Ji Neon. What's the plan now? Just as Ji Neon is making his exit, a voice booms out, demanding to know who's there. He spins around to face a small squad, led by a scarred man, who's got 2 other guards with him, all with their weapons ready. Chul Myung-go, the scarred leader, is totally caught off guard, muttering to himself about how Ji Neon could have possibly closed the distance so fast. But Ji Neon just flashes a confident smirk, coolly asking, me? Then, with a swagger that screams confidence, he drops the bomb, he's just a guy who enjoys beating up people like them. Chul Myung-go can't help but let out a snort, then quickly backpedals with a fake apology for laughing at his seniors, as Mok In-seop and the other guy just watch the drama unfold. Mok In-seop, looking totally fed up, fires back, demanding to know who's really getting beaten here. Having successfully baited them out, Ji Neon declares his work here is done, and he's out. But Chul Myung-go isn't letting him off that easy, taunting the lustful swordsman about going to relieve himself, and Ji Neon's face immediately darkens. Ji-neon's eyes narrow, his voice dropping as he demands to know what the hell was just said. Chol Myung-go, still rocking that smug grin, plays dumb, asking why he's so sensitive, hinting that any healthy man could do what he implied. The air crackled with anticipation as Ji-neon, cool as ice, casually asked Baek Hank-young if he could just, eliminate a wanted man. And Hank-young, without missing a beat, dropped the bombshell, yep, totally allowed. This guy's a registered public enemy of the Murim Alliance, so it's immediate execution time. Ji-neon, ever the provocateur, just smirked, muttering, immediate execution, like it was the most interesting thing he'd heard all day. Even with his hand wrapped from previous battles, his focus was absolute, a sudden spark igniting in his eyes as a thought clicked into place. A wry thought crossed his mind, recalling their 3-day journey, a seemingly innocent trip now revealed as a calculated trap. Then, a chilling, predatory grin stretched across his lips, his eyes glinting with pure, unadulterated delight as he purred, "Oh, I like that." But before Ji-neon could even finish his thought, a guard, absolutely livid, screamed, "You bastard," and, along with another, launched a furious, two-pronged sword attack. But in a blur of motion, Ji-neon didn't even flinch, simply raising his arm, blocking the guard's furious sword strike with nothing but his forearm, the impact barely registering. A subtle, crimson energy flared around him as he stood his ground, his voice dripping with disdain as he coolly asked, "Who's killing who here?" But the ambush wasn't over, a flurry of throwing knives, glinting menacingly, suddenly materialized, streaking through the air towards him from an unseen assailant. Yet, with reflexes that bordered on supernatural, Ji-neon's hands became a whirlwind, effortlessly batting away every single knife, a testament to his insane skill. But the attackers were relentless, another barrage of knives screaming through the air, a deadly dance of steel aimed right at him. And with a grace that was almost insulting to his attackers, Ji-neon's hands became a mesmerizing blur, effortlessly deflecting every single blade, a whirlwind of motion that left him utterly untouched. He kept the pressure on, his foot slamming into the opponent's sword, unleashing a shockwave of pure force. And with a devastating kick, he launched Chol Myung-go flying, promising to return the favor with extreme prejudice. The hit was brutal, leaving his opponent screaming in agony, his body twisting from the sheer, concussive power. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Chol Myung-go's mind raced with a chilling realization, the absolute madman had intentionally pulled his punch, even while sending him flying. Coolly surveying his downed opponent, Ji-neon dropped a casual taunt, asking what kind of trouble the lustful swordsman had gotten himself into to earn a bounty. But his opponent's mind was already elsewhere, a silent retort forming, "Why even ask that between men?" Then, with a primal roar, Chol Myung-go's hand ignited with a furious green energy, a desperate, raw surge of power exploding from him. He then unleashed a defiant boast, claiming he'd honed a body part that his opponent could never hope to wield, hinting at a secret, devastating technique. Yet, as Chol Myung-go wound up, Ji-neon's hand began to pulse with the exact same vibrant green energy, a silent, terrifying declaration of his own mastery. Blinded by rage, Chol Myung-go ignored the impossible sight and charged with everything he had, roaring a furious challenge at the bastard before him. But Ji-neon met the charge with an icy stare, delivering a chilling promise, since his foe wouldn't be using his trained body part, he'd just tear it right off. And with a terrifying display of power, Ji-neon brought his glowing green hand down with crushing force, delivering a brutal, decisive blow that ended the fight. A hand, still radiating that intense green energy, gets absolutely shut down mid-action, the impact just exploding through the air. With an intense, unyielding stare, Ji-neon is about to drop the hammer, the very ground beneath his opponent already giving way. He's a total blur of motion, crackling with blue energy, coming down with a devastating, arcing kick. The impact is instant and absolutely savage, his foot slamming right into that green glowing arm, completely shattering its defensive power. Chol Myung-go gets absolutely rocked, slamming into the stone as his green energy just explodes away, leaving him totally embedded in the broken pavement. A primal scream rips from his throat, his face twisted in absolute agony as the full power of that attack just crushes him. Broken and beaten amidst the rubble, Chol Myung-go can only glare up at his foe, spitting curses for this total beatdown. It hits him like a truck, there's no way he can win, so facing certain death, he makes the ultimate desperate move, screaming out his surrender. He's on his knees, hands up, Chol Myung-go is practically begging, offering to take his punishment from the Murim Alliance and pleading for his manhood. Ji-neon, still towering over him, just stares, questioning why he'd suddenly give up now, his face giving nothing away. With a sneaky glint in his eye, Chol Myung-go lays out his play, surrender settles things, and he's got the goods on other wanted criminals. He tries to cut a deal, arguing that keeping him alive is way more useful, but Ji-neon's foot, absolutely charged with blue energy, is still ready to drop, showing he's not convinced yet. After landing a crushing blow, he looms over his fallen foe, the air still crackling with power as blood explodes onto the ground. The defeated man, somehow still defiant, shouts that he's not with the Murim Alliance. Meaning he has no reason to surrender. The protagonist takes in the sight, two bodies now sprawled at his feet, his sheer power radiating even in the stillness after the fight. He stares down at Chul Myung-go, a silent judgment in his eyes. A fleeting thought crosses his mind, should they have dragged this guy to the Murim alliance instead? He ponders the implications, a subtle shift in his gaze. But his loyal companion, Mok In-seop, cuts him off with a decisive, nope. The protagonist nods, confirming it's better the guy just died, and they shouldn't even think twice about it. With the grim business concluded, a more pressing concern takes over under the bright sky: hunger. One of them declares they're starving and needs food, a sentiment immediately met with a hearty, agreed. Leaving the bloody aftermath behind them, the two figures stride away, their cloaks billowing as they move on to whatever comes next. Meanwhile, deep inside a grand, traditional wooden hall, two mysterious figures watch from a high balcony, while a lone individual sits below, the outside world's chaos completely shut out. After their intense showdown, the duo finally found a moment to chill, settling into a lively tavern buzzing with energy. While grabbing some grub, Mok In-seop leaned in, telling Ji-neon he was clearly a seasoned pro, and that seeing him fight earlier had totally blown away any skepticism. Ji-neon, cool as a cucumber, just grabbed some food and shot back, doubts about what? Mok In-seop spilled the tea, admitting he'd heard the wild rumors about a merchant heir taking down the Ouyang clan head, which sounded totally unbelievable, especially since Ji-neon wasn't exactly a household name. He'd even thought about challenging him, but decided against it, promising no one would have seen a thing if he had. Ji-neon just gave a small nod and said, got it. He just kept eating, his face giving nothing away. But Mok In-seop wasn't done, insisting that after seeing the fight with his own eyes, he was a true believer in Ji-neon's insane skill. A beat passed, then Mok In-seop gave a quick, thanks, but inside, he was totally surprised by how much he was actually talking. Ji-neon slammed his hand on the table, then started, yo, would you? Mok In-seop cut him off, guessing his next words, think about joining the Murim alliance. Ji-neon just stared, a silent question mark above his head, as Mok In-seop kept going, laying out how the alliance's pace sucked and the work was brutal, but the only thing that truly counted was pure skill. He wrapped it up by saying that, straight from their leader, individual talent trumped everything else, no matter where you came from. The path ahead stretched upward, a grand staircase leading to an unseen destination, as the conversation continued. Mok In-seop was really laying it on thick, telling Ji-neon that with his insane talent, he could absolutely crush it in the alliance, especially since he already had connections with the Rulers Association. Staring him down, Mok In-seop got real, ready to spill the tea on the Rulers Association. He laid out the truth. The Murim alliance was a whole different beast compared to the Rulers Association, which, for all its flashy gold and big promises, was seriously messed up. Sure, the association might dangle bigger paychecks and chill jobs, but it was all a facade, totally rigged by clan influence, meaning outsiders were basically screwed from the start. The big shot clans always played favorites, seeing outsiders as nothing more than hired muscle chasing a fat paycheck, not true allies. And when the real fight went down, he declared, they'd just scatter like autumn leaves, totally lacking any real unity or backbone. The visual of a figure plummeting just hammered his point home, showing exactly how chaotic and broken they become. Ji-neon was all ears, casually stirring his bowl, his face a mask of deep thought as he absorbed Mok In-seop's brutal honesty. After a beat, he finally spoke, that's a good decision, totally agreeing with Mok In-seop's takedown of the Rulers Association. Mok In-seop pounced on the chance, leaning in close, dropping a bombshell offer. If Ji-neon testified, he could literally control the story. Ji-neon stared into his bowl, a shadow of doubt flashing across his features, internally pushing back, thinking, hold up, not all of the Rulers Association is like that, and this whole deal felt way too risky. Ji-neon is locked in a tense standoff with Mok In-seop, who's still hyping up the Murim alliance as the only way to go. Mok In-seop's eyes narrow, a sly grin spreading across his face, as he locks onto Ji-neon, ready to drop another verbal bomb. He straight up trashes the Rulers Association, calling it a smear alliance with a cocky grin, while the woman next to him looks on, clearly not thrilled with his antics. Ji-neon's face goes stone cold, and he fires back, telling Mok In-seop to cut the trash talk and stop disrespecting everyone. Then, with a steely resolve, he gives a curt, powerful alright, leaving no room for argument. Mok In-seop, totally caught off guard by Ji-neon's comeback, tries to defend his jab, claiming it's outrageous to call the Rulers Association autumn leaves, but Ji-neon doesn't flinch. Realizing he messed up, Ji-neon gives a quick bow, apologizing for his bluntness and then, with a surprising twist, asks for the other man's name. Mok In-seop, looking a little humbled, finally drops his full identity, he's Autumn Wind, Autumn Leaves. But just as quickly, Mok In-seop bursts into a booming laugh, shattering the serious mood with his sudden mirth. Ji-neon still bowing, but Autumn Leaves is giving him a serious look, while Mok In-seop's booming laughter fills the entire room. Autumn Leaves steps in, cutting through the awkwardness, telling Ji-neon to just ignore the others since he's already apologized. Ji-neon, clearly still annoyed, finally gives in, grudgingly muttering, very well. Still processing the last conversation, he's hit with a direct question, is he here for Ouyang Seng? And is he with the Rulers Association? But his companion? He's drawing a blank on the name, immediately guessing anyone from the Rulers Association is here for the legendary Dragon Phoenix tournament. Then, he pivots to Jinian, asking if young Master Li is also eyeing the competition. His companion keeps pushing, hyping up Jinian's youth, insane skill, and undeniable qualifications, declaring him the perfect contender. He stresses that this isn't just any event, it's a grand tournament, watched by the entire Murim, promising an absolutely invaluable experience. Jinian, coolly sipping his drink, shuts it down, declaring he's not interested, but his companion isn't giving up, pushing it as a golden opportunity for fame. Jinian, ever the pragmatist, fires back that true fame isn't manufactured, it's earned organically as you relentlessly grow stronger. But then, the companion drops the real bombshell, the leader promised a top-grade elixir to the winner. And just like that, with a dramatic gulp, Jinian's entire attitude shifts, he's in. His companion literally chokes on his drink, gasping out an apology for Jinian's lightning-fast change of heart. Jinian, accepting the apology with a smirk, can't help but point out the obvious, you really should have led with the elixir. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, the group finally leaves the inn, with Jinian giving a quick thanks to the innkeeper. Their journey presses on, and he remarks that the Murim alliance is now just a stone's throw away. Standing before the massive gates, he's already over it, mentally calling out the slow alliance for their dragging feet. With a confident smirk, he turns, leaving Mok Inseop fuming with frustration at the snail's pace. Mok Inseop just knows he holds grudges, a silent agreement hanging in the air. Autumn Leaves barely gets out the words, how about we run like the autumn wind, before the duo is already gone, leaving her words hanging in the air. With a flick of his fan, he gives a cool, fine, sealing their fate for a high-speed dash. A simple, let's go, ignites the engines, and suddenly, they're gone, leaving a massive dust cloud in their wake. He's a blur, a phantom, his speed defying all expectations as he rockets across the landscape. Autumn Leaves is left utterly dumbfounded, her jaw practically on the floor as they disappear in a flash. Autumn Leaves is absolutely livid, realizing that Dust Storm was a deliberate act of disrespect, as Yunseal and the other attendants choke on the intentional cloud. Even while blazing ahead, he casually shouts back to Yunseal, telling her to take it easy with the other attendants. With his eyes blazing with raw power, he and Mok Inseop are putting on a masterclass in mobility arts, leaving everyone else in the dust. Autumn Leaves is absolutely floored, the insane speed and skill of the duo leaving her utterly speechless. Jinian and Mok Inseop were gone, leaving Autumn Leaves absolutely stunned and annoyed, with Yunseal right there beside her, both completely left in the dust. But for the dynamic duo, it was full speed ahead, blazing across the horizon, leaving the world behind in a hazy, breathtaking rush. They were practically flying through epic mountain ranges and deep canyons, past ancient buildings perched on the very edge of existence, all under a stunning, fiery sunset. Every single step was a massive leap forward, their incredible speed creating a powerful, rushing sound that filled the entire sky. Looking down, they were just tiny blurs, absolutely owning the impossible landscape, a true display of their insane movement skills. Every single move was pure perfection, a seamless flow of power, leaving behind shimmering trails of energy as they practically teleported across the ground. Then, boom! The massive gates of a fortress burst into view, their journey's end finally in sight, signaling the end of their insane speed run. After that insane sprint, they finally hit the brakes at a cliff edge, taking a moment to just stare down at a roaring waterfall, a brief calm before the next storm. Jinian was deep in thought, processing everything, already strategizing about what their lightning-fast arrival meant for their mission. Mok Inseop, always on guard, was locked and loaded, his wrapped arm a silent testament to his warrior's past, but his eyes were laser-focused on the now. He was still blown away by their own insane speed, a level of movement that would absolutely shatter anyone else's expectations. Destination locked. Jinian and Mok Inseop were geared up for the descent, braced for whatever challenges lay hidden within the fortress walls. Two figures explode from the cliffside, leaving blazing trails against the epic sunset as a high-stakes race kicks off. The tension was palpable, with a declaration ringing out, the Rulers Association will win. Talk about confidence. In a blur of motion, Mok Inseop was practically flying, hand reaching for the win, but Autumn Leaves was right on his heels, not giving an inch. But then, a shocking turn. Autumn Leaves hit the ground like a lightning bolt, leaving Mok Inseop to crash down right after, kicking up a storm of dust. Mok Inseop's jaw dropped, pure shock and frustration on his face, as Autumn Leaves just stood there, cool as a cucumber, basking in her win. He was still in denial, asking, yo, who won? I totally think I edged it out, but Autumn Leaves just hit him with the ultimate burn, slow alliance dude, are you blind? Back at the fortress, Jinian made his grand entrance through a massive, ornate door, with an attendant practically prostrating themselves before him. His eyes, sharp as ever, scanned the new territory, absorbing every detail with an almost unnerving calm. Standing tall, a profound question echoed in his mind, a simple yet heavy, what's the point? The attendant stayed bowed low, almost glued to the floor, as Ji Neon's powerful aura just dominated the entire space. Then, a powerful voice shattered the silence, heralding the entrance of a legendary figure, with the electrifying shout, Alliance Leader. The Alliance Leader's epic arrival just cemented the absolute truth, in the END, the victor is clearly that young master. No doubt about it. Someone's making an entrance, shouting for the Alliance Leader. Baek Hankyung bows deep, and the Murim Alliance Leader gives him a shout-out for crushing it. Then, a new player steps up. Hwa Yunwal of the Hwa clan makes her presence known, giving a formal greeting to the Alliance Leader. But the Alliance Leader isn't done yet. He zeroes in on someone else, instantly figuring out they're the young master of the Yunha merchant group, his eyes practically burning with curiosity. Ji Neon's caught off guard. Hwa Yunwal, with a knowing look, can't help but wonder if he's the guy who took down the Ouyang patriarch. He doesn't deny it. Ji Neon coolly confirms his identity as the Yunha merchant group's own. And then, the big reveal. The Murim Alliance Leader, Yu Jonghong himself, steps up to greet him, radiating pure authority. Yu Jonghong cuts straight to the chase, asking if he's here for the Dragon Phoenix tournament, and Ji Neon's answer is a confident, one-word, yes. After a quick, good luck, the Alliance Leader, ever the strategist, points out that Ji Neon and Baek Hankyung are heading to the main hall, and offers to escort them personally. Hwa Yunwal and her crew drop into a deep bow, showing ultimate respect for the Alliance Leader's move. Just as they're about to roll out, Hwa Yunwal turns to Ji Neon, a serious look on her face. Her eyes lock on him, a silent challenge in their depths, as she sizes up the young master. Ji Neon Lee drops a bombshell, laying down the gauntlet and announcing he'll see everyone at the Dragon Phoenix tournament. But as they move, the Murim Alliance Leader drops a truth bomb on Baek Hankyung, and it hits hard. Hankyung, the leader declares, no sugarcoating it, your mobility art just got ranked dead last. Baek Hankyung is absolutely floored, sputtering, what? No way. I swear we got here at the same time. But Hwa Yunwal, the Hwa clan's young master, is playing chess, not checkers. She knows she held back, conserving her power and testing her rivals for the real show. Yu Jonghong, seeing Baek Hankyung's frustration, clarifies, look, I don't know the full story, but it seems Hankyung just couldn't stand losing and pushed himself to the limit. Then, he pivots to Ji Neon Lee, asking, did you already know this, young master? Ji Neon Lee just stares at Baek Hankyung, a silent judgment in his eyes. Ji Neon Lee then drops his take on Hwa Yunwal, that guy. He's all about the sneaky tricks, even for small stuff. But hey, it's no big deal, everyone holds back before a big fight, it's just how the game is played. Yu Jonghong gives a knowing nod, then tells Baek Hankyung, alright, then, no need to be embarrassed. Conversation over, the crew rolls up to the epic Murim Alliance headquarters. And inside, the main hall is ready for their arrival. Stepping into the Murim Alliance's epic hall, the sheer grandeur of the place is undeniable, with light just blasting through those massive windows. And just as he walks in, the Murim Alliance leader is right there, dropping the line, you've arrived. Then, with a total power move, the leader commands everyone else, clear out. Only the young master of the merchant group stays. And he lays down the law, declaring, the Ouyang Seng situation. That's on hold until I personally verify young master Ji Neon's martial skills. Ji Neon Lee, ever respectful, just drops a crisp, yes, sir. Everyone else clears out, and he's left to stride solo down that massive, echoing corridor. The gap between him and the Murim Alliance leader shrinking with every step. Then, the leader's voice cuts through the silence, hey, kid, get over here. And he's like, right, Alliance. His steps hit with a solid thud, closing that final distance. Now right there, walking shoulder to shoulder with the big boss. He gets this intense look, sizing up the Murim Alliance leader, Yu Jonghong, right there in front of him, thinking, man, it's been ages since we were this close, face to face. Yu Jonghong, with that flowing white hair and beard, just stares him down, a serious, evaluating look in his eyes. Back in the day, there was this legend, right? Second only to the 3 gods and 1 saint, this absolute powerhouse led all the orthodox sects in the epic showdown against the demonic faction, a battle so legendary they called it the Battle of the 5 Tombs. This guy was so hardcore, he literally dragged the 3 gods and the saint to the front lines, throwing them right into the thick of it. He was right there, leading the charge, personally taking them into war. Now that's a man worthy of respect, Yu Jonghong thinks, his eyes on Ji Neon Lee, who's got that same intense, stern look. He's seen plenty of juniors like him in the Jianghu, but honestly, he prefers the ones who actually act their age, it just makes things easier. Ji Neon Lee just deadpans, oh, really? Yu Jonghong lets out a hearty laugh, teasing that Ji Neon Lee should smile more often because it suits him. But Ji Neon Lee cuts him off, getting serious, hold on, I've actually been wondering something for a while now. Yu Jonghong, cutting straight to the chase, asks, "Tell me, are you, by any chance, the successor to the legendary Fist King?" Ji Nian Li's face gives nothing away, his eyes locked on Yu Zhonghong, as the massive question hangs heavy between them. Chapter 21, The Fist King Meets the Alliance Leader. The Alliance Leader wastes no time, immediately grilling him on how many techniques he's mastered. He wants to know the secrets passed down from his master. Ji Nian's jaw drops, utterly baffled by the Alliance Leader's insight, who then playfully calls him out for getting defensive. The Alliance Leader keeps digging, confirming his fist techniques, and Ji Nian's like, "Yep." Then he drops the bombshell, "Do you control lightning energy?" Another, "Yep," from Ji Nian. The Alliance Leader drops some serious lore, explaining that historically, only the Shiman, Namgong, Bakeley, and Sect of Enlightenment messed with lightning energy, each clan having their own wild style. The Shiman clan, originally sword masters, totally pivoted to Taoist arts, bending lightning to their will. But the Bakeley clan? They just couldn't hack it, giving up after one too many epic fails, the lightning proving too wild for them. And then, the big reveal, the Fist King's sect also wielded lightning, though it's more like a super exclusive club with only one successor at a time. Ji Nian's mind is blown by the Alliance Leader's encyclopedic knowledge, letting out a quiet hue of pure awe. Then, with a look of absolute conviction, he drops the bomb, announcing to the world that he is the successor of the Fist King. The Alliance Leader's eyes light up with pure triumph, a smug grin spreading across his face. He declares their meeting a work of destiny, and Ji Nian's inner monologue confirms he totally saw it coming. Anyone who masters lightning-type martial arts. They don't just fight, they radiate an undeniable, domineering aura. Their very essence, eyes, energy, tone, temperament, it all becomes pure lightning, sharp and absolutely unstoppable. And that's exactly why he has no special memories of the Fist King, a legend who wanted to be a lone bolt, ready to rip the heavens themselves apart. A figure so formidable, so isolated, standing tall on a lightning-struck mountain, truly living that dream. Thinking it over, Ji Nian Li can't help but wonder, how could anyone even begin to be friends with someone so intensely focused, so utterly unyielding? Strolling through the epic hall, Yu Zhonghong pivots, a deep thought etched on his face. He asks about the Fist King's status, wondering how his master is doing, but Ji Nian Li just shakes his head, having heard nothing. Yu Zhonghong pushes, pointing out the Moyong clan's radio silence, then asks if this is like Moyong Chu, or if the Fist King's usual quiet isn't the real reason he's gone. Ji Nian Li confirms it, his connection to his master is severed, and he drives the point home with one chilling word, forever. That declaration just hangs there, heavy, and a chilling silence drops between them like a hammer. Yu Zhonghong notes Ji Nian Li is just like the old patriarch, then swears to get this news to the 3 gods and 1 saint, realizing Neuron masters are just vanishing, one after another. This terrifying pattern sparks a chilling question, is the demonic faction finally stirring again, ready to shatter everything? His eyes, burning with the wisdom of ages, pierce through the present, as he delves deeper into the shadows of history. If those ancient evils dared to resurface, he declares, they'd have no option but to clash once more, a battle for the ages that his young companion couldn't possibly recall, having not yet been born. Ji Nian Li, ever the sharp one, probes, asking if he means the legendary battle of the 5 tombs. Yu Zhonghong nods, revealing that the true horror came after that famous clash, a forgotten fight that drenched the very earth in crimson. His gaze drifts to the horizon, as he recounts the epic clash where the 3 gods and a lone saint faced off against a single, terrifying grandmaster from the demonic faction. It was a showdown, a legendary clash against one man, a shadowy figure whose sheer power painted the very moon blood red, dominating the battlefield with an oppressive aura. Can you even imagine the soul-crushing despair that washed over those warriors, leaving them battered and defeated, facing such an insurmountable foe? The very earth screamed, soaked in the blood of countless warriors, a grim testament to the overwhelming power of that single adversary. And even now, when he hears whispers of the sword god's relentless training, it instantly transports him back to those dark, desperate days. Despite being the decisive battle that sealed the fate of the Great War between the orthodox and demonic forces, it still took the combined power of the 3 gods and a saint just to face one man. He then faces Ji Nian Li, revealing this chilling account as a secret he often imparts to alliance members, a brutal lesson in the sheer power they must someday surpass. This, he emphasizes, is precisely why they must relentlessly pursue greater strength, because if that terrifying grandmaster had left behind any heirs, they'd be walking among them, perhaps even Ji Nian Li's age, a ticking time bomb. Ji Nian Li absorbs every word, his face a mask of contemplation, fully grasping the chilling implications of the Murim Alliance leader's warning and the potential resurgence of such ancient, terrifying power. Yu Zhonghong, with a focused intensity, meticulously wrapped the young man's hand, his words a powerful command, become stronger. Ji Nian Li's eyes burned with resolve as Yu Zhonghong laid down some hard truths, to truly ascend, one must not only dominate overwhelmingly, but also, sometimes, act with pure, unadulterated selfishness. The elder's face, etched with the wisdom of countless battles, conveyed a profound gravity, his very presence a stark reminder of the brutal truths he spoke. But then, a subtle shift in his demeanor, a reassuring calm as he spoke of Ouyang Seng, declaring that as the Fist King's successor, Jin Li had nothing to fear. The verdict was final, delivered with unwavering authority. Ouyang Seng was headed straight for the dungeon. With a final word about the Dragon Phoenix tournament, Yu Zhonghong sent him off to recover, and Jin Li, with a quiet "thank you," began his departure. The epic Murem Alliance headquarters loomed majestically against the fading light, its flags dancing in the cool evening air, a symbol of power and tradition. Through the hushed halls, Jin Li strode, bathed in the warm, flickering light of the lanterns, his mind already racing, processing every word of the Elder's counsel. A focused intensity settled on his face, a clear sign of the profound impact the Elder's wisdom had on him, every word resonating deep within his spirit. But the true mystery remained, a chilling historical question: who was this legendary grandmaster who single-handedly battled the three gods and a saint? Yu Zhonghong, a solitary figure, stared into the distance, the chilling reality sinking in. The ultimate power of the demonic faction was so immense, so terrifying, it defied even a name. Still reeling from the sheer power of the ancient threat, the alliance leader can't help but question, did that monster truly die? Meanwhile, a different warrior, Jin Li, stands in silent contemplation, the weight of the world already on his shoulders. But the alliance leader remembers the truth: they didn't just defeat him, they brutally cut him down. Then burned his very essence, scattering his ashes across 5 sacred mountains to ensure not a single trace remained. A chilling resolve burns in his eyes, a silent promise that if disaster ever dared to rear its head again, he would personally ensure not even a speck of dust remained of the culprit, descendant or not. The alliance leader, once a beacon of hope, now stands alone in a desolate hall, a chilling testament to the weight of his past decisions. He's no longer just a respected elder of the Jianghu. He's become a terrifying force, a monster forged by the brutal realities of his era. But the darkness isn't just for the old guard. Jin Li, too, stares into the abyss, a chilling realization dawning on him: he might just become the next monster this world creates. The Jianghu, a world forged in a mutual slaughter of orthodox and demonic powers, is nothing short of a living hell, a true Azura's realm. And as he stands with his allies, surrounded by crackling blue energy, he knows deep down, he might just become the next monster this world creates. After wrapping up his intense discussion, a voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know if his talk was a success. And Ma Kin-seop, ever the reliable one, delivers the good news with a calm, collected tone, declaring it went perfectly. Jin Li, ever the strategist, reveals he secured them off-site accommodations, knowing the alliance might be a bit too cozy for their tastes, and offers to personally escort them to their new, private digs, a gesture that's met with immediate appreciation. The night sky, a canvas of endless stars, stretches over a sprawling, illuminated city, a beacon guiding them to their next move. Touching down at their new base, Jin Li declares their presence, and Ma Kin-seop, ever polite, offers a quick thank you for the setup. Just as Ma Kin-seop is wondering about his specific room request, Chol Myung-go pops out of nowhere, catching them off guard with a casual, "Well, look who it is." Ma Kin-seop is visibly taken aback by the sudden intrusion, demanding to know who this guy is, as Chol Myung-go just stands there, cool as a cucumber. A sly grin spreads across Chol Myung-go's face as he declares, "Took you long enough, but you're finally here." Stepping into the luxurious room, Jin Li immediately claims a spot on the bed, a low "damn" rumbling from him as he surveys his impressive new digs. He can't help but comment on the sheer scale and opulence of the room, calling it ridiculously huge and awesome. Back with the others, Ma Kin-seop and Chol Myung-go are side by side, their faces telling a story of exhaustion and a hint of irritation. Chol Myung-go, looking utterly drained, vents his frustration, griping that he pulled an all-nighter just to get here, utterly fed up with the brutal travel. Chol Myung-go, just chilling in the doorway, drops the bombshell on how he found their secret hideout. Turns out, he just went to every single place asking for a room under Jinion's name, and boom, found it. Talk about easy mode. And Jinion's just there like, wait, that's it? The sheer audacity. But hold up, we're switching scenes. In another dimension of pure grind, Dan Wuzheng is absolutely going off, having swung his weapon a mind-boggling 100,000 times. His eyes are burning with pure determination, because let's be real, this guy is all about keeping his word. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Chol Myung-go is still dropping truth bombs, revealing that to get to the next stage, he literally crossed mountains and sailed oceans, finally arriving as none other than the poisonous fox. Alright, so check this out, this dude in a brown robe just absolutely slams his sword into the ground, sending wood chips flying. He's here, and he means business. That blade is still humming with raw power, a dark, jagged menace just chilling on the floor after that epic slam. And now he's just chilling, giving us that confident smirk, straight up telling everyone he's a man of his word. You gotta respect the confidence. With a dramatic flourish, he lays out his epic journey, mountains, ships, the whole 9 yards, all to get to the next level. And he's not just anyone, he's the poisonous fox. Jian Li and Mok In-seop are just standing there, and Mok In-seop is already getting antsy, like, what are we waiting for? Spill the beans on the next step. Jian Li lets out a big, ha. Then, like a true master, he cuts to the chase, so, where's the best training spot around here? Mok In-seop, ever the loyal sidekick, mulls over the idea of a training spot, probably already running through options in his head. Then, with a knowing look, Jian Li drops the bomb, oh yeah, I know just the place. And just like that, he leads them to this absolutely stunning spot, massive cliffs, a roaring waterfall, the works. This is the place, he announces, ready to get down to business. The poisonous fox chimes in, confirming it's a super private, top-tier training spot, even used by the Muram Alliance big shots like him. The poisonous fox checked out the new training spot, and yeah, it was huge, perfect for some serious power-ups. He gave a quick bow to Jian Li, dropping a thanks before Jian just waved him off, ready to get this training started. But just as Jian Li was about to bounce, the poisonous fox dropped his real name, Chul Myungo, and Jian Li was like, whoa, wait a minute. After the quick intro and getting the green light, Chul Myungo wasted no time, heading straight into the woods to kick off his intense training. Mok In-seop, totally confused, asked Jian Li, wait, you're training too? Dude, you were literally shooting lightning last time, how much stronger do you even need to get? Jian Li, looking super serious, dropped the bombshell, he couldn't just stick with the white lightning 10-phase art. From the edge of the cliff, with the waterfall roaring below, he revealed his inner energy was leveling up, so he was adding the Phantom Blossom Divine Art to his repertoire. Mok In-seop's brain totally short-circuited, all he could manage was a bewildered, what? What are you even talking about? Jian Li, realizing Mok In-seop was completely lost, just brushed him off with a forget it, you wouldn't get it anyway. That dismissive comment totally set Mok In-seop off, and he exploded, "Hey, you bastard, are you looking down on me right now?" Jian Li was completely blindsided by the sudden rage, stuttering out a confused it. Huh. Taking a deep breath, Jian Li got serious, telling Mok In-seop he'd only explained this once, so he better pay attention. He's a master, no doubt, but even he knows his white lightning 10-phase art is all about raw, explosive offense. But here's the kicker, just going all out isn't enough to take down the real martial arts legends. Even the best of the best have to counter, exploit, and turn the tables. And then redirect their opponent's own moves right back at them. And that's where the Phantom Blossom Divine Art comes in, it's literally built for this kind of next-level strategy. To really mess with an opponent's technique, you gotta unlock the ultimate secret. The ultimate secret of the Phantom Blossom Divine Art. It's all about the Phantom Reach. He shows off the move, his hand practically vibrating with purple energy, as he declares, the Phantom Reach. This isn't just any move, it's a technique that lets him manipulate objects from afar, without even laying a finger on them. He can literally bend an enemy's weapon mid-swing, or just snatch it right out of their hands. And for a close combat fighter like him, this art is a total game changer, absolutely essential. He effortlessly plucks a flower from a branch with an invisible force, solidifying his belief that this martial art is absolutely crucial for his evolution. And just like that, with a subtle gesture, a leaf in his hand defied gravity, dancing away as if pulled by an invisible string. But Mok In-seop was not impressed, scoffing, thinking this Phantom Reach was just some cheap parlor trick, a thief's skill, at best. Then, bam. Jian Li's aura exploded in a dazzling blue, his eyes burning with power, ready to show Mok In-seop what this trick could really do. He just casually brushed off Mok In-seop's doubts, telling him not to strain his dull excuse for a brain, and Mok In-seop could only sigh and agree. Then, Jian Li dropped the bomb, Mok In-seop was finally getting it, meaning all those 100,000 strikes he'd been doing weren't a complete waste after all. Mok In-seop just stood there, looking confused, while Jian Li coolly asked, so, how's it feel to finally hit your goal? Mok In-seop was totally baffled, flexing his arms and exclaiming, what are you talking about? I feel nothing. Just, thicker arms. Frustrated, Mok In-seop threw his hands up, muttering, seriously, you punk. You could have just told me nicely from the start. Jian Li, ever the mentor, mused that he'd given Mok In-seop a shot because he saw potential, but not everyone has what it takes to grab that chance. Mok In-seop stared at his now broken fan, the reality of Jian Li's power finally hitting him like a truck. Then, with a mischievous grin, Jian Li declared, alright, let's crank up the difficulty. With a grimace and dirt on his face, Mok In-seop had to face the harsh truth from Jian Li, out of 100,000 downward strikes, only one was actually worth anything. The very air crackles with raw power as Mok In-seop faces his mentor, Jian Li, who's about to drop some serious martial arts wisdom. Peep those bandaged legs. Our guy's already been through the ringer, but trust me, this is just the warm-up for what's coming next. Jian Li gets real, laying down the law, if you want to block, parry, or counter anything, you gotta get the fundamentals down first. He's not holding back, declaring you need to pinpoint the one perfect trajectory out of 100,000 options, because if you don't, it's game over, literally. Mok In-seop's mind is blown, dirt on his face, as he grapples with the sheer intensity of the lesson, that idea of the most efficient one hitting him hard. Then, Ji Neon Lee unleashes a visual masterclass, showing how to pull the ultimate strike from 100,000 possibilities. It's all about finding that perfect move. And he's not stopping there, showing off the most precise slash from a mind-boggling 200,000 options. This guy's a walking martial arts encyclopedia. Then, BAM. The fastest, sharpest thrust from 300,000 possibilities. These glowing phantom moves are next level. He's telling Mok In-seop to literally pull out these perfect moves, then polish and link them up. It's like building a martial arts super combo. Then, you gotta reorder them into a flawless sequence, making every move count. And all that intense work, he explains, that's just what they call a basic form. Once those basic forms are locked down, Ji Neon Lee wraps it up, masters from every sect, then grind, tweak, and perfect these moves through endless repetition, until they hit that legendary level of swordsmanship. Ji Neon Lee's eyes blazed with intensity, his voice a sharp blade as he dropped another truth bomb. Just learning swordsmanship isn't the end game. Real combat and application. Totally different beasts. He laid down the law, you need real experience to forge that battle instinct, or you're dead before you even get it. That brutal truth hit Mok In-seop hard, leaving him slumped on the ground, utterly crushed, as his master loomed above. Then, a lightbulb moment. Mok In-seop's grimy face lit up with a sudden, profound realization. He finally got why martial artists always went crazy during their insane training regimens. His hand balled into a tight fist, the grime on his skin screaming volumes about the brutal grind he was enduring. He let out a frustrated grunt, muttering if it was just because they were all completely unhinged, every single one of those crazy maniacs, and if his master wasn't the craziest of them all. But Ji Neon Lee, cool as ever, just flat out told him, he was wrong, and Mok In-seop, defeated, had to admit, yeah, maybe not. Then, with a casual flick of his head, Ji Neon Lee dropped another bombshell, telling Mok In-seop not to sweat it, because he never planned on teaching him any super hard sword arts anyway. Mok In-seop, staring up at his master, fired back, demanding to know why not, and if that wouldn't just make his path to power even tougher. He pressed on, a desperate edge to his voice, pointing out that tons of martial artists out there had trained in legendary sect techniques, way harder and longer than he ever could. A quiet Mung-ho echoed, perhaps a sigh from the wind or a rustle of leaves, as the tranquil scenery seemed to soak up the heavy atmosphere of their debate. Ji Neon Lee, with a deep, thoughtful look, then laid out the real deal, explaining that just joining a famous sect, learning their legendary sword arts, or training under some epic master wasn't the be-all and end-all. He finished, his words hitting like a hammer, declaring that true strength was a much, much deeper game than any of that surface-level stuff. At the end of the day, he declares, it all boils down to one crucial factor. Staring intently at his disciple, Ji Neon Lee challenges him, who truly dedicates their life with unwavering seriousness. A soft rustle of leaves accompanies his departure, as he leaves his student to grapple with the profound implications of his lesson. Strolling by the shimmering water, Mok In-seop confesses, he's still lost, not that he had high hopes for this trip anyway, completely unaware that the alliance leader and a companion are watching their every move from afar. Mok In-seop rushes to the alliance leader, profusely apologizing, for intruding on his training grounds with company, but the wise elder just waves it off, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. A sly, knowing grin spreads across the alliance leader's features, as he continues to observe the unfolding events with keen interest. Shifting gears, Ji Neon Lee reveals that when it comes to the most legendary sword arts in the entire Jianghu, a staggering 9 out of 10 experts would crown Dako's 9 sword strikes as the undisputed champion. Mok In-seop's eyes light up with instant recognition, shouting, he knows that one. He used to run around as a kid, swinging sticks and yelling Dako's 9 sword strikes like a maniac. But then, Ji Neon Lee drops a bombshell, declaring, there's actually a sword art out there that blows even that legendary technique out of the water. Mok In-seop's head snaps up, his face a canvas of shock and intrigue, eagerly anticipating the name of this supposedly superior technique. And that art, Ji Neon Lee dramatically reveals, belongs to none other than Jin So-hun, the legendary sword fanatic, whose powerful image materializes, crackling with intense purple energy. Mok In-seop, completely blindsided, blurts out, Jin So-hun. Who even is that guy? He's never heard a peep about him. He wasn't tied to any sect, but if you want to get to Jianghu, you absolutely need to hear his story first. So, Jin So-hun, the legend himself, came from a traveling troupe, learning the sword dance from childhood, and Mok In-seop's like, wait, you mean the kind of seductive dance where you slice off people's clothes with a sword? Mok In-seop's jaw drops, blurting out, wait, really? His master just casually drops the bomb that he used to dance with the older ladies who raised him. Just picture what was going through his head, this young Jin So-hun, as he performed his sword dance. This kid, he practiced sword dancing for over a decade, all just to make sure he never hurt the people who took him in. A true orphan of the world, this guy trained with the sword for one reason only. He learned to use a sword to avoid cutting, but then, the unthinkable happened, he finally learned to wield a sword meant for pure killing. His enlightenment must have just exploded all at once, turning him into this terrifying force with glowing red eyes and blood-soaked hands. And that's how he absolutely shattered Dako's 9 sword strikes, his new art blazing with an otherworldly blue glow beneath the crescent moon. He forged the greatest sword art in the entire land, and Mok In-seop can only say, that's a beautiful story. But then, Mok In-seop gets deep, asking himself, was it really the sword dance that made his art so epic? Nah, no way. Forget the flashy sword moves, forget the fancy titles. None of that actually matters. What really counted was the grind, the sheer, unyielding effort he put into sword dancing for a decade. That's the secret sauce. Ji Neon wasn't holding back, dropping truth bombs about how your strength is literally just a mirror of the life you choose to live. Suddenly, a flashback hit him, Chul Myung-go, the poisonous fox, taunting him, are you gonna be a pathetic rat, or the legendary poisonous fox? Ji Neon pointed, his eyes burning with conviction, and dropped the mic, that's it. That's the whole game. Mok In-seop's mind was blown, a light bulb going off as he processed it all, muttering, so that's the real deal. That's the core of it. Mok In-seop, fired up and ready to go, locked eyes with Ji Neon, demanding, alright, hit me. What's the next move? Chul Myung-go's voice echoed again, you gonna regret this? But Ji Neon's inner voice screamed back, never. Ji Neon casually handed Mok In-seop a bunch of arrows, who reached for them, totally clueless about what was coming next. But before Mok In-seop could even blink, Ji Neon was a blur, his sword flashing, effortlessly dicing those arrows mid-air. His feet were a whirlwind, a total blur, as he finished that insane, flowing attack. Ji Neon stared down at a speechless Mok In-seop, then declared, got it now? This time, I'm not just swinging 100,000 times, I'm going for 1,000,000. Witnessing the sheer mastery, the old leader can't help but be blown away by young Master Lee's technique. And a deep thought hits him, when was the last time he actually got to chill? He's totally reminiscing about the good old days, just wanting to kick back and train with someone awesome like that. His mind flashes back, first to him with a fan, then to a super sweet moment comforting a woman in a blizzard. Back to the Murim Alliance leader, his thoughts take a dark turn, dwelling on all the crazy years he's poured into the Murim Alliance. Sitting on his lonely throne, he's totally bummed about how all his friends just vanished, one by one. He's haunted by the ghosts of his past, realizing most of his crew are long gone now. Just a chilling, empty void, reflecting the emptiness inside. But then, we're back with Ji Neon Lee, who's totally focused, asking if his stance is even right. The Murim Alliance leader, clearly impressed, then announces he's gotta give a gift back for such an awesome show. Fueled by fresh determination, Ji Neon and Mok In-seop are now scaling a mountain path, their epic journey unfolding with nature as their witness. And then, as he zeroes in, a sick purple aura explodes around Ji Neon Lee, a clear sign of his unbreakable will and insane power-up. The mountain pass explodes with a surge of raw, crackling purple energy, and Mok In-seop can only stare, his face a mix of pure awe and growing concern. And the mastermind behind this insane display? It's Ji Neon Lee, standing tall, hand raised, casually levitating colossal boulders as if they weigh nothing, his purple aura absolutely exploding with power. Mok In-seop's jaw drops, his brain struggling to process the sheer power on display, as he mutters in disbelief, wait, he's seriously using telekinesis now. Rain pours down as the legendary Alliance leader stands his ground, eyes locked on someone heading his way. He breaks into a soft smile, his eyes practically disappearing with the sheer good vibes, totally unfazed by the weather. With a calm demeanor, he asks, please, a word. Lee Ji Neon, sprinting through the downpour, gives a quick, respectful nod, it's been a while, Alliance leader. The Alliance leader, ever the mentor, praises him, yes, I've seen you in training several times before. You've been diligent, as Ji Neon's mind races, so that old man is the rumored Murim Alliance leader. Mok In-seop, ever the curious one, watches the whole thing unfold, thinking, how does Lee Ji Neon know him? Just then, Chul Myung-go steps up, bowing low to the Alliance leader, and introduces himself, I'm Chul Myung-go. The Alliance leader, ever observant, points out, that scar on your cheek looks like a sword wound, but Myung-go corrects him, it's not from a sword, but a dagger, leaving the leader to press, what happened? Myung-go stumbles over his words, clearly uncomfortable, and the Alliance leader, trying to help him out, asks, was it during a duel? The leader keeps guessing, or while training, and Myung-go, looking totally stressed, finally blurts out, actually. Sitting on a damp rock, Myung-go spills the beans, revealing, I used to run a gambling den. He drops the bombshell, spilling the real, gritty truth behind his scar, a brutal street fight over gambling debts, ending with a dagger to his face. The Murim Alliance leader and Ji Neon are locked in, soaking up every word, their faces giving nothing away. Then, it hits him like a ton of bricks, he just spilled his guts about a gambling debt to the freaking Murim Alliance leader. Talk about a facepalm moment. Mok In-seop is just shaking his head, thinking, dude, you could have said it was a duel, training, anything. But a gambling den? Seriously? His past self is literally face down in the mud, the shame of gambling den and debt hitting harder than any punch. The inner voice is screaming, Chol Myungho, you idiot. What were you thinking? All he can manage is a meek, I see, as the reality of his blunder sinks in. But then, the Murim Alliance leader drops a bomb of his own, a sly grin on his face as he admits, I, too, bear a scar that never fades. What could it mean? Myungho dives into his backstory, revealing his dad was a brewery owner, slinging drinks to all the local taverns. His old man, even hauling barrels himself, got jumped and beaten senseless by a bunch of drunks in a tavern. A brutal memory that shaped him. Young Myungho, seeing his dad getting pummeled, was nowhere near the sword master he is now, but that didn't stop him. He snatched up the only weapon he could find, a mere stick, and went absolutely wild, swinging it with everything he had to protect his old man. Back in the day, Myungho remembers these rowdy drunks who jumped his dad weren't even that tough, but he was still swinging that stick like his life depended on it. He took them all down, leaving them flat on their backs, but hey, at least no one actually died. His dad, looking totally stunned, immediately came over, trying to patch up the gash on his arm. He was so pumped from the fight, he didn't even notice the blood, while his dad was freaking out, trying to stop the flow from his arm. And then, his dad just scooped him up, bolting through the freezing snow with him on his back. Blood drops stained the snow, showing just how fast they were moving. He hadn't been carried by his dad in ages, a wild memory as they booked it through the snowy woods. His sleeve was ripped, showing off the nasty cut underneath. His dad's back was surprisingly warm against the freezing air, and he could still feel the sweat, soaking through and brushing against his injured arm. That arm wound, even though it healed up, the memory of that day totally stuck with him. And maybe that's exactly why, Yu Jonghong thinks, that scar from way back when never faded away. Every single person stepping into the Jianghu has a story, a legend waiting to unfold, and Chol Myungho is no exception. With a hand outstretched, almost reaching for the heavens, he stands bathed in a divine glow, ready for whatever comes next. But then, the Murim Alliance leader, Yu Jonghong, cuts through the tension, demanding to know if that beat-up umbrella is seriously his weapon of choice. Myungho whips around, a surprised ah escaping his lips, clearly not expecting such a blunt inquiry. With Mok In-seop looking on, Myungho quickly explains, it's not even his, he just borrowed it. Jonghong simply replies, I see, while Myungho's grip on that old umbrella is surprisingly firm. But then, with a knowing grin, Jonghong makes an incredible offer, declaring he'll lend Myungho a weapon of his own. Myungho takes the new weapon, his eyes popping wide, and he can't help but shout, heavy. It's a beast. The sheer, unbelievable weight of it forces him to his knees, his body struggling against the immense power he now holds. This isn't just any umbrella, it's a legendary black iron umbrella, a priceless gift from the Moyong clan to the Murim Alliance, forged with black iron ribs and shaft. Its insane weight and durability make it an absolutely top-tier weapon, a legendary artifact you could swing 1,000,000 times, and it still wouldn't even dent. With a triumphant grin, Jonghong simply tells him, take it. A new legend is about to be forged with this incredible weapon. Chol Myungho lets out a dry laugh, questioning if he's even worthy of this incredible gift. Just as the alliance leader, Yu Jonghong, stands tall, addressing him directly. And hits him with a heavy question, do you regret living such a shameful life? He grips the heavy black iron umbrella, its immense weight a stark reminder of his past burdens. Then, without warning, the ground beneath him cracks, sending him free-falling into a massive chasm. While the alliance leader and Mok In-seop look on from the precipice. He slams into the water below, the force of the impact dragging him under. From the watery depths, his answer rings out, a raw, honest, yes. But he rises, a solitary figure silhouetted against the fading light. Jonghong watches him, a knowing look on his face. And drops some serious wisdom, if you can fix yesterday's mistakes and live right today. Then you're already a good person. No need to torture yourself over the past, he says, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Chol Myungho, still processing the heavy truth, finally looks down, a hand on his shoulder, and accepts the profound wisdom that just dropped on him. But the alliance leader, Yu Jonghong, isn't done yet. He turns to Jian Li and Mok In-seop, dropping a casual line about how exhausting it is to hang out with an old man, then declares he's out. Then, with a sly look, the old master hypes up the future, saying he's totally pumped to see them throw down at the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Jian Li, ever the respectful one, just gives a quick, yes, sir, like a true pro. The alliance leader's words hang in the air, a final epic challenge, he doesn't care if they're throwing punches or umbrellas, he's ready for round 2. And then, with a wink, he drops a major hint: he'd totally prefer them to be on the orthodox faction's side next time. Having dropped his wisdom bombs, Yu Jonghong makes his exit, his reflection shimmering in the water, with Ji Nian-li and Mok In-seop trailing behind, their own reflections mirroring their path. But wait, the alliance leader stops, giving one last look back at the duo, a silent, powerful moment hanging in the air. Once the old man's out of sight, Mok In-seop is all about priorities, telling Ji Nian-li, "Time to eat, let's go." But Ji Nian-li's mind is elsewhere. He just tells his friend, "You go on, I'm sticking around for more training." A smirk crosses his face as he thinks about the alliance leader's words, totally hyped about the insane gift he just got, muttering, "Ha ha ha. The alliance leader himself hooked me up with a weapon." His eyes blaze with fresh resolve, scanning the epic mountain vista, totally pumped for whatever comes next. He lets out a raw, emotional sound, a mix of a sigh and a gasp, as he stares down at a distant, solitary figure. His face is a mask of conflicting emotions, making it impossible to tell if he's laughing at the absurdity of it all or crying from the weight of his burdens. Fast forward a few days, and the city is absolutely buzzing, lanterns lighting up the night as everyone gears up for the Eve Festival, the epic prelude to the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The ancient halls of the Jianghu are lit up like never before, and a powerful voice cuts through the night, calling out to every single warrior, old and new, who's come to witness this spectacle. Up on the stage, the legendary Fist King, Dan Wuzheng, challenges the massive crowd, asking if they even grasp what the Eve Festival is truly about. He dominates the stage, facing a sea of eager faces, his aura alone demanding absolute attention. But Ji Nian-li, watching from the shadows, already knows the truth: most of these hopefuls will burn out before the real action even begins, just waiting for the preliminary rounds. Dan Wuzheng, with a fierce grin, declares this festival is exactly why they're here, a no-holds-barred opportunity to finally challenge anyone they've ever dreamed of fighting. And then, with a powerful gesture, he drives home his most crucial point, his voice echoing with undeniable authority. A thunderous impact punctuates his words, as he lays down the law: if you're not ready tonight, don't even think about showing your face at the tournament tomorrow. Fist raised high, he makes his final, brutal declaration: they're not here to babysit weaklings who'll just drag out the tournament until sundown. The Eve Festival is in full swing, and the crowd is absolutely buzzing, shouting their agreement. But high above the chaos, Ji Nian-li is watching it all unfold, a smirk on his face as he thinks, the Eve Festival, huh? This is gonna be good. Out of nowhere, some loudmouth in the crowd screams, "Hey, you with the umbrella. You were talking big earlier, so how about you actually show us what that thing can do?" Cho Myung-go, the guy holding the umbrella, whips around, totally caught off guard by the challenge. "What?" he exclaims. Meanwhile, Ji Nian-li, still watching from above, just shakes his head, thinking, seriously? He started this whole thing by picking a fight over his weapon. TSK, this guy is so annoying. The crowd starts buzzing. Wait, his weapon is an umbrella, they whisper, then someone else shouts, "Pfft. Fine, show us what that umbrella can actually do." The crowd is getting hyped, yelling, did the Murim Alliance seriously ban umbrellas as weapons? With all eyes on him, the umbrella guy is still at the center of the storm, and someone in the crowd just has to ask, why is everyone making such a big deal? Ji Nian-li, still watching the drama unfold, can't help but comment, seriously, even among the best martial artists, this guy's nasty temper is still the same. What a total lunatic. Does he even know who he's messing with? But Cho Myung-go isn't backing down, he's ready to throw down, his umbrella already a whirlwind of motion as he gets serious. His hand clenches around the umbrella, a fierce resolve in his eyes, as he finally says, whatever, fine. I'll humor you. A confident smirk spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming, as he declares, I'm Cho Myung-go, and I've swung my sword 100,000 times. Get ready. Cho Myung-go, umbrella in hand, drops a bombshell. He's just leveled up his slashing and thrusting skills, thanks to his master. Meanwhile, Mok In-seop, watching the drama unfold, tells Ji Nian-li to chill, convinced this guy will eventually grow up. Which makes Ji Nian wonder if they're talking about the legendary tri-sword technique. Then, a voice from the crowd shouts, wow, you've got one impressive master, huh? But Cho Myung-go just smirks, scoffing at the idea that his master would teach something even common street thugs already know. He stares down his challenger, a dangerous glint in his gaze. While another voice from the crowd dares to question his words. Cho Myung-go's smirk just gets bigger, radiating pure confidence and a hint of mockery. He points, declaring he absolutely cannot stand by and let some fool disgrace the Dragon Phoenix tournament. His eyes burn with determination as he declares, I'm not backing down from a fight. His eye sharpens, a clear sign of his unbreakable resolve. The crowd buzzes with excitement, watching Cho Myung-go and his challenger face off in the arena, all under the watchful eye of Ji Nian-li. Cho Myung-go's fist tightens, the crowd below a mere blur as he prepares to unleash his power. And a single, potent thought burns in his mind. He's not just thinking, he's calculating, strategizing. Meanwhile, from his prime viewing spot, Ji-Neon Lee is locked in, watching every move, his face a mask of intense contemplation. But the real action is down below, where Chul Myung-go is absolutely locked in, ready to throw down against his challenger. His gaze is absolutely laser-focused, burning with pure, unadulterated resolve, you can practically feel the intensity radiating off him. And then, the ultimate battle cry erupts, the one who strikes first, wins. A statement of pure, aggressive intent. And just like that, he's gone. A literal explosion of speed as he rockets forward, leaving a blazing red trail behind him. The speed is insane. He's just a dark streak now, a phantom against the backdrop of the arena. But even at this insane speed, his eyes are locked on, absolutely unwavering, he's got his opponent in his sights. He's not slowing down, he's speeding up. A massive blue energy burst propels him even faster, this guy is a force of nature. Every step is a detonation. His foot slams off the ground with incredible power, creating another insane blue energy wave. And then, boom. The ground literally shatters under the force of his movement, a final, explosive red burst announcing his presence. His devastating, energy-charged strike absolutely demolishes the ground, sending cracked spiderwebbing across the surface. He looms over his foe, who's somehow still on one knee, having shrugged off that earth-shattering blow. Dan Wuzong, unfazed, mentally snarks about the surprisingly short weapon his attacker is wielding. Pure, unadulterated rage contorts Chul Myung-go's features, as his attack fails to land a decisive blow. From the sidelines, Ji-Neon Lee's sharp gaze misses nothing, analyzing every move with intense focus. Chul Myung-go unleashes a flurry of staff strikes, only for Dan Wuzong to effortlessly parry every single one. Then, Dan Wuzong drops a brutal verbal jab, absolutely roasting his foe for being unable to even handle his own weapon. The crowd, including Mok In-seop and Yu Jonghong, gasps in disbelief, totally shocked by the unexpected turn of the battle. Mok In-seop can't believe his eyes, utterly baffled by his comrade's bizarre actions. And then, in a move no one saw coming, Chul Myung-go just bolts, leaving his stunned opponent and a bewildered crowd in his dust. He makes the snap decision to cut his losses and run for now. Chul Myung-go is checking out his opponent's weapon, a short umbrella, and he's like, whoa, this thing is way shorter than usual. You can practically hear his TSK of disbelief. And you can see the pure rage and frustration twisting his face. But Dan Wuzong. His eyes are locked on, sharp and totally unbothered, ready for whatever comes next. Then, bam. Chul Myung-go goes all out with a massive staff swing, totally trash-talking Dan Wuzong, saying he can't even handle his own weapon. And you can see the intense, silent reaction on Dan Wuzong's face. Meanwhile, the crowd, including Yu Jonghong and Mok In-seop, is totally baffled, whispering, what in the world is he doing? Chul Myung-go can't believe it, yelling, is he running away? But Dan Wuzong is already on the move, retreating with a look that hints at a whole new strategy, a true glimmer of possibility. And Chul Myung-go isn't letting up, still swinging that staff, a blur of pure aggression as he chases after him. But Dan Wuzong, with that focused look, makes his call, I'll run for now. Seriously, you've never seen a duel like this one. The epic showdown between Chul Myung-go and the young master, Ji-Neon, was still going strong, a blur of action tearing up the arena. Chul Myung-go, with a wicked grin, just cackled, totally owning the moment and rubbing it in. He kept up the pressure, his staff smashing into Ji-Neon with a brutal, bone-jarring impact. That hit sent the young master flying, crashing to the ground with a gut-wrenching groan. But even on the ground, Ji-Neon shot a death glare at his foe, spitting out a defiant challenge. The wicked rogue just sneered, his eyes dripping with disdain as he wondered how long this guy could keep running on such a tiny stage. Then, in a move of pure disrespect, Chul Myung-go actually turned his back, saying Ji-Neon's rat-like dodging was funny, then told him to get up so he could show him how to really fight. Ji-Neon was absolutely fuming, a furious question burning in his eyes, you knocked me down, and now you want me to get up. He just couldn't wrap his head around this insane fight, totally baffled by how he was supposed to keep up with such a messed up situation. But then, something snapped inside him, and his short staff suddenly flared to life with an intense, glowing power. In a flash of pure adrenaline, Ji-Neon exploded into action, his glowing weapon slamming into Chul Myung-go with shocking speed and raw power. The hit sent a massive shockwave through the air, and Chul Myung-go stumbled back, a choked gasp tearing from his throat as he took the full force of the attack. Still reeling from the last hit, he grits his teeth, his staff's tip pulsing with faint energy, ready to strike again, convinced he can close the gap this time. He explodes forward with fierce resolve, absolutely certain he's got the range this time. But Chul Myung-go is a step ahead, his blade a blur of motion, cutting through the air to perfectly counter the charge. The impact sends him flying, a crimson blur, crashing hard onto the ground. He hits the ground, teeth grinding in pure frustration, cursing that he's still too far. Chul Myung-go, a smug grin plastered across his face, sneers down, ripping into his opponent's pathetic technique. He keeps piling on the insults, tearing apart his opponent's every move, then dares him to watch a real demonstration. But that frustration ignites into pure, unadulterated resolve, his eyes blazing with purple power, as he roars back, ready to unleash hell. In a blinding flash, he vanishes and reappears, a torrent of vibrant purple energy trailing his every move, his attack a devastating blur. His staff slams home with an earth-shattering, energy-infused strike, sending explosive shockwaves ripping through the arena. The crowd goes wild, a mix of gasps and jeers erupting, some absolutely stunned by the reversal, others roaring with laughter, demanding to know where Chul Myunggo's cocky attitude went. Chul Myunggo's face twists into a mask of pure agony, blood spraying from his lips, as the raw purple energy rips through him, screaming for this brutal beatdown to end. The sheer power of that strike sent him flying, his body contorting midair. Only to crash into an invisible wall with a bone-jarring blurp, a desperate, "Ah. Screw this." Echoing in his mind as the impact detonated around him. He bounced off the impact point, the raw purple energy of the strike still burning through him. His head snapped back with a sickening crack, blood exploding from his mouth as the full force of the blow ripped through him. His eye, wide with pure, unadulterated agony, reflected the crimson spray of his own life force as his world spun out of control. And from above, Ji Neon watched it all, a chilling satisfaction washing over him as he savored the utter humiliation of his foe. Then, his voice, colder than the night itself, sliced through the downpour, uttering, "Do you regret living like a pathetic fool?" The relentless rain hammered down under the stark moonlight, a silent witness to the crushing defeat. Below, his legs finally buckled, his body hitting the ground with a sickening cock-a-cock. Fresh blood painted the wooden floor, a gruesome masterpiece of his utter failure. He hunched over, his body racked with pain and defeat, the bitu of his ragged breaths lost in the downpour. His once proud blade lay abandoned on the blood-soaked ground, a grim monument to his absolute and undeniable defeat. Even after that brutal hit, he's still standing, back to us, staring down the victor. But even with all that damage, Chul Myunggo isn't backing down, shouting, "Insane bastard, you still haven't come to your senses." Ji Neon isn't having any of it. He's powering up for the finishing move, his weapon glowing with intense purple energy, and he's making it clear, "I'll end it here." Then, bam. He rockets forward, a purple streak of pure power, his weapon leading the charge as he closes in for the kill. Crash. The weapon slams home, a blinding explosion of purple energy, absolutely obliterating everything in its path. Chul Myunggo's face is a mess, blood everywhere, that final hit just absolutely wrecked him. He's barely breathing, but his mind is racing, a burning question forming, "You ask me if I regret living like a fool?" And the answer is a resounding, yeah. He's absolutely wrecked, but something's changing inside him as he grips his weapon, the pain fueling a new fire. No doubt about it, I regret it like hell. He clenches his weapon, a silent promise burning in his eyes, a whole new future about to explode from this crushing defeat. He's got that grip, that look, and the declaration is clear, that's why, from now on. Even after getting absolutely wrecked, a fire ignited deep inside him, a fierce promise to totally change his life from here on out. But hold up, that new resolve didn't even have a chance to bloom. Ji Neon, a blur of pure speed, lunged with his spear, totally blindsiding Chul Myunggo who barely got his umbrella up. The spear's point found its target, and a single, chilling drop of blood splattered onto the floor, confirming the hit. While Chul Myunggo was still reeling, Ji Neon's voice, cool as ice, just dropped a casual, "Hey, thanks." Like it was nothing. His face twisted into a silent scream of pure pain and shock. Chul Myunggo was absolutely drenched in his own blood, a truly gruesome sight. Ji Neon just kept talking, dropping the ultimate taunt, "Thanks for closing the distance for me." Before Chul Myunggo could even register that savage burn, bam. Another brutal hit connected, shaking the very ground. Ji Neon's hand was a total blur, and then, boom. Blood absolutely exploded from Chul Myunggo's face as the punch landed with crushing power. The beatdown just kept going, every single hit landing with a sickening, bone-shattering thud. And then, with a final, earth-shattering crash, Chul Myunggo was absolutely obliterated into the ground, leaving a massive crater and a cloud of dust. The sheer power of that hit sent a shockwave ripping upwards, launching chunks of the floor high into the sky. Meanwhile, the crowd watching this brutal showdown was absolutely speechless, one guy stammering, what the hell, as another just coolly stated, "Yeah, that's what happens when you drop your guard." He's absolutely floored, his mind blown by the sheer, insane power of that umbrella. Dust and debris are flying everywhere, but he's already pushing himself up, every muscle screaming from that insane hit. His face is a mess of blood and bruises, and you can practically see the shock of defeat etched onto it. He lets out a choked gasp, the pain hitting him like a truck and reminding him just how bad things are. His eyes are wide, filled with pure agony and disbelief, just staring into nothingness. And that umbrella, still humming with power, is just chilling in its owner's hand like it's no big deal. Ji Neon is just standing there, cool as a cucumber, towering over the defeated guy like it was nothing. Then, out of nowhere, his voice just cuts through the tension, calling out to the defeated Chol Myung-go. Even with all those injuries, Chol Myung-go still manages to speak, thanking him for letting him live. Suddenly, a flashback hits him, taking him back to a rainy day with a younger version of himself and Jin So-hun, who's talking about repaying kindness for all the lessons. Jin So-hun's hand gently touches his, a powerful moment of mentorship and connection. Young Chol Myung-go is holding that umbrella, hanging on every word as Jin So-hun drops some serious wisdom, a lesson that's gonna change his whole life. Standing there, utterly defeated, his back to the stunned crowd, the injured warrior, known as the Poisonous Fox, silently vows to repay every single debt, no matter the cost. Bloodied and battered, his face a mask of agony, he can barely process the sheer, crushing power that just laid him out. But the victor, cool as ice, just stands there, gazing down at his fallen foe, a single, powerful declaration cutting through the air, I won. His piercing gaze stays locked on the scene, absolutely unmoving after delivering that crushing blow. The fallen warrior, completely shell-shocked, can only manage a single, disbelieving gasp, he. The crowd is absolutely losing it, whispers of disbelief turning into outright gasps, as they question, he actually won, and shout, my goodness. He took. The shockwave hits even harder as the crowd finally grasps the impossible truth, he took him down in one strike. With an umbrella? Still on one knee, gripping his umbrella like a lifeline, the defeated fighter's mind screams in self-loathing, Huku, pathetic weakling. His body screaming, I can't even move anymore. He tries to salvage some pride, announcing, satisfied? Then, I'll be going. Only to be cut off by a sudden, sharp command, hold it right there. That defiant voice belongs to a furious spectator, who steps up to the victor, spitting, going somewhere. You think one lucky win makes you hot stuff? With that challenge hanging heavy in the air, a solitary shadow stretches across the wooden planks, as the victor halts, ready to face this new, unexpected confrontation. Even with his face covered in blood and a fresh L on his record, Chol Myung-go is still talking trash, laughing at his opponents and telling them to chill out and line up for their beatdown. But in the middle of the chaos, Ma Kin-seop is just annoyed, grumbling about these annoying bastards messing everything up. Chol Myung-go is still trying to get up, when suddenly, a voice tells him to get a grip, and a mysterious blue energy wave just hits the ground. That insane power? It's all Ji Neon, standing there like a boss, his long hair whipping around as he just takes in the whole situation. The pressure is getting real, and Ma Kin-seop is helping a battered Chol Myung-go up, both of them now totally feeling the insane power coming off Ji Neon. Ji Neon's stare is just locked on, and you can practically see the power blasting off him, making the air glow with blue energy. Everyone is just getting slammed by this power, Ma Kin-seop and the other guys are freaking out, asking, what is this pressure, and, who the heck are you? Cool as a cucumber, Ji Neon drops the bomb that he's in the Dragon Phoenix tournament, then flips the script, asking them why they're even here. Ji Neon, with Chol Myung-go now behind him, just chills, and says he's just here to enjoy the pre-festival, like it's no big deal. Ma Kin-seop, still on edge, shuts down the current fight, but then drops a bombshell, my master's gonna deal with you next. When they bring up a master, Ji Neon just smirks, totally unfazed, calling them little punks like it's nothing. The other guards are still totally chicken, whispering about how the enemies came at them like rabid dogs, and trying to get each other to go first against Ji Neon. The crowd, who just moments ago were ready to throw down, are now straight up backing off from Lee Ji Neon, their confidence completely shattered. And he's just thinking, man, getting stronger is literally the coolest thing ever. A golden glow just radiates off him, a clear sign of the sheer power he's packing. But then, out of nowhere, a new voice just cuts right through the silence, dropping a quick, sorry to interrupt. This new guy, with his sharp look and a smirk that screams confidence, is like, hey, it's getting late, maybe we should just wrap this up before the big show tomorrow. He's just casually holding a fan, staring down Ji Neon like it's no big deal. The crowd starts buzzing, realizing this guy is none other than the son of the Hwa clan. Everyone's confirming it's young Master Hwa, and yeah, the rumors about him being super handsome. Totally true. Even Chol Myung-go, still looking pretty beat up, chimes in, telling Ji Neon that if he's serious about winning the Dragon Phoenix tournament, he shouldn't be burning his energy on these guys. Ji Neon just pivots to the new guy, cool as a cucumber, and asks, and who exactly are you? Hwa Yunwal, being all cheeky, throws out a random question about autumn leaves, then finally drops his name. Ji Neon actually pauses, thinking about it, and admits that yeah, this kid might actually be onto something. With the previous showdown now a distant memory, Hwa Yunwal coolly proposes they wrap things up for the evening. Then, with a sly grin, he locks eyes with Ji Neon, the air thick with unspoken challenge. But then, Ji Neon drops a bombshell, realizing they're staying in the same place, a fact Hwa Yunwal casually confirms, adding another layer to their unexpected encounter. Then, with a calculated look, Ji Neon throws out an unexpected invitation, a drink in his room, with a mysterious gift awaiting. Hua Yunwal, with his crew in tow, coolly agrees to the rendezvous, setting the stage for a private meeting in just an hour. And as Hua Yunwal makes his exit, he can't help but acknowledge the unforgettable impact Ji Neon, the Umbrella Man, has had. High above the vibrant night market, Ji Neon simply shrugs off the comment, his eyes tracking Hua Yunwal's departure. Across the way, in a moment of solitude, Hua Yunwal stares out his window, a silent contemplation under the vast night sky. The moonlight paints his form in stark relief, a silent testament to the depth of his thoughts. High above the ancient rooftops, a magnificent full moon dominates the night, bathing everything in its ethereal light. Meanwhile, in his private chambers, Ji Neon waits, a silent, calculating presence at his table, ready for the next move. Hua Yunwal is deep in thought, a cup in hand, replaying the duel in her mind. Strolling through the silent corridors, her mind is still fixated on him. She tracks him down and calls out, "Hey, Yunwal." He spins around, a hint of annoyance in his voice, "What's with that rude tone of yours?" She fires back, "I saw everything." Her eyes narrow, demanding answers, "Why did you stop the duel?" He calmly lays out his strategy, "That guy's a championship contender. And since I'm also gunning for the title, no need to show all his cards to the world just yet." She ponders his reasoning, then probes, "You saw him. What's your take?" His answer is blunt, "He looks strong." A sly grin spreads across his face, sharp eye. "Back when we had that mobility arts competition, he actually held back to match our speed." Hua Yunwal's eyes snap open, the realization hitting her. Ji Neon elaborates, "He deliberately kept a precise distance. That's a man with serious experience." Hua Yunwal's face sets, a fierce glint in her gaze as she mentally declares, "Now." Her ambition blazes, finishing her thought, "I came here to take down every single successor from the great clans." Hua Yunwal's gaze locks onto him, a wild thought sparking, could he just skip this entire tournament? The sheer audacity. A gasp escapes her, eyes wide with a mix of shock and awe, is he really that powerful? Suddenly, Seol, a new player in this high-stakes game, interjects with a knowing look, challenging Hua Yunwal, "You didn't notice?" Ji Neon, ever the master of understatement, coolly reflects on his past performance, revealing he hadn't even tapped into his inner energy during that entire duel. The scene shifts to a brutal flashback, him, standing tall amidst a pile of defeated foes, a chilling thought echoing, pure physical strength. That's all it took to crush them all. Seol, ever the instigator, smirks at Hua Yunwal's stunned silence, dropping the bombshell, "Oh, so now you're interested in him, huh?" Then, with a mischievous glint, Seol pushes further, "Just do what father said and marry him," leaving Hua Yunwal utterly flabbergasted, what? Seol doubles down, laying out the cold, hard truth, "Wouldn't it be smarter to link up with the world's top merchant group instead of some dusty martial clan?" Ji Neon, with a sly grin, turns to Hua Yunwal, calling her bluff, "You're here because you're curious, aren't you? Dying to know the real me?" Hua Yunwal, blushing furiously, snaps back, "No. I was just curious how strong he really was," then, with a huff, "Forget it." Seol, with a knowing smile, delivers the final blow to Hua Yunwal's composure, "Better think fast, because once he wins this tournament, he's off the market." Meanwhile, Ji Neon, completely unfazed by the matchmaking attempts, lets out an exasperated sigh, muttering, "Ugh. I said he's not my type." Hua Yunwal, her face unseen, clutches at a sleeve, a jarring sound effect amplifying the sheer panic radiating from her. Her eyes are blown wide, a silent scream of, "What?" etched across her face, the sheer disbelief palpable. But then, the man himself, Ji Neon, coolly steps into view, his voice a smooth inquiry, asking for permission to enter, completely oblivious to the chibi Hua Yunwal's inner meltdown. And her face just screams, "Oh no," as a defeated "Oh dear" slips out, sealing her fate. Ji Neon's sister, rocking those epic reddish-brown buns, is not having it, loudly declaring that this person is totally not her type. But even with all that drama, she's still clinging to his robe, a look of pure exasperation on her face, while he just stands there, totally unbothered, staring straight ahead. Her big, reddish-brown eyes, totally popping with that red eyeliner, are wide with shock and annoyance, like his chill attitude is personally attacking her. He finally gives her a side eye, a sly smirk creeping onto his face, and casually asks if he's good to go with whatever he's planning. Then, bam. A sudden, powerful impact rips through the air, the sound just exploding. In a lightning-fast move, Ji Neon shoves his sister against the wall, her head snapping back from the sheer force, and a dazzling burst of light and particles just explodes around her. Her eyes are bugging out in total disbelief, a single word just slips out, while he's just giving her that intense, unyielding stare. She flinches back, her face going from shock to a full-on pout of annoyance, like, "Seriously, dude?" He then, with a sigh of exasperation, points out that the one currently plastered against the wall is his foolish little sister, totally acknowledging her dramatic presence from a few steps away. But don't let the teasing fool you, he then drops the bomb that she's actually one of the top contenders to win the Dragon Phoenix tournament, proving she's got some serious hidden power. And just to seal the deal, he gives her a playful flick on the forehead, the light tap making her wince and rub the spot. Boom! A new player steps into the spotlight, introducing herself as Hwa Yunseal, her fiery hair and piercing red eyes hinting at a powerful presence, even as she seems a little caught off guard. And then, the man himself, with that signature cool demeanor and slick back hair, drops his name, confirming he is none other than Lee Ji-neon. The scene shifts to a tranquil tea ceremony, where a skilled hand pours a steaming brew, and the command is clear, this is for young Master Lee. The full picture comes into view. Lee Ji-neon, looking regal, is at the center of a formal gathering, with Hwa Yunseal and Chol Myung-go by his side, and Yunseal herself is on her way to serve him. But even amidst the grandeur, Lee Ji-neon's mind is racing, a silent "why am I even here" echoing in his head. Hwa Yunseal, ever the picture of intensity, keeps her gaze fixed on him, a subtle tension in her posture. With a focused gaze, Yunseal makes sure the message is clear, the tea is for young Master Lee, no exceptions. Hwa Yunseal's mind is screaming, why me, but the real kicker drops. Apparently, Yunseal was super impressed with young Master Lee earlier, setting the stage for something big. The tension is palpable as everyone stays put, the air buzzing with anticipation, waiting for the next move. Lee Ji-neon's confusion deepens as he's asked if he'll accept a gift from Hwa Yunseal, and he's totally baffled, thinking, but I didn't even do anything. But then Yunseal drops the bombshell, clarifying exactly what this mysterious gift is, a treasured fist guard from their very own clan. A sleek, metal-attacking gauntlet is thrust into view, its dark surface practically screaming power. Just a hand protector, she insists, a total gesture of goodwill, but it's actually a legendary Hwa clan fist guard. He checks out the gear, giving it a nod of approval, vowing to put it to epic use. Mid-ceremony, Hwa Yunseal drops a bombshell, asking if he knows the Dragon Phoenix tournament favorites, exposing his shocking ignorance of the hottest news. Her brother, totally fed up with his cluelessness, snaps that it's unacceptable to be so out of the loop, ordering Yunseal to spill all the tea. Yunseal, though, pushes back, pointing out that her brother's the real expert here, but he just brushes her off. He just tells her to obey, then hilariously asks Lee Ji-neon if he'd rather hear about Yunseal's embarrassing childhood, totally owning his sister with that burn. With a dramatic sigh, Yunseal steps up to explain, admitting that while everyone's buzzing about tons of potential winners, the real battle is actually between two absolute powerhouses, the Muram Alliance and the Rulers Association. She drops the names, Jin Jiol from Mount Hua and Lim Jiryong from Wudong are the Muram Alliance's top picks, setting up an epic showdown. Ji-neon and Hwa Yunseal are still deep in conversation, their backs to us, as the tournament details unfold. But hold up, the Muram Alliance's candidates are a wild card. Their participation is totally up in the air, because the Mount Hua sect goes all in on every duel, and the Wudong sect just wants to chill and stay out of world drama. But when it comes to the Rulers Association, things are crystal clear. They're throwing their full weight behind Dako Han and Nam Gong-wai, and these guys look seriously dangerous. And get this, if these two titans clash in the finals, nobody's walking away without some serious battle scars. Even a tiny Yunseal is left scratching her head, asking, but why? The reason? It's pure drama, they're love rivals. Turns out, both these guys are totally smitten with Baek Lee-yun, the absolute queen, known as the top beauty of the South. So yeah, if Dako Han and Nam Gong-wai go head-to-head in the finals, it's gonna be brutal, with both of them getting seriously messed up. Just look at those elegant hands, a true vision of grace. Ji-neon's mind is racing as he hears this, realizing these guys are literally seething, just waiting to tear each other down for her attention. He's thinking, wait, could this Baek Lee-yun actually be the daughter of that senior I owed so much to in my past life? Her face flashes in his thoughts, and he's totally caught up in this wild theory. But then, the scene shifts. A super cute little girl with vibrant green hair is just chilling, laughing her head off in a field of flowers under a perfect blue sky. And Dan Woozing is there, watching her from afar with a deep, thoughtful expression, muttering to himself, whoa, that little girl's really grown up, huh? He's thinking about how Ji-neon's sister has totally leveled up, becoming the ultimate crush for every heir in the major clans. And how he, who used to be like her uncle, is now somehow in the same league as her peers. He's hit with this super weird feeling, especially since his brother is also tangled up with the Rulers Association. But someone else is watching, noting that this guy is a total dark horse, even if nobody's actually betting on him to win. The real tea is, he's never even been in a public fight, because he literally finds everything in life too much effort. Seriously. Ji-neon's thinking this autumn leaf guy just has zero fighting spirit, or maybe he's just so ridiculously strong he doesn't even need to try. Talk about someone terrifying. The discussion keeps going, and Yunseal is totally locked in. When Hwa Yunwal drops the bomb that there are two wild cards in this year's competition, Yunseal's face gets all serious and thoughtful after hearing that. And get this, even though they're not super famous, the whispers say they're seriously powerful, with one of them coming straight from the Hainan sect. And as the talk of powerful contenders heats up, the shocking truth drops, the other wild card is you. His eyes narrow, a silent challenge brewing beneath the surface. Taking in the weight of being called a variable, Ji Lee cuts the conversation short, having heard all he needs to. Then, Hwa Yunwal turns to him, throwing down the gauntlet and asking just how ready he really is. A beat of silence stretches, as Ji lets the question sink in. Those intense blue eyes gleam with unspoken power, as he casually tightens his hand wraps, ready for anything. A smirk tugs at his mouth, his whole vibe screaming, unbothered. He waves a hand, utterly unconcerned, apologizing for the brutal truth that no one else even registers on his radar. Hwa Yunwal and his sister share a knowing glance, their faces a perfect blend of, here we go again, and, he's so extra. Then, Hwa Yunwal lets out a massive, echoing laugh, his amusement practically shaking the room. A wicked grin spreads across his face, eyes glinting, as he calls out Ji Neon's absolute refusal to even consider defeat. The camera zooms in on Hwa Yunwal's intense, red-rimmed eye, a silent testament to his sharp insight and the hidden power he senses in Ji Neon. This guy is seriously a puzzle, a total wild card. No matter how hard she tries to figure him out, Hwa Yunwal can't get a read on his fighting style or his power level. And get this, she can't even tell if he's into Yunseal, the legendary Snow Phoenix herself. Ji Neon is just chilling, pouring tea for his sister, who asks if he wants more, and he's just like, thanks. His sister watches him, and it hits her, he's literally not interested in anything but his goals. Hwa Yunwal, still deep in thought, figures he's just obsessed with getting stronger, or maybe there's more to it. His sister's expression softens, a thought crossing her mind, that kind of unwavering focus is actually pretty amazing. He's holding this super well-crafted fist guard, and you can just tell how serious he is about training. Later, under a massive, glowing full moon, the night is absolutely stunning. It's time for goodbyes, and Ji Neon is all class, telling young Master Hwa and Lady Hwa to take care. After his farewell, he just turns and walks off, leaving them standing there under the epic moonlight. He's just standing there, cool as ice, under the moonlight, while the drama unfolds around him. But his sister isn't letting him off easy, hitting him with the big question, so, brother, what's the plan for the Dragon Phoenix tournament? Hwa Yunwal, ever the observer, just gives a cryptic, He stares up at the moon, and it hits him, a game-changing thought, whoa, I've actually found someone legit. His sister, however, is still caught up in the tournament drama, complaining, seriously? We're already fighting over winning instead of making friends. Fine, I'll just let young Master Lee win. Hwa Yunwal, clearly amused, pivots to her, asking, wait, so you're just gonna sit this one out? She fires back with a sarcastic compliment, wow, you're so eloquent. Totally a compliment. But seriously, you're shameless. Then, with a flourish, he drops his name, Autumn Leaf. Nah, I'm Hwa Yunwal. His sister, in a cute chibi moment, can't help but snicker, thinking, Pht. Eloquent as flowing water, falling like autumn leaves, huh. What a line. Hwa Yunwal, totally aware, just flashes a sly smirk, his eyes practically sparkling with mischief. She quickly shakes off her thoughts, muttering, whatever, just a random thought. But seriously, he's so blunt. Didn't even try to flirt once. Not a womanizer, apparently. But then, a new idea sparks in her mind, or is he just playing hard to get? She's got that faint smile, but deep down, she knows the truth, he just doesn't care. He just bursts out laughing, straight up saying he doesn't care about her brother either, and she's right there with him, a smirk on her face. Then, Hwa Yunwal gets serious for a sec, telling Yunseal to just live her life, look around, feel things, and enjoy herself. He drops some serious wisdom, telling her that in this crazy world, you'll find merchant heirs who are tougher than martial artists, and clan heirs who are even worse than bandits. He's laying down the law, making it clear that not every Murim Alliance member is a hero, and not every underworld guy is a villain. They're just strolling under the stars, and his words are hitting different, like a chill guide. He quickly clears things up. Out of nowhere, she shouts, a sharp brother, slicing through the quiet night. Her face gets serious, a deep frown showing she's really thinking about her brother's whole deal. She's still totally baffled, wondering how her brother could just brush off legends like Namgung Wai and Dako Han, knowing they draw swords instantly if they heard that disrespect. Hwa Yunwal is absolutely stunned by what she just said, leaning in with a shocked face, like, wait, did I just hear that right? Just then, a super intense voice booms out, and Ji Neon Lee steps into view, demanding to know what was just said and for them to repeat it. Ji Neon Lee's sister and Hwa Yunwal are absolutely paralyzed, their backs to him, as his terrifying presence just completely dominates the space. His rage is absolutely off the charts, a total opposite to the chillingly calm Dako Han, the future patriarch of the Dako clan, whose piercing gaze and powerful aura are legendary. Then, Ji Neon Lee's voice absolutely explodes through the air, shaking the very foundations as he demands to know who had the guts to talk smack. His sister and Hwa Yunwal are practically melting from sheer terror, Hwa Yunwal confessing she's too scared to even breathe, and his sister practically begging him to just shut up already. Her desperate plea hangs heavy in the charged atmosphere, a last-ditch effort to somehow defuse his explosive rage. A tense silence hangs in the air, shattered by a furious demand to know what was just uttered. And Ji Neon Lee, ever the calm in the storm, turns his back to the scene, coolly challenging them to repeat it. Dako Han's face contorts in a furious snarl, his eyes practically glowing with pure rage at the audacity, a storm brewing behind his gaze. This is Dako Han, the future patriarch, and he's not holding back, roaring out, "Who the hell dared to say that?" But Ji Neon Lee doesn't even flinch, his composure unshaken as he coolly tells his sister, Yunseal, "Head inside, now." His sister, Yunseal, gives a quick nod, her voice soft as she replies, "Yes, brother." And just like that, the siblings turn their backs and stroll away, leaving Dako Han and Chol Myung-go fuming in the shadows, the air practically crackling with unresolved fury. Dako Han's gaze lingers on Yunseal as she departs, a calculating look crossing his features. Chol Myung-go tries to play it cool, waving off the insult and telling Dako Han, "Relax, it was just some random martial artist spouting off. No big deal." Dako Han lets out a sharp, dismissive "tsk," his pride clearly stung, as he seethes, "A mere martial artist thinks they can disrespect Nam Gong-woo and me?" Chol Myung-go, ever the pragmatist, cuts in, reminding him, "Hold on, wasn't that the merchant's son who actually said it?" With a hand on his sword, Dako Han turns away from the scene, his mind clearly elsewhere. He points out to his companion that the guy who just bounced looked exactly like the heir of the Yunha merchant group. Hwa Yunwal, facing him, can't help but wonder what that guy was even doing there so late, clearly hinting that Dako Han had to have invited him. Dako Han, with a sly grin, throws down the gauntlet to Yunwal, demanding to know who's tougher, him or the next chief strategist of the Rulers Association. Yunwal, looking totally unimpressed, shuts down the title, telling him to cut the flattery. He keeps going, dropping the bomb that this guy was the one who took down Ouyang Sang, and warns Dako Han not to sleep on him just because he's a merchant's son. A sharp thwack sound cuts through the air, as Yunwal's words hit Dako Han right where it hurts. Dako Han jabs a finger, his face turning stone cold, calling Yunwal's words totally out of line. Yunwal locks eyes with him, throwing down a direct challenge, asking if he seriously thinks he's weaker than Ouyang Sang or some merchant. Yunwal lets out a sigh, pointing out that Dako Han's temper is just as fiery as ever, then cuts to the chase, demanding to know his real reason for being there. Dako Han's grip on his sword tightens, and he drops a bombshell invitation, telling Yunwal to join this year's Dragon Phoenix tournament. Yunwal just stares, a massive question mark hanging over his head, his face a picture of pure shock. Dako Han's smirk just gets wider, throwing down a gauntlet with his words, "Take down that merchant's son or Nam Gong Wai," he challenges. His eyes burning, the Rulers Association is gonna claim the champion this year. Hwa Yunwal takes it all in, his face a mask, but you can feel the gears turning as he weighs Dako Han's bold claim. Then a quiet, almost mocking, "Ha!" slips from his lips. But Dako Han? He just laughs it off, a booming "ha ha ha" filling the air. Hwa Yunwal's face twists in confusion at the sudden laughter, as Dako Han casually tells him to just participate and relax. Seriously? The tension hangs heavy in the air, but Dako Han just keeps going. Forget the Rulers Association and the Muram Alliance this year, neither of them are getting the champion. Hwa Yunwal's fan snaps open, a clear sign he's getting fed up, the sound cutting through the silence. Hwa Yunwal's eyes narrow, a dangerous smile playing on his face as he finally gets it, this is. His hand clenching his fan, a direct warning from the future chief strategist of the Rulers Association. Dako Han's face is stone, a challenge in his gaze as he fires back, "Interesting. But can you actually back that up?" Hwa Yunwal stares him down, his resolve unbreakable, and fires back, "I'm betting 10,000 Niang that the champion will come from either the Muram Alliance or the Rulers Association." With the stakes now set, Hwa Yunwal's hand, fan still in grasp, makes a subtle, almost dismissive gesture, daring Dako Han to respond. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he lays down the ultimate challenge, betting a massive 30,000 that the victor won't be from either of the expected powerhouses. A tense silence follows as they turn their backs, the unspoken challenge echoing between them, their paths diverging with the massive wager now sealed. Dako Han's face tightens with fierce determination, his eyes blazing with a silent promise to prove the other wrong. Hwa Yunwal, however, maintains his smug grin, delivering a final, taunting warning to Dako Han to get his finances in order. A casual flick of his fan seals the deal, as he mockingly wishes Dako Han good luck. Suddenly, the action explodes to the epic Dragon Phoenix tournament preliminaries, a colossal event drawing massive crowds, the air practically crackling with excitement as contenders flood the grand entrance. A relentless tide of competitors surges forward, all vying for a chance at glory, each step bringing them closer to the brutal trials ahead. And there, amidst the chaos, is Ji Neon Lee, ready to dive into the brutal preliminaries where 3 name tags mean main round entry, with the legendary Fist King, Dan Wuzhen, already a confirmed qualifier, looming in the background. The courtyard buzzed with activity, but all eyes were on Jin Lee as he stepped up to register for the Epic Dragon Phoenix tournament. The official, ready with his brush, laid down the challenge. What name or alias will you choose for your tag? Jin Lee quickly checked if aliases were cool, and the official was like, totally. You don't even need your real name for the prelims, and a nickname's fine for the main event too. He paused, deep in thought, a serious look settling on his features as he weighed his choices. He eyed the tag, and one legendary title flashed through his mind, Fist King. But he couldn't do it. He felt he hadn't surpassed his past self, and it would be totally disrespectful to the legendary title of King. So, with a determined look, he declared, just right, Fist Warrior. The official got right to it, carefully writing down the new alias, his hand steady as he etched, Fist Warrior, onto the tag. And there it was, his new tournament identity, boldly emblazoned, Fist Warrior. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he gave a quick, thanks. Registration done, he smoothly walked away from the table, leaving the official behind as the courtyard buzzed with other hopefuls. A fierce, quiet resolve hardened his gaze, fully prepared to dominate the Dragon Phoenix tournament as the one and only Fist Warrior. The sky above the ancient peaks practically vibrated with raw, blue energy, kicking off the Epic Dragon Phoenix tournament preliminaries. And down in the massive, ancient arena, the hype was real. Martial artists from every corner were swarming, ready to throw down and prove they were the best. A sharp-eyed observer with flowing dark hair noted, some of these guys were already looking seriously strong. Meanwhile, two other sharp-dressed guys with sly grins were totally on the same page, whispering about how these young masters' inner energy had seriously leveled up. But Jin, with a determined clench of his gloved hand, was thinking, inner energy? Nah, that's just the start. His eyes burning with resolve, he was ready to show everyone that real power was about more than just raw energy. Fingers twitching, itching for a fight, he was about to unleash all those insane body techniques he'd been perfecting. With a fierce glint in his eye and a crackle of raw power, his resolve was absolutely unbreakable. But as Jin scanned the chaotic scene, a loud argument snagged his focus. Some small-time fighter in purple was absolutely losing it, yelling at a judge about their tag being ripped off. The legendary Jin Joel, serving as a judge, wasn't having any of it, shutting down the winner, telling them they had zero skill and even less character for the main event, and to just get lost already. But then, Jin sister, Yunseal, was right there, looking absolutely stunned, like, wait, how am I getting disqualified when I just won? She begged Jin Joel, practically screaming about coming all the way from Shaanxi, but the judge was stone cold, yelling back that this was the Muram Alliance, she was disqualified, and to get out now. Judge Jin Joel is absolutely furious, his finger jabbing with intense accusation. Reprimanding a contestant, shouting, you attacked your defeated opponent so viciously. The judge's fury is palpable, as he screams, is that the conduct of a martial artist? With other martial artists looking on, the judge's lecture echoes through the arena. But Jin Lee, ever the observer, just watches, a smirk hinting at his thoughts on the judge's temper. From his vantage point, he thinks, sometimes, the orthodox groups, are as infuriating as the Ouyang clan. Suddenly, a mysterious, long-haired man with piercing eyes appears, his thoughts echoing the same frustration, are as infuriating as the Ouyang clan. But then, a twist. He admits that because of righteous elders like Jin Joel, he can never fully hate the orthodox side. Jin Lee looks at the long-haired man, who's still deep in thought, grappling with the righteous, yet infuriating orthodox side. Catching up with his sister, Yunseal, Jin Lee asks, could you tell me where that judge who scolded him went? But Yunseal just shrugs it off, telling him, doesn't matter. One spot just opened due to that injured contestant, so you can go up right away. And just like that, with a new opportunity on the horizon, the siblings walk off, Jin Lee ready to make his move. He's here, facing down the stern judge, and the tension is palpable. Jin Joel, the judge, gives him the ultimate once-over, demanding to see his tag. No sweat, no fuss, he just hands it over like it's nothing. The judge grabs the Fist Warrior tag, tossing out a quick good luck like it's just another day. But wait, the judge's eyes lock onto something else, those gauntlets. What's got him so intrigued? He can't help but reach out, confessing, 50 years in a game, and I've never seen gauntlets like these. He drops a bombshell, revealing they're a gift from the Wa clan's young master, even if he's not entirely sure what they are. The judge's mind is blown. He instantly recognizes them as the legendary celestial silkworm thread from the Bakley clan, a material so tough, not even blades can cut it. Meanwhile, Yunseal and a companion are absolutely floored, shocked by how casually he's walking around with such priceless gear. Cutting through the awe, Jin Lee, ever the pragmatist, just asks, so, shall we get this show on the road? The judge is still processing this revelation, standing there deep in thought, as another competitor watches the scene unfold. The judge is clearly reeling from this discovery, his mind racing with the implications. The arena is absolutely charged, two titans ready to throw down in an epic showdown. Jian Li, cool as ice, sizes up his rival, dropping a casual remark about their matching gauntlets and shared fist-fighting style. No time to waste, Dan Wuzheng unleashes a lightning-fast, power-packed punch, his fist blazing with a sick blue aura. Jian Li locks in, eyes laser-focused, ready to meet that incoming hit head-on. But wait, a split-second flash of surprise hits his face, just as that punch is about to connect. Then, bam. His gauntlet slams into Dan Wuzheng's fist, a deafening clash echoing through the arena. But the counterforce is insane, sending Dan Wuzheng flying back, his face screaming pure shock as he's blasted away. He hits the deck hard, a shower of debris exploding around him. Down for the count in the dust, a stream of blood drips from his nose, total knockout. Just like that, Jin Zhou, who saw the whole thing go down, shouts for the fight to end. His voice booms, crowning Jian Li the absolute, undeniable champion. Afterward, Jin Zhou and Chul Myung are totally buzzing about the fight, both agreeing Jian Li's aura was insane and that punch was beyond epic. Dan Wuzheng, with a cocky grin, throws down the gauntlet, ready to unleash hell. The crowd holds its breath as Jin Zhou, the ultimate judge, gives the green light for the showdown. But Jian Li is already in the zone, eyes closed, channeling his inner power for what's about to come. Even Chul Myung, a seasoned veteran, is left speechless, unable to read the sheer power radiating from the young master. Dan Wuzheng, pushed to his limits, screams in defiance, ready to pour every ounce of his energy into one final, devastating attack. With a primal roar, he unleashes a furious, energy-charged attack, a green blur tearing through the air. But Jian Li is already there, a flash of blue energy erupting from him, ready to shut down the assault. He's a ghost, a phantom, his movements blurring into an impossible streak of speed. In a blink, he's already there, intercepting the attack, his fists glowing with raw power as he unleashes a devastating counter. Boom! A thunderous counterstrike lands, sending shockwaves through the arena and rocking his foe. The impact is brutal, sending Dan Wuzheng flying, his defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. And just like that, Jian Li stands triumphant, leaving his opponent utterly bewildered and defeated. What a finish! The tension was palpable as Dan Wuzheng, refusing to back down, threw out a final, desperate challenge, daring his foe to block his ultimate fist. But in a flash, before Dan Wuzheng could even react, Jian Li unleashed a lightning-fast counter, a single, brutal strike that completely overwhelmed his opponent. The raw power of that hit was insane, a shockwave of pure energy that left no doubt about Jian Li's dominance. Wuzheng was launched through the air, a ragdoll against Jian Li's unstoppable might. The crowd was stunned, watching Wuzheng fall, with one observer barely able to whisper, if it was all over in just one hit. Chul Myung, ever the analyst, gave a grudging "not bad" from the sidelines, but still tried to downplay it, suggesting Jian Li was just using raw body techniques. But deep down, even Myung knew the truth, Jian Li's power was no joke, it was the real deal. And just like that, with a sickening thud, Wuzheng hit the dirt, completely out of the fight. Meanwhile, the wise Jin Zhou watched the whole thing unfold, a knowing look on his face, muttering a quiet, ho-ho, to himself. He couldn't help but crack a wide smile, declaring the whole situation interesting, very interesting. With the previous fight over, an official wasted no time, shouting for the next contestant to step up. But the poor, beaten-down fighter, barely conscious, could only manage a pathetic, I forfeit, from the ground, completely giving up. He stands there, radiating an unshakable resolve, absolutely primed for whatever comes next. But hold up. An ancient examiner, absolutely fuming, is laying into some poor contestant, practically screaming about their pathetic resolve in the Dragon Phoenix tournament. With a furious jab of his finger, he dismisses the cowering figure, demanding they drop their tag and get out now. He shoves the tag away with a disgusted "tch," clearly fed up with the sheer lack of basic skills from these wannabes. Then, his piercing gaze snaps to Jian Li, throwing down a direct challenge. He whips out 2 wooden tags, revealing the shocking truth, bare-handed warrior, and life stealer, declaring he's never seen anyone clear the prelims with just 2 punches. Suddenly, his face breaks into a triumphant grin, shouting the ultimate verdict, "You qualify." A massive, toothy smile spreads across his face as he promises an epic showdown in the main round. Jian Li just flashes a cool, confident smirk, taking it all in stride. His sleek, dark robe, subtly trimmed in blue, hints at the power contained within, ready for the next stage. As night falls, a mysterious traditional building looms, its ancient architecture hinting at secrets within. But inside, the tension is palpable as a massive matchup board awaits its fate, the empty slots promising epic clashes. Suddenly, a deafening crack rips through the air, as wooden fragments explode, showcasing an insane display of strength. Li Jinian, alongside Chul Myung and Yunwal, strategizes, asking if they just need to sort these fighters into Gap, Yul, and Byung based on their raw power. Yunwal, ever the tactician, confirms the plan, stating that as long as the top-tier gaps avoid each other in round 1, they're golden. A hand grips a wooden plaque, revealing the legendary title, Fist Warrior. A wise elder, with a commanding presence, drops a bombshell, proclaiming that out of all the contenders, the Fist Warrior is the only one who truly stands in the gap tier. Cho Myung-go, clearly impressed, double-checks, asking if this guy was seriously the first to blast into the main bracket. The two continue their intense discussion, confirming the insane rumors that the Fist Warrior absolutely dominated the prelims, advancing with just 2 punches. With the Fist Warrior's power undeniable, Lee Ji-neon makes a bold move, ordering them to strategically pair this fellow right next to him. The alliance leader, a figure of immense authority with a piercing gaze, takes it all in, his stoic face hiding the true weight of the tournament's unfolding destiny. The alliance leader, ever the strategist, kicks off the meeting, giving props to his council for their hard work. He then drops the bomb. Not many made the cut, but that's because, just like he ordered, they ruthlessly weeded out anyone who didn't have the right stuff. Then, he pivots to Elder Song, asking if any rogue factions dared to mess with their plans, a clear challenge in his tone. Elder Song doesn't even flinch, shutting down the question with a simple, resounding none. The alliance leader lays down the law, protect the qualifiers at all costs, no ambushes, no pointless fights, period. Cho Myung-go, not one to mince words, makes it crystal clear, mess with a qualifier, no matter who you are, and you're getting thrown in the dungeon. Another elder chimes in, promising to make an example out of anyone who steps out of line, and the alliance leader gives his silent approval. Elder Song takes a beat, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, then snaps back to attention, confirming he's on board. With a steely gaze, Elder Song makes a solemn promise, for the Murim Alliance's honor, he'll personally make sure not a single qualifier gets so much as a scratch. The meeting wraps up with a powerful finality, the scattered pieces on the table a silent testament to the heavy decisions just made. With the meeting adjourned, Elder Judge and Elder Song share a look, a silent agreement on the massive challenge they just signed up for. A tense grunt escapes someone, a clear sign they're feeling the pressure from a truly terrifying presence. The epic Dragon Phoenix tournament main qualifiers are officially on, with a massive lineup of participants filling the incredible courtyard, ready to throw down. And the crowd? They're absolutely hyped, watching from above as the arena practically vibrates with energy and glowing magic. The suspense is real as a figure dramatically unveils a massive display board, about to drop some serious news on all the hopefuls. Meanwhile, from their VIP seats, Elder Song and Cho Myung-go are totally locked in, sharing knowing smiles as the action heats up. Down below, the crowd is absolutely buzzing, with everyone from families to seasoned fans soaking in every moment of the epic show. Then, Elder Song is seen standing solo in front of a huge, fancy display, taking it all in with his back to us. Cho Myung-go walks up to him, and after a quick chat, Elder Song just gives a chill, alright, response. But as he stares out the window, a whole new level of worry hits him, his thoughts racing with a bewildered, why? What? Cho Myung-go, trying to get a better look at the action, can't see a thing. He's totally baffled, asking if there's some weird rule keeping the qualifiers from getting a prime spot. But before he can even finish, a younger dude with slick green hair cuts him off, straight up telling him to just shut it. Jian-woong, with a sly grin and a finger to his lips, shushes him, his piercing green eyes practically daring him to make another sound. Jian-woong then drops a bombshell, saying he's gonna win anyway, so why even bother gambling? Myung-go just rolls his eyes, calling him a total braggart. Myung-go just grins, a silent nod to Jian-woong's over-the-top confidence. But elsewhere, Elder Song is totally zoned out, deep in thought, realizing that time is flying by, and all these old memories are just flooding back. His eyes suddenly snap into focus, a powerful memory flashing behind them. Suddenly, a massive, glowing mountain flashes into his mind, a place that clearly holds some serious power. The light gets even brighter, shimmering off his hair, dragging him further and further back in time. Flashback time. Jian-woong is there, standing next to a wounded guy named Jonghong, and he's calling out his name, clearly worried. Jonghong, with blood on his face and a grim look, stares up, his golden eyes absolutely blazing with pure determination. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful voice booms through the memory, shouting a chilling command, "Wake up." The memory plunges deeper, revealing a brutal battlefield, as a fierce warrior props up a wounded ally, who barely manages to gasp, Jian-woong. Then, with a primal roar, Jian-woong unleashes a devastating punch, his command cutting through the chaos, "You must." His gaze burns with an unholy fire, demanding his ally lead this battle. As the chilling question echoes, who was the greatest sinner in the Orong campaign? The battlefield explodes in a fiery maelstrom, yet his piercing gaze cuts through the chaos, unwavering. Engulfed in fire, Jian-woong unleashes a furious cry, his command piercing the inferno, alliance leader. Don't let them get away. Another warrior falls, consumed by the inferno, and the brutal truth of the past echoes, both the demonic faction and I were sinners. Their lives. Jian Wung's expression hardens with fierce determination, his glowing eyes burning with the intensity of the battle. Gazing down at the carnage, a crushing weight descends upon him. Since I was the commander, he thinks. Arrows pierce the air as the brutal fight rages, countless warriors making the ultimate sacrifice. The full scale of the devastating conflict is revealed, and the agonizing question burns: how could martial artists bring about such a war? From a desolate ridge, Jian Wung and a companion survey the ravaged land, a chilling thought crossing their minds: wouldn't it have been right for the weak TOFLE? The vision dissolves into a haunting image of a desolate, ash-choked earth, a final thought on the Jianhu's brutal truth, in the JNGHU, the strong gathering and Elder Song, a figure of immense wisdom, stands with his back to us, lost in contemplation as golden light bathes a magnificent, ancient hall. A moment of quiet reflection, his profile sharp against the glow, a deep contemplation visible in his gaze. Every strand of his flowing white hair, every fold of his ancient robes, seems to shimmer with the weight of his thoughts. Then, a profound realization hits him, a quiet admission: to think I was lost in such thoughts. The scene shifts to a breathtaking, empty hall, its vastness echoing with the weight of his presence, the air shimmering with unseen energy. With a decisive turn, he begins his journey, a single, potent word hanging in the air: perhaps. Each step is deliberate, a silent march through the sun-drenched hall, leading him towards his destiny. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoes, a powerful beat of purpose driving him onward. A monumental decision is revealed: this Dragon Phoenix tournament will be the last one I hold, as below, the crowd buzzes with excitement, their eyes wide, one shouting, "Look!" All eyes are drawn to the grand structure, their collective voices erupting in a roar: the Alliance leader. Hero, sir. The energy is palpable, the crowd's fervent shouts echoing, Alliance leader. And there he is, the legend himself, Elder Song, the Alliance leader, surveying his people from on high, a powerful aura surrounding him. Elder Song's eyes just lock in, a super intense, distant memory flashing through his mind. And he's totally flashing back to way back when, seeing his younger self standing there with a young Chol Myungo, both looking absolutely ready for anything. Then there's the memory of a young Dako Han, looking super intense, his profile already screaming future powerhouse. And don't forget the young Ji Neon Lee, just radiating quiet power, his eyes locked onto something we can't even see. A subtle smirk plays on Elder Song's face, as the epic flashback just keeps on rolling. He's thinking back to a huge moment, 45 years ago, his younger self just standing there, dwarfed by the massive sky. His younger self, draped in those classic robes, was just there, in this epic courtyard, the pressure of everything resting squarely on his shoulders. And get this, the very guy he's remembering from way back then is literally standing right in front of him, right now. Back in the day, just snagging 1 or 2 wins was a huge deal, and yeah, some folks even bit the dust from sheer bad luck. He's totally remembering how he absolutely crushed a martial master from a big-name clan in his first match, his hit sending the poor guy flying. Then, in the very next round, he took down a martial master from the legendary Golden Blood sect, leaving that dude completely wiped out on the floor. He's thinking about the guy who came in second place in that whole tournament, a young Dako Han, just absolutely cracking up next to him. He flashes back to his early days in the Murim Alliance, right there with a rising star named Jian Wung. And Jian Wung was handed the epic star sword. And he, the narrator, snagged the equally awesome water lunar sword. These legendary blades weren't just given, the Alliance leader and elders voluntarily handed them over. A move that cemented his loyalty, making it impossible to ever truly leave the Alliance, no matter what went down next. That pure, unadulterated joy of wielding the water lunar sword. It sparked an unstoppable fire within him, a burning need to get stronger. But hold up, the scene shifts. A woman steps forward, dropping a bombshell announcement: the ultimate prize is going to the contest's winner. She unveils it, a mind-blowing, century-old Zhonghua ginseng from the Ame sect, a treasure beyond belief. A male spectator's jaw drops, his eyes wide with shock at the mention of a century-old Zhonghua ginseng. And another female spectator, fanning herself, groans that money can't even touch something this rare, totally regretting not joining the tournament. A third male spectator, with a knowing smirk, points out the real shocker: this prize is from Abbess Hyun-E of Ame, a leader so frugal she barely has anything for her own disciples. The ultimate prize, a legendary century-old Zhonghua ginseng, is unveiled, waiting for its mystery champion. But wait, there's more. The presenter, with a dazzling sword in hand, drops a bombshell: I'm also presenting the Star Sword, the one that lost its master in the epic Orung campaign. A moment of reflection as he thinks, my fallen comrade, Jian Wung, is definitely cheering from the heavens. Ji Neon, ever the stoic, simply gazes skyward, absorbing the gravity of the declaration. Elder Song, the veteran, gives a knowing smirk, thinking about the Star Sword, even though he's already got his legendary water lunar sword. A quiet phew escapes him, glad he won't have to give up his precious sword. Suddenly, Zhong Hong takes the stage, dropping another bombshell: hold up. The legendary Gu clan ironsmiths have forged a brand new sword just for this tournament. He elaborates, hyping up the craftsmanship. Everyone knows the Gu clan ironsmiths are the masters behind the unforgetting swords, wielded by the Manhwa sex elite. Hua Yunwal's jaw drops in shock. Wait, the Manhwa sex unforgetting sword. The brand new sword gleams in its box, and get this, the winner gets to name it themselves. A hand dramatically pulls the stunning blade from its scabbard, its polished surface practically blinding with light. Ji Neon grips the incredible new sword, and the legend goes that even after its original wielder's hair turned white with age, this blade stayed razor-sharp. Behold! A dazzling blade, glowing with an otherworldly blue, is unveiled to the masses, instantly declared the legendary water lunar sword. The blade itself is a masterpiece, shimmering with a fluid, almost living design, a true marvel of ancient power and unparalleled artistry. Then, a commanding white-haired elder, gripping the legendary blade, steps forward to proclaim that through all the ages, just like the pristine edge of this water lunar sword, you've got to keep an unwavering heart for all eternity, because when we finally ascend to the heavens, only our legend will endure. The crowd hangs on every word, with Elder Song's jaw practically on the floor in shock, and Zhonghong's gaze fixed, utterly absorbed by the gravity of the moment. Ji Neon Lee, ever the strategist, processes the implications with a focused gaze, as Hua Yunwal's serious demeanor shows just how much weight these words carry. The elder's eyes blaze with conviction, his voice booming with an absolute decree, you must hold this place. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he unveils the mind-blowing prizes, the ancient Zhonghua Ginseng, the fabled Star Sword, and the brand new Gu clan Ironsmith sword, declaring they're all up for grabs, no strings attached, for one epic reason. The elder cuts an imposing figure, the water lunar sword a beacon of power in his hand, its glow amplifying the sheer force of his declaration. The sword isn't just a weapon, it's a living conduit of power, pulsing with raw energy, its ancient patterns flaring with every word spoken. Elder Song and Jianwung are visibly shaken, their faces etched with concern, as the speaker's voice rises to a crescendo, declaring, because we are. Zhonghong's gaze sharpens with intense resolve, but it's Ji Neon Lee who absolutely beams, a wide, ecstatic grin spreading across his face, ready to conquer whatever comes next. With an intense, almost glowing stare, the elder's powerful voice cut through the air, demanding absolute attention from everyone present. Then, with a booming declaration, he revealed his faction, the Orthodox. Meanwhile, Ji Neon Lee, ever the picture of calm determination, watched intently, ready for whatever came next. And then, the moment everyone was waiting for. The elder's voice thundered, let the Dragon Phoenix tournament begin. The stage was set for the reincarnation of the Fist King. The moment everyone's been waiting for is finally here. The Dragon Phoenix tournament is about to kick off, and the hype is real. And as the announcement drops, Ji Neon, standing before a massive, gleaming sword, can only let out a stunned oh. The gravity of this moment is hitting hard. The sheer scale of it all is just mind-blowing, leaving everyone in awe, a collective wow. Echoing through the crowd. Even Chol Myungo, usually so composed, can't help but be swept up in the moment, exclaiming how incredibly impressive it all looks. But beneath the surface, there's a deeper, more profound statement being made, it's because we are the Orthodox. Ji Neon takes it all in, a knowing smirk on his face, thinking, so, it's all about being the Orthodox, huh? But hold up, this isn't some arrogant flex of power or status from the Orthodox, it's a deep, powerful statement from an elder, a true declaration. It's about someone who's been through hell and back, lost everything, yet still chooses to walk the brutal path of the Orthodox. His eyes burn with an unshakable resolve, a fierce dedication to the Orthodox path, a promise to live and die by its code. This is the raw, unyielding spirit of every warrior who steps onto this stage, their convictions rooted deep like ancient trees. They're the ones who will sacrifice everything, burning their very souls, just to cling to what they believe in. Yeah, that's right, the real power comes from the absolutely wild and stubborn martial artists of the Orthodox. And just like that, the announcer's voice booms, kicking off the main bracket's first match of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Then, the call goes out, summoning the Fist Warrior and the Dual Spears of Hebei to step into the spotlight. Just as Ji Neon's about to move, Dan Wuzheng pops up, a look of pure shock on his face as he calls out to him. But Ji Neon's already locked in, taking his first stride, his eyes laser-focused on the arena, ready to size up the competition. He strides with purpose, his mind already racing, deep in thought about just how powerful the Orthodox truly are. He's a picture of calm, cool, and collected, every inch of him radiating silent resolve. He locks eyes with his opponent, a flicker of intensity in his gaze, this is it, his first real showdown against a dual spear master. Across the stage, the imposing Dual Spears of Hebei sizes him up, a low, curious rumbling from his chest. Then, his opponent's eyes dart down to Ji Neon's bare hands, a clear question hanging in the air, you have no weapon? The tournament kicks off, and who shows up but Dan Wuzheng, asking Ji Neon if he's a fist practitioner. Wuzheng, ever the confident one, just points to himself and says, yeah, I'm the Fist King. What a legend. Next up, Ji Neon is on the main stage, ready to throw down with his first opponent, the dual spears of Hebei, looking absolutely menacing with those twin weapons. Ji Neon's mind was racing, acknowledging the insane skill gaps even among fist fighters, and you could practically see his focus intensify. But the dual spears of Hebei, seeing Ji Neon without weapons, was already writing him off, thinking he was just some low-level scrub and this would be an easy win. He even had the audacity to say it out loud, totally underestimating our hero. And just like that, the match begins. The dual spears of Hebei goes all out, charging Ji Neon with both spears in a lightning-fast attack. The spears slammed down with a deafening "okay" sound, but Ji Neon was already gone. But Ji Neon is too fast. He dodges the attack with insane agility, leaving a blue streak in his wake. He doesn't just dodge, he counters. His moves are like flowing water, a perfect blend of defense and offense. Boom! Ji Neon lands a solid punch right to the gut of the dual spears of Hebei, who's now thinking, getting too close is a problem. The dual spears of Hebei reacts instantly, whipping one of his spears around with a taak. He's trying to get back in the game, but Ji Neon's already got the momentum. The dual spears of Hebei was not holding back, launching himself into the air, spears arcing down with pure, lethal intent. He even called out his move, shouting his intent to strike from afar. His form was absolutely flawless, both spears locked and loaded, their tips glowing with a faint, menacing blue energy, showing off his insane mastery. But Ji Neon? He was ice cold, his back to the incoming danger, as those spears came crashing down with a sickening thud. Then, in a flash, he brought his forearms up, blocking both spears with a shocking, metallic clang. The impact was brutal, spears grinding down on his arms, but he just stood there, unyielding. A massive burst of energy exploded from the impact point, as the clash reached a fever pitch. But then, with a sudden, explosive counter, Ji Neon sent the dual spears of Hebei absolutely flying, shattering the very ground with his unseen power. The entire crowd, from Dan Wuzing to Chul Myung-go, Hwa Yunwol, and all the other big shots, were absolutely stunned, watching with a mix of shock and pure awe. The dual spears of Hebei, totally caught off guard by that insane counter, snapped back to reality, his eyes burning with fierce determination. And check this out, the arena floor itself was cracked, bearing the undeniable mark of Ji Neon's power, a deep, radiating yin-yang symbol etched into the earth. But just like that, the dual spears of Hebei righted himself in mid-air, spears ready to strike again, proving this battle was far from over. The fight was far from over, and Ji Neon was already anticipating, his form a blur of readiness. Then, in a flash, he blocked it. A solid, bone-jarring deflection that sent shockwaves through the air. The dual spears of Hebei couldn't believe it, his face a mask of shock as he realized, he blocked it. Ji Neon was a whirlwind, his hair flying as he moved with impossible speed. But Ji Neon wasn't done. He unleashed a counterattack that sent the dual spears of Hebei absolutely rocketing across the arena. He was launched like a missile, a red blur streaking across the arena, completely outmatched. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Elder Song was absolutely riveted, a subtle blue energy crackling around him as he took it all in. And then, boom! He hit the ground with a sickening thud, the impact shaking the very foundations of the arena. He wasn't just knocked back, he was plowed into the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Even Jonghong was stunned, his jaw dropping as he cried out, "Elder Song." Elder Song, however, was unfazed, a dark, amused chuckle rumbling from him as he took in the chaos. With Jonghong practically passed out in his arms, Elder Song was practically vibrating with excitement, shouting, "So exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating." The dual spears of Hebei is down for the count, sprawled out on the arena floor, but don't worry, he's not seriously hurt. Just knocked out cold from that insane hit. And just like that, the announcer's hype-filled voice screams out the win for the Fist Warrior, with Ji Neon looking absolutely epic, a victorious smirk on his face. The crowd is buzzing, totally shocked, like, wait, it's over already, and who is this guy? The hype is real. Jonghong, totally blown away, remembers that this dude was the first to crush the preliminaries, making Ji Neon's victory even more legendary. His face goes from shocked to holy cow, that's amazing, totally recognizing the sheer, insane power he just witnessed. Elder Song, with a wise grin and a round of applause, drops some serious wisdom, saying there's always more to learn, even for the best. Ji Neon starts to make his exit from the arena, but the elder isn't letting him go that easily, shouting out a friendly, "Hey, friend," across the crowd. The elder walks right up to the young master, giving him props for that epic win. Out of nowhere, a new voice cuts in, a super smooth female voice dropping the line, "Umbrella, we meet again." Hwa Yunwol, rocking a cool fan, flashes a knowing smile, her gaze locked onto Ji Neon, clearly up to something. Ji Neon gives a quick thanks to young Master Hwa, but then Chul Myung-go steps up, dropping a bombshell, "I'm not Umbrella. I'm the legendary poisonous fox, Chul Myung-go. Talk about an entrance. The tension builds as Hwa Yunwal turns to his companion, calling him Young Master Chul. But Chul Myung-go isn't just Young Master Chul, he's the infamous, poisonous fox. Hwa Yunwal then pivots to Jineon, asking about his next match, but quickly clarifies he's sitting this one out. With a wild, confident laugh, Hwa Yunwal reveals Dako Han of the Dako clan provoked him, leading to a good bet that kept him out of the ring. And what was this good bet? Hwa Yunwal drops a bombshell, admitting he impulsively threw down a massive 30,000 niang on Jineon's win. Chul Myung-go chuckles, telling Hwa Yunwal he's not trying to pressure him, but Jineon's eyes widen at the mention of 30,000 niang, that's 3 buildings worth of cash. Jineon's face hardens, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. But that determination quickly morphs into a confident smirk, ready to take on the challenge. Gazing at the gauntlets on his hands, he makes a silent promise, that money isn't going anywhere. But then, his focus narrows on the gauntlets, a new question forming in his mind. Hwa Yunwal just grins, clearly enjoying the moment, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He remembers a senior's words, a revelation that the gauntlets are made from the legendary, celestial silkworm white silk, the Bakley clan's absolute finest. Hwa Yunwal is deep in thought, confirming that the senior's prediction was spot on. Flashback time. She remembers way back, when they hooked up the Bakley clan patriarch with a sweet sword. And get this, he was so stoked with the sword, he gave them these epic gauntlets as a thank you. This legendary swap went down ages ago, right after the Bakley clan went full-on sword fanatics. The patriarch, thinking these gauntlets were too good for his clan, decided they needed a new, more worthy owner. Jineon gets it, but he's still kinda shocked the Bakley clan patriarch was cool with just a sword, leaving these awesome gauntlets behind. Hwa Yunwal's mind wanders, realizing she's a sword wielder too. But wait, she's got a fan too, meaning she's a master of multiple weapon styles. A sly grin spreads across her face, because the Hwa clan is clearly holding back, way stronger than anyone knows. Suddenly, her focus snaps, as the guy she bet against, Dako Han of the Dako clan, steps out, rocking a massive black sword. Dako Han makes his grand entrance, and both Hwa Yunwal and Jineon are locked onto him. This guy is a total powerhouse, one of the top contenders, so expect this fight to be over in a flash. A blinding golden light explodes from a sword, unleashing an absolutely devastating strike. Watching from the sidelines, Jineon can't help but question, another contender. Seriously, why does everyone think they're the strongest? The sheer force of the attack absolutely rocks the arena, sending a massive shockwave of dust and debris everywhere. Just moments later, the opponent is utterly crushed, lying broken on the ground with their sword shattered, a stark reminder of the sheer power they just went up against. The crowd absolutely explodes, roaring in awe at Dako Han's lightning-fast, decisive victory. A collective gasp turns into an earth-shattering cheer from the spectators, their voices absolutely exploding with shock and excitement. With the dust finally settling, Hwa Yunwal, Jineon, and Jianwoo make their way through the buzzing grounds, a heavy, thoughtful silence hanging in the air between them. Hwa Yunwal flashes a small, knowing smile, her expression practically screaming I told you so. Jineon, on the other hand, is totally lost in thought, his eyes locked on something unseen as he tries to wrap his head around that insane display of power. Meanwhile, Dako Han, with an utterly arrogant smirk, brushes off his victory, casually muttering that it was all it took and no need to make a fuss. He then strides right up to the trio, his powerful presence demanding their full attention as he stops dead in front of them. Looking Hwa Yunwal dead in the eye, he throws down the gauntlet, asking if she's still up for a gamble after seeing what he just did. Dako Han, fresh off his dominant win, isn't holding back. He immediately confronts Hwa Yunwal and her crew, throwing shade at their terrible bet on a merchant's son. Hwa Yunwal, though, isn't fazed, just giving him that icy stare, totally unimpressed by his bravado. But Hwa Yunwal just brushes him off with a dramatic sigh, calling out the terrible judgment of the Rulers Association's next supreme advisor. Dako Han just lets out a dry scoff, his eyes locked on Hwa Yunwal, clearly not backing down. Meanwhile, Dan Wuzing is totally caught off guard by the escalating drama, his face a mask of disbelief as he asks, "What did you say?" Dako Han just keeps pushing, casually dropping a brainless moron into the conversation, and you can feel the air get thick with tension as everyone around Hwa Yunwal freezes. Lee Jineon is just done with this whole situation, facepalming in pure exasperation at Dako Han's audacity. Hwa Yunwal, barely holding it together, turns to Chul Myung-go, her voice a dangerous whisper. Dan Wuzing, ever the provocateur, quickly clarifies his idiot comment, saying he never actually named names, leaving everyone wondering who he really meant. Dako Han, with that smug grin, just throws it back at them, is there a problem? He's practically begging for a fight. Then, in a chilling move, his hand goes straight to his sword hilt, and he snarls, "You there, worm," making it crystal clear he's ready to throw down. A cutting remark hangs in the air, and someone's demanding answers. While Hwa Yunwal just straight up disrespects his rival, dropping the ultimate insult, brainless moron. That insult just hit different, sparking a furious, crimson aura around a hidden blade, and you know what that means, trouble's brewing. Ji Lee can barely keep it together, his hand covering his face, trying to hold back the absolute rage building inside him. But Hwa Yunseal, the female spectator, is just soaking it all in with a sly smirk, her fan barely concealing her amusement. She tries to call out to young Master Chul, but Hwa Yunwal is quick to shut it down, claiming he never actually named the idiot. Ji Lee, now fully locked onto his provocateur, throws down the gauntlet. Is there a problem? His hand flies to his sword hilt, a dangerous growl rumbling from his chest, and he just called his rival a worm. The sword slides free, its dark hilt glinting with menace, as he dares Hwa Yunwal to say that again. Then, a sudden oops moment hits Ji Lee, his eyes going wide, as he wonders if he actually heard that insane challenge. He points, a look of pure shock and recognition washing over him, because he just realized exactly whose sword that is. Ji Lee, with his sword still drawn, drops a casual bomb, comparing it to his own black iron umbrella and asking to borrow it. This dude is seriously pushing Hwa Yunwal's buttons. His words just hang there, a total mic drop in this super tense moment. Hwa Yunwal's face just snaps into a glare, firing back with a cutting question, are you fearless or just stupid? But Ji Lee doesn't even flinch, just coolly promises to remember him, and that they'll definitely clash in a duel. Hwa Yunwal, though, just brushes off the whole thing, flat out refusing to participate in calling Ji Lee a dramatic jerk. But Ji Lee's not backing down, his resolve burning, he just says, fine then, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Then, with a golden aura flaring around him, he lays down the law, draw your weapon. I'll straighten you out right here. Watching the whole thing blow up, Ji Neon's sister is totally freaking out, realizing this is getting way out of hand. She tries to calm things down, then shouts for someone to move aside, with serious urgency. Then, with a heavy thud, a new challenger steps into the spotlight, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. And who is it? None other than Namgung, the strongest swordsman of Namgung, who steps in with a cocky smirk, telling Ji Lee he's in the way. Ji Lee, now staring down this new, powerful challenger from the Dragon Phoenix tournament, is left speechless by this insane twist. Just as things were about to explode between Ji Lee and Hwa Yunwal, a new challenger stepped into the arena, radiating pure confidence, making Ji Lee demand, who are you? But before Ji Lee could even process it, the new guy, Dako Han, cut him off with a savage burn. Dako Han, you just blew all your energy on some scrub earlier. His eyes practically rolling as he scanned the scene, and now you're just messing around with these guys? Seriously, get a hobby. But wait, there's more. Just as everyone was reeling from Dako Han's entrance, the name Namgung dropped like a bomb, sending shockwaves through both Ji Lee and Hwa Yunwal. Someone in the crowd quickly put two and two together, realizing, whoa, this guy's the Sword Emperor's grandson. And it was undeniable, the resemblance was uncanny, a clear sign of his legendary bloodline. And the whispers continued, acknowledging his raw talent, dude's young, but he's already seriously skilled. But Dako Han wasn't done yet, his attention shifting to the other new face. Oh, so that's the merchant group guy, huh? But Ji Lee wasn't having any of it, firing back at Dako Han, shouldn't you be fighting your duel right now? Why are you even here? You must have nothing better to do. Dako Han just gave a casual, almost bored smirk. Oh, the duel, you mean? And then dropped the mic with a bombshell. Yeah, I already wrapped that up and was just heading out. Everyone was absolutely floored by his casual announcement, shouting, what? But the last match literally just finished. Namgung is down, kneeling on the blood-soaked arena, his opponent already out cold next to him. Dako Han, watching the aftermath, casually drops the bomb that he finished his match with a single strike, and then just shrugs, saying he shouldn't take too long. As the bloodied opponent is dragged off, Dako Han's words hit hard, revealing exactly why this match was over in a flash. He just stares, thinking about his fallen opponent, and it's confirmed, that was Namgung. But Namgung? He's barely conscious, blood dripping, totally shell-shocked, his mind blown by how fast he just got wrecked. Dako Han's eyes are still laser-focused and intense, showing off that ice-cold confidence. He's just chilling with Chul Myungo and Jianwoo, the three of them watching everyone else freak out. Across the way, Hwa Yunwal and Ji Lee are absolutely speechless, the news of Dako Han's lightning fast when hitting them hard. Jonghong, caught between them, is totally bug-eyed, his face flushed with pure shock. Out of nowhere, Ri-Eon, a young woman with fiery reddish-brown hair, pops up with a friend, shouting out for her brother. The crowd literally splits as she glides through, everyone's eyes on her. Ri-Eon declares she just wanted to say hi, but her friend is totally confused by the weird mix of people they're seeing. The tension is palpable as a new figure steps into the arena, and someone immediately calls out, Lady Beck. It's been a minute. And Lady Beck, with a cool smile, confirms it, locking eyes with a stunned Ji Lee and a curious Hwa Yunwal. But hold up, we cut to Dako Han, who's giving a shout out to Dako Myung, thanking him for the epic sword he got and letting him know it's totally slaying. And Dako Myung, looking totally chill, is like, awesome. Glad you're loving it. Meanwhile, Ji-Neon Lee is still shook, barely able to get out Lady Beck as he processes her unexpected arrival. Lady Beck keeps her cool, but Ji-Neon Lee's face is a total giveaway of his shock. A faint thump echoes as Lady Beck flashes a knowing smile, clearly playing a deeper game than anyone realizes. Ji-Neon Lee's eyes are glued to her, trying to figure out what's going on as she makes her move. A silent "what the heck" hangs heavy, written all over Ji-Neon Lee's face. He tightens his fists, ready for whatever comes next, but clearly not happy. But just as Ri-Eon starts to bounce, someone from her crew yells, "Ri-Eon, wait," leaving Ji-Neon Lee and his squad totally bewildered. Ji-Neon Lee, Hwa Yunwol, Jonghong, and Jian-Woong are left staring, their expressions screaming, "What just happened?" as Ri-Eon makes her exit. After Lady Beck's shocking exit, Ji-Neon Lee, Hwa Yunwol, and Chol Myung-go were left watching the scene, totally caught off guard. The crowd was buzzing, and their faces showed just how tense things were getting. Then, a massive announcement blasted through the stadium, telling all the first-round champs to get ready for their next epic showdown. And even with all the noise, you could still spot Lady Beck's silhouette, her exit still the talk of the town, while the tournament hype kept building. With round 2 just around the corner, Chol Myung-go checked in with Ji-Neon Lee, asking if he was hyped and ready, all while Dako Han, Dako Myung, Jonghong, and Jian-Woong were throwing some serious death stares from the sidelines. No hesitation, no doubt, Ji-Neon Lee was absolutely ready, his eyes burning with determination. But those intense glares from the other fighters were seriously getting to him, making him wonder what their deal was. Hwa Yunwol, seeing his puzzled face, just casually dropped the bomb, they were all just love rivals. He was like, but why me, and she just laid it out, he'd somehow become the main event in their love triangle drama. Chol Myung-go, totally shocked by the revelation, couldn't believe it, all that drama earlier was just because of some girl. Chol Myung-go can't believe it, loudly questioning the whole point of being a high-ranking clan member if you're just gonna act like a lovesick fool, with Ji-Neon Lee taking it all in. But across the room, Dako Han is not having it, snapping at Chol Myung-go to watch his tone. And then, with a chilling smirk, he declares that young Master Dako only held back because of the crowd, otherwise, Chol Myung-go would already be gone. A fist tightens, a silent, deadly promise, as Dako Han delivers his final, chilling verdict, "Good job." Back with his crew, Chol Myung-go, with a hand on his chin, sarcastically promises to "bear that in mind, master," his face a picture of fake respect. And Ji-Neon Lee just deadpans, "You're welcome," while Hwa Yunwol barely holds back a laugh behind her fan. Hwa Yunwol can't help but let out a little "PFT," her eyes crinkling with amusement. Leaving Chol Myung-go totally baffled by the whole thing. Ji-Neon Lee's sister, watching the whole spectacle, just casually drops that they really do seem like friends. As the brilliant sun blazes down from a pristine blue sky, its powerful rays cutting through scattered clouds, over the sprawling tournament grounds where the next epic showdown is about to begin. The tension was palpable as Ji-Neon Lee, his sister, and Hwa Yunwol watched the epic tournament unfold, their gazes locked on the action. Fighters were literally flying, showcasing insane power, the arena absolutely electric with the raw energy of these martial arts masters. Another warrior was down, the stakes higher than ever, and the crowd was absolutely hyped, hanging on every single move. The stage was clear, but not for long, just waiting for the next epic showdown. Check out this insane bracket, packed with legends, the Namgung strongest swordsman, Golden Sand Sword, Plum Blossom Wanderer, Fist Warrior, and the legendary Peerless Dako. His sister hyped him up, reminding Ji-Neon Lee, he was just 2 wins away from the grand finals. Then the bombshell dropped, his next opponent was revealed, it was none other than Dako Han. The board flashed, highlighting the next epic matchup, Fist Warrior versus Peerless Dako. Hwa Yunwol dropped a serious warning to Ji-Neon Lee, facing Namgung Hwa in the semi-finals would be brutal, especially with a forfeit forcing him into back-to-back battles against top-tier opponents. He pointed out the other side of the bracket, where the Hainan Sex Golden Sand Sword and the Mount Hua Sex Plum Blossom Wanderer were battling, only one of them would make it to the finals. Introducing the heavy hitters, Wai Maxian, the Hainan Sex Martial Master Golden Sand Sword, and Jin Jiol, the Mount Hua Sex Rising Generation Plum Blossom Wanderer. The presenter's voice thundered, shaking the entire arena, demanding Peerless Dako and the Fist Warrior step onto the stage for their epic clash. The moment of truth. Ji-Neon Lee, locked in an intense stare-down with his opponent, the tension absolutely palpable. The wind itself seemed to hold its breath, as these two titans geared up for an epic clash. With his back to the roaring crowd, Ji-Neon Lee was a picture of absolute calm, his concentration laser-sharp. His face, a mask of pure determination, ready to face whatever came next. Meanwhile, in the stands, his sister was absolutely fuming, like, seriously? Why is anyone even looking at that guy? Hua Yunwal, not one to hold back, let out a disdainful snort, utterly trashing Dako Han as some amateur who only knew crude physical techniques and hadn't learned a thing. But Dako Han? He was absolutely oozing with swagger, vowing to unleash every ounce of his inner energy and utterly obliterate his foe. And with a dominant flick of his wrist, he practically dared Jinian Li to get up here. In the crowd, a guy with a fan couldn't help but call Dako Han, what a jerk, his female friend looking totally worried. Jinian Li's sister, absolutely seething with protective fury, demanded her master, please crush that bastard. Completely oblivious to the raging emotions in the crowd, Jinian Li just calmly looked up, his eyes fixed on the endless blue above the arena. And with a barely perceptible shift in his weight, he was ready to answer Dako Han's audacious challenge. The moment the match kicked off, Dako Han, absolutely oozing with confidence, roared his challenge, promising to utterly annihilate his foe, his voice booming through the stadium. But Jinian Li, cool as ice, just brushed off the taunts, hitting back with a chillingly calm, well, watch your mouth, that promised pain. That was it. Dako Han snapped, pulling his blade with a furious blue glow, screaming he'd shut that mouth up for good. His face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, he exploded into action, a furious, unstoppable blur. Dako Han's assault was a whirlwind of steel and fury, a lightning-fast strike designed to end the fight in a single, devastating blow. But Jinian Li was faster, a ghost in the wind, dodging the attack with impossible grace, leaving a trail of shattered earth in his wake. He was a whirlwind of precision, his body a weapon, delivering a devastating, unseen strike that promised an immediate end. Then, a blinding flash of white energy erupted from his foot as it slammed home, the sheer force of the blow ripping through the air and shaking the entire arena. The impact was catastrophic. The entire stage buckled and shattered under the force, leaving the crowd absolutely speechless, one person gasping, there's a crack in the stage. Every single spectator was on the edge of their seats, jaws on the floor, absolutely floored by the sheer, brutal efficiency of the counterattack. Jinian Li, the undisputed victor, surveyed the wreckage he'd created, a silent question hanging in the air, what do I do? And there he was, Dako Han, sprawled out on the demolished stage, a faint purple glow around him, absolutely flabbergasted by his instant defeat, muttering, since it's an orthodox match, I plan to go easy on him. Standing tall amidst the absolute wreckage of the stage, Jinian Li just surveyed the sheer destruction he'd unleashed. His voice, cool as ice and sharp as a blade, sliced through the stunned silence, uttering a chilling challenge to his defeated foe, hey, merchant worm. Now, do you understand? With his eyes blazing a furious red, he stared down, delivering the final, crushing blow to his opponent's pride, your place. 1 foot, the very instrument of his overwhelming power, remained casually planted, a stark contrast to the tiny, plummeting form of his utterly defeated foe. The very ground beneath them continued its agonizing groan and crack, the deafening sound of splintering stone ripping through the air. Then, with an earth-shattering crash, the ground simply exploded, sending colossal shards of rock hurtling in every direction. Dako Han, still faintly glowing with a blue aura, was sent spiraling helplessly into the gaping maw of the chasm, swallowed by the jagged, shattered remains of the arena. The chasm just kept on deepening, a terrifying monument to the raw, unbridled power that had just been unleashed. His body, a tiny, insignificant speck against the backdrop of utter annihilation, Dako Han just kept on plummeting into the endless abyss. His face a mask of pure, unadulterated disbelief, Dako Han could only gasp out a single, utterly shattered word, what? From the stunned sidelines, Maxian could only stare, his face a perfect blend of awe and absolute shock, as the dust and debris slowly began to settle over the utterly annihilated stage. And through it all, Jinian Li just offered a subtle, almost cruel smirk, his victory absolute, his dominance utterly undeniable. That smirk. It's pure menace. His eyes are practically glowing with dark satisfaction as he drops the line, I like that. And then, the chilling promise, you'll get special treatment from me. And just to drive the point home, we get a close-up on that clenched fist, showcasing an absolutely sick, dragon-like tattoo coiling up his arm, a clear sign that this guy is not to be messed with. The arena is absolutely gone, just completely obliterated. This is the Fist King's special treatment in full effect. Every single piece of it shattered beyond recognition, and the crowd is absolutely buzzing with shock and awe. And from a high-up perch, Jinian Li is just taking it all in, a total poker face. Right next to him, Chol Myungo is also watching the chaos unfold, the crowd's whispers barely audible. Someone steps up to the elder Song, calling him out as the alliance leader. The elder, with his slick white hair, coolly tells them to stick to the plan. But there's one huge condition, no harm comes to the spectators. The whole place is still rumbling and settling, with the sounds of destruction echoing all around. Meanwhile, from a different angle, Dako Han is just standing there, watching Dan woozing in the distance, surrounded by all the destruction. His eyes are absolutely laser-focused, burning with intense determination. Just one step, and the power unleashed was absolutely insane. Everyone was left speechless, wondering how much external martial arts training it took to become such a beast. Then, Jin Yanli moved, and golden energy slashes just exploded from him, absolutely shredding everything around. The destruction just kept coming, every golden slash proving he was on another level. He just stood there, totally chill, in the middle of all the destruction he caused, taking it all in. And then, from his legs, even more golden energy slashes exploded, showing off some insane legwork. Suddenly, blue lightning started crackling around his leg, showing off a massive power-up. That same crackling blue energy then covered his fist, ready to unleash pure devastation. Then, a huge, glowing blue energy fist just appeared, growing bigger and bigger in an instant. That giant blue energy fist then absolutely crushed something unseen, exploding into a blinding shower of golden energy and rubble. The impact was so massive it sent shockwaves everywhere, leaving no doubt about the power behind it. Jin Jaeol, watching the whole thing, squinted his eyes, and realized it was all about inner energy. Meanwhile, Jonghong and Jinian's sister were watching, and Jonghong was like, yeah, I totally made the right call. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue lightning explodes, announcing Jin Yanli's insane speed as he absolutely tears across the arena. He's moving so fast, even his own sister gets blown back by the sheer kinetic energy of his dash. The very ground can't handle his power, shattering and exploding with every single step he takes. His eyes are practically burning with focus, as Jin Yanli winds up for a monstrous punch, his fist absolutely exploding with blue power. Jin Jaeol is barely hanging on, his face a mask of pure struggle as he desperately tries to block with his sword. Jonghong is absolutely stunned, realizing that Jin Yanli isn't just strong, his external and internal energy are in perfect, terrifying balance. Jin Yanli's fist connects with an earth-shattering force, sending out a massive blue energy shockwave that obliterates everything in its path. The ground is literally tearing itself apart from the impact, and Jonghong can't help but think Jin Yanli has way more than just raw internal power. He's still moving with insane grace and power, and Jonghong is absolutely baffled, wondering how a merchant's son can fight like a legendary martial master. Jin Yanli is on him in a flash, unleashing another devastating, energy-charged attack right into Jin Jaeol. He lands one last, explosive kick, and Jonghong's thoughts are confirmed. No wonder Ouyang Seng got absolutely wrecked by this guy. Jin Yanli, cool as ice, straight up calls out his opponent, asking where all that arena-shattering power went, basically saying he's holding back. But Jin Jaeol, absolutely fuming from the taunt, shouts silence, and charges in for a wild, desperate strike. The sword glows with an intense blue energy, slicing through the air straight for Jin Yanli. But Jin Yanli, with absolute swagger, just blocks the razor-sharp blade with his bare hand, sending a shockwave of blue energy flying. The sheer power of the block sends the sword flying, spinning out of control and crashing onto the arena floor. Before Jin Jaeol can even blink, Jin Yanli is already there, landing a brutal punch that literally shatters the ground. The punch lands with a thunderous crack, sending shockwaves through the entire arena. Jin Jaeol gets absolutely rocked, his body flying back as his sword lies forgotten on the now cracked ground. Jin Yanli just casually looks back at his downed foe, a smirk playing on his lips as if it was nothing. Meanwhile, Gong Myung, with eyes glowing red, just stares down at the scene, spitting out, what a disgrace. His voice drips with pure disdain, ripping into Jin Jaeol for not just losing his balance, but actually dropping his sword. Gong Myung looms over the defeated Jin Jaeol, who's still on the ground, utterly humiliated and shamed. Down for the count, Jin Jaeol is hit with a brutal verbal jab, a voice cutting deep, reminding him he hasn't even scratched the surface of the heaven-destroying art. And just to twist the knife, a cold voice cuts through the air, seriously, what a shameful display. Gong Myung, ever the critic, can't help but wonder if this pathetic performance still falls short of the patriarch's expectations, his eyes burning into the fallen warrior. A heavy sigh escapes him, the disappointment palpable as he realizes that even now, Jin Jaeol still can't secure his rightful place as the young patriarch. Jin Yanli, cool as ice, simply walks away from the wreckage, leaving his defeated foe in the dust. But Jin Jaeol? He's a wreck, his face twisted in agony and shock, a crimson streak painting his cheek as reality sets in. Jin Yanli, ever perceptive, feels the lingering energy and simply thinks, not yet. He strides off, his hand already on his sword's hilt, a silent promise of what's to come. But Jin Jaeol isn't out yet. He's seething, a silent promise burning within him, he hasn't even begun to show his true power. Suddenly, his sword ignites with a blinding golden aura, a raw surge of power ready to explode. Hua Yunwal, witnessing this sudden power-up, gasps in shock, finally understanding the true extent of Jin Jaeol's hidden strength. Even Elder Song, the seasoned veteran, watches with intense focus, his wise eyes calculating the implications of this sudden turn. A new challenger bursts onto the scene, boldly proclaiming himself Dako Han of the Dako clan. His hand tightening around a sword that ignites with an explosive golden light, gearing up to unleash an absolutely devastating technique. The blade absolutely screams with raw power, its golden aura exploding into a blinding flash. Then, with a single, devastating sweep, he unleashes a colossal wave of golden energy that obliterates everything in its path. This isn't just any attack, it's the legendary heaven-destroying art, consuming everything in its blinding, golden fury. Ji Neon-Lee watches, his mind racing, dissecting every move. He wonders if this is the Dako clan's ultimate power concentration, and he can't help but think, impressive. The golden energy just keeps on surging, a terrifying testament to the sheer, unbridled power of the heaven-destroying art. But even with all that power, Ji Neon-Lee sees the bigger picture, muttering that for a true sword wielder, the unity of sword and body is absolutely fundamental. And as he speaks, he extends his hand, a subtle, dangerous shift in his aura hinting at the storm he's about to unleash. Suddenly, electric blue lightning explodes around his palm, as he gets ready to drop his own brand of absolute mastery. He unleashes an absolute torrent of electric blue lightning, pure, unadulterated power exploding from his hand. The energy surges, a chilling voice declaring that his opponent's very mind would be utterly shattered. Blinding blue and golden energy rips through the air, expanding with incredible speed. The sheer force erupts from him, radiating outwards as he becomes a beacon of raw power. That surging power then forms into a distinct, glowing blue symbol, a mark of his dominance. The devastating impact sends figures flying, one letting out a desperate, pained grunt. But Dako Han, sword ready, holds an intense, unwavering gaze, refusing to be broken by the overwhelming might. Others are thrown back in utter shock, while Yunwal gasping in pure disbelief at the incredible display. Even the venerable elder Song and another elder watch from their seats, their expressions etched with serious awe. The very ground beneath Ji Neon-Lee cracks and shatters, a monumental testament to the power he just unleashed. The destruction spreads, leaving a massive expanse of fractured earth in its wake, a landscape forever changed. Deep, glowing fissures spiderweb across the stone, still humming with residual, terrifying energy. After that insane power display, Dako Han felt his very essence draining away, his strength just, vanishing into thin air. He was utterly baffled, how could this even be happening? But Hua Yunwal, with her piercing red eyes, was watching everything, and she was not impressed. She thought the Dako clan was seriously overrated, and it was obvious why some people just weren't getting the respect they thought they deserved. From her vantage point, Ji Neon-Lee, despite all his power, looked like a total mess, just an empty cart making a ton of noise. But Dako Han was having none of it, his mind screaming in defiance against the encroaching weakness. His very clothes seemed to strain under the pressure, a visual testament to the battle raging within him. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage and pain, as he desperately tried to fight off whatever was stealing his strength. But the real shocker. Ji Neon-Lee, the guy who just leveled the place, suddenly found his own golden energy attacks, the ones that just tore up the arena, were completely useless. He was absolutely furious, screaming, "Damn it all." Why? As his attacks fizzled out. His intense blue eyes, usually burning with power, were now just filled with pure confusion, as he tried to figure out what the heck was going on. The burning question screamed in his head, why won't my attacks work? Dako Han's face twists in a silent, agonizing scream, his power literally exploding away from him in a dazzling shower of golden particles. But even as he's losing it, he can't help but demand, how are you so calm? Meanwhile, Ji Neon-Lee's intense, blue-glowing eyes are absolutely rock-solid, his composure utterly unshaken, almost challenging the very concept of weakness. He's completely unfazed, a total ice king amidst the chaos. The narrator drops some serious wisdom, sometimes, these sheltered kids from powerful clans. They've got a darker, more savage inner demon lurking inside than even the toughest warriors who survived the Murim's brutal streets. And the constant public pressure? That stuff cuts way deeper. It's a more terrifying enemy than any actual opponent. Because if your body gets strong but your mind stays weak, that blade you wield, it's gonna turn on you eventually. Hua Yunwal watches it all unfold, a truly chilling smile spreading across her face, knowing full well that the ultimate discord between your body and spirit is gonna lead to a total collapse. Ji Neon-Lee, still calm, gazes up at the vast sky, pondering what these struggling people really need right now is. While Dako Han stands there, back to us, his internal battle screaming louder than any words. Ji Neon-Lee is seriously wrestling with his power, and suddenly, a tiny clue sparks to life around his hand, bursting with electric blue energy. This same insane blue energy then explodes across his torso, a wild, crackling display of the sheer power he's trying to rein in. His hand, still blazing with that wild, unstable aura, looks like it's literally ripping reality apart. Then, a tight shot on his eye, burning with an electric blue glow, showing just how much focus it takes to even touch this kind of raw power. He's locked in, hands still sparking with blue power, absolutely driven to figure out the secret hidden in all that wild energy. Over on his side, Dako Han, with his sword ready, watches everything go down, and a light bulb goes off as he quietly says, I see. That sudden understanding he just got. It explodes into a swirling, golden orb of pure energy, the legendary heaven-destroying art taking shape. And get this legendary technique, the heaven-destroying art, is all about smashing scattered energy into one unstoppable power. Meanwhile, Ji Neon Lee's inner voice is screaming, "You've gotta gather all that wild, scattered energy inside you and lock it down tight." This isn't just some random thought, this is the secret sauce, the absolute key to him finally taming his insane, wild power. Lesson learned. Dako Han's face is pure determination, his hand now blazing with the golden power of the heaven-destroying art, and he's not backing down, yelling, "I'll go again." His whole hand is just engulfed in that insane golden light, proving he's all in on mastering this ridiculously powerful technique. Ji Neon Lee is watching, a subtle smirk on his face, golden energy already dancing around him, knowing exactly what's about to go down. And just like that, Dako Han unleashes his power, his hand locked onto a staff, a blinding golden aura exploding from his form. He's a blur of motion and raw power, the golden energy surging, and you can practically hear the sheer force of his technique. That golden light just keeps growing, blasting out in an epic wave of pure power. You can see the sheer effort on his face, his eyes burning with that same intense golden power. Then, with one epic, decisive move, he unleashes the full, devastating power of the heaven-destroying art. It's a blinding, starburst explosion of golden energy, a true display of his absolute mastery. And as the blinding light finally starts to dim, those shimmering golden trails are all that's left in the air. From the sidelines, Ji Neon Lee drops a single, powerful word, a clear sign of his approval. He's taking it all in, that thoughtful, satisfied look on his face says it all. His voice cuts through the silence, delivering the ultimate verdict, confirming the absolute win. He locks eyes with the other guy, calling him by a familiar title, his stare absolutely intense. He watches, eyes locked on his target, a silent challenge hanging heavy in the air. And Cho Myung-go, with a smirk, drops a casual line about the opponent being from the orthodox faction, like it's a gift. Then, bam. A brutal impact rips through the air, sending blood flying everywhere. Ji Neon Lee moves like lightning, unleashing a devastating punch that's too fast to see. He doesn't stop there, his leg flashing out with a powerful kick, leaving a crimson trail of raw power. The impact sends his opponent flying, smashing into a building with an explosive burst of blue power. The building explodes on contact, shattering into a million pieces. A deafening roar rips through the air, as the entire structure collapses. The very ground cracks and shatters, leaving a massive crater where the impact hit. And there, in the heart of the destruction, Dako Han lies broken, his gaze fixed on the heavens, utterly crushed. Blood pours from his eyes, his face a mask of pure agony, as a choked gasp escapes his lips. His mind is blown, utterly overwhelmed by the insane height of that fall, the sheer power of the hit. From a towering height, Ji Neon Lee surveys the desolate landscape, the dark, swirling clouds above him mirroring the sheer chaos below. Below, amidst the jagged ruins, Dako Han looks up, his gaze fixed on the impossible peaks that stretch into the sky, a brutal testament to the destructive power unleashed. These structures rise higher than any mortal could imagine, higher than even his heaven-destroying art can reach. Dako Han's face is a mask of blood and bandages, his eyes barely visible through the swelling, the raw, agonizing pain evident in every strained muscle. Yet, a single thought burns through his mind, a defiant, raging whisper of, again. Unscathed and utterly composed, Ji Neon Lee stands tall, his presence a stark, chilling contrast to the devastation around him. Dako Han, meanwhile, is hunched over, gasping for breath, the sheer effort of simply existing a monumental task. He kneels on the cracked earth, his gaze falling upon a sword embedded in the ground, a pool of his own blood staining the rubble, a grim reminder of his struggle. Despite the pain, his eyes glow with a fierce, red light as he mutters, again. Again. His resolve is unbreakable. A bloodied smile spreads across Ji Neon Lee's face, a chilling acknowledgement of Dako Han's tenacity, as he thinks, this time, I'll land it. He concludes his thought, properly. Enough. A commanding voice rips through the air, slamming the brakes on the brutal training session, leaving Dako Han a bloody mess while Ji Neon Lee stands perfectly calm. An elder figure looms overhead, his presence radiating an undeniable aura of authority. From his vantage point, he surveys the shattered ground where the two combatants remain, one standing tall, the other brought low. His eyes narrowing as he cuts straight to Dako Han, demanding if he even grasps the sheer power the fist warrior held back. The elder's voice hardens, a chilling warning that this humiliation won't just stain his personal honor. Battered, bleeding, and utterly broken, Dako Han grits his teeth, forcing himself to endure the brutal verbal assault. The elder's fist remains a stone-hard testament to his unyielding resolve. But then, a subtle shift in his demeanor hints at a new, unexpected direction. He commands the battered warrior to internalize this crushing defeat, to forge it into fuel, to train harder than ever before. And then, the ultimate command, raise your head, a direct challenge to rise above the pain and humiliation. His message delivered, the elder stands, a silent sentinel, as the heavy weight of his expectations hangs thick in the shattered air. The dust settled, revealing the brutal aftermath of an epic showdown. Bloodied and broken, Dako Han's face told the story of a crushing defeat, his eyes wide with the shock of it all. The very ground was torn apart, a testament to the insane power unleashed in their clash. Debris and shattered stone littered the arena, a stark reminder of the raw power that just erupted. One crushing thought consumed him, the brutal truth, I lost. Ji Neon Lee stood victorious, towering over his defeated foe, as Elder Song watched the dramatic conclusion unfold. The very atmosphere hummed with raw power, a lingering echo of the epic clash. With the dust finally clearing, the announcer's voice boomed, ready to crown the champion. Then, the winner of this match is. The crowd went wild as the legendary title was announced, the Fist Warrior. Ji Neon Lee, cool and collected, took his hard-earned victory like the true champion he is. His dark robes flowed effortlessly, a calm amidst the storm of destruction. While the crowd roared, he simply processed the moment, a calm realization washing over him, so this is how things turned out. The dust settled on the arena, but for Chol Myung-go, the battle wasn't truly over. He couldn't help but feel a burning desire, grumbling that he wished he could have crushed Dako Han himself, yet a sly smirk played on his lips, knowing this turn of events was even more satisfying. He stood there, a towering figure, arms crossed, radiating an undeniable aura of power, his gaze fixed on the aftermath. A chilling, confident smirk spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with a dark promise, as he vowed to personally dismantle that arrogant Dako Han with his bare hands, later. The epic arena, still showing the scars of an intense battle, now stood silent, its central platform etched with the raw power that had just been unleashed. Dako Myung, ever the politician, extended his congratulations to the kneeling Ji Neon, a subtle power play unfolding as Chol Myung-go watched on. Still kneeling before the imposing Dako Myung, Ji Neon's reply was understated, a quiet defiance in his "you're too kind" that hinted at deeper thoughts. But inside, Ji Neon's mind was racing, a chilling realization dawning on him. Dako Myung had been playing the long game, hiding his true power until the perfect moment against Dako Han. A cold, calculating glint flashed in Ji Neon's eyes, the truth hitting him. Dako Myung was a master manipulator, far more dangerous than he let on. His hand tightened into a fist, a silent promise echoing in his thoughts, he would not be another casualty like Dako Han. Dako Han's signature move, Ji Neon remembered, was to absolutely crush his enemies with nothing but raw, overwhelming power. But against Dako Myung's calculated deception, that brute force strategy was completely useless. His eyes narrowed, a stark realization hitting him, Dako Myung's raw skill was on another level, even beyond his own. But even with that chilling truth, a spark ignited in his eyes as he declared, he had a secret weapon, more information than Dako Myung could ever guess. He's desperately searching for a way to dominate his opponent. His hand frozen over a game piece, the pressure of his next move absolutely crushing. But it's already over, and he lets out a frustrated sigh, forced to concede defeat yet again. I lost again. He was so confident, so certain this was his moment to finally snatch victory. This time, I thought I'd win. He turns to his elder, demanding to know the secret behind his grandfather's relentless victories. How did you manage to take the victory, grandfather? The elder, a sly grin spreading across his face, drops a truth bomb. Pure certainty without meticulous calculation is the ultimate rookie mistake. Being certain without calculating your move is something only amateurs do. He presses on, a powerful declaration echoing, the blood of Namgong isn't just lineage, it's a guarantee of rising to the top. Those who inherit the blood of Namgong always rise high. With an intense stare, he commands his grandson to master the board, not just play on it, but to command the very flow of the game. Look down at the board, and do nothing but control the flow of moves. The battlefield of the board lies before them, pieces scattered, each one a silent promise of the next strategic strike. His face hardening, the elder delivers a chilling warning, the Namgong clan is not a pawn, and they will never be treated as such. Remember this. The Namgong clan must not become a mere pawn on the board. His hands move with lightning speed, demonstrating his mastery, as he drills home the ultimate lesson, you don't just play the game, you become the game, reading every move and commanding the entire board. You must read the moves and command the board. The game pieces sit in his hand, not just tokens, but symbols of absolute power and strategic dominance. This is it, the absolute core, the very way of the Namgong clan, etched in history and power. Sunlight pouring through the windows, he's still locked in deep conversation with his grandfather, who's just soaking it all in. But elsewhere, Dako Myung is absolutely dominating the game board, a sly grin spreading across his face as he sizes up his next move, thinking, do they even know what's coming? With a flick of his wrist, his fingers expertly snatch a game piece, ready to unleash his master plan. Then, a sudden, impactful thud rips through the air as the piece slams down, kicking off the next level of this insane game. His eyes practically burning with intensity, Dako Myung lays down the law, making his first, bold move. His eyes blaze with an intense golden glow, clutching a game piece with a fierce golden dragon. He's not just playing, he's pulling his enemy straight into his trap. And then, the ultimate declaration. He's calling out the Namgung clan's absolute best, their strongest swordsman and fist warrior, to face him on the sparring platform. Meanwhile, Dan Wuzheng is already locked and loaded, his gloved fists tightening, face set with pure determination. And just like that, the epic showdown is on. Gong Myung and Dan Wuzheng face off on the massive, yin-yang emblazoned sparring platform. The tension is absolutely electric. The crowd is going wild. A subordinate screams from the sidelines, "Young master, absolutely crush him." The crowd is hyped, and one fan just can't hold it in, screaming for their champion to tear the opponent apart. But Gong Myung? He's totally unfazed, just chilling, watching his rival with an intense, unblinking stare. He's sizing up Dan Wuzheng, and this guy is way more serious and focused than even Gong Han. No time to waste, Dan Wuzheng is like, "I'll start this party," and he explodes into action, a blur of blue power. He's a blue lightning bolt, blasting across the arena, leaving a trail of pure power in his wake. Boom! He unleashes a supercharged punch, glowing with raw energy, right at Gong Myung. But Gong Myung is a total pro, blocking the hit with his sword like it's nothing, his core absolutely solid. The clash creates a massive shockwave, as Gong Myung perfectly parries the attack, showing off his insane skill. Still cool as ice, Gong Myung's golden eyes burn with focus, completely unfazed by the power he just faced. Now it's his turn. Gong Myung tightens his grip, ready to drop the third technique on his opponent. The arena lights up as he unleashes it, a flurry of deadly, glowing blue slashes tearing through the air. And bam! The technique connects, a blinding flash of blue energy confirming a direct hit. The ruler's 8 slashes technique, a torrent of cyan energy, continues its devastating trajectory. As Dan Wuzheng braces himself, his form illuminated by a subtle blue aura, ready for anything. Gong Myung watches, a thought forming in his mind about the unexpected way his opponent is handling the ruler's 8 slashes. This guy's good. He observes the swirling blades of energy. Knowing this blade technique precisely uses inner energy to gradually shave away the opponent's own reserves, but his opponent has a trick up his sleeve. Dan Wuzheng manifests a barrier, a shimmering purple shield specialized for defense, blocking the attack. Gong Myung recognizes this will wear down his inner energy if touched, and muses that the only way to bypass it without being hit is to vault over the empty space above. He's already calculating the counter. With a challenging gaze, he asks what his opponent will do next. Dan Wuzheng's eyes narrow, finding the situation interesting. He's not intimidated. He then questions Gong Myung's intent, wondering if he is trying to lure him into jumping over. A mind game. His stance shifts, preparing for a decisive move, the tension building. And with a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward, a blur of motion. The counterattack explodes into action, a shockwave of pure power ripping through the air, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. Unleashing his full power, he rockets forward, a blur of motion, eyes blazing with an intensity that screams, "What if I don't do that?" But his foe is no slouch, his hand already flying to the hilt of his golden blade, a faint blue energy crackling around it, ready to unleash hell. Too slow. Before the blade can even clear its sheath, the first punch connects, a bone-jarring impact against his forearm, sending shockwaves of blue energy everywhere. And he doesn't stop there. Another strike follows in a flash, his fist a red-hot blur, exploding with raw power on contact. Gong Myung is left absolutely stunned, his face a mask of shock as he can only stammer, "WH. What?" at the sheer audacity of this direct attack. The sheer aggression is off the charts, leaving everyone wondering, he's charging straight in. This guy is insane. But he's not stopping. Undeterred by anything, he keeps pushing forward, a blur of blue energy and pure, unadulterated focus. His eyes are laser-focused, every muscle, every ounce of his power, channeled into this unstoppable assault. But Gong Myung isn't going down without a fight. With a furious roar, he rips his golden sword free, screaming, "You lunatic," as he prepares to unleash his own fury. But the speed is just too much. His foot slams down, a sharp, decisive impact, closing the gap before Gong Myung can even react. Then, with an explosive burst of power, he unleashes a final, earth-shattering blow, his fist absolutely crushing into the newly drawn sword, sending a violent shockwave ripping through the entire area. He's still going. That lightning-fast assault just keeps coming, his arm a total blur as he winds up for another devastating hit. Boom! The impact is insane, his strike slams into the blade, unleashing a shockwave that practically tears through the air. And the sheer power just keeps going, forcing that blade back, refusing to let up. Meanwhile, Jian Li is just chilling, watching the whole thing go down, thinking, seriously, how long can this guy even last against that kind of onslaught, even with all his big brain moves? But Gong Myung? He's just utterly flabbergasted, muttering, "This is absolutely absurd. He's literally asking, are you seriously trying to smash my technique with your bare hands, while trying to tell himself to just chill out? But Ji Neon Lee is already plotting, realizing this is his moment to flip the script and take over the entire battle. Dan Wuzheng is just a machine, still going at it, his leg glowing with blue power as he slams another brutal kick right into that sword. The impact is absolutely insane, that sword is practically screaming, glowing bright blue and bending like crazy from the sheer force. Then, bam. Another brutal punch connects, exploding in a blinding blue energy burst right on the sword. He just keeps coming, a non-stop barrage, each hit a pure display of raw power, making that sword take every single blow. And the crowd is going wild, or at least one guy is, gasping, he's literally deflecting everything, while another just stares, completely speechless. Dan Wuzheng is absolutely relentless, his fist slamming into Dako Myong's sword with explosive blue energy. The Blade Emperor is somehow still holding his own against this insane onslaught. Dako Myong's face is stone cold as he realizes his opponent has truly mastered the Sword Emperor's martial arts, and that truth hits him hard. He's actually seeing this as a training exercise, thinking his opponent is skilled enough to take down most of the new generation, and even get him ready for his own showdown with the Sword Emperor. The barrage just keeps coming, every single one of Dan Wuzheng's strikes sending shockwaves through Dako Myong's blade, with blue energy exploding everywhere. Dan Wuzheng is a total blur of speed and power, pushing forward relentlessly, and the Blade Emperor is on the back foot, constantly defending. Dako Myong's face twists in frustration, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He lets out a frustrated curse, this guy's persistence is driving him crazy. His slashes, normally instant death, can't even touch this guy, every single one is deflected or dodged with impossible speed. But then, a sudden, game-changing realization hits him, a critical insight slicing through all the chaos. He sees it now, a clear rhythm to the attacks. Palm strike, fist strike, kick, palm strike, fist strike, it's a repeating, deadly pattern. The pattern is crystal clear, a massive weakness he can totally exploit. He's already predicting the next move, a kick, and he's ready for whatever comes after that. Dako Myong, totally hyped on his strategy, unleashes a lightning-fast palm strike, calling out his move like a boss. That hit sends a shockwave through Dan Wuzheng's arm, his guard getting pushed back for a split second. But hold up. Before Dako Myong can even think about his next move, Dan Wuzheng's fist, absolutely radiating power, blasts into his hand with a counterattack nobody saw coming. But wait, Dako Myong just smirks, like this whole counterattack was exactly what he wanted. Then the truth drops, it wasn't a palm strike at all. It was a fist strike, exploding with insane purple energy, totally blindsiding Dako Myong's expectations. That unexpected power sends Dako Myong flying, a raw scream tearing from him as he clutches his hand in agony. His golden eye goes wide with pure shock, he's totally baffled, like, what kind of fist fighter is using sound arts? But then, it hits him like a truck, the ultimate realization finally clicks into place. The whole fight morphs into a mental chessboard, a brutal truth bomb dropping. From day one, this game had no rules. Chess pieces are just chilling on the board, each one a symbol of the insane moves and countermoves in this epic showdown. Then the whole board blurs into a frenzy, showing just how fast and wild the strategy is changing. Then, boom. The whole game board explodes, pieces flying everywhere, because some crazy, unseen variable just blew up the entire strategy. Boom. A blinding flash of pure energy explodes as a devastating kick lands, ripping through the very fabric of the air. Because if the Namgung clan are all about dominating the game board, this guy. He's the one who just flips the whole table. Those piercing blue eyes just glow with an unnerving intensity, a silent testament to the absolute mayhem he's unleashing. And that smirk. It's pure, unadulterated menace, a silent promise that the rules just don't apply to him. Kaboom. Another earth-shattering impact, just obliterating any sense of order. Debris goes flying everywhere, a chaotic symphony of destruction, proving just how much raw power is being thrown around. Dako Myong hits the ground, a choked gasp tearing from his throat, his face already a bloody mess from that brutal, out-of-nowhere attack. The crowd erupts in shocked whispers, their minds reeling, how could someone as powerful as Dako Myong be taken down so effortlessly? Two frantic figures sprint to his side, their faces etched with panic, screaming out, "Young master! Are you all right?" as they try to help him up. One of his loyal guards points with a shaking hand, his voice cracking as he shouts, "There's blood on your forehead. The damage is real." Dako Myong pushes himself up, gritting his teeth, his face a brutal canvas of blood and bruises, a testament to the absolute beatdown he just took. But then, a stunning woman with flowing golden hair steps into view, her eyes fixed on the chaos, and a reverent whisper cuts through the tension, "Lady Bakley." The dust barely settled from that earth-shattering blow, and Dako Myong was already on the back foot, his entire frame rocking from the sheer force. One word, one agonizing question, burned in his mind, how? A crimson stream trickled down his face from a gash on his forehead, a brutal trophy of his utter humiliation. Standing isolated in that massive arena, the question screamed in his soul, how did I suffer a complete defeat? Meanwhile, the absolute victor, Dan Wuzhen, just stared down, his silent gaze a crushing weight. The crushing truth hit Gong Myung like a physical blow, his inner voice screaming, I believed the world was a board I controlled. His trembling, bloodied hand was a cruel joke, a symbol of his shattered pride, as he finally grasped that the board he thought he commanded was nothing more than a toy in his palm. His bloodied hand, a stark contrast to Dan Wuzhen's unmoving figure in the distance, hammered home the brutal, undeniable truth of his loss. The memory flashed back, the explosive impact, the raw power that tore through his guard, and the soul-crushing scream of his own mind, I lost. But even amidst the agony and shame, a flicker of defiance ignited within him, as he roared, I learned a lot. A tense silence stretched, the echoes of his declaration fading, then Dan Wuzhen finally broke the quiet. With a cool, almost mocking smirk, he delivered the final blow to Gong Myung's pride, your loud voice is one good manly trait, I suppose. I'll see you around, Namgung's strongest swordsman. Li Jinian, with his back to the action, makes a bold declaration, swearing to challenge his rival again. His intense gaze locked onto the snow-kissed rooftops in the distance, a silent, powerful vow echoing in the cold, clear air. He's not just challenging, he's laying down the gauntlet, promising to create a challenge so epic, a board his opponent will never be able to break. But the tension shifts as the official announcement drops, revealing the champion of the semi-final showdown. The arena absolutely explodes as the victor is announced, it's the one and only Fist Warrior. As the crowd goes wild, Chol Myung-go and Hwa Yunwal rush over to Dan Wuzhen, their expressions beaming with pure hype and admiration. Myung-go, hyped up, immediately calls out to him, shouting, hey, Fist Warrior. Yunwal, ever the cool one, flashes a smirk and confesses she actually enjoyed the spar, even if she playfully calls him a noisy man. Just then, a new challenger emerges from the crowd, extending a hand to Dan Wuzhen. It's the legendary Golden Sand Sword, Wai Maxin, and he's giving props to his incredible fighting skills. Maxin, with an intense gaze, makes it clear he's not just impressed, he's hyped, absolutely buzzing to spar with him. Dan Wuzhen, cool as ever, just casually drops the challenge, telling him, let's meet in the finals, with an unshakable confidence. But Maxin is not having it, clearly taken aback by the casual brush-off, demanding to know, what are you even talking about? The crowd is buzzing, but all eyes are on Li Jinian, his back to the masses, radiating an unspoken challenge. But then, the Golden Sand Sword, Wai Maxin, steps up and boldly proclaims, I'm the one who's progressing to the finals. A confident smirk flashes across his face, his eyes burning with pure, unshakable resolve. But Jinian isn't backing down, he just coolly retorts, try it if you can. Wai Maxin just turns away, a flicker of thought crossing his face, processing that bold comeback from the Plum Blossom Wanderer. Then the epic announcement drops, the semi-final between the Plum Blossom Wanderer and the Golden Sand Sword will begin. Dan Wuzhen watches, his eyes laser-focused on the impending clash. But even with all that tension, Jinian's mind is on something else entirely, a casual, I'm hungry. Back at the clinic tent, the injured are reflecting on their brutal reality, one groans, we all had our own plans, but in the end, we all ended up as patients. Another chimes in, we didn't all get hit to the same extent, only to be cut off by a harsh, shut up. The hype is real as the announcer's voice absolutely explodes, kicking off the semi-final match between the legendary Plum Blossom Wanderer and the formidable Golden Sand Sword. And there they are, on the epic arena, emblazoned with that iconic yin-yang symbol, these two absolute powerhouses are locked in a stare-down, radiating pure intensity. Then, a confident, hey, echoes across the stadium as Wai Maxin grips his golden sword, his eyes burning with focus, ready to unleash hell. Jinian Li's declaration is pure fire, shouting he's going all out, and you can already see the raw power starting to warp the air around him. Then, a burst of electric pink energy explodes around him, and he's off like a shot, his sword a blur, about to drop an insane combo. The air practically screams as the Plum Blossom Wanderer hits the gas, a vortex of pink energy engulfing him, moving so fast you can barely track it. He unleashes a devastating gale rush, a literal storm of glowing pink energy, covering the entire arena in a blink. His leg slams down, launching him even faster, the pink aura just exploding with every single move. A shocked, oh my, bursts from Wai Maxin as that insane speed catches him off guard, and you can see the yellow energy starting to flare around him. But the Golden Sand Sword isn't out yet. He unleashes a lightning-fast, arcing swing, his blade ripping through the air, leaving a blinding yellow streak behind. He keeps the pressure on, unleashing a massive, sweeping strike, a tidal wave of golden energy absolutely exploding across the entire arena. Boom! The arena just explodes with pink and gold energy as Jinian Li goes full throttle, a total blur of pure power. Meanwhile, Chol Myung-go on the sidelines is just watching this go down, and he can't help but throw some shade at the Manhwa guy for being so extra. He's thinking about how the Manhwa sect is all about putting it all on the line in a fight, and seriously, he sees zero hesitation in that sword swing. You can practically feel the tension from this fight, it's insane. Hua Yunwal, watching the chaos unfold, is totally thinking the Manhwa guy is about to take the win. But Cho Myung-go is not having it, shutting down that idea with a hard no. He's like, hold up, look closer. Because even with all that going on, the golden sand sword is still smiling. And just like that, Maxian is right there, meeting the attack head-on, his sword blazing with golden energy, ready to shut it down. But Jin Eon Lee isn't backing down, oh no. He's going full throttle with the 24 moves Plum Blossom Sword technique, and it's a visual feast of pink energy and petals. His moves are just pure poetry in motion, every single strike packed with insane power, lighting up the whole place. The power of his move is so intense, it literally shatters the ground, sending cracks everywhere. And then, for the grand finale, Jin Eon Lee drops his ultimate move, the absolutely devastating Plum Blossom Twister, a swirling pink hurricane of power. The Plum Blossom Twister was still going absolutely wild, with Jin Eon Lee at its core, surrounded by a blinding storm of pink energy and petals, pushing his ultimate move to the absolute limit. But hold up, what's this? A golden light starts flaring around Maxian's hand, completely unfazed by the pink onslaught. And get this, he's smiling. Maxian just casually drops a line, let's get things straight, Jin Jiol. As his sword starts to hum with power. His sword practically exploding with golden light as he finishes his thought, you go all out in every match. Talk about confidence. And just like that, with a flick of his wrist, Maxian conjures a razor-sharp golden energy blade right out of thin air. Behold the golden thread needle. This isn't just any attack, it's a pinpoint, devastating counter, locked and loaded. And then, boom. The golden thread needle slams right into the Plum Blossom Twister, creating an explosion of light that could blind you. The sheer force of the collision was insane, as these two ultimate moves detonated, sending shockwaves ripping through the air. And Jin Eon Lee's face just says it all, his ultimate attack wasn't just blocked, it was shattered, leaving him wide open. Maxian's golden attack just kept on going, tearing right through Jin Eon Lee's defense like it was nothing. And just like that, Jin Eon Lee takes a direct hit, his body getting absolutely rocked by Maxian's devastating counter. He's sent flying, absolutely launched, and slams into the ground, leaving a massive crater. This fight just took a wild turn. He's down. Still reeling from that insane attack, he's totally defeated, golden threads locking him down, a painful gasp escaping his lips. That golden thread is literally at his throat, a brutal reminder of the loss. While Maxian just stands there, smirking, calling him out. Our hero can only look away, the outcome already sealed. Maxian's voice cuts through the tension, like, dude, I already knew this was gonna happen, then he's like, are you seriously gonna bet your life on a friendly spar? A defeated sigh escapes the fallen fighter. As he finally admits it, I lost again, Maxian. But wait, the arena's buzzing. An epic announcement drops, the finalists for the Dragon Phoenix tournament are decided. Maxian, cool as ever, just turns and says, let's spar again. But our guy, even on the ground, reaches out, fire in his eyes, declaring, next time, I'll win. The announcer's voice booms, hyping up the finalists. And bam. We get the reveal, Gong Myung and Dan Woozung are also in, setting the stage for some insane future battles. The crowd is absolutely buzzing, because it's finally time for the ultimate showdown. The Golden Sand Sword versus the Fist Warrior. This is it, folks. The final match is about to go down. The arena is absolutely electric, the crowd screaming their heads off, ready for the main event. In the stands, the fans are already picking sides, with one shouting, that once-in-a-century genius title isn't given to just anyone. The Golden Sand Sword is taking this home. But another fan quickly fires back, no way. He's still holding back. The Fist Warrior is clearly going to win. Even Cho Myung-go and Baek Lee-yun are hyped, watching the spectacle unfold, a knowing grin on their faces. Down in the arena, Wisconsin Maxian and Dan Woozung are locked in a stare-down, the official just waiting to drop the hammer and ask, ready? And just like that, the official screams, begin, and Dan Woozung explodes into action, pure power radiating from him. He's not holding back, unleashing a lightning-fast, devastating kick, a blur of motion across the arena. Maxian, the master swordsman, is clearly taken aback, thinking, a swordsman starting with close combat techniques, huh? This is going to be interesting. But before Maxian can even process it, Dan Woozung is already in his face, landing a brutal punch, which Maxian barely manages to deflect, the force shaking the ground. Dan Woozung is not holding back. His opening kick absolutely connects, sending Maxian flying back from the sheer force. That kick was brutal, twisting his face in pain, and for a split second, he's just hanging there, taking the full hit. But Maxian is a pro, even while getting rocked, he's already thinking, knowing his foe is always looking for an opening, and he's got something up his sleeve too. Dan Wuzheng's leg is still crackling with power, and he's thinking, yes. This is exactly what I wanted. But just as Dan Wuzheng moves in, Maxin is lightning fast, pulling out his sword, and that hilt is already glowing with some serious golden power. He finishes the draw, dropping into a low, ready stance, his sword now fully out and absolutely gleaming. Dan Wuzheng's eyes snap open, realizing what he's seeing, a reverse grip sword technique. This changes everything. He tries to block the lightning-fast attack with his hand, but that thwack sound means it's a close call. But it's too late. Maxin's golden blade slams into him, sending Dan Wuzheng absolutely blasting backward in a shower of golden energy. Maxin holds his ground, sword still blazing, that golden aura screaming pure power. That sword is now a pure conduit of raw power, just absolutely engulfed in crackling, fiery golden energy. This is it, folks. The full power of the golden sand sword technique, unleashed with absolutely devastating precision. Maxin's golden threads explode forward, a blinding, unstoppable torrent of energy, locking onto Dan Wuzheng. This isn't just any attack, it's the thread needle, and those razor-sharp golden lines are closing in, making escape seem absolutely impossible. With the golden thread needle about to connect, Maxin's gaze was razor-sharp, and his opponent could only let out a shocked gasp. Then, the true power of the golden sand sword technique unleashed, filling the entire space with a dazzling, shimmering cloud of golden particles. Dan Wuzheng was absolutely blasted by the heaven-shattering golden thread, his body violently recoiling from the sheer, overwhelming force. Pure disbelief etched across his face, as the golden energy just kept slamming into him. He couldn't believe it. Was this really just sand? Meanwhile, Maxin watched with a smug, knowing look, because he knew this was no ordinary sand. Then, the terrifying truth hit Dan Wuzheng. These golden particles were absolutely pumped with inner energy, making them way more lethal than they looked. Still reeling from the initial hit, Dan Wuzheng was relentlessly pushed down by the golden onslaught. But with that critical understanding, he clenched his fist, ready to unleash a devastating counter. A confident smirk spread across Maxin's face, confirming his technique was a total success as his rival struggled. The golden threads were supposed to be a finishing blow, but then, a subtle shift, a gloved hand deflecting the shimmering energy like it was nothing. Standing tall, back to the crowd, he just watched as the golden particles, once a deadly attack, now swirled around him, bending to his will. Those deadly threads, now they were just dancing around him, a shocking display of raw power. Maxin, the master of the golden sand sword, could only stare in absolute shock, a gasp of disbelief tearing from his throat. Even Ji Neon Lee, usually so composed, couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, they stopped midair. Elder Song, his wisdom usually absolute, was utterly baffled, demanding, why stop halfway through an attack? Ji Neon Lee's jaw dropped, the shocking truth hitting him like a ton of bricks. But Dan Wuzheng wasn't done yet. His eyes were closed in intense focus, the golden energy still swirling around him, ready for the next move. Suddenly, his eyes burst open, blazing with fierce determination, a silent promise of what was to come. The truth hit him like a lightning bolt, a realization that echoed in his very soul. He didn't just stop the golden threads. No, the threads were crackling with unstable energy, straining against an unseen, overwhelming power. The shocking truth. He wasn't just deflecting them, he was actively forcing them to stop, a direct clash of wills and raw power. The golden threads of Maxin's technique were shimmering, and Ji Neon Lee reached out, trying to get a handle on the insane energy, but it was just too much. His eyes scanning the wild, intricate network above, he couldn't even properly see what was going on. These golden threads were just everywhere, forming an insane, glowing barrier around his feet, a clear sign of the sheer, overwhelming power unleashed. But Maxin was absolutely stunned, a terrifying realization hitting him like a truck. Did this guy just copy his technique after seeing it once, and now he's controlling it? His brain was on fire. How in the world was this guy controlling inner energy with such insane precision? Ji Neon Lee was also glued to the action, his face a total blend of shock and awe as those golden threads kept twisting and turning. He could literally feel the raw power blasting from those threads, it felt like hitting an unmovable object. Those golden threads, once so deadly and precise, just exploded into a chaotic, blinding mess of light, totally wrecked by some unseen force. And then, right in the middle of all that swirling energy, the actual essence of Ki just exploded into existence, a glowing, undeniable symbol of pure, overwhelming spiritual power. Maxin's face just crumpled in total defeat. He knew he'd hit an unscalable wall, game over. He just stood there, a lone figure surrounded by swirling blue energy, the low, rumbling hum of leftover power just screaming his epic loss. He let out a soft, defeated sigh, a tiny smirk playing on his lips, his eye glowing with that lingering blue energy, like he was finally accepting the inevitable. The power unleashed was absolutely mind-blowing, a crushing wave of blue energy that left everyone speechless. And when that insane blue energy finally faded, the crowd was absolutely buzzing, calling the whole thing seriously amazing. But for Wei Maxian, there was no denying it, he was done. He lost. The Golden Sand Sword, his ultimate technique, was completely shattered. That insane power, the one that just wrecked him, was all Dan Wuzheng, his hands still buzzing with raw, untamed energy. Back in the massive arena, the two fighters just stood there as the light faded, the only sound a soft whisper of dust hitting the ground after that epic clash. The crowd was absolutely losing it, with Chol Myung-go and Hwa Yunwal totally blown away, one shouting about how amazing it was, and another totally confused why the Golden Sand Sword just gave up. Even Namgong grandfather, usually so composed, was deep in thought, wondering why the Golden Sand Sword just folded and realizing this was a whole new level of martial arts control, something no one else could even touch. Jian Li, his eyes still wide with disbelief, couldn't even process what he just saw, his mind racing with one question, just how powerful is this guy going to get? Then, Wei Maxian, with a real smile, looked at his conqueror, confessing he never thought he'd be this strong. He even reached out, showing total respect, calling Dan Wuzheng incredible and asking for a rematch, like, right now, if he was up for it. Dan Wuzheng just smirked back, totally chill, and was like, anytime. Bring it on. And from his spot, Namgong grandfather watched it all go down, declaring that, without a doubt, this year's Dragon Phoenix tournament champion was officially crowned. High above the roaring crowd, Namgong grandfather stood, ready to drop the biggest announcement of the year. With a look that could stop a stampede, the grandfather was about to drop the bomb, and everyone knew it. The tension was palpable as his voice echoed, this year's champion is, and the crowd, including Jian Li, Chol Myung-go, and Hwa Yunwal, was on the edge of their seats. Even the defeated Wei Maxian, blindfolded and deep in thought, was there, with Chol Myung-go standing guard, waiting for the big reveal. And then, the moment everyone was waiting for. The crowd went wild as the Fist Warrior was declared the champion, and Dan Wuzheng's victory was undeniable. He stood there, glowing like a god, the absolute champion, soaking in the glory of his epic win. The sheer power radiating from him was insane, leaving everyone speechless. The crowd was going absolutely wild, with Jian Li, Chol Myung-go, and Hwa Yunwal all hyped up, and someone even screaming, "That's my boy." But Chol Myung-go was not impressed, just shaking his head and grumbling, "Sheesh. Young people these days." Mission accomplished, victory secured, Dan Wuzheng was already making his exit, cool as ever. But he wasn't just walking out, he was blasting off, soaring into the sky like a true legend. Against the epic backdrop of the setting sun, the champion was gone, leaving everyone wondering what incredible feat he'd pull off next. The Dragon Phoenix tournament just wrapped, and Jian Li is already on the move, surveying the scene with his crew. But the real action was just beginning, as later that night, he made his way to a mysterious building, its secrets waiting within. With a subtle movement, he stepped inside, a voice echoing, "Come in." He was met with immediate deference, a subordinate bowing low and exclaiming, "Greetings, group leader." The subordinate held his bow, ready for whatever orders came next. Chol Myung-go, flanked by his masked agents, cut straight to the chase, asking, "All right, spill it. How did the Orthodox faction's rising stars stack up?" Jian Li paused, a thoughtful expression on his face, before admitting, "Yeah, a few of them actually showed some promise." Only to follow up with a scoff, "But let's be real, they're still just rookies." He then addressed the bowing figure, a smirk playing on his lips, stating, "Understood. Looks like we're good to go with the new plan." Myung-go, intrigued, echoed, "Revised plan," then dropped a bombshell, "Word is, there's someone out there even the heavenly demon and the sword demon couldn't take down." Suddenly, a heavy tread broke the silence, announcing a new player stepping into the game. Then, a voice boomed, "Captain," revealing Oh Kyung, the secret demon corps captain of the Myriad Demon Palace, a formidable figure whose face was hidden behind a veil of talismans, making a dramatic entrance. The meeting's over, but Jian Li isn't done yet. His voice cuts through the air, barking orders to his crew to clean up this mess, because he's got bigger fish to fry. Around a fallen foe, a chorus of cloaked figures snaps to attention, shouting, "Yes, Sir." But Jian Li's already thinking 3 steps ahead. He reveals the target that even the heavenly demon and sword demon couldn't touch is now making a beeline for the Murim alliance, and they need to pivot their entire strategy. He's not stopping there. Jian Li commands Group 3 to lock down a formation between the Murim alliance and the Gurong Gorge, gearing up for a massive confrontation. But a far more sinister plot is brewing. The enigmatic Captain Oh Kyung, his face shrouded by talismans, stands in the darkness, a chilling harbinger of doom. And his words send shivers down the spine. They're going to ambush and wipe out all the rising talents on their journey home, the moment the Dragon Phoenix tournament wraps up. High above the roaring crowd, Elder Song watches the final moments of the Dragon Phoenix tournament, declaring that the champion has been decided. His flowing white hair a stark contrast to the tension below, the crowd holds its breath for the champion's name. A sharp glint in his eye, Elder Song is ready to drop the bomb. The moment of truth arrives as his voice booms, "This year's champion is..." The crowd absolutely buzzes with electric energy, everyone on the edge of their seats. Hwa Yunwal, with her fiery red hair, shouts, "I don't know what happened, but he won," as the entire arena explodes with a single, deafening cry, "The Fist Warrior." And there he stands, bathed in a triumphant golden glow, Ji Neon Lee, the Fist Warrior, soaking in the glory. The moment of truth. A powerful voice booms across the arena, calling out the legendary Golden Sand Sword, the Fist Warrior, and the Namgung's strongest swordsman to the platform. The massive courtyard is absolutely buzzing with anticipation, sunlight glinting off the ancient architecture, as our heroes prepare to ascend to their destiny. And there he is, the legendary Gong Myung, holding up an absolutely stunning sword, revealing its true name. The Supreme Star Blade is a sword I treasured. Talk about a power move. Our boy Ji Neon Lee, still rocking that battle-worn bandage, can't believe what he's hearing, a look of pure shock on his face as he realizes he's the one being called up. But the alliance leader, Namgung Hui himself, cut straight to the chase, making it crystal clear this isn't a drill. Ji Neon Lee locks eyes with the alliance leader, a silent understanding passing between them. And check out Dako Han, the Namgung's strongest swordsman, just chilling there with a knowing smirk, already holding the legendary Supreme Star Blade. What a flex. Then comes the big moment, Dako Myung lays it all out, asking Ji Neon Lee if he'll accept this insane gift, and our hero is absolutely stunned. The alliance leader, with a sly grin, even admits his own surprise, thinking he'd never give a gift like this to someone outside his direct circle. Taking it all in, Ji Neon Lee, ever the humble warrior, confesses he might have underestimated the situation. But with a fierce glint in his eyes and a confident smile, he finally says the word, yes. The Supreme Star Blade is his. Ji Neon Lee takes the Supreme Star Blade, vowing to treasure this epic weapon. Meanwhile, the Murim Alliance leader turns to another powerhouse, Makshin, with a sly grin. The wise leader showers the swordsman with praise, calling him a once-in-a-century genius and totally impressed by his skills. But Makshin, ever humble, brushes off the compliments, insisting he's still got a long way to go compared to the Yunha Merchant Group's young hero. Makshin's jaw drops as the Murim Alliance leader keeps talking, with Ji Neon Lee just chilling in the background. The elder leader just grins, totally enjoying Makshin's surprised face. Ji Neon Lee, with a wry laugh, is like, seriously, how could I not know? The Murim Alliance leader then focuses on the awesome new sword, asking if it's got a name yet. Makshin, beaming with confidence, suggests naming the blade the Golden Sand Sword, if it's cool with everyone. The elder leader gives his nod of approval, realizing it's Makshin's signature sword art, and declares it a perfect fit. With the sword officially named, Makshin is all ears as the Murim Alliance leader gets ready to drop the bomb and announce the ultimate champion. The elder leader stands dramatically, his white hair flowing, and the tension is absolutely palpable under the moonlit sky. From a massive, multi-tiered building, a commanding voice booms out, telling someone to hold back for just a second. Down below, a massive courtyard is buzzing with activity, all eyes on the central platform where a huge crowd has gathered, totally locked into what's about to go down. The platform itself is locked down, surrounded by a tight formation of warriors, their blazing torches throwing epic shadows everywhere. From the heart of the platform, Gong Myung, the alliance leader himself, barks out orders, sending the White Dragon squad to the perimeter and the elders into a battle-ready formation. Then, he tells everyone else to clear out, get below the platform, and Ji Neon Lee, ever the professional, gives a sharp yes, alliance leader. Ji Neon Lee, holding a fancy little box, is totally locked in, his face giving absolutely nothing away. In the tense crowd, someone whispers to Hwa Yunwal, asking what in the world is going on up there. A sharp gasp rips from Ji Neon Lee, his hand clenching tight, clearly hit with a sudden shock or pain. Listen up, because in the Murim, popping an elixir is the most dangerous thing you can do, because if you can't defend yourself or mess up even a little, you're looking at a catastrophic energy deviation. Ji Neon Lee is now down on the ground, totally exposed, which means the alliance leader is about to personally shield him through this insane process. The unnamed observer, still glued to the action, can't hold back his confusion, demanding to know why the alliance leader is suddenly being so incredibly considerate of Ji Neon Lee. Gong Myung stares down with an intense, calculating look, his eyes locked onto the exposed young man below. Ji Neon Lee is locked in, his face all business as the alliance leader lays down the law, calling them all juniors. But hold up, even with that dismissive vibe, it's obvious not everyone in the Jianghu is on the same power level. And there he is, the alliance leader, Gong Myung, standing tall before Ji Neon Lee, his aura just radiating power against that epic night backdrop. Seriously, the alliance leader is one seriously impressive old dude. Gong Myung's eyes are intense as he orders Ji Neon Lee to chug that elixir, like, now. He tells him to chill, take all the time he needs to get that energy flowing, because he and the entire alliance have his back, standing guard. Ji Neon Lee gives a slight nod, his focus laser-sharp on what's coming next. A subtle rustle of his robes signals his readiness, gearing up for the ultimate power-up. He glances up, a fierce resolve burning in his gaze, then gets into position to kick things off. Ji Neon Lee drops into a perfect cross-legged stance, totally focused, with a fancy little wooden box sitting right there, waiting. With a satisfying click, his gloved hand pops open the box, and boom, the treasure inside is finally revealed. A glowing, twisted root is inside, and without hesitation, he shoves it into his mouth, kicking off the intense, power-absorbing ritual. Ji Neon Lee locks in, and you can practically feel the energy starting to surge. He flashes back to a time when he was just a lone wolf, a wanderer in the wild, with nothing but the open road ahead. Seriously, who would have thought he'd ever be in a situation like this, chilling, meditating with a cool blue glow, and having a whole squad watching his back? That lonely past. Gone. Now, it's all about the present. Yeah, someone's actually got his back now. And just like that, a whole crew of heavy hitters, Elder Song, Chol Myung-go, Hwa Yun-wol, Baek Lee-yun, Da Ko-han, and Dan Woo-seung, are on high alert, forming an impenetrable wall around him, a true squad goals moment. Da Ko-han and Dan Woo-seung are on edge, a clear sign that things are getting intense, their eyes scanning for any threat as the energy around them shifts. Meanwhile, Da Ko Myung, ever the strategist, keeps a cool, confident eye on everything, his hand already on his blade, just in case anyone decides to crash this party. Ji Neon Lee's expression is pure calm, his face literally glowing with the raw power he's absorbing. Suddenly, the energy inside him explodes, a wild, rushing torrent of power, and he's completely engulfed in a dazzling, pulsating blue aura. And then, bam! As the power maxes out, a supercharged orb of electric blue energy starts forming right in his hands, showing off the insane new strength he's just unlocked. The game just changed. A whole new world of martial arts was exploding around him, totally unlike his old, lonely life, as insane blue energy pulsed and swirled. This raw power was just building, condensing into a supercharged orb, blasting out an insane azure glow that lit up everything. Then, his eyes, which had been locked down, just snapped open, blazing with an electric blue that screamed pure power. He looked totally chill, almost zen, like the whole power-up was just another Tuesday. Was this insane power-up all thanks to the azurite essence? He felt the raw energy surge in his fist, realizing the century-old ginseng had been absorbed way faster than expected. He gazed up at the endless, star-filled sky, and it hit him, he'd just leveled up to the 9th tier. His long hair flowed freely, a visual mic drop after that epic power-up. Elder Song walked up, giving him that wise old look, announcing it was all done. But the young master was like, wait, already? Elder Song, still a bit worried, checked if he was okay, saying it all happened way too fast, but he just brushed it off with, I'm fine. Elder Song gave the signal for everyone else to peace out, but the young master was secretly thinking, whoa, I'm kinda shocked. So the elder had to ask, any problems, dude? Then, out of nowhere, he blurted out, I'm so hungry. Elder Song just laughed, saying he'd totally treat the winner to a feast. He threw his hands up like, yo, I'm up. It's done. But the real crisis? He was literally starving to death. The elder, ever the host, tells Ji Neon to bring his whole crew to the feast, making sure no one misses out on the epic meal. Next thing you know, they're all chilling in a super fancy dining hall, with lanterns casting a cozy, golden vibe everywhere. And boom! A massive feast is laid out, ready to be devoured, with Elder Song, Ji Neon, Chol Myung-go, and Hwa Yun-wol already gathered around the table. Chol Myung-go and Hwa Yun-wol are just chilling, munching on their food, keeping things low-key for now. Elder Song eyes Chol Myung-go, thinking how weirdly quiet he is, probably because the alliance leader is right there, then he calls him out. Elder Song drops a playful jab, calling him Gambling Den Fox, which makes Chol Myung-go quickly introduce himself as Poisonous Fox, Chol Myung-go, before the alliance leader asks if he's mastered his new umbrella yet. Chol Myung-go stammers out why yes, while Hwa Yun-wol can't help but crack a smile, as Elder Song tells him to keep grinding, knowing this new umbrella is a whole different beast. Hwa Yun-wol keeps her cool, but you can totally see a little smirk playing on her face. Chol Myung-go is still totally embarrassed, looking anywhere but at them, while Hwa Yun-wol's eyes dart around, clearly wondering something. Then, Elder Song pivots, looking straight at Hwa Yun-wol, asking if she's the young head of the Hwa clan, which totally shocks Chol Myung-go. She respectfully confirms, yes, alliance leader, and Elder Song keeps the conversation going, asking about her dad and how everyone in the village is doing. Hwa Yun-wol flashes a sly, knowing smile, her polite facade barely hiding the wheels turning in her mind. Elder Song drops a bombshell, and Hwa Yun-wol, totally caught off guard, demands to know how he's got the intel. Chol Myung-go's eyes narrow, his mind racing, trying to figure out what's really going on here. The tension is palpable, it's clear they're hiding something big, but Elder Song just calmly tells them to chill out. Elder Song drops the bombshell, revealing he's got all the intel on the Hwa clan's secret moves during the epic Great Battle of the Five Tombs. Hwa Yun-wol's face shows a flicker of understanding, a subtle nod to the elder's deep knowledge. Chul Myungo's hand tightens into a fist, the pressure building as he barely holds back his frustration. Spotting the tension, Elder Song pivots, schooling Chul Myungo and reminding him of Hwa Yunwal's status as a powerful young clan head from an ancient, respected family. The elder lays down the law, making it clear that any sign of panic or disrespect is a direct insult to her entire lineage. Hwa Yunwal, cool as ice, cuts in, reminding Chul Myungo they're on the same team, and he better not pull that stunt in front of her. Chul Myungo, completely put in his place, grudgingly agrees to remember her words. Elder Song takes it all in, a knowing look on his face, observing the dynamic between the powerful young figures. But elsewhere, a chilling development unfolds. The legendary Fist King and the mysterious Moyong Chu have vanished, their powers suddenly gone quiet. Lee Jinian wasn't wasting any time, already sending a letter to the Sword King, telling him to get back to the Murim Alliance ASAP. Back at the table, Elder Song dropped some serious knowledge on Jinian and Chul Myungo, telling them to warn their clan leaders about what was coming, and Jinian was all understood. Elder Song then laid it out, if the demonic faction came for revenge, their clans, and especially these two, had to be super careful. Meanwhile, Gong Myung, with a red-haired companion, was on the same page, vowing they'd take every single step to prepare. Jinian was all ears, a serious look on his face. Elder Song's eyes narrowed, his words hitting hard. He locked eyes with Jinian, telling him straight up that he needed to get way stronger than he was right now. Then dropped the bombshell, he wanted Jinian to be the secret weapon, the hidden sword of the Orthodox faction. Suddenly, a powerful blue aura flared around Jinian, his eyes burning with intense resolve. Elder Song clarified that sure, winning would get him some recognition, but it wouldn't be nearly enough. He hadn't hit the big leagues yet, so the demonic faction wouldn't even have him on their radar. Elder Song finished, his eyes serious, explaining that for now, the demonic faction would only be coming for the old guard, like him. Lee Jinian is on the edge of his seat, trying to grasp the situation as a voice challenges his comprehension. Why Maxian, with that signature smirk, just knows something Jinian doesn't, his objective locked in. But Jinian? He's completely in the dark, thinking, seriously, am I the only one who's totally clueless right now? Maxian just brushes off his confusion, dropping the bombshell, you don't need to know anything, and then bursts into a booming laugh that fills the night. Later, as the night deepens, the empty plates signal the end of their meal. Maxian's out, declaring he's got to prep for the Dragon Phoenix tournament tomorrow, and Hwa Yunseal, the young master, sends him off with a travel safely, alliance leader. With Yunseal and Jinian heading out, Maxian steps up, offering to walk her back since she's got a spar tomorrow. Then, he throws out an invite to Jinian, asking if the guys want to grab a drink later, and Jinian's all in, saying, sounds good. Maxian, flashing a huge smile, teases Jinian, man, after getting to know you, you're quite the drinker. Alone now, Jinian strides down a grand, lantern-lit hallway, the light from the windows painting cool patterns on the floor as he goes. And Maxian? That mysterious smile never leaves his face, leaving his true intentions completely unknown. Suddenly, a chilling question rips through the silence, like a forgotten nightmare, making him jump. Meanwhile, an old master, with eyes that have seen it all, just watches. His footsteps barely audible, as he coolly states. The flashback hits harder, a blood-soaked hand reaching out, desperate. As he stares up at a colossal shadow, his mind absolutely blown. Then, the Blade Emperor, Gong Myung himself, emerges, his face a total mystery. And just seeing him sends a fresh jolt of agony, a terrifying recognition of his foe. Gong Myung's voice slices through the chaos, challenging his very existence. While the young warrior lies broken and bleeding, his face a mask of pure torment. The Blade Emperor keeps going, his words hitting like a hammer. Towering over his broken foe. He then drops the bombshell. The Sword King was taken down by the demonic faction, a terrifying warning for the disciple. The vision intensifies, locking onto Namgong grandfather. His white mane and beard frame a face etched with raw intensity, his eyes blazing with a fierce yellow glow as chaotic purple energy swirls around him. The night was calm, but something was stirring within the ancient walls of the estate, its quiet facade hiding a recent turmoil. But inside, the calm was shattered, an injured man was down, and two worried figures loomed over him, the tension palpable. Namgong grandfather, the wise elder, quickly confirmed the injury wasn't fatal, but stressed the absolute need for rest, a grave look on his face. Meanwhile, an attendant, kneeling close, simply uttered, good work, a somber commendation for the fallen. The elder, his white hair a stark contrast to the night, pivoted, his mind already racing, seeking answers beyond the immediate scene. A grim question escaped his lips, how did this happen, his gaze sharp with concern. Then, Lee Jinian, his face grim, stepped into the light, revealing his own harrowing experience, I was attacked by those demonic faction bastards too. The scene flashed to a brutal ambush, Jinian, a blur of motion, carving through a shadowy horde, 2 leaders, 12 more, he grimly detailed, the sheer numbers overwhelming. His determined eyes, burning with the memory of the fight, narrowed, as he recalled the relentless masked attackers. But the true horror? Even after he cut them down, they just wouldn't die. It was like they were completely blade impervious. Namgung grandfather is all ears, his face etched with serious concern as the story unfolds. Ji Neon Lee drops a bombshell, revealing the attack wasn't just brute force, but felt like some kind of dark spell. After barely escaping the demonic faction's clutches, his first thought was the Sword King, rushing to his residence, fearing the worst. But what he found was pure chaos. The Sword King's blade lay discarded, a grim testament to a struggle, and the man himself was nowhere to be seen. It was clear, the Sword King had vanished. The gravity of the situation hits the elder man hard. First Moyong Chu, the legendary Fist King, then the Sword King, and now a terrifying question hangs in the air, could Wuzong also be gone? Namgung grandfather's face hardens as he confirms the terrifying truth, the demonic faction is on a rampage, slaughtering everyone in their path. The stakes are sky high, and Namgung grandfather isn't wasting a second. He barks out commands to Chul Myungo and his elite guards, activating both the Cloud Dragon Squad and the White Dragon Squad. Chul Myungo is all business, absorbing every word as the grandfather lays out the strategy. The Cloud Dragon Squad is going deep, splitting up to hunt down every last trace of the demonic faction, uncovering their sinister plot. The captain snaps to attention, confirming the mission, as the White Dragon Squad gets their critical directive. They're on lockdown duty, protecting the future champions at the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The guards roar back, a chorus of understood, their determination unwavering. Namgung grandfather's mind races, realizing the chilling truth, the demonic faction isn't playing by the old rules. Their tactics are completely new, far more sinister than anything seen during the Great Battle of the Five Tombs. A tiny shadow darts across a gnarled branch in the moonlit darkness, a stark contrast to the grandfather's grim resolve. They have to prepare for the unknown, because the demonic faction's next move could be devastating. The full moon hangs high, a silent witness, as the world turns, oblivious to the brewing storm, setting the stage for what's next. And just like that, we're transported to a lively inn, right on the doorstep of the Murim Alliance. Get ready, because this is where the real action begins. The scene opens on a vibrant inn, lanterns casting a warm glow as a mysterious figure stands, soaking in the energy of the night. But inside, the real action begins. He's chilling at a table with a friend, who's already calling over a waiter, demanding 2 bottles of Dukong wine and some epic stir-fry. His companion, Hua Yunwal, gets serious, her gaze piercing, demanding to know the real story behind his gambling house confession to the alliance leader. He flinches, a bead of sweat forming, confessing, "Well, I used to run a gambling den." He flashes back to that fateful meeting with the alliance leader, remembering how, despite it being their first encounter, the wise old man dropped some serious wisdom: live for today, forget the past. A flashback reveals Namgung grandfather's reassuring hand on his shoulder, and that powerful moment convinced him to live by those words. Snapping back to reality, he doubles down on his philosophy: the past is history. Live your best life today. Hua Yunwal, ever the sharp one, gives a knowing nod, totally on board with his profound statement. But then, he flips the script, asking her about her own legendary clan. Hua Yunwal smirks, a playful glint in her eye, teasingly asking if he means a clan so epic even the alliance leader would call it great. Meanwhile, a wider shot reveals a shocking detail: Namgung grandfather himself is chilling at a nearby table, watching their entire conversation with a mysterious, knowing look. Hua Yunwal takes a slow, deliberate sip from her cup, leaving us all hanging on the edge of our seats, wondering what her clan's true power is. The story takes a turn, diving deep into the past, unveiling a shocking truth: the very first head of the Hua clan, an ancestor, had no name. This wasn't just any ancestor, he was a brutal force, a killing machine who only knew how to follow orders, killing when told, eating when told. No identity, just pure, raw function. He was the ultimate assassin, a shadow moving through a world painted in crimson, his very presence a testament to his deadly skill. But then, a turning point. He finally got a name: Hua Sam. And Sam. It probably meant he was third in line for something epic. At just 20 years old, following orders, he was sent to Cloud Dragon Falls, where he met the legendary Wudang Sword Immortal, a meeting that would change everything. And that new name? Hua Wunryang. With that name, something profound shifted within him. He finally felt like a human, truly seen for the first time in his entire life. All this transformation, all this change, happened when he was just 20. That's it. That's the exact moment the Hua clan was born, all because one man finally got a name and was treated like a person. This isn't some dark secret to be hidden, it's a proud history, which is why the tale is so long and detailed. Hua Wunryang, the man who became a legend, sits, a gourd in hand, contemplating the incredible path he's walked. With a calm demeanor, he reaches out, accepting a mysterious item from an unseen hand, a new chapter beginning. He's got that sly smirk, cup in hand, as the narrator drops some serious intel about the crew he rolls with. We're talking about a descendant of an assassin, a gambling den boss, and a merchant, each one packing a seriously shady past. He scopes out the wild crew at the table, muttering that this place is crawling with nothing but strange dudes. Smoothly, he refills his cup from a rustic gourd, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Someone pipes up, "Is that why this booze is so good?" And Yunwal just grins, "Duh, it's the drinking companions." Ji Neon flashes a grin, cup in hand, gesturing with his finger as he hangs on every word. Yunwal's inner monologue keeps rolling, deciding the weirder the company, the better the vibe. The duo chills at the table, surrounded by other folks, their chat just effortlessly vibing. From this angle, Ji Neon's eyes are locked on Yunwal, who's clearly hanging on every word. Ji Neon grins, pointing a finger, and just says, "You." Elsewhere, Dako Han stands tall, mostly facing away, announcing, "I'm just here for a quick drink, then I'm out." Back at the table, Ji Neon's like, "Dude, after I lost, I stuck around for the whole finals," then drops the bomb, "You totally held back on me." He's still at the table with his companion, the feast winding down. His companion, ever the host, pours another round, a quiet moment hanging in the air. He takes a deep gulp, the drink going down smooth. A subtle smirk crosses his face as he locks eyes with the other guy. He lets out a long, smoky breath, clearly deep in thought. He sets his cup down with a decisive clink, signaling his departure. "Thanks for the drink," Hua Yunwal states, already on his way out. Ji Neon watches him walk away, a silent agreement hanging in the air. "Let's spar again next time," he declares, already looking forward to their next encounter. A fierce glint sparks in his eyes, already anticipating the next battle. His companion's footsteps echo, fading into the background. Hua Yunwal can't help but smirk, a low chuckle rumbling from him as he takes it all in. The massive wager, a literal bag of cash, is now on the table, delivered by the loser himself. Meanwhile, Ji Neon Lee, chilling with Baek Lee Yun and Chul Myung-go, is totally against taking all that cash, like, he didn't even throw a punch, so why should he get the whole payout? He shakes his head, no way, he's not taking that money, period. And get this, he even says the money isn't enough, especially when you factor in the price of his gauntlets. Chul Myung-go's hand slams down, pushing the money back, a clear no from the loyal subordinate. Hua Yunwal sees this crazy rejection and is totally baffled, like, what in the world are these guys doing? He just can't believe it, thinking to himself, rich people are seriously something else. Fast forward to the next day, and it's game on, as the epic Dragon Phoenix tournament kicks off. The crowd is buzzing, totally hyped about the tournament, with one fan shouting about how amazing this year's Dragon Phoenix event is, and another hyping up the arrival of the famous. The Dragon Phoenix tournament kicks off with an epic spar, a showdown between the legendary Snow Phoenix and the absolute greatest beauty of Jiangnan. Blades clash with an explosive clang, sending sparks everywhere as these two warriors go all out in a blur of action. High above the arena, Ji Neon Lee takes it all in, casually brushing off a thank you for cheering on Yunseal, like it's no big deal at all. Meanwhile, the crowd is going wild, with one fan absolutely losing it for Lady Hua, screaming for her to take the win. Back in the fight, Hua Yunwal goes for the kill, blitzing forward in a crimson flash, too fast to even see. And bam! Her attack lands, sending Baek Lee Yun reeling back with a shocked gasp, a burst of red energy exploding on impact. Baek Lee Yun is sent flying, crashing to the ground, disarmed and defeated, with Hua Yunwal standing tall, the undisputed winner. Sword held high, eyes blazing with crimson power, the Snow Phoenix lets out a quiet, almost regretful, "Sorry about this." Then, with a devastating blow, the arena floor explodes, shattering into a million pieces, proving just how insane her power is. With an intense, unyielding stare, she makes it crystal clear, "It's over for you." And just like that, Baek Lee Yun is done, her head bowed in utter defeat, her braided hair hiding her shame. Hua Yunwal stands victorious, staring down at her kneeling foe, her glowing red eyes a chilling testament to her absolute dominance. The ultimate, game-ending strike came down, a blinding flash of steel cutting through the rain-soaked arena. And before she could even blink, a devastating body technique slammed home with a bone-shattering impact, sending her absolutely flying. She was launched through the air, slamming into the soaked earth with a massive splash. Just like that, the spar was over. Up in the stands, Chul Myung-go was absolutely floored, his jaw practically on the floor, stuttering, "Body techniques?" With a victorious smirk, Hua Yunwal stared down at her opponent, dropping the question, "So you've been training in body techniques too?" Even in defeat, Baek Lee Yun managed a small, knowing smile, revealing, "Back in the day, when I was just a kid, I picked up a few moves from some guy." Over on the sidelines, Ji Neon Lee dropped some serious wisdom, hinting, "If you master body techniques from the start." Which totally caught Chul Myung-go off guard. But Baek Lee Yun wasn't done, her eyes blazing with fresh resolve, she proclaimed, "No matter what, you can always beat your opponent up," and even Hua Yunwal was taken aback. A knowing smirk crept onto Ji Neon Lee's face, he totally got what she was saying. It was a core memory from her childhood, a flashback to a smiling little girl, a fundamental truth she'd carried with her forever. But Ji Neon Lee's analysis was brutal, his eyes laser-focused. Honestly, she's still got a long way to go. I can literally see the hesitation in her strikes. Then, just like that, he turned to walk away, prompting Chol Myung-go to shout, "Yo, where are you headed?" Ji Neon Lee just shrugged, "Lady was got this win locked down for now. I'm out, got some unfinished business with Ouyang Sang to handle." Leaving the tournament behind, a critical realization hits him, he's been away from the Yunha merchant group for far too long. Back at the arena, Chol Myung-go, ever the dedicated observer, tells his companion he'll stay to catch more of the action while they push on. The sun dips below the horizon, and the majestic full moon rises, bathing the world in an ethereal glow. He lets out a frustrated groan, realizing the massive time sink, dealing with Ouyang Sang's affairs has completely derailed his schedule. Deep in the moon-drenched woods, he makes a tactical decision, he'll set up camp and stay the night right here. He mentally checks off his to-do list, finish these documents, then I'm free. But then, a sudden thought, wait, what happened to those Ouyang young masters we had locked up at the merchant group? He gives a casual, acknowledging the query, and reassures them that he'd already pulled some strings for their release, so it's all good. The narrator interjects, revealing a crucial detail, the Moyong clan's elite guard squad is still holding down the fort at the Yunha merchant group. A wave of calm washes over him as everything falls into place, thanking the Moyong clan head for clearing his path to the Murim alliance. A knowing smirk spreads across his face, a silent testament to his strategic mind and unwavering resolve. A quiet realization dawns on him, a profound understanding, this trip has been an absolute game-changer, yielding immense gains. Under the watchful eye of the moon, he strides across a bridge, his mind racing, processing every single, invaluable lesson from his epic Murim adventure. Talk about leveling up. His Murim journey was a total game-changer, hooking him up with poison immunity and boosting his White Lightning 10 phase art to an insane 9th phase. Plus, he snagged some epic gauntlets, and linked up with some seriously powerful allies, like the fierce Lady Hua Yunwol. And don't forget Elder Song, boosting his street cred in the martial arts scene. Seriously, just one trip into the Murim and he'd already crushed it. Strolling down a chill, moonlit path, he was still buzzing from all the wild stuff that just went down. The woods were super quiet and dark, giving him a perfect moment to just chill and think. But then, a whispered convo cut through the silence, snagging his focus as one guy asked if the other caught the Dragon Phoenix tournament results. The other dude was like, Snow Phoenix, right? But then dropped the bomb, some total outsider, not even from the Rulers Association or Murim Alliance, took the whole thing. Ji Neon Lee was totally blindsided, thinking, wait, Lady Hua didn't win. He leaned in, all ears, his face a mask of deep thought as the chatter went on. With the full moon shining down, the guy was finally about to spill the winner's name. And then, the name dropped, and Ji Neon Lee's eyes went wide with absolute shock. He stares up at the mysterious figure, a name escaping him in disbelief, Baek Yak. The mysterious woman, bathed in moonlight, confirms with a chillingly calm voice, that's what they said. Then, with an almost playful smirk, she calls out, hey, champion. Her piercing green eyes, highlighted by striking markings, lock onto him from under her elaborate hat, a subtle, confident smirk gracing her features. Without missing a beat, she reveals her audacious motive, I skipped the award ceremony and ran after you just to chase you down. Someone's dropping some serious tea, asking if anyone's heard the Dragon Phoenix tournament results. And someone's like, was it the Snow Phoenix? But the first guy's all, well, you see. Building up the suspense. Turns out, some total wildcard, not from the Rulers Association or the Murim Alliance, snatched the win. And Ji Neon Lee is totally locked in, you can practically see the gears turning in his head. He's clearly shook, muttering, what didn't win? The shock is real. The other guy's totally blanking on the name, making a frustrated sound, but then it clicks, her name was. Ji Neon Lee is just strolling through this epic bamboo forest, moonlight hitting just right, but his mind is clearly miles away, deep in thought about this tournament bombshell. Suddenly, he looks up, and whoa, there's Lady Baek Yak, just standing there, looking absolutely regal, and you know things are about to get interesting. Baek Yak is just chilling under the moonlight, looking ethereal, while Ji Neon Lee is still trying to process everything, muttering, I think. That's what they said. He's clearly still reeling. Then, with a confident smirk, Baek Yak calls out, hey, champion. Talk about a power move. Her piercing green eyes are locked on him, a fierce determination etched on her face, and you know she means business. And then she drops the bomb, she literally skipped the award ceremony, I skipped the award ceremony and ran after you just to chase you down. This is getting intense. Baek Yak just appeared behind him, radiating this wild energy, and Ji Neon Lee's first thought. Whoa, this woman is seriously weird. That stare, though, it was piercing, totally clashing with her calm face. And her whole vibe, from the flowing robes to that fancy fan, just screamed powerful, but make it fashion. Ji Neon Lee could feel the sheer power. This woman was a born martial artist, but her way of talking? Totally out of left field, super unusual. Then, out of nowhere, she just dropped it. She won the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The air just went silent in that bamboo forest, a tense standoff as they just stared each other down. Ji Neon Lee, still reeling from her directness, could only manage a stunned, "Oh, is that so? Congratulations." Her weird way of talking just kept going, and then she finally dropped her name, Baek Yak. She just tilted her head a bit, her intense gaze locked onto him, not flinching at all. And then she laid it all out, confessing she was super impressed by his fighting and literally tracked him down. That intense, focused look on her face, it just screamed that she was dead serious. Feeling the pressure, Ji Neon Lee tried to bail out politely, saying, "Let's do this another time, I'm seriously in a hurry." Ji Neon Lee, looking totally fed up but still on guard, is like, "Seriously, why can't we just get this over with right now?" Baek Yak, getting right up in his face, drops the bombshell. She literally sprinted all this way just to get to him. With an almost predatory grin, she challenges him, "You seriously don't want to do this with me? It'll be super quick." Meanwhile, the crowd is buzzing, calling him a lucky guy and wondering what it's like to be so desired. He's totally thrown off by her bizarre approach, thinking, her way of speaking is seriously weird, as she calls out his name. He's still trying to get away from her overwhelming energy, muttering a frustrated, "Ah," under his breath. He finally turns to her, laying down the law, "Look, if you're my enemy, then I'm totally fine with throwing down right now." Baek Yak, looking completely taken aback by his challenge, quickly sets the record straight, Obviously, I'm not your enemy." Still trying to escape this awkward encounter, he tries to brush her off, saying, "Let's fight another time, then." He even throws in, "Besides, it's already getting late." But then, his focus snaps, his eyes darting as a chilling scent hits him. It's the unmistakable, terrifying smell of blood. The camera pans to reveal the horrifying origin of the smell, a distant, blood-soaked building hidden deep in the bamboo, a chilling sight that totally clashes with the peaceful vibe. Completely oblivious to the impending danger, Baek Yak keeps pushing, asking, "So, when can we," still focused on their earlier conversation. But Ji Neon Lee, now completely locked onto the ominous vibe, cuts her off mid-sentence, his eyes wide with alarm, totally distracted by the unseen threat. Ji Neon Lee, ever vigilant, pushes through the thick bamboo, his senses on high alert for the source of the ominous scent. His path leads him directly to a secluded, traditional building, its ancient roof a stark silhouette against the fading light. With a swift, decisive motion, he pushes aside a bamboo stalk, his gloved hand a blur as he closes in on the building. The moment he steps inside, the suffocating stench of death hits him, revealing a horrific scene, the bodies of 3 underworld thugs, a waiter, and a cook, all brutally slain. His face, usually composed, now shows a chilling blend of grim resolve and deep concern. Baek Yak, ever the keen observer, confirms his suspicions, noting that the overwhelming scent of blood was his undeniable guide. He grimly confirms the unsettling quiet, the lights out, a chilling sign that they were the first to arrive, his gaze fixed on a lifeless form. The horror deepens as he realizes the victims aren't just fighters, but even ordinary folk, slaughtered without mercy. The stench is unbearable, forcing him to cover his nose, but his focus remains sharp as he scrutinizes the gruesome details. A chilling realization dawns, they've been dead for roughly a day, their spines shattered in a truly sadistic fashion. This wasn't just murder, it was torture, the killers reveling in their victims' suffering, prolonging their agony until the very end. This level of savagery transcends the known tactics of both the underworld and unorthodox factions, forcing him to confront the terrifying reality of who would commit such atrocities, especially against the defenseless. Standing before the blood-soaked wall, his back to the horror, a chilling silence screams louder than any sound. His dark hair, a cascade of midnight, catches the faint glow, his thoughts a whirlwind, unraveling the brutal truth. Baek Yak, her piercing green gaze fixed on him, shares the heavy burden, anticipating the chilling revelation. Then, a burst of electric blue energy flares around him, a raw display of his heightened senses. The power crackles, enveloping him, as the horrifying truth dawns. His eyes blaze with an unholy blue, the chilling conclusion undeniable, this brutal massacre could only be the work of the demonic faction. His jaw tightens, fist clenching, the grim reality of his discovery fueling a silent resolve. Elsewhere, as darkness blankets the land, a mysterious figure in a conical hat and yellow robe slips away from a grand building, their silhouette cutting through the night. 2 cloaked figures, one armed with a sword, now stand guard outside, their watchful eyes scanning the silent darkness. With a stern, commanding tone, one of the escorts issues an order, demanding passage for their establishment. A mysterious figure in a conical hat, scroll in hand, calls out to his crew, pointing out the youngest member in their ranks. He then makes it clear, only one person is needed for this mission, and a subordinate immediately steps up, ready to dive in. But the leader's sharp senses pick up on something else entirely: they're being watched. And he is not happy about this unexpected hassle. Without missing a beat, he barks orders. Myung and 2 others are on perimeter check, while Jowon and 3 more are to move out, silencing their chatter with a sharp command. With a powerful sweep of his hand, the leader sends his entire squad into action, and they move with lightning speed, no questions asked. The team spreads out, and one of them wastes no time, drawing his blade, prepared for anything that comes their way. The leader watches from afar, his mind racing, trying to figure out just who is spying on them. But the plot thickens elsewhere, as a chilling report comes in: a body has been discovered at a nearby inn. And just as things get intense, Ji-neon Lee appears at a building entrance, his face etched with grim determination as he surveys the area. He cuts straight to the chase, announcing he's here to interrogate anyone nearby. Meanwhile, the conical-hatted leader and his subordinate are on the move again, musing about their return trip. The leader then reveals he's never even heard of this organization, and can't help but notice the overwhelming number of escort services around. The conical-hatted leader tries to brush off the incident, claiming it's irrelevant to their Central Plains mission, but Ji-neon Lee, with a piercing gaze, immediately shuts him down, pointing out he never said there was more than one person. Then, he drops the bombshell, straight up asking if the leader was the guy at the inn yesterday. The leader is totally blindsided, only managing a stunned "no," as his crew behind him look seriously worried. His hand snaps to his sword's hilt, a clear warning in the escalating tension. Elsewhere, Ji-neon Lee is deep in a shadowy cavern, staring down at a mysterious glowing object, totally absorbed by its strange energy. Suddenly, the leader's voice cuts through the air, barking, "Get into formation," as things are about to go down. But Ji-neon Lee isn't backing down, coolly repeating his order: "I told you to raise your hands," as if nothing's changed. His mind flashes back to the glowing artifact in the pit, realizing it's been ages since he's seen anything related to the ancient demonic arts. He mentally catalogues the ancient demonic arts, a forbidden arsenal that includes everything from enchantments and illusions, to mind reading, soul absorption, concealment, and even stealth. But the leader has had enough. He roars, "Kill him," and a subordinate instantly charges, blade flashing. But before the subordinate can even land a hit, Ji-neon Lee is a blur of motion, blocking the attack and unleashing a brutal punch that sends blood flying from the man's face. The impact utterly distorts the subordinate's face, leaving him stunned and reeling from the sheer power of the counterattack. Ji-neon Lee exploded into action, a lightning-fast blur as he unleashed his devastating counterattack. Before his foe could even blink, a brutal, invisible blow landed, erupting in a crimson spray. The poor subordinate was instantly obliterated, his body collapsing as a torrent of blood erupted from the devastating blow. The conical-hatted leader's jaw dropped in pure horror, a desperate cry tearing from his throat as he watched the sheer brutality unfold. Another guard was thrown back in sheer terror, the lightning-fast assault leaving him utterly paralyzed. The leader's face twisted in utter shock, as a dark, explosive energy erupted from the very spot his subordinate had just been annihilated. Sweat poured down his face as he desperately scanned the area, his mind reeling from the overwhelming power he was up against. Then, a terrifying realization slammed into him, and he choked out a single, desperate word, finally recognizing the legendary power he faced. His movements were beyond human comprehension, a phantom silhouette against the moon as he vanished, leaving his enemies screaming, "Where is he?" The leader's head shot up, his eyes bulging in pure terror as he frantically searched the empty air where his enemy had just been. Then, a blinding surge of electric blue energy exploded, announcing Ji-neon Lee's next, bone-shattering attack. With a deafening crack, the blue-charged strike annihilated another subordinate, sending them flying in a gruesome explosion of blood and pure force. The ground is absolutely trashed, covered in dark, viscous liquid, showing just how brutal this fight has been. Even with blood streaking his face, Ji-neon Lee can't help but acknowledge how well-trained these guys are, a weary respect in his eyes. But he's still thinking, do they really have the guts to keep coming at him? Meanwhile, the conical-hatted leader, reaching out with a determined hand, is thinking his plan isn't finished yet, but it's definitely happening. Then, with an insane surge of raw power, Ji-neon Lee's hand just explodes with vibrant blue lightning, even with blood still on his knuckles. He's unleashing the White Lightning 10-phase art, a devastating technique that just erupts in brilliant blue energy. The lightning strike technique is forming a swirling vortex of pure, destructive power that's about to hit. The conical-hatted leader and his remaining crew are just staring up, their faces a mix of awe and pure terror as this insane technique comes down. Blinded by the insane blue light, the leader can barely get out a stammer, totally shocked by the sheer power hitting them. The blue lightning just keeps surging, a relentless wave of energy absolutely dominating the entire area. The impact literally shakes the entire earth, a massive tremor just blasting through the air. From a hidden spot deep in the forest, Baek Lee-yun is watching the brilliant blue light, her face totally unreadable as this epic battle goes down. From the shadows, Baek Lee-yun can't help but watch the absolute carnage, thinking about how Ji-neon is going all out, even after saying he'd go easy on her. Her eyes are locked on the action, a mix of awe and concern on her face as she processes the raw power on display. Back on the ground zero, the battlefield is a mess, with a defeated hand barely visible through the raging fires, showing just how intense that fight was. Even the forest itself is scarred, the trees bearing witness to the sheer power unleashed in this epic showdown. But through the smoke and fire, Jian emerges victorious, standing over his fallen foes like a true legend, the battlefield his stage. He's got a little blood on his cheek, but that just makes him look even more badass after that insane fight. But wait, one of the defeated guys, the conical-hatted leader, isn't out yet. He's figuring out they were just bait, a signal flare for something way bigger. And just like that, with his last ounce of strength, he fires off a signal flare, lighting up the night sky and calling in the big guns. The flare explodes in a blinding flash of red, but Jian just shrugs it off, his determination burning even brighter. He just watches the fiery signal shoot into the sky, not even flinching, already planning his next move against whoever dares to show up. His signature ponytail barely moves, a testament to his unshakable calm even as the sky lights up with a new threat. Then, with a chilling glare, he turns, his eyes blazing with pure resolve, declaring war on anyone from the demonic faction who dares to show their face. Boom! A blinding signal flare just detonated in the night sky, lighting up everything. That intense burst of light just keeps on going, blazing across the entire sky. And as the light finally dies down, check it out, glowing embers are raining from the sky, leaving behind an eerie, beautiful aftermath. But wait, out of the ember-dusted forest, a new challenger appears, the conical-hatted leader, and he's definitely not here to make friends. And he wastes no time, his voice chillingly calm as he lays down the law, "You're not one of my people." Then, with a chilling follow-up, he presses, "Are you alone?" Talk about a direct challenge. But Jian Li isn't backing down. Despite a fresh cut on his cheek, he stares back with an unyielding gaze, ready to face whatever comes next, surrounded by the fiery aftermath. The night descends, and the forest is ablaze, with countless glowing embers piercing the dark canopy and drifting through the smoke-filled air. Illuminating a lone figure in a conical hat standing on a path, his presence absolutely chilling in the twilight. The evening's glow casts super long shadows as the figure confronts another, demanding to know his allegiance, no holds barred. His voice, muffled by the wide brim of his hat, cuts through the crackling flames like a knife, declaring that the man before him is absolutely not one of his people. Then, with a hint of suspicion that could cut glass, he asks if the man is truly alone. Jian Li, his dark blue eyes gleaming with a confident smirk, a fresh scar adding to his rugged charm, meets the gaze of his interrogator without even a flicker of fear. His response is delivered with a dry wit that could cut diamonds, a sarcastic declaration that he is, in fact, still single. What a legend. Undeterred by the epic quip, the conical-hatted figure presses on, inquiring about his affiliation with the Orthodox faction, only to be met with a firm no, and then asks about the underworld, receiving the same negative reply. Who is this guy? Frustrated by the absolute lack of clear answers, the leader finally demands to know what, exactly, Jian Li is. The tension is palpable. Jian Li looks down, his expression unreadable, as the embers highlight the bloodstains on his dark robe, a silent testament to a recent, unseen, and undoubtedly epic struggle. His eyes blazing with an electric blue, he challenges his foe, demanding to know their allegiance, because one of them isn't walking away from this. The mysterious figure in the conical hat doesn't flinch, coolly introducing himself as Oh Kyung, the formidable captain of the Myriad Demon Palace's secret demon corps. Jian Li's expression tightens, the Myriad Demon Palace? He's never even heard of them, admitting this is the first time he's hearing of it. He can't help but think this guy's upfront attitude is more like a seasoned martial artist than some shadowy demonic operative. But Oh Kyung just brushes off any further questions, his hand already clutching a stack of powerful talismans, stating there's no need for details. Then, with a flick of his wrist, one of the talismans erupts in a blinding inferno of orange and red, declaring, at the end of the day. A crimson blur streaks across the ground as he makes his move, a surge of raw power emanating from his foot, and the fight is on. The captain and his entire squad of cloaked warriors are now fully arrayed, a menacing force in the pouring rain. Jian Li, his resolve hardening, simply states the brutal truth, one of them is dying here, no matter what. The very earth shatters with a burst of blue energy, signaling the start of the brutal clash. Oh Kyung, talisman still dancing in the wind, barks a chilling command to his loyal soldiers, draw your swords. And just like that, the subordinates unleash their blades, a chorus of steel ringing out as they charge, ready to annihilate. Rain lashed down as Jian Li, cool and collected, sized up the incoming threats from the Myriad Demon Palace. But a chilling thought crossed his mind, he couldn't even tell which one was the real deal. Were they just phantoms, or were these real bodies coming at him? But then, a smirk played on his lips, as he made his decision. No time for questions, he tightened his fist, a blue energy crackling around it, ready to unleash pure power. The first enemy charged, but was instantly met with a bone-shattering punch, sending them flying. He was a whirlwind of motion, his arm a blur as he kept up the relentless pressure. Then, a shockwave exploded from him, sending multiple enemies flying like they were nothing. He landed another brutal hit, blood spraying as another foe went down hard. He was a force of nature, a non-stop assault against the overwhelming numbers. Every hit landed with explosive force, and the enemies couldn't help but scream in pain. He wasn't holding back, as more and more enemies were sent flying, their forms twisting in the air like broken puppets. The relentless assault just kept coming, every single strike packing an insane amount of force. But a flash of pure annoyance crossed his face, as he declared the endless resistance of his enemies was starting to get annoying. Then, with an explosive surge of power, he unleashed a concentrated burst of brilliant blue lightning from his palm, crackling with raw, destructive energy. The electric discharge spread like wildfire, slamming into multiple unseen targets with absolutely devastating force. The lightning intensified even further, engulfing and utterly dispersing his foes with explosive, overwhelming power. Another poor soul was caught in the electric storm, sent absolutely flying by the sheer, raw kinetic energy. The sound of impact absolutely thundered through the forest, a brutal testament to the sheer force of his attacks. The widespread lightning absolutely ravaged the environment, tearing through trees and earth like they were nothing. A final, earth-shattering crash signaled the end of the immediate skirmish, leaving nothing but utter destruction in its wake. But from a hidden vantage point, a mysterious figure in a conical hat watched the chaos unfold, the distant lightning reflecting eerily in the trees. His hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, as he muttered about what kind of ridiculous situation is this? From his cold, calculating perspective, the protagonist was undeniably, he's a risk factor. He knew he had to get word to the young palace master, and fast. So you were hiding here, a chilling voice boomed. As Jian Li dropped from the heavens, a dark blur of pure power. The conical-hatted figure barely had time to register the threat. His surprise evident as the air crackled with tension. Jian Li struck like lightning, a whirlwind of unstoppable force. Delivering a brutal blow that sent his opponent flying. The impact launched him sky high, a mere ragdoll against the night. His body a violent streak through the trees. Before he slammed into the ground with an earth-shattering crash. The very earth splintered from the force. Leaving him utterly decimated, a broken mess amidst the wreckage. The sheer power of his strike rips through the air, a devastating impact. Sending his foe absolutely flying, caught mid-kick and utterly helpless. This is unexpected, the leader gasps, absolutely floored by the sudden, brutal turn of events. His face twists in pure disbelief as the devastating blow lands. So this operation is a failure, he grimly admits to himself, the utter annihilation of his force is now undeniable. And just like that, the ground is absolutely covered with his defeated forces, utterly decimated by the Plum Blossom Wanderer's raw power. But then, a burning resolve ignites within the leader, his eyes erupting with an ominous, fiery orange glow. Then, I'll have to take responsibility, he growls, his hand flying to his sword, drawing it with a furious hiss of steel. But the Plum Blossom Wanderer is already a blur of motion, a powerful blue aura flaring around him. He intercepts the leader's arm with impossible speed, shutting down the blade before it can even clear the sheath. A crimson glow now engulfs him as he declares his intent to repay the grace. Then, with one final, crushing move, he effortlessly hoists the leader by the head, the crimson energy exploding around his grip, a terrifying display of absolute dominance. Out of nowhere, a chilling voice booms, declaring the absolute power of the myriad demon palace. Straight up demanding they rule the heavens. And this sinister voice isn't done, straight up stating the myriad demon palace will protect while the demonic faction takes over the entire world. But hold up. As that declaration echoes, Jian Li's eyes blaze with a fiery red resolve, his blade already glinting, poised to absolutely shred those empty words. Then, with an explosive KNG, he unleashes a lightning-fast, brutal strike. The attack just keeps going, a crimson blur of pure, unadulterated power. The sheer, insane force of that hit just sends chunks of stone and debris absolutely exploding into the air. The subordinate leader's eye just goes wide with pure terror and disbelief, as that blade comes screaming in for the finish. And just like that, the defeated leader crashes to the ground, his body utterly broken amidst the chaotic debris of the fight. His leg just lies there, completely motionless, a brutal reminder of the insane power he just went up against. And as the dust finally settles, a chilling Jururuk sound accompanies a trickle of blood running down Jian Li's face, a tiny cost for such an absolutely crushing victory. His eyes now blaze with an intense, icy blue glow, a truly menacing expression etched onto his blood-splattered face, hinting at the terrifying depths of his power. He brought his glowing blade down with fierce resolve, declaring his intent to face the myriad demon palace, or whatever force stood before him. And with a sharp, impactful slash, his sword cut through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. He reflected on his path, knowing deep down that he had never truly defied fate, but rather forged his own destiny. With a crushing blow, the force of his attack sent an enemy soldier reeling, blue energy crackling around their contorted form. The glowing blade descended once more, delivering a final, devastating strike that erupted in a shower of blood and debris. As the dust settled, his grip tightened on the sword, blue lightning beginning to crackle and surge around his hand. The energy intensified, engulfing his upper body in a brilliant, crackling blue aura, his eyes glowing with fierce power. His entire form became a conduit for the surging power, a silhouette wreathed in an explosive blue lightning storm. With a guttural cry of exertion, he unleashed the full extent of his power, his face contorted with the effort as blue lightning erupted from every pore. He extended a hand, channeling the raw, crackling energy into a focused point. Then, with a thunderous burst, a massive column of brilliant blue lightning erupted skyward. The powerful surge tore through the ground, sending debris flying as his overwhelming power reshaped the very battlefield. Whoa! The sheer, untamed power of blue lightning just explodes, ripping through reality itself. And that energy just keeps building, a super vibrant, electric blue, pulsing with insane power. Lightning arcs are just crackling through the desolate, snow-covered trees, their branches getting absolutely rocked by the insane pressure of this unleashed power. Any dark, shadowy remnants of the enemy's influence are just getting wiped out, dissolving into nothing as this overwhelming energy just washes right over them. The entire forest is practically recoiling, the air is thick with swirling snow and debris, proving just how cataclysmic this unleashed force truly is. But through all that chaos, Ji Li is standing tall, his whole body just glowing with a brilliant, azure aura, the absolute source of this devastating power. He clenches his hands tight, blue lightning practically exploding around his fingers, like he's barely holding back the surging energy inside. Then, a profound realization hits him, the sheer magnitude of his own power making him gasp, this isn't normal. This lightning energy is just absolutely pumping through his entire body, radiating from his shoulders and neck, a clear sign of his supercharged state. He gets it now, his past self skill level is totally not going to cut it anymore. He's stepping into a whole new stage where there's literally no limit to wielding lightning energy. His long hair is whipping around, totally infused with crackling blue power, signaling an epic new beginning. He's absolutely radiating with crackling blue energy, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, because he knows the next time he unleashes the white lightning 10-phase art in this life, he's going to absolutely dominate and become the one and only lightning emperor. He takes a powerful step, the very ground rumbling with his presence, his body still radiating that insane blue energy. But just as he's lost in thought, a voice totally breaks his concentration, asking if he's seriously forgetting something crucial. He snaps his head up, totally shocked to see Baek Lee-yun hovering there, and asks, something? What are you talking about? She lets out an exasperated sigh, telling him she's literally lost count of how many times she's had to chase him down today. She's standing there, hands on her hips, looking absolutely fed up, her patience completely gone. Then, she pulls out this tiny, folded paper bird, holding it up and asking him, what even is this thing? Ji Li quickly explains he was just following a sound when this weird paper bird zipped right by him, so he snatched it up. He figures out that this paper bird most likely has some critical intel about her on it. A quick mental flash of the shadowy Oh Kyung from the demonic faction holding a bird just like it hits him, and he instantly connects the dots, so the demonic faction was trying to leak intel about me. His face is dead serious, faint bloodstain still on his robe, as he simply says, thank you. He's got that paper bird, a sly grin on his face, dropping a hint that if she's thankful, it's time to pay up. But Baek Lee-yun, totally unfazed, just throws it right back, asking if he's actually trying to pick a fight. Meanwhile, the night is absolutely gorgeous outside, with purple petals drifting down like a dream. But hold up, what's this? A sleek white cat is chilling on a rooftop, stretching out under the moonlight. Then, with a quiet thud, it drops into a shadowy hallway, moving like a ghost. It slinks up to a door, peeking inside with total stealth. Suddenly, a massive thud rocks the place, with a burst of red energy hinting at something seriously going down. And inside? Whoa! A raging fire is tearing through an epic chamber, shadows dancing everywhere. Two shadowy figures, rocking those iconic conical hats, are just standing there, reflected in the wet floor, staring down at the fiery chaos. What just happened? Then, a single silhouette emerges, and the shocking truth drops, the secret demon corps captain is gone. A collective gasp rips through the room, the sheer weight of what just happened hitting everyone like a truck. But hold up, in the middle of all this chaos, a chill white cat, completely unfazed, is just casually rubbing up against the leg of the guy in charge. This dude, rocking a fresh yellow robe and a killer purple scarf, gets called out with total respect, his vibe just screaming, I'm in charge, even if everyone's still wondering what's next. That little cat is still just chilling, totally unaware, making the whole tense scene even more bizarre. Then, his eyes blaze with a fierce, glowing red, locking onto the crowd, and he drops the mic, telling all the clan heads to chill out. And with a voice full of pure determination, he lays down the law, promising to personally get to the bottom of this whole mess. Jian, the young palace master, is just chilling by the window, soaking in that epic moonlit night. But then he's all business, diving into those scrolls on his desk, his mind already racing as he processes the intel. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, announcing, "Young palace master, I'm coming in." The subordinate wastes no time, dropping a bombshell. "I sent people to investigate, and get this, Oh Kyung, the captain of the secret demon corps, and his entire squad were absolutely annihilated, taken out by just one unidentified martial master." The young palace master's face darkens as he thinks, he only suffered because of those traitors. What a tragic waste of such incredible talent. The subordinate presses on, delivering Oh Kyung's last command. It was Oh Kyung's final wish. "We must obey it. Leave and reorganize the secret demon corps." Jian simply nods, his voice low as he confirms, "Understood." He lets out a heavy sigh, his eyes distant as he grapples with the massive fallout from this failure. Because with this whole operation blowing up, the myriad demon palace is about to lose a ton of allies and influence. He then shifts his thoughts to the very core of his existence, the myriad demon palace, run by his father, a place that only takes in orphans with insane potential, training them to master demonic arts and carry on their legacy. He's thinking about the myriad demon palace's whole deal, taking in orphans, training them up, and turning them into absolute powerhouses. That's how they got so strong. But then, that same strategy of raising up powerful fighters totally backfired, leading to some insane betrayals. The heavenly demon and the sword demon, two of their own, straight up betrayed the myriad demon palace, creating an alliance that just exploded in power, way beyond anything they could handle. These guys got so strong they could literally wipe out anyone, even those at the king level, leaving the palace completely stunned by their sheer, terrifying power. They wanted to show everyone the myriad demon palace was still a force to be reckoned with, but after the secret demon corps got completely wiped out, with only these talismans left, it's clear things didn't go as planned. And to top it all off, he even lost his most loyal right-hand man. That's gotta sting. He's thinking, this isn't how I usually do things, but seriously, is the power gap between them and the Heavenly Sword Alliance really this massive now? He's deep in thought, but at least he's got a chill white cat chilling right next to him, a little bit of calm in his chaotic mind. He's petting the white cat, but his brain is still stuck on all those past betrayals, man. He keeps petting the cat, finding a tiny bit of peace in this crazy, messed up world. He's thinking about all those orphans they took in, fed, protected, and raised, just like him, and how they just keep betraying them. His eyes are practically burning with this intense, almost painful look as he realizes this whole betrayal thing just keeps happening over and over again. He's facing a brutal truth, wondering if he has to go full demon mode just to survive against his enemies. His mind is on fire, remembering all the backstabbers who plot and scheme, totally devoid of any gratitude. In a brutal flashback, a younger Jian ponders the ultimate betrayal. Would his enemies show mercy if he groveled like a dog? The answer is a hard no, and his fist clenches, radiating pure, unyielding resolve. His eyes blaze with an intense blue glow, accepting the brutal reality, mercy is not in their vocabulary. A wicked grin spreads across his face, his eyes now glowing with an ominous purple and red, as he grabs a brush, totally embracing his new, darker path. The white cat's emerald eye glows with an otherworldly intensity, totally picking up on the massive vibe shift from its human. His eyes are blazing red as he drops the ultimate truth, he's going full demon mode. His hand is a blur of motion, the brush dancing across the paper, crafting perfect characters with deadly intent. His red eye glares, locking in his next power move, time to send a letter. The brush keeps moving, and the recipient's name starts to appear, Yu Jonghong. The full address is laid out with precision, this letter is going straight to Yu Jonghong, the Murim Alliance leader. A voice booms across the ancient grounds, shouting out for Jian. The stunning architecture just sits there, silent beneath the vast sky, with only a single flag waving in the wind. He walks up, and a whole crew of people greets him, with one of them immediately asking if anything crazy went down while he was gone. But Jian, cool as ever, just shrugs it off, saying absolutely nothing went down. Then, a guy in glasses chimes in, saying the Moyong clan warriors did a solid job protecting them, and oh yeah, the Ouyang clan's young masters bounced a few days ago. A guy with a headband gives a nod to their efforts, and the dude in the dark robe just brushes it off, saying it was no big deal and they're out now that Jian's back. Then, a brown-haired woman playfully jabs at him for being so late, and some guy in a yellow robe totally brags that he even crushed the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The brown-haired woman's jaw drops in total shock, screaming about how amazing that news is and demanding to know how he pulled it off. Jian, completely chilled despite her freak-out, just casually drops that he fought, and he won. Period. She's still totally freaking out from the news, shrieking in disbelief, completely unable to wrap her head around his casual victory. While everyone else is still buzzing, Jian just looks off into the distance, a deep thought crossing his mind, muttering, come to think of it. He scans the vibrant marketplace, realizing the merchant group is absolutely packed, way more than usual. Out of nowhere, an old merchant pops up, practically shouting, "Young Master Ji Neon. Remember me?" Before he can even answer, a stunning woman with reddish-brown hair and a knowing smirk steps up, playfully asking, "Who are you?" She quickly clarifies, "I'm Zhonghua. We totally met at the courtesan house before." Zhonghua beams, adding, "Seriously, thanks to you, I managed to get all the girls out of there." The old merchant, practically glowing with respect, cuts in, "And now I'm running my own shop, all thanks to you. I'm gonna give you the VIP treatment, so you better stop by." He stares at Zhonghua, utterly bewildered, "Thanks to me?" A voice from behind him, belonging to a man in glasses, smoothly explains, "Nah, it's probably all thanks to that alliance you proposed." A burly merchant, standing next to a sharp-looking woman, jumps in, "The Great Merchants Association. The one you literally told us to create to protect all merchants." The flag of the Great Merchants Association flutters majestically, symbolizing its massive reach, as the merchant boasts, "Seriously, not just local merchants, but everyone, big and small groups, has joined the Great Merchants Association." Yeon, the man in glasses, lets out a knowing laugh, adding, "And because of all that, the Yunha merchant group has been anything but quiet lately." Ji Neon, with a cool, understated smile, shrugs, "I didn't do anything, though." Then, he gives Yeon a nod, "Looks like you've been crushing it, Yeon." He'd been wondering about something, a thought just nagging at him. While Yeon and another attendant just stood there, waiting. Yeon couldn't hold back any longer, demanding to know who these mysterious people behind him were. A subtle frown crossed his face, as Ji Neon processed the unexpected inquiry. His hands, clasped in a moment of quiet thought, showed his composure, even as things got a little awkward. Then, with a graceful bow, a new face stepped up, introducing herself as Baek Yak. Ji Neon quickly cleared things up, revealing he told her to head back to the merchant group. Yeon, with a knowing smirk, confessed she tagged along, even though it was totally out of line. Shutting down any wild ideas with a blunt, "That's not it, Ji Neon just asked for tea in the reception room," his eyes on Baek Yak. But the other attendants were already buzzing, totally shocked that this was the first time he brought a woman back since getting healthy, and they couldn't stop talking about how gorgeous she was. Someone even blurted out, thinking this could totally mean a new sister-in-law was on the way. Completely oblivious to the wild rumors flying around, Ji Neon and Baek Yak just kept walking, making their way across the massive courtyard towards the main hall. With the air still buzzing from their last exchange, Ji Neon can't help but wonder if jumping straight into a spar is the right move. But he's not one to back down, declaring his intent to spar immediately, "No time for tea," and Baek Yak gives a silent nod of agreement. Then, with a sly grin, Baek Yak lays down the ground rules, no striking, just pure grappling and body techniques. The stakes are simple, first shoulder to hit the ground loses. But Ji Neon's mind races, grappling with a woman? That's a whole new level of challenge. A flicker of worry crosses his expression, as he questions her readiness, reminding her that even without strikes, body techniques can get seriously intense. While he remains cautious, she's already in position, radiating an aura of absolute confidence. Her smile never falters, a clear signal that she's more than ready. And just to drive the point home, she gestures to her outfit, revealing it's a specialized martial arts uniform, designed for exactly this kind of training. He can only concede, but inside, Ji Neon is reeling, her words are odd, and her moves are completely unpredictable. Then, in a flash, her eyes ignite with intense focus, and she announces, "Here I come." And just like that, she's a lightning-fast blur, closing in on Ji Neon before he can even blink. His eyes snap open, a single thought echoing in his mind, she's fast. Baek Yak's opening move was an absolute blur, hitting with explosive force before Ji Neon could even blink. She was a total blur, a human tornado closing in on her target. Just like that, she had him locked down, arm and leg trapped in a vice-like grip. A smirk spread across her face as she delivered the ultimate burn, "You let your guard down." From his totally owned position, he could only manage a stunned, "Young master, huh?" Then, with a flick of her wrist, she sent him flying. He hit the deck hard, totally dazed as she loomed over him, the undisputed champ. Pinning him down without effort, she casually dropped the mic, "I could just slam you down like this." Flat on his back, he had to admit, "You're not wrong." Then challenged, "But try doing it like you're breaking the opponent's balance. Give me a real shot." He finished with a determined, "Let's do that." The rematch was on, and just like before, he was launched into the air, proving her skills were absolutely next level. Ready for round 3, she challenged, "Let's do it again." And he was all in, all right. He kicks off with an explosive burst of power, sending shockwaves ripping through the ground. His dark hair whipping wildly, leaving a blazing blue aura in his wake as he blazes forward. But in a lightning-fast counter, Baek Yak is already there, her light blue hair a blur as she locks him down, her sharp gaze daring him to move. A confident smirk plays on her lips, her eyes practically sparkling with triumph. But his dark blue eyes narrow, a burning fire of resolve igniting within them. His hair, now crackling with even more potent blue energy, explodes around him, a clear sign the tide is turning. Then, in a shocking reversal, he's got her. Pinned to the ground, his hand at her neck, the raw blue energy of his power pulsing around them. He tells her to secure her clothes, because an opponent could totally use them against her. His eyes burning, he drives the point home, an opponent will grab them. Baek Yak, still caught, just gives a simple, yes. The spar wraps up, with Ji Neon asking if this is it, only to instantly suggest another round, which he then agrees to himself. The morning light hits the training grounds, setting the stage for what's next. With the sky shifting from dawn's deep hues, hinting at the intensity to come. The sun blazing higher, turning the sky into a canvas of fire. Baek Yak watches from above, Ji Neon staring right back. This epic sparring match is just getting started. He's not backing down, declaring, one more time. He's ready for round 2. But Baek Yak isn't holding back, throwing down a challenge, telling him she's a level above and daring him to use his inner energy. Ji Neon's eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, accepting the challenge, confessing he'd been itching to test his inner energy all along. His eyes narrow, crackling blue energy erupting around him. This is the moment his true power awakens. Orange and blue energy explodes from him, the raw power about to be unleashed is insane. He takes a powerful stance, his fist blazing with blue energy, he's about to unleash something incredible. Then, a torrent of sharp, crystalline ice shards explodes forward, his devastating ice art is unleashed. The ice art swirls with chilling power, and Ji Neon's gaze is locked on, this is true mastery in action. The ice art explodes around him, and his mind races, remembering the legendary masters of this chilling power, both past and present. With a powerful reach, his inner energy ignites, and he contemplates the sheer force he's about to unleash. The ice art crystallizes around Ji Neon, and Baek Yak's eyes are locked on him, a tense silence hanging in the air, her thoughts a mystery. His arm now a weapon of pure ice, he delivers a chilling warning, you are absolutely going to regret this. The ice art explodes with raw power, crackling with intense energy, and his eyes burn with fierce resolve. Baek Yak, engulfed by the icy spectacle, remembers a chilling legend, wait, I heard that in the Central Plains, every single person who mastered ice art. Her words hang heavy in the air as she finishes, vanished without a trace, unless they were part of the demonic faction. The air crackles with unspoken tension after her shocking statement. Her jaw drops, a gasp escaping her lips as the terrifying realization hits, are you telling me you're a descendant of the heavenly demon? Ji Neon dominates the scene, surrounded by his incredible ice power, the very air vibrating with his might, a force to be reckoned with. He turns, a subtle movement that speaks volumes, and delivers the ultimate mic drop, that's right. A smirk plays on his face, holding a piece of his power, the radiant blue energy practically blinding, he's just revealed his true heritage. With an absolutely unshakable gaze and a posture radiating pure confidence, Ji Neon drops the ultimate bombshell, declaring his true heritage and revealing himself as the descendant of none other than Baek Mujin. This isn't just a statement, it's a declaration of power, a lineage that screams legendary. Ji Neon drops a bombshell, to be more precise, it's the first heavenly demon. His eyes gleam with an intense focus. As he boldly proclaims, I'm the descendant of Baek Mujin. A dismissive scoff escapes him, honestly, I find it absolutely ridiculous that my ancestor is worshipped as the first heavenly demon, though. But here's the kicker, Baek Mujin wasn't actually the first heavenly demon, he earned that legendary title. Because his mind-blowing, ice-based martial arts were so overwhelmingly powerful, they literally drove a bunch of madmen to worship him. And get this, even those who only learned a fraction of his restored martial arts ended up being dubbed heavenly demons themselves. Talk about influence. Among all the greatest martial masters born in every chaotic era, he was, hands down, the strongest one, a true martial god. Ji Neon's mind races, and to think Lady Baek is Baek Mujin's descendant. His gaze shifts, contemplating the elegant woman. I've never even heard a whisper of Baek Mujin's bloodline showing up in the Jianghu. Ji Neon's mind is racing, trying to piece together the puzzle of Baek Yun's shocking lineage, demanding to know what went down. The tension is palpable as they walk, the untold history of her clan practically screaming for attention, but before diving deeper, he wisely suggests they grab some food and keep the conversation going. They keep moving, the air thick with anticipation. And just like that, they're seated in a private room, the sound of dishes clinking as Ji Neon, Baek Yun, and Zhonghua get ready to feast, a spread of incredible food laid out before them. Baek Yun is absolutely devouring the food, a happy hum escaping her as she digs in, her chopsticks a blur of motion. And the food? It's absolutely mind-blowing. She can't help but exclaim that the Yunha Merchant Group, a top player in the Central Plains, totally delivers on its promise of incredible food. Zhonghua, ever the keen observer, can't help but tease, pointing out that their young master has quite the entourage now, with 2 ladies by his side. But Ji Neon isn't here for jokes, he cuts straight to the chase, pushing Baek Yun to spill the beans on their earlier talk, demanding to know if her whole clan really abandoned the Central Plains. She nods, confirming his suspicions, and drops a bombshell. Their clan's exodus was all because of the legendary Dragon Phoenix tournament, a game-changing moment for them. And the reason? She reveals the shocking truth: the very founders of their White Blossom divine art got it labeled as a demonic art, which basically kicked their entire clan out. And get this, even after all that chaos, we only heard about the Jianghu uproar way later, a massive fallout that slapped the demonic label on our one-of-a-kind martial art. Talk about a snowball effect. Because of that deep-seated prejudice, folks in the Central Plains actually started believing all ice arts were demonic. It was insane. Even though we, the descendants, did absolutely nothing wrong, it felt like we were committing crimes just by breathing. Honestly, we only ever did what was absolutely necessary to keep Baek Mujin's martial arts alive, just trying to preserve the first heavenly demon's epic legacy. But here's the kicker: a true master of this art only pops up once every few generations, if that. And if we just chilled out in some backwater with no power-ups or worthy opponents, the White Blossom divine art, the first heavenly demon's ultimate legacy, would just vanish. The White Blossom divine art, the first heavenly demon's ultimate legacy, would just vanish. That's exactly why I stormed into the Central Plains, so I wouldn't lose my incredible inheritance. I'm here to protect my legacy, and to set things straight once and for all. And to set things right, she declares, her eyes burning with resolve. Set what right? He thinks, a subtle power flaring around his hand as her intense words sink in. His mind flashes to a legendary warrior, hand gripping a sword, leaving a massive question mark hanging in the air. The shing of a blade being drawn rings in his head, like the very past is waking up. Suddenly, a sharp, almost metallic sound rips through the air, signaling a major shift in the vibe. Ji Neon, looking totally serious, admits he knows about all the haters in the Central Plains, but he's like, nah, I don't care, I've got a mission. And what's that goal, you ask? To absolutely prove they're not part of the demonic faction. Baek Yun is all ears, locked onto his every word, taking it all in. But then, Baek Yun drops a bombshell, declaring her own fierce intention: she's gonna wipe out the demonic faction herself. Ji Neon just stares, a deep look on his face, processing her intense statement. A subtle smirk creeps onto his face as he repeats her words, totally getting her drive to take down the demonic faction solo. Baek Yun's eyes blaze with pure, unshakable determination, her resolve absolutely solid. Ji Neon, shifting from amused to seriously considering it, gives his stamp of approval: yeah, that's a fine idea. He crosses his arms, a confident, almost mischievous grin spreading across his face. You just know he's cooking up something big. Then, with a knowing look, he drops the bomb: looks like we're gonna have a seriously good connection. Baek Yun's eyes go wide, totally caught off guard, her face a perfect blend of shock and, what just happened? Baek Yun's fierce resolve to take on the demonic faction was a game-changer, because a martial artist of her caliber joining the fight? That's a massive power-up. No doubt, this was a huge win, Ji Neon mused, a grin spreading across his face at the sheer awesomeness of the news, his excitement practically radiating. Wrapping things up, he suddenly noticed the time, realizing he needed to bolt back to his place. A quick nod to himself, and he was ready to move. Out into the night he went, his departure marked by the subtle rustle of his robes. Then, he just exploded into motion, a streak of pure blue energy tearing through the night, leaving everything else in the dust. He was practically flying, his body a whirlwind of martial arts mastery, the blue energy around him screaming with raw power. Elsewhere, Baek Ran, a sharp-eyed guard and Baek Yak's cousin, caught a glimpse of her companion's expression, immediately wondering if some serious drama had just gone down inside. Spotting the blush on her face, Baek Ran pointed it out, and Baek Yak just shrugged it off, saying it just got a little warm in there. She figured the flush was probably from going all out with some intense body techniques after a long break, a casual explanation for her undeniable exertion. Baek Ran, ever the curious one, then pressed for details, asking how the spar actually went down. Baek Yak, looking seriously impressed, confessed she couldn't even touch him, realizing that everything he showed at the Dragon Phoenix tournament was just the tip of the iceberg for his power. A voice challenges: strong? Anything else? The question hangs in the air, leaving Baek Ran utterly stunned. But her cousin, Baek Yak, remains cool, her gaze sharp and calculating. Then she drops the bomb: has food ever not suited your taste? Just look at that belly. Meanwhile, under the cloak of night, Ji Neon strolls through a vibrant street with Zhonghua, who can't help but notice his martial arts pouch. As dawn breaks, painting the sky with breathtaking hues. He stirs from his rest, a single thought echoing: did I eat too much yesterday? Stretching languidly, he gets ready to conquer the day. He remembers whispers of a nearby lake, and decides to check it out. Reaching out, his hand hovers over the shimmering water. And he muses, it really is perfect for a walk, just like everyone says. His feet stand firmly on the edge of a cliff, taking in the breathtaking, serene landscape. He's free-falling, a wild grin on his face as a voice in his head dares him to push the limits. Hair flying, he's a blur against the rocks, the ground closing in fast. His hand tightens, bracing for the inevitable crash. But then, a shocker. Zhonghua spots him mid-air, her eyes widening as she realizes it's Ji Nianli plummeting towards her. Her jaw drops, knowing this landing is going to be brutal. But Ji Nian's got moves. He snatches her out of the air, pulling her into a protective embrace mid-fall. And with a controlled impact, they hit the ground, safe. He pulls her tight, his eyes scanning her for injuries, making sure she's okay after that wild ride. A little dazed, she manages to nod, assuring him she's all right. He quickly apologizes, admitting he never thought he'd run into anyone down here. But she just brushes it off, telling him it's no big deal. Then she asks if he's out for a walk too, and he reveals his morning routine of training by the lake. The morning chill hung heavy over the lake, and an almost palpable silence fell between Ji Nianli and Zhonghua, setting the stage for whatever came next. Suddenly, Ji Nianli broke the tension, proposing they crank up the speed since they were already on the same path, then declared he'd be taking the lead. Zhonghua just gave a cool to fine, but her eyes widened slightly, clearly wondering what wild path he was about to blaze. Then, Ji Nianli's face just went full shock, a single bead of sweat betraying his utter disbelief at what he was witnessing. And then, across the water's surface, these insane, glowing snowflake patterns just exploded with every single step, leaving a shimmering, magical trail. It was Zhonghua, absolutely owning the water, like it was just another sidewalk, her eyes flashing back at him as she pulled off this insane feat, proving that for her, walking on water was just a casual morning stroll. Every single step she took wasn't just a step, it was a burst of light, the water beneath her foot literally crystallizing into glowing ice patterns before vanishing. Watching her pull off that impossible stunt, Ji Nianli couldn't help but admit her movement art was on a whole other level. But Ji Nianli wasn't about to be left behind, so he blasted onto the water too, matching her incredible speed as they both tore across the lake, leaving a dazzling wake of pure power. He was absolutely flying, his feet barely kissing the water, leaving a dazzling, shimmering trail in his wake. The woman next to him was genuinely stunned, her mind racing, did he actually catch up to me? And just like that, these two martial arts titans were practically dancing across the lake, with the narration dropping a bombshell, only a select few masters in the entire Jianghu could even dream of keeping up with her insane movement art. A wicked grin spread across his face as he confessed it wasn't easy to match her speed, but man, was it ever exhilarating. Her eyes widened, a mix of awe and pure shock washing over her features. She couldn't help but think, he's incredible too. He then casually asked if she'd said something, to which she brushed it off, then, with a mischievous glint, challenged her, "Wanna go for another round?" With a confident, sure, she was all in, and the dynamic duo blasted off again, tearing across the water. The lake absolutely exploded with vibrant, icy blue energy, a dazzling display of their raw power. Every single stride left behind a dynamic burst of light and water, a clear sign of their mind-blowing speed. The breathtaking backdrop of majestic mountains and a tranquil lake was the perfect stage for their epic training session. Finally, after pushing themselves to the absolute limit, he was bent over, hands on his knees, completely winded but clearly pumped from the intense workout. Gasping for air, Zhonghua is absolutely spent, her body screaming from the intense training. She confesses, utterly exhausted, she's lost all track of the distance they've covered. But Ji Nianli? He's completely chill, just staring off into the distance with a pensive look. And Zhonghua, still struggling, just has to ask, seriously, tell me about it. He just flashes a confident smirk, showing off his insane endurance. Then casually suggests, alright, let's head back. Jianhua's eyes pop open, a hint of shock on her face. And a flush spreads across her face as she muses aloud, but seriously, what's up with this heat? It's been crazy hot since yesterday. Is it because of the... She shoots him a look, her mind reeling, wait, the Central Plains are hotter than the Ice Palace. And if this is the terrain, did we seriously just run over 100 kilometers? Up above, a figure spots them coming and a voice announces, young Master Ji Nian has arrived. The voice continues, a hint of relief in its tone, looks like you're finally back with the Yunhe merchant group. Ji Nianli now stands before a massive cliff, his eyes lost in thought, probably already strategizing his next move or the drama waiting for him at the merchant group. Hold up. Ji Nianli just got some wild news, the dragon sect leader is on the hunt for him. The tension is palpable, with a tight shot on a yellow scarf, hinting at some serious business. Ji Nianli is totally baffled, asking himself why the 8 dragon sect's big boss would even care about him. But the other person just shrugs it off, dropping the bombshell that it's all just karma playing out. Then, a shocking flashback hits, showing Ji Nianli with intense red hair and eyes, and the reason for all this drama is revealed, he took down the Crimson Reaper. The speaker's hand is back, driving home the point, spilling the tea that the Crimson Reaper was from the Eight Dragons sect, and Jian Li's mind races, remembering the name. Another mysterious figure, looking super serious, pops up, just adding more layers to this intense reveal. Jian Li's face is pure confusion, and he's like, wait, who are we even talking about now? He's still got that worried look, the weight of this whole situation clearly messing with his head. Switching scenes, we find Chul Myung, a kid who's seriously struggling on his journey, totally fed up with the insane distance and praying his buddy hasn't gotten into another fight. A chilling name just dropped, and Jinyan's eyes are instantly locked, a serious vibe taking over his whole face. His gaze drops, totally processing the heavy implications, as the full weight of this crazy situation hits him hard. He snaps his head up, a burning question on his lips, like, who is this mysterious, terrifying figure? His face is still super serious, that name just hanging in the air, and you can tell he's taking this whole thing incredibly seriously. The messenger, Chul Myung, can't believe it, his voice practically screaming, you seriously don't know the Crimson Reaper of Yukwan Main Street, as a terrifying vision of glowing red eyes flashes before us. Chul Myung is standing there, looking tough with his massive weapon, and Jinyan finally gets it, giving a knowing nod about that big guy. Then the messenger drops the real bomb, revealing that the Crimson Reaper's master is personally demanding a meeting. A chilling threat hangs heavy as Chul Myung lays it out, telling him straight up that if he doesn't go, the Yunha merchant group is going to get seriously hurt. With a deep sigh, Jinyan glances at a peaceful building in the distance, and just like that, he's going. Chul Myung is all like, good thinking, and offers to send backup, but Jinyan shuts him down instantly, making it clear he's going solo. His eyes are now burning with pure determination, a silent promise of what's to come, as he gears up for this epic, dangerous journey. After accepting the summons, Jinyan was left waiting, arms crossed, as a voice coolly informed him that his appointment was already set, and he just needed to chill. A slight smirk playing on his lips, he simply responded, I'll wait. Time flew by, or rather, crawled, as the journey was seriously long, and before he knew it, the sun was gone, and it was officially night. Eventually, an attendant showed up, leading him into this massive, super fancy hall, all lit up by glowing lanterns. Mid-stride, the attendant shot him a look, bluntly asking, what's up with the huge size of that thing? Did you steal it? But Jinyan just mentally scoffed, thinking, this crazy bastard, he's asking that even though I ate dinner before even coming here. The attendant kept giving him side eyes, as they marched further into the massive room. The tension was palpable, because at the very end of this epic walk, the Eight Dragons sect leader was ready and waiting. The massive hall just kept going, a long, dramatic aisle leading straight to a raised throne where the leader was chilling, surrounded by his entire crew. Finally, Jinyan reached the throne, and the Eight Dragons sect leader, an older dude rocking some glasses, just cut straight to the chase, you're here. The Eight Dragons sect's headquarters is seriously next level, with a massive, super detailed dragon statue just chilling there, glowing under the epic lighting. And who's sitting there like a boss? None other than the Eight Dragons sect leader himself, Hajianik, making his grand introduction. He's just chilling, one leg crossed, looking totally in charge, ready for whatever's coming next. And Jinyan? He's still on the move, robes dramatically flowing, making his way through the epic hall. There's a silent question in his stride, a challenge in his presence, as he closes in on the sect leader. Then, out of nowhere, a massive blue energy blast explodes from him, absolutely wrecking some poor guard, and totally shattering the peace. He's a total blur, moving so fast you can barely see him, just a dark streak through the mayhem. Then, boom. A massive impact shakes the whole place, proving he's not messing around. Nearby guards are absolutely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor, completely blown away by the insane power he just unleashed. But Hajianik, the big boss, just watches the whole thing go down with a super chill, almost bored look, his eyes giving nothing away. Then, Jinyan is right there, in front of him, breaking the tension with just a few words, confirming he got the message. Looking down from above, you can really see how huge this place is, and everyone in it just felt Jinyan's epic entrance. Li Jinyan, absolutely unfazed, stood his ground in the lavish hall, practically daring the Eight Dragons sect leader to spill whatever was on his mind. But the old leader, Hajianik, didn't even bother to face him, coolly telling his subordinate to move the guy who just went flying, and the subordinate instantly snapped to attention. Then, finally looking at Jinyan, Hajianik brought up the Crimson Reaper, his face a mask of contemplation. But Jinyan wasn't having any of it, cutting him off with a sharp, so what, his gaze absolutely piercing. He then dropped the mic, reminding the old man that this was the underworld, a place with its own brutal rules, and flat out asked what they were going to do about him. Hajianik, finally looking him dead in the eye, then demanded to know who the Crimson Reaper's master was, his stare intense. And Jinyan, without even blinking, simply stated, that would be me. The leader sized him up, mentally cataloging his young age and obvious martial arts prowess, a silent, dangerous calculation. Then, calling him youngin, Hajionik admitted Jinion's confidence was actually throwing him off, a rare moment of vulnerability from the old man. But the pleasantries were over, the leader's voice turned to steel as he dropped the bombshell. He knew Jinion had killed his disciple. And then, the ultimate threat, he'd wipe out the Yunha Merchant Group's clients, just to make an example. His voice boomed, the very headquarters seeming to burn with his fury, as he pointed out the Yunha Merchant Group's widespread businesses, a clear sign of their impending doom. He's making a promise, a threat, that he'll shut them down for good, a defiant ha escaping his lips. But the Eight Dragon sect leader, Hajionik, is just watching him, totally unbothered, his face giving nothing away. Jinion fires back, asking if Hajionik has any real moves to stop him, and drops the bombshell that he's only been playing nice because the Yunha Merchant Group was safe while he was gone. Still seated, facing down the sect leader and his crew, he makes it crystal clear that that's the only reason they're still breathing. His eyes narrow, a look of pure disappointment on his face, as he calls out the hypocrisy of them threatening him through the Yunha Merchant Group. Hajionik just brushes him off, calling him a young man who doesn't know reason. An attendant, clearly fed up, cuts in, telling the sect leader to just finish this young master off because talking is pointless. But Hajionik shuts him down, revealing the Crimson Reaper was just a cash cow, not a real member of the Eight Dragon sect. The attendant, clearly getting heated by his leader's words, demands to know what kind of mean words those are. Hajionik lays down the law, his disciple's money is his money, and since he paid the Eight Dragon sect with it, it's absolutely his business. He then totally blows off the attendant, telling him he's not interested in where the money came from and that he's done enough by just mentioning the sect's name, so the attendant needs to deal with it himself. Just as the sect leader wraps up his rant, Jinion shoots up from his seat, a sharp weight, cutting through the tension. Hajionik, absolutely fuming at the sudden interruption, snarls out, "You crazy underworld bastards." Just as the Eight Dragon sect leader tries to brush off his attendant, Jinion drops a verbal bomb, calling out the old man's arrogance. He doesn't hold back, hitting the sect leader with a double whammy, calling him out for being both blind and seeing, talk about a verbal smackdown. The air practically crackles, with Jinion refusing to back down, his stance radiating pure defiance. But the sect leader isn't having it, his voice thundering a chilling reminder to Jinion about just how much trouble he's in. But Jinion just grins, a cold, confident smirk, his eyes practically burning with defiance, he's not scared. The sect leader's face just goes from bad to worse, his anger boiling over at Jinion's absolute disrespect. He can only manage one word, a furious growl that perfectly captures his shock and fury at Jinion's nerve. Then, bam. Jinion explodes into action, a lightning-fast blur, closing the gap before anyone can even blink. He's instantly swarmed by a squad of attendants, blades already flashing, but Jinion doesn't even flinch. And just like that, he unleashes a devastating strike, sending one of the Eight Dragon sect's own flying back from the sheer impact. But wait, there's more. Two other attendants, including the one who just got rocked, are absolutely stunned, one of them screaming in pure fury about Jinion's audacity right in their own house. But that shock doesn't last long, as they snap into action, drawing their swords and getting ready to throw down with Jinion. With his eyes blazing crimson, Jinion throws down the gauntlet, daring his enemies to unleash their full killing intent. And just like that, an attendant snaps into action, drawing a wicked blade with lightning speed. But before that blade can even see the light of day, he's already a black streak, moving faster than the eye can track. Then, bam. A crimson explosion of energy as his attack connects with brutal force. The attendant gets absolutely rocked, his body folding from the sheer power of that hit. But before you can even blink, another attendant is already stepping up, blade drawn and ready, glowing with a sinister red aura. But our hero isn't backing down, meeting the new threat with another explosive strike that makes the very air scream. Still radiating that intense red glow, he effortlessly parries the incoming sword, his blade a lightning-fast defense. Mid-combo, he's still got time to talk trash, calling out his opponents as nothing but the arrogant ones. But just as he's dominating, a new, blue-haired powerhouse steps in, a smirk on his face as he charges up with electric blue energy. And without a moment's pause, the blue-haired brawler unleashes a blinding, devastating wave of pure blue power. The hit connects with a thunderous crack, sending Jinion absolutely rocketing through the air from the sheer force. The blue energy attack from the last round just keeps on hitting, unleashing a devastating impact. And the sheer force of the blast just rips through everything, sending debris absolutely everywhere. Jinion gets absolutely rocked, sent flying backward, the hit so hard it forces a painful gasp out of him. He's absolutely seething, his mind screaming curses at this sudden attacker. But hold up. Two Eight Dragon sect attendants, blades out, are charging in, heading straight for the blue energy source. But the blue-haired combatant? He just smirks, his eyes blazing with raw power, and casually states he's been holding back. Then his sword just explodes with crackling blue lightning, locked and loaded for a counterattack. And with one lightning-fast, powerful strike, he sends multiple attendants absolutely soaring, trapped in a raging torrent of blue energy. They're just ragdolls, completely helpless against the sheer power of his attack. Then, a brutal red impact confirms a direct hit. Attendants are getting absolutely raged, slammed into the ground and walls, their bodies just shattering under the relentless blue energy. The devastating attack finally ends, leaving a literal trail of defeated 8 dragon sect members in its wake. The sheer force of the blue energy attack explodes, leaving behind a dazzling display of shimmering particles and an undeniable aura of raw power. Meanwhile, the 8 dragon sect leader and his attendant are thrown back, their expressions screaming pure terror as the crackling blue lightning engulfs their vision. His eyes snap open, a chilling realization dawning as he identifies the terrifying lightning energy, a power wielded by someone truly formidable. But Ji Neon, despite the brutal impact, refuses to break, a defiant curse tearing from his throat. His gaze, now burning with an intense blue glow, locks onto the truth, a shocking revelation about his assailant's identity. The blue-haired combatant emerges from the swirling chaos, a terrifying silhouette radiating an explosive blue lightning aura, his eyes burning with an ominous glow. A chilling, confident smirk spreads across his face, the raw, vibrant blue energy swirling around him a testament to his overwhelming might. With a condescending tone, he speaks, his lightning-charged blade practically humming with power, mocking his foe's insight even as he crushes them. Across the battlefield, the 8 dragon sect leader screams a desperate warning to his attendant, who was foolishly about to charge into the fray. His voice cracks into a desperate, ear-splitting scream, a frantic plea for everyone to just run from this unstoppable force. His face twists into a silent, agonizing scream of pure despair, as the horrifying reality of their predicament finally crushes him. Even the attendant, spear still gripped tight, is forced to admit the chilling truth: this enemy is an insurmountable force. An 8 dragon sect attendant is completely overwhelmed, captured and left utterly confused by the sheer power unleashed. As chaos erupts and shadows consume everything, the sect leader lets out a desperate, echoing "No" as his world crumbles. Completely shattered, he collapses to his knees, dark power radiating from the impact zone, a chilling reminder of the absolute beatdown he just took. With a grimace of pure agony, the leader mutters, "How tragic it is that the smart one got taken out." The blue-haired powerhouse declares his intent to absolutely obliterate their business. The leader, still humbled on the ground, can only listen, his face a canvas of terror and defeat. He lays out his brutal plan: he's going after Yunha Merchant Group's clients, making them a terrifying example, just like his soldiers so confidently proposed. The blue-haired warrior stares down, his eyes burning with raw power, a silent, terrifying intensity radiating from him. His hand shoots out, sparking with electric blue power, a chilling display of the sheer destructive force he wields. His eyes blaze with fury as he snarls, "Why did you let him gamble his life like that?" His fist tightens, pulsing with an insane blue glow, the sheer, explosive power barely contained. Dominating the opulent hall, the blue-haired warrior locks eyes with the 8 dragon sect leader, his chilling question hanging in the air: "8 dragon sect leader, do you have any family?" He admits he has a family, but the blue-haired combatant just rips into him, demanding to know how he could be so confident with loved ones on the line. With his eyes blazing with an eerie blue glow, the combatant's stare is a chilling declaration, a silent promise of absolute destruction. An attendant nearby lets out a scream of pure agony, his face twisted in a horrifying grimace. The 8 dragon sect leader hears what sounds like pure lunacy, but deep down, a chilling truth hits him: this guy isn't bluffing. It dawns on him, this isn't just a threat, it's a promise. The combatant will wipe out his entire family if he messes with the Yunha Merchant Group, and the injured attendant is proof he means business. With absolutely no other option, the leader barks out the order: "Drop your weapons." Just like that, the other figures hit the deck, their faces screaming fear and total surrender. The air explodes with the sound of metal on wood, as their weapons clatter to the floor, a symphony of total defeat. On his knees before the blue-haired combatant, Hajianik, the 8 dragon sect leader, finally breaks, confessing his massive screw-up and the huge crime he's committed. From this very second, the 8 dragon sect is completely at the combatant's mercy. Hajianik pledges his absolute loyalty, then, with a desperate gasp, asks the million-dollar question: "Are you from the underworld?" The blue-haired combatant's face stays ice-cold, as he drops the ultimate threat: "If you're from the underworld, I'll deal with you the underworld way." The 8 dragon sect leader, his face a mask of grim acceptance, recalls his own words, the vow to avenge Meng if he were to die. With a heavy sigh, he declares, he'll stand by his promise, ready to face whatever comes next. He then reveals a chilling truth about their world, where the underworld demands promises be honored, even if you lack the power to do so. But before any defiance can truly take root, a hand, desperate and trembling, reaches for a sword, a futile gesture against the inevitable. Too slow. A flash of steel, a swift, decisive strike, and the blade cuts deep into the subordinate's arm, a crimson spray erupting from the wound. The sword sinks in, a clean, brutal cut, and the subordinate's hand is gone, a geyser of blood painting the scene in stark red. His blue hair frames eyes that burn with an icy, golden intensity, a silent promise of the ruthlessness to come. With a chilling resolve, he lays down his law: every lie, every empty promise, will cost a finger. The 8-Dragon sect leader and his men are sprawled on the floor, broken and terrified, their faces reflecting the sheer horror of the blue-haired combatant's merciless justice. Then, with a chilling lack of emotion, he points to the others, ordering them to be cut down as well. And just like that, more crimson blooms across the polished wood, a brutal display of power and absolute control. His voice, laced with pure disdain, cuts through the silence, mocking them for their supposed rebirth skill that he, unlike them, doesn't possess. Towering over the broken sect leader, the blue-haired combatant lays down the law: no more playing by the underworld's rules if he can't enforce them, and absolutely no uniting with the weak. Bloody hands still throbbing on the floor, the sect leader's mind races, realizing he's lost all right to call himself a true underworld figure. A heavy sigh escapes him, as he finally gives in, promising to obey every command. Suddenly, an attendant shouts, "Hey, sect leader, ha," but his mind is already miles away, fixated on the Yunha merchant group. His mind's eye sees it all, the Yunha merchant group's entire empire, ablaze and burning to the ground. His internal monologue spirals, imagining his entire group getting wrecked, and even his own family turning on him, stabbing him in the back. His robes are soaked in blood, a brutal reminder of his situation, but all that matters now is one thing: what's important. The blue-haired combatant's shadow falls over him, an undeniable force, driving home the sheer weight of his demands. A desperate glint flashes in his eyes, as the sect leader screams internally, "I won't die," while the combatant's gaze burns with an otherworldly blue glow. The combatant's stare is like a laser, absolutely unyielding, his silent declaration mirroring the sect leader's own desperate plea: "I don't die." Then, with a piercing stare, he confronts the sect leader, asking the ultimate question: "Do you understand?" Sweat drips down his face, pure terror etched into his features, as the sect leader can only stammer out a pathetic, "Why yes." With an intense stare, Neon lays down the law: "It's time to wrap this up." Across town, the blue-haired combatant, his boot crushing the sect leader's hand, delivers the same chilling message: "Finish things up here." Staring down at his broken opponent, he issues a cold, undeniable order: "Follow me, sect leader, ha." With the sky blazing behind him, the sect leader can only listen as his tormentor declares, "I have something to say to you." The ominous declaration hangs heavy in the atmosphere: "Something to say to you." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a sprawling complex of traditional buildings emerges from the mist, setting the stage for what's next. The sect leader's face twists in pure, unadulterated horror, his hands clawing at his head, the pressure absolutely unbearable. A choked, desperate cry rips from his throat: "No, wait." Back at the gambling den, Neon steps in, his mind already racing: what the hell is going on in this dump? He surveys the scene from the entrance, a whole crew of people kneeling before him, their faces hidden in deference. They stay frozen in place, backs to him, as he processes the bizarre sight. A heavy wooden chair sits ready, waiting for someone to claim it. Rewind 30 minutes. Chul Myungo is caught in a moment of reflection, flashing back to the time he totally busted Lee Neon's umbrella, and some lady was all like, "My arm's gonna fall off, just take this new one," leaving a little kid completely baffled.